Book 7. In's the 6th book has described the iron tools, the vessels, and the machines used in mines. This book will describe the methods of assaying ores. Because it is desirable to first test them in order that the material mined may be advantageously smelted, or that the dross may be purged away and the metal made pure. Although writers have mentioned such tests, yet none of them have set down the directions for performing them, wherefore it is no wonder that those who come later have written nothing on the subject. By tests of this kind miners can determine with certainty whether ores contain any metal in them or not, or if it has already been indicated that the ore contains one or more metals, the tests show whether it is much or little. The miners also ascertain by such tests the method by which the metal can be separated from that part of the ore devoid of it. And further, by these tests, they determine that part in which there is much metal from that part in which there is little. Unless these tests have been carefully applied before the metals are melted out, the ore cannot be smelted without great loss to the owners, for the parts which do not easily melt in the fire carry the metals off with them or consume them. In the last case, they pass off with the fumes. In the other case they are mixed with the slag and furnace accretions, and in such event the owners lose the labor which they have spent in preparing the furnaces and the crucibles, and further, it is necessary for them to incur fresh expenditure for fluxes and other things. Metals, when they have been melted out, are usually assayed in order that we may ascertain what proportion of silver is in a centimpondium of copper or lead, or what quantity of gold is in 1 libra of silver. And, on the other hand, what proportion of copper or lead is contained in a centimpondium of silver, or what quantity of silver is contained in 1 libra of gold. And from this we can calculate whether it will be worth while to separate the precious metals from the base metals, or not. Further, a test of this kind shows whether coins are good or are debased. And readily detects silver, if the coiners have mixed more than is lawful with the gold, or copper, if the coiners have alloyed with the gold or silver more of it than is allowable. I will explain all these methods with the utmost care that I can. The method of assaying ore used by mining people differs from smelting only by the small amount of material used. Inasmuch as, by smelting a small quantity, they learn whether the smelting of a large quantity will compensate them for their expenditure. Hence, if they are not particular to employ assays, they may, as I have already said, sometimes smelt the metal from the ore with a loss or sometimes without any profit. For they can assay the ore at a very small expense, and smelt it only at a great expense. Both processes, however, are carried out in the same way, for just as we assay ore in a little furnace, so do we smelt it in the large furnace. Also in both cases charcoal and not wood is burned. Moreover, in the crucible when metals are tested, be they gold, silver, copper, or lead, they are mixed in precisely the same way as they are mixed in the blast furnace when they are smelted. Further, those who assay ores with fire either pour out the metal in a liquid state, or, when it has cooled, break the crucible and clean the metal from slag. And in the same way the smelter, as soon as the metal flows from the furnace into the forehearth, pours in cold water and takes the slag from the metal with a hooked bar. Finally, in the same way that gold and silver are separated from lead in a cupel, so also are they separated in the cupellation furnace. It is necessary that the assayer who is testing ore or metals should be prepared and instructed in all things necessary in assaying, and that he should close the doors of the room in which the assay furnace stands, lest anyone coming at an inopportune moment might disturb his thoughts when they are intent on the work. It is also necessary for him to place his balances in a case, so that when he weighs the little buttons of metal the scales may not be agitated by a draught of air, for that is a hindrance to his work. Round assay furnace. Rectangular assay furnace. A. Openings in the plate. B. Part of plate which projects beyond the furnace. Now I will describe the different things which are necessary in assaying, beginning with the assay furnace, of which one differs from another in shape, material, and the place in which it is set. In shape, they may be round or rectangular, the latter shape being more suited to assaying ores. The materials of the assay furnaces differ, in that one is made of bricks, another of iron, and certain ones of clay. The one of bricks is built on a chimney hearth which is 3.5 feet high, the iron one is placed in the same position, and also the one of clay. The brick one is a cubit high, a foot wide on the inside, and 1 foot 2 digits long. At a point 5 digits above the hearth, which is usually the thickness of an unbaked brick, an iron plate is laid, and smeared over with lute on the upper side to prevent it from being injured by the fire. In front of the furnace above the plate is a mouth a palm high, 5 digits wide, and rounded at the top. The iron plate has 3 openings which are 1 digit wide and 3 digits long, one is at each side and the third at the back. Through them sometimes the ash falls from the burning charcoal, and sometimes the draft blows through the chamber which is below the iron plate, and stimulates the fire. For this reason this furnace when used by metallurgists is named from assaying, but when used by the alchemists it is named from the wind. The part of the iron plate which projects from the furnace is generally 3/4 of a palm long and a palm wide. Small pieces of charcoal, after being laid thereon, can be placed quickly in the furnace through its mouth with a pair of tongs, or again, if necessary, can be taken out of the furnace and laid there. The iron assay furnace is made of 4 iron bars 1.5 feet high, which at the bottom are bent outward and broadened a short distance to enable them to stand more firmly. The front part of the furnace is made from 2 of these bars, and the back part from 2 of them. To these bars on both sides are joined and welded 3 iron crossbars, the first at a height of a palm from the bottom, the second at a height of a foot, and the third at the top. The upright bars are perforated at that point where the side crossbars are joined to them, in order that 3 similar iron bars on the remaining sides can be engaged in them. Thus there are 12 crossbars, which make 3 stages at unequal intervals. At the lower stage, the upright bars are distant from each other 1 foot and 5 digits. And at the middle stage the front is distant from the back 3 palms and 1 digit, and the sides are distant from each other 3 palms and as many digits. At the highest stage from the front to the back there is a distance of 2 palms, and between the sides 3 palms, so that in this way the furnace becomes narrower at the top. Furthermore, an iron rod, bent to the shape of the mouth, is set into the lowest bar of the front. This mouth, just like that of the brick furnace, is a palm high and 5 digits wide. Then the front crossbar of the lower stage is perforated on each side of the mouth, and likewise the back one. Through these perforations there pass 2 iron rods, thus making altogether 4 bars in the lower stage, and these support an iron plate smeared with lute. Part of this plate also projects outside the furnace. The outside of the furnace from the lower stage to the upper is covered with iron plates, which are bound to the bars by iron wires, and smeared with lute to enable them to bear the heat of the fire as long as possible. As for the clay furnace, it must be made of fat, thick clay, medium so far as relates to its softness or hardness. This furnace has exactly the same height as the iron one, and its base is made of 2 earthenware tiles, 1 foot and 3 palms long and 1 foot and 1 palm wide. Each side of the forepart of both tiles is gradually cut away for the length of a palm, so that they are 1/2 foot and a digit wide, which part projects from the furnace. The tiles are about 1.5 digits thick. The walls are similarly of clay, and are set on the lower tiles at a distance of 1 digit from the edge, and support the upper tiles. The walls are 3 digits high and have 4 openings, each of which is about 3 digits high. Those of the back part and of each side are 5 digits wide, and of the front, 1.5 palms wide, to enable the freshly made cupels to be conveniently placed on the hearth, when it has been thoroughly warmed, that they may be dried there. Both tiles are bound on the outer edge with iron wire, pressed into them, so that they will be less easily broken. And the tiles, not unlike the iron bed plate, have 3 openings 3 digits long and 1 digit wide, in order that when the upper one on account of the heat of the fire or for some other reason has become damaged, the lower one may be exchanged and take its place. Through these holes, the ashes from the burning charcoal, as I have stated, fall down, and air blows into the furnace after passing through the openings in the walls of the chamber. The furnace is rectangular, and inside at the lower part it is 3 palms and 1 digit wide and 3 palms and as many digits long. At the upper part it is 2 palms and 3 digits wide, so that it also grows narrower. It is 1 foot high. In the middle of the back it is cut out at the bottom in the shape of a semicircle, of 1/2 digit radius. Not unlike the furnace before described, it has in its forepart a mouth which is rounded at the top, 1 palm high and 1 palm and 1 digit wide. Its door is also made of clay, and this has a window and a handle. Even the lid of the furnace, which is made of clay, has its own handle, fastened on with iron wire. The outer parts and sides of this furnace are bound with iron wires, which are usually pressed in the shape of triangles. The brick furnaces must remain stationary. The clay and iron ones can be carried from one place to another. Those of brick can be prepared more quickly, while those of iron are more lasting, and those of clay are more suitable. Assayers also make temporary furnaces in another way. They stand 3 bricks on a hearth, one on each side and a third one at the back. The forepart lies open to the draft, and on these bricks is placed an iron plate, upon which they again stand 3 bricks, which hold and retain the charcoal. The setting of one furnace differs from another, in that some are placed higher and others lower. That one is placed higher, in which the man who is assaying the ore or metals introduces the scorifier through the mouth with the tongs. That one is placed lower, into which he introduces the crucible through its open top. A. Iron hoop. B. Double bellows. C. Its nozzle. D. Lever. In some cases the assayer uses an iron hoop in place of a furnace. This is placed upon the hearth of a chimney, the lower edge being daubed with lute to prevent the blast of the bellows from escaping under it. If the blast is given slowly, the ore will be smelted and the copper will melt in the triangular crucible, which is placed in it and taken away again with the tongs. The hoop is 2 palms high and half a digit thick. Its diameter is generally 1 foot and 1 palm, and where the blast from the bellows enters into it, it is notched out. The bellows is a double one, such as goldworkers use, and sometimes smiths. In the middle of the bellows there is a board in which there is an air hole, 5 digits wide and 7 long, covered by a little flap which is fastened over the air hole on the lower side of the board. This flap is of equal length and width. The bellows, without its head, is 3 feet long, and at the back is 1 foot and 1 palm wide and somewhat rounded, and it is 3 palms wide at the head. The head itself is 3 palms long and 2 palms and a digit wide at the part where it joins the boards, then it gradually becomes narrower. The nozzle, of which there is only one, is 1 foot and 2 digits long. This nozzle, and 1/2 of the head in which the nozzle is fixed, are placed in an opening of the wall. This being 1 foot and 1 palm thick, it reaches only to the iron hoop on the hearth, for it does not project beyond the wall. The hide of the bellows is fixed to the bellows boards with its own peculiar kind of iron nails. It joins both bellows boards to the head, and over it there are cross strips of hide fixed to the bellows boards with broad-headed nails, and similarly fixed to the head. The middle board of the bellows rests on an iron bar, to which it is fastened with iron nails clinched on both ends, so that it cannot move. The iron bar is fixed between 2 upright posts, through which it penetrates. Higher up on these upright posts there is a wooden axle, with iron journals which revolve in the holes in the posts. In the middle of this axle there is mortised a lever, fixed with iron nails to prevent it from flying out. The lever is 5½ feet long, and its posterior end is engaged in the iron ring of an iron rod which reaches to the tail of the lowest bellows board, and there engages another similar ring. And so when the workman pulls down the lever, the lower part of the bellows is raised and drives the wind into the nozzle. Then the wind, penetrating through the hole in the middle bellows board, which is called the air hole, lifts up the upper part of the bellows, upon whose upper board is a piece of lead, heavy enough to press down that part of the bellows again. And this being pressed down blows a blast through the nozzle. This is the principle of the double bellows, which is peculiar to the iron hoop where are placed the triangular crucibles in which copper ore is smelted and copper is melted. A. Broad little windows of muffle. B. Narrow ones. C. Openings in the back thereof. I have spoken of the furnaces and the iron hoop. I will now speak of the muffles and the crucibles. The muffle is made of clay, in the shape of an inverted gutter tile. It covers the scorifiers, lest coal dust fall into them and interfere with the assay. It is 1.5 palms broad, and the height, which corresponds with the mouth of the furnace, is generally 1 palm, and it is nearly as long as the furnace. Only at the front end does it touch the mouth of the furnace. Everywhere else on the sides and at the back there is a space of 3 digits, to allow the charcoal to lie in the open space between it and the furnace. The muffle is as thick as a fairly thick earthen jar. Its upper part is entire, the back has 2 little windows, and each side has 2 or 3 or even 4, through which the heat passes into the scorifiers and melts the ore. In place of little windows, some muffles have small holes, 10 in the back and more on each side. Moreover, in the back below the little windows, or small holes, there are cut away 3 semicircular notches half a digit high, and on each side there are 4. The back of the muffle is generally a little lower than the front. A. Scorifier. B. Triangular crucible. C. Cupel. The crucibles differ in the materials from which they are made, because they are made of either clay or ashes, and those of clay, which we also call earthen, differ in shape and size. Some are made in the shape of a moderately thick salver, scorifiers, 3 digits wide, and of a capacity of an uncia measure. In these the ore mixed with fluxes is melted, and they are used by those who assay gold or silver ore. Some are triangular and much thicker and more capacious, holding 5, or 6, or even more uncia. In these copper is melted, so that it can be poured out, expanded, and tested with fire, and in these copper ore is usually melted. The cupels are made of ashes. Like the preceding scorifiers, they are tray-shaped, and their lower part is very thick but their capacity is less. In these lead is separated from silver, and by them assays are concluded. Inasmuch as the assayers themselves make the cupels, something must be said about the material from which they are made, and the method of making them. Some make them out of all kinds of ordinary ashes. These are not good, because ashes of this kind contain a certain amount of fat, whereby such cupels are easily broken when they are hot. Others make them likewise out of any kind of ashes which have been previously leached. Of this kind are the ashes into which warm water has been infused for the purpose of making lye. These ashes, after being dried in the sun or a furnace, are sifted in a hair sieve. And although warm water washes away the fat from the ashes, still the cupels which are made from such ashes are not very good because they often contain charcoal dust, sand, and pebbles. Some make them in the same way out of any kind of ashes, but first of all pour water into the ashes and remove the scum which floats thereon. Then, after it has become clear, they pour away the water, and dry the ashes. They then sift them and make the cupels from them. These, indeed, are good, but not of the best quality, because ashes of this kind are also not devoid of small pebbles and sand. To enable cupels of the best quality to be made, all the impurities must be removed from the ashes. These impurities are of 2 kinds. The one sort light, to which class belong charcoal dust and fatty material and other things which float in water, the other sort heavy, such as small stones, fine sand, and any other materials which settle in the bottom of a vessel. Therefore, first of all, water should be poured into the ashes and the light impurities removed, then the ashes should be kneaded with the hands, so that they will become properly mixed with the water. When the water has become muddy and turbid, it should be poured into a second vessel. In this way the small stones and fine sand, or any other heavy substance which may be there, remain in the first vessel, and should be thrown away. When all the ashes have settled in this second vessel, which will be shown if the water has become clear and does not taste of the flavor of lye, the water should be thrown away. And the ashes which have settled in the vessel should be dried in the sun or in a furnace. This material is suitable for the cupels, especially if it is the ash of beech wood or other wood which has a small annual growth. Those ashes made from twigs and limbs of vines, which have rapid annual growth, are not so good, for the cupels made from them, since they are not sufficiently dry, frequently crack and break in the fire and absorb the metals. If ashes of beech or similar wood are not to be had, the assayer makes little balls of such ashes as he can get, after they have been cleared of impurities in the manner before described, and puts them in a baker's or potter's oven to burn. And from these the cupels are made, because the fire consumes whatever fat or damp there may be. As to all kinds of ashes, the older they are the better, for it is necessary that they should have the greatest possible dryness. For this reason ashes obtained from burned bones, especially from the bones of the heads of animals, are the most suitable for cupels, as are also those ashes obtained from the horns of deer and the spines of fishes. Lastly, some take the ashes which are obtained from burnt scrapings of leather, when the tanners scrape the hides to clear them from hair. Some prefer to use compounds, that one being recommended which has 1.5 parts of ashes from the bones of animals or the spines of fishes, and 1 part of beech ashes, and half a part of ashes of burnt hide scrapings. From this mixture good cupels are made, though far better ones are obtained from equal portions of ashes of burnt hide scrapings, ashes of the bones of heads of sheep and calves, and ashes of deer horns. But the best of all are produced from deer horns alone, burnt to powder. This kind, by reason of its extreme dryness, absorbs metals least of all. Assayers of our own day, however, generally make the cupels from beech ashes. These ashes, after being prepared in the manner just described, are first of all sprinkled with beer or water, to make them stick together, and are then ground in a small mortar. They are ground again after being mixed with the ashes obtained from the skulls of beasts or from the spines of fishes. The more the ashes are ground the better they are. Some rub bricks and sprinkle the dust so obtained, after sifting it, into the beech ashes, for dust of this kind does not allow the hearthlead to absorb the gold or silver by eating away the cupels. Others, to guard against the same thing, moisten the cupels with white of egg after they have been made, and when they have been dried in the sun, again crush them, especially if they want to assay in it an ore of copper which contains iron. Some moisten the ashes again and again with cow's milk, and dry them, and grind them in a small mortar, and then mold the cupels. In the works in which silver is separated from copper, they make cupels from 2 parts of the ashes of the crucible of the cupellation furnace, for these ashes are very dry, and from 1 part of bone ash. Cupels which have been made in these ways also need to be placed in the sun or in a furnace. Afterward, in whatever way they have been made, they must be kept a long time in dry places, for the older they are, the drier and better they are. A. Little mold. B. Inverted mold. C. Pestle. D. Its knob. E. Second pestle. Not only potters, but also the assayers themselves, make scorifiers and triangular crucibles. They make them out of fatty clay, which is dry, and neither hard nor soft. With this clay they mix the dust of old broken crucibles, or of burnt and worn bricks. Then they knead with a pestle the clay thus mixed with dust, and then dry it. As to these crucibles, the older they are, the drier and better they are. The molds in which the cupels are molded are of 2 kinds, that is, a smaller size and a larger size. In the smaller ones are made the cupels in which silver or gold is purged from the lead which has absorbed it. In the larger ones are made cupels in which silver is separated from copper and lead. Both molds are made out of brass and have no bottom, in order that the cupels can be taken out of them whole. The pestles also are of 2 kinds, smaller and larger, each likewise of brass, and from the lower end of them there projects a round knob, and this alone is pressed into the mold and makes the hollow part of the cupel. The part which is next to the knob corresponds to the upper part of the mold. So much for these matters. I will now speak of the preparation of the ore for assaying. It is prepared by roasting, burning, crushing, and washing. It is necessary to take a fixed weight of ore in order that one may determine how great a portion of it these preparations consume. The hard stone containing the metal is burned in order that, when its hardness has been overcome, it can be crushed and washed. Indeed, the very hardest kind, before it is burned, is sprinkled with vinegar, in order that it may more rapidly soften in the fire. The soft stone should be broken with a hammer, crushed in a mortar and reduced to powder. Then it should be washed and then dried again. If earth is mixed with the mineral, it is washed in a basin, and that which settles is assayed in the fire after it is dried. All mining products which are washed must again be dried. But ore which is rich in metal is neither burned nor crushed nor washed, but is roasted, lest that method of preparation should lose some of the metal. When the fires have been kindled, this kind of ore is roasted in an enclosed pot, which is stopped up with loot. A less valuable ore is even burned on a hearth, being placed upon the charcoal. For we do not make a great expenditure upon metals, if they are not worth it. However, I will go into fuller details as to all these methods of preparing ore, both a little later, and in the. For the present, I have decided to explain those things which mining people usually call fluxes because they are added to ores, not only for assaying, but also for smelting. Great power is discovered in all these fluxes, but we do not see the same effects produced in every case, and some are of a very complicated nature. For when they have been mixed with the ore and are melted in either the assay or the smelting furnace, some of them, because they melt easily, to some extent melt the ore. Others, because they either make the ore very hot or penetrate into it, greatly assist the fire in separating the impurities from the metals, and they also mix the fused part with the lead. Or they partly protect from the fire the ore whose metal contents would be either consumed in the fire, or carried up with the fumes and fly out of the furnace. Some fluxes absorb the metals. To the first order belongs lead, whether it be reduced to little granules or resolved into ash by fire, or red lead, or ochre made from lead, or litharge, or hearth lead, or galena. Also copper, the same either roasted or in leaves or filings, also the slags of gold, silver, copper, and lead, also soda, its slags, saltpetre, burned alum, vitriol, sal tostus, and melted salt. Stones which easily melt in hot furnaces, the sand which is made from them, soft tophus, and a certain white schist. But lead, its ashes, red lead, ochre, and litharge, are more efficacious for ores which melt easily. Hearth lead for those which melt with difficulty, and galena for those which melt with greater difficulty. To the second order belong iron filings, their slag, sal artificiosus, argol, dried lees of vinegar, and the lees of the aqua which separates gold from silver. These lees and sal artificiosus have the power of penetrating into ore, the argol to a considerable degree, the lees of vinegar to a greater degree, but most of all those of the aqua which separates gold from silver. Filings and slags of iron, since they melt more slowly, have the power of heating the ore. To the third order belong pyrites, the cakes which are melted from them, soda, its slags, salt, iron scales, iron filings, iron slags, vitriol, the sand which is resolved from stones which easily melt in the fire, and tophus. But first of all are pyrites and the cakes which are melted from it, for they absorb the metals of the ore and guard them from the fire which consumes them. To the fourth order belong lead and copper, and their relations. And so with regard to fluxes, it is manifest that some are natural, others fall in the category of slags, and the rest are purged from slag. When we assay ores, we can without great expense add to them a small portion of any sort of flux, but when we smelt them we cannot add a large portion without great expense. We must, therefore, consider how great the cost is, to avoid incurring a greater expense on smelting an ore than the profit we make out of the metals which it yields. The color of the fumes which the ore emits after being placed on a hot shovel or an iron plate, indicates what flux is needed in addition to the lead, for the purpose of either assaying or smelting. If the fumes have a purple tint, it is best of all, and the ore does not generally require any flux whatever. If the fumes are blue, there should be added cakes melted out of pyrites or other cupriferous rock. If yellow, litharge and sulfur should be added; if red, glass galls and salt; if green, then cakes melted from cupriferous stones, litharge and glass galls; if the fumes are black, melted salt or iron slag, litharge and white lime rock. If they are white, sulfur and iron which is eaten with rust; if they are white with green patches, iron slag and sand obtained from stones which easily melt. If the middle part of the fumes are yellow and thick, but the outer parts green, the same sand and iron slag. The color of the fumes not only gives us information as to the proper remedies which should be applied to each ore, but also more or less indication as to the solidified juices which are mixed with it, and which give forth such fumes. Generally, blue fumes signify that the ore contains azure yellow, orpiment; red, realgar; green, chrysocolla; black bitumen; white, tin; white with green patches, the same mixed with chrysocolla. The middle part yellow and other parts green show that it contains sulfur. Earth, however, and other things dug up which contain metals, sometimes emit similarly colored fumes. If the ore contains any stibium, then iron slag is added to it. If pyrites, then are added cakes melted from a cupriferous stone and sand made from stones which easily melt. If the ore contains iron, then pyrites and sulfur are added. For just as iron slag is the flux for an ore mixed with sulfur, so on the contrary, to a gold or silver ore containing iron, from which they are not easily separated, is added sulfur and sand made from stones which easily melt. Sal artificiosus suitable for use in assaying ore is made in many ways. By the first method, equal portions of argol, lees of vinegar, and urine are all boiled down together till turned into salt. The second method is from equal portions of the ashes which wool dyers use, of lime, of argol purified, and of melted salt. 1 libra of each of these ingredients is thrown into 20 librae of urine. Then all are boiled down to 1/3 and strained, and afterward there is added to what remains 1 libra and 4 unce of unmelted salt, 8 pounds of lye being at the same time poured into the pots, with litharge smeared around on the inside. And the whole is boiled till the salt becomes thoroughly dry. The third method follows. Unmelted salt, and iron which is eaten with rust, are put into a vessel, and after urine has been poured in, it is covered with a lid and put in a warm place for 30 days. Then the iron is washed in the urine and taken out, and the residue is boiled until it is turned into salt. In the fourth method by which sal artificiosus is prepared, the lye made from equal portions of lime and the ashes which wool dyers use, together with equal portions of salt, soap, white argol, and saltpetre, are boiled until in the end the mixture evaporates and becomes salt. This salt is mixed with the concentrates from washing, to melt them. Saltpetre is prepared in the following manner, in order that it may be suitable for use in assaying ore. It is placed in a pot which is smeared on the inside with litharge, and lye made of quicklime is repeatedly poured over it, and it is heated until the fire consumes it. Wherefore the saltpetre does not kindle with the fire, since it has absorbed the lime which preserves it, and thus it is prepared. The following compositions are recommended to smelt all ores which the heat of fire breaks up or melts only with difficulty. Of these, one is made from stones of the third order, which easily melt when thrown into hot furnaces. They are crushed into pure white powder, and with half an uncia of this powder there are mixed 2 unce of yellow litharge, likewise crushed. This mixture is put into a scorifier large enough to hold it, and placed under the muffle of a hot furnace. When the charge flows like water, which occurs after half an hour, it is taken out of the furnace and poured onto a stone, and when it has hardened it has the appearance of glass, and this is likewise crushed. This powder is sprinkled over any metalliferous ore which does not easily melt when we are assaying it, and it causes the slag to exude. Others, in place of litharge, substitute lead ash, which is made in the following way. Sulfur is thrown into lead which has been melted in a crucible, and it soon becomes covered with a sort of scum. When this is removed, sulfur is again thrown in, and the skin which forms is again taken off. This is frequently repeated, in fact until all the lead is turned into powder. There is a powerful flux compound which is made from 1 uncia each of prepared saltpetre, melted salt, glass gall, and argol, and 1/3 of an uncia of litharge and a bess of glass ground to powder. This flux, being added to an equal weight of ore, liquefies it. A more powerful flux is made by placing together in a pot, smeared on the inside with litharge, equal portions of white argol, common salt, and prepared saltpetre, and these are heated until a white powder is obtained from them. And this is mixed with as much litharge. 1 part of this compound is mixed with 2 parts of the ore which is to be assayed. A still more powerful flux than this is made out of ashes of black lead, saltpetre, orpiment, stibium, and dried lees of the aqua with which gold workers separate gold from silver. The ashes of lead are made from 1 pound of lead and 1 pound of sulfur. The lead is flattened out into sheets by pounding with a hammer, and placed alternately with sulfur in a crucible or pot, and they are heated together until the fire consumes the sulfur and the lead turns to ashes. 1 libra of crushed saltpetre is mixed with 1 libra of orpiment similarly ground to powder, and the two are cooked in an iron pan until they liquefy. They are then poured out, and after cooling are again ground to powder. A libra of stibium and a bess of the dried lees, of what, are placed alternately in a crucible and heated to the point at which they form a button, which is similarly reduced to powder. A bess of this powder and 1 libra of the ashes of lead, as well as a libra of powder made out of the saltpetre and orpiment, are mixed together and a powder is made from them. 1 part of which added to 2 parts of or liquefies it and cleanses it of dross. But the most powerful flux is one which has 2 drachmae of sulfur and as much glass galls, and half an uncia of each of the following: stibium, salt obtained from boiled urine, melted common salt, prepared saltpetre, litharge, vitriol, argol. Salt obtained from ashes of musk ivy, dried leaves of the aqua by which gold workers separate gold from silver, alum reduced by fire to powder, and 1 uncia of camphor combined with sulfur and ground into powder. A half or whole portion of this mixture, as the necessity of the case requires, is mixed with 1 portion of the ore and 2 portions of lead, and put in a scorifier. It is sprinkled with powder of crushed Venetian glass, and when the mixture has been heated for 1.5 hours or 2 hours, a button will settle in the bottom of the scorifier, and from it the lead is soon separated. There is also a flux which separates sulfur, orpiment and realgar from metalliferous ore. This flux is composed of equal portions of iron slag, white tophus, and salt. After these juices have been secreted, the ores themselves are melted, with argol added to them. There is one flux which preserves stibium from the fire, that the fire may not consume it, and which preserves the metals from the stibium. And this is composed of equal portions of sulfur, prepared saltpetre, melted salt, and vitriol, heated together and lie until no odor emanates from the sulfur, which occurs after a space of 3 or 4 hours. It is also worth while to substitute certain other mixtures. Take 2 portions of ore properly prepared, 1 portion of iron filings, and likewise 1 portion of salt, and mix, then put them into a scorifier and place them in a muffle furnace. When they are reduced by the fire and run together, a button will settle in the bottom of the scorifier. Or else take equal portions of ore and of lead ochre, and mix with them a small quantity of iron filings, and put them into a scorifier, then scatter iron filings over the mixture. Or else take ore which has been ground to powder and sprinkle it in a crucible, and then sprinkle over it an equal quantity of salt that has been 3 or 4 times moistened with urine and dried. Then, again and again alternately, powdered ore and salt. Next, after the crucible has been covered with a lid and sealed, it is placed upon burning charcoal. Or else take 1 portion of ore, 1 portion of minute lead granules, half a portion of Venetian glass, and the same quantity of glass galls. Or else take 1 portion of ore, 1 portion of lead granules, half a portion of salt, 1/4 of a portion of argol, and the same quantity of lees of the aqua which separates gold from silver. Or else take equal portions of prepared ore and a powder in which there are equal portions of very minute lead granules, melted salt, stibium and iron slag. Or else take equal portions of gold ore, vitriol, argol, and of salt. So much for the fluxes. In the assay furnace, when it has been prepared in the way in which I have described, is first placed a muffle. Then selected pieces of live charcoals are laid on it, for, from pieces of inferior quality, a great quantity of ash collects around the muffle and hinders the action of the fire. Then the scorifiers are placed under the muffle with tongs, and glowing coals are placed under the forepart of the muffle to warm the scorifiers more quickly. And when the lead or ore is to be placed in the scorifiers, they are taken out again with the tongs. When the scorifiers glow in the heat, first of all the ash or small charcoals, if any have fallen into them, should be blown away with an iron pipe 2 feet long and a digit in diameter. This same thing must be done if ash or small coal has fallen into the cuppels. Next, put in a small ball of lead with the tongs, and when this lead has begun to be turned into fumes and consumed, add to it the prepared ore wrapped in paper. It is preferable that the assayer should wrap it in paper, and in this way put it in the scorifier, than that he should drop it in with a copper ladle, for when the scorifiers are small, if he uses a ladle he frequently spills some part of the ore. When the paper is burnt, he stirs the ore with a small charcoal held in the tongs, so that the lead may absorb the metal which is mixed in the ore. When this mixture has taken place, the slag partly adheres by its circumference to the scorifier and makes a kind of black ring, and partly floats on the lead in which is mixed the gold or silver, then the slag must be removed from it. The lead used must be entirely free from every trace of silver, as is that which is known as vilescence. But if this kind is not obtainable, the lead must be assayed separately, to determine with certainty that proportion of silver it contains, so that it may be deducted from the calculation of the ore, and the result be exact. For unless such lead be used, the assay will be false and misleading. A. Claws of the tongs. B. Iron, giving form of an egg. C. Opening. The lead balls are made with a pair of iron tongs, about 1 foot long. Its iron claws are so formed that when pressed together they are egg-shaped. Each claw contains a hollow cup, and when the claws are closed there extends upward from the cup a passage, so there are two openings, one of which leads to each hollow cup. And so when the molten lead is poured in through the openings, it flows down into the hollow cup, and two balls are formed by one pouring. In this place I ought not to omit mention of another method of assaying employed by some assayers. They first of all place prepared ore in the scorifiers and heat it, and afterward they add the lead. Of this method I cannot approve, for in this way the ore frequently becomes cemented, and for this reason it does not stir easily afterward, and is very slow in mixing with the lead. If the whole space of the furnace covered by the muffle is not filled with scorifiers, cupels are put in the empty space, in order that they may become warmed in the meantime. Sometimes, however, it is filled with scorifiers, when we are assaying many different ores, or many portions of one ore at the same time. Although the cupels are usually dried in 1 hour, yet smaller ones are done more quickly, and the larger ones more slowly. Unless the cupels are heated before the metal mixed with lead is placed in them, they frequently break, and the lead always sputters and sometimes leaps out of them. If the cupel is broken or the lead leaps out of it, it is necessary to assay another portion of ore. But if the lead only sputters, then the cupels should be covered with broad thin pieces of glowing charcoal, and when the lead strikes these, it falls back again, and thus the mixture is slowly exhaled. Further, if in the cupellation the lead which is in the mixture is not consumed, but remains fixed and set, and is covered by a kind of skin, this is a sign that it has not been heated by a sufficiently hot fire. Put into the mixture, therefore, a dry pine stick, or a twig of a similar tree, and hold it in the hand in order that it can be drawn away when it has been heated. Then take care that the heat is sufficient and equal. If the heat has not passed all round the charge, as it should when everything is done rightly, but causes it to have a lengthened shape, so that it appears to have a tail, this is a sign that the heat is deficient where the tail lies. Small iron hook. Then in order that the cupel may be equally heated by the fire, turn it around with a small iron hook, whose handle is likewise made of iron and is 1.5 feet long. Next, if the mixture has not enough lead, add as much of it as is required with the iron tongs, or with the brass ladle to which is fastened a very long handle. In order that the charge may not be cooled, warm the lead beforehand. But it is better at first to add as much lead as is required to the ore which needs melting, rather than afterward when the melting has been half finished, that the whole quantity may not vanish in fumes, but part of it remain fast. When the heat of the fire has nearly consumed the lead, then is the time when the gold and silver gleam in their varied colors, and when all the lead has been consumed the gold or silver settles in the cupel. Then as soon as possible remove the cupel out of the furnace, and take the button out of it while it is still warm, in order that it does not adhere to the ashes. This generally happens if the button is already cold when it is taken out. If the ashes do adhere to it, do not scrape it with a knife, lest some of it be lost and the assay be erroneous, but squeeze it with the iron tongs, so that the ashes drop off through the pressure. Finally, it is of advantage to make 2 or 3 assays of the same ore at the same time, in order that if by chance one is not successful, the second, or in any event the third, may be certain. A. Handle of tablet. B. Its crack. While the assayer is assaying the ore, in order to prevent the great heat of the fire from injuring his eyes, it will be useful for him always to have ready a thin wooden tablet, 2 palms wide, with a handle by which it may be held, and with a slit down the middle in order that he may look through it as through a crack, since it is necessary for him to look frequently within and carefully to consider everything. Now the lead which has absorbed the silver from a metallic ore is consumed in the cupel by the heat in the space of 3/4 of an hour. When the assays are completed the muffle is taken out of the furnace, and the ashes removed with an iron shovel, not only from the brick and iron furnaces, but also from the earthen one, so that the furnace need not be removed from its foundation. From ore placed in the triangular crucible a button is melted out, from which metal is afterward made. First of all, glowing charcoal is put into the iron hoop, then is put in the triangular crucible, which contains the ore together with those things which can liquefy it and purge it of its dross. Then the fire is blown with the double bellows, and the ore is heated until the button settles in the bottom of the crucible. We have explained that there are 2 methods of assaying ore, 1. by which the lead is mixed with ore in the scorifier and afterward again separated from it in the cupel. The other, by which it is first melted in the triangular earthen crucible and afterward mixed with lead in the scorifier, and later separated from it in the cupel. Now let us consider which is more suitable for each or, if neither is suitable, by what other method in one way or another we can assay it. We justly begin with a gold ore, which we assay by both methods, for if it is rich and seems not to be strongly resistant to fire, but to liquefy easily, 1 centimpondium of it, known to us as the lesser weights, together with 1½ or 2 uncii of lead of the larger weights, are mixed together and placed in the scorifier, and the two are heated in the fire until they are well mixed. But since such an ore sometimes resists melting, add a little salt to it, either sal torrefactus or sal artificiosus, for this will subdue it, and prevent the alloy from collecting much dross. Stir it frequently with an iron rod, in order that the lead may flow around the gold on every side, and absorb it and cast out the waste. When this has been done, take out the alloy and cleanse it of slag. Then place it in the cupel and heat it until it exhales all the lead, and a bead of gold settles in the bottom. If the gold ore is seen not to be easily melted in the fire, roast it and extinguish it with brine. Do this again and again, for the more often you roast it and extinguish it, the more easily the ore can be crushed fine, and the more quickly does it melt in the fire and give up whatever dross it possesses. Mix 1 part of this ore, when it has been roasted, crushed, and washed, with 3 parts of some powder compound which melts ore, and 6 parts of lead. Put the charge into the triangular crucible, place it in the iron hoop to which the double bellows reaches, and heat first in a slow fire, and afterward gradually in a fiercer fire, till it melts and flows like water. If the ore does not melt, add to it a little more of these fluxes, mixed with an equal portion of yellow litharge, and stir it with a hot iron rod until it all melts. Then take the crucible out of the hoop, shake off the button when it has cooled, and when it has been cleansed, melt first in the scorifier and afterward in the cupel. Finally, rub the gold which has settled in the bottom of the cupel, after it has been taken out and cooled, on the touchstone, in order to find out what proportion of silver it contains. Another method is to put a centimpondium, of the lesser weights, of gold ore into the triangular crucible, and add to it a drachma, of the larger weights, of glass galls. If it resists melting, add half a drachma of roasted argol, and if even then it resists, add the same quantity of roasted lees of vinegar, or lees of the aqua which separates gold from silver. And the button will settle in the bottom of the crucible. Melt this button again in the scorifier and a 3rd time in the cupel. We determine in the following way, before it is melted in the muffle furnace, whether perites contains gold in it or not, if, after being 3 times roasted and 3 times quenched in sharp vinegar, it has not broken nor changed its color. There is gold in it. The vinegar by which it is quenched should be mixed with salt that is put in it, and frequently stirred and dissolved for 3 days. Nor is perites devoid of gold, when, after being roasted and then rubbed on the touchstone, it colors the touchstone in the same way that it colored it when rubbed in its crude state. Nor is gold lacking in that, whose concentrates from washing, when heated in the fire, easily melt, giving forth little smell and remaining bright. Such concentrates are heated in the fire in a hollowed piece of charcoal covered over with another charcoal. We also assay gold ore without fire, but more often it's sand or the concentrates which have been made by washing, or the dust gathered up by some other means. A little of it is slightly moistened with water and heated until it begins to exhale an odor, and then to 1 portion of ore are placed 2 portions of quicksilver in a wooden dish as deep as a basin. They are mixed together with a little brine, and are then ground with a wooden pestle for the space of 2 hours, until the mixture becomes of the thickness of dough. And the quicksilver can no longer be distinguished from the concentrates made by the washing, or the concentrates from the quicksilver. Warm, or at least tepid, water is poured into the dish and the material is washed until the water runs out clear. Afterward cold water is poured into the same dish, and soon the quicksilver, which has absorbed all the gold, runs together into a separate place away from the rest of the concentrates made by washing. The quicksilver is afterward separated from the gold by means of a pot covered with soft leather, or with canvas made of woven threads of cotton. The amalgam is poured into the middle of the cloth or leather, which sags about 1 hand's breadth. Next, the leather is folded over and tied with a wax string, and the dish catches the quicksilver which is squeezed through it. As for the gold which remains in the leather, it is placed in a scorifier and purified by being placed near glowing coals. Others do not wash away the dirt with warm water, but with strong lye and vinegar, for they pour these liquids into the pot, and also throw into it the quicksilver mixed with the concentrates made by washing. Then they set the pot in a warm place, and after 24 hours pour out the liquids with the dirt, and separate the quicksilver from the gold in the manner which I have described. Then they pour urine into a jar set in the ground, and in the jar place a pot with holes in the bottom, and in the pot they place the gold, then the lid is put on and cemented, and it is joined with the jar. They afterward heat it till the pot glows red. After it has cooled, if there is copper in the gold they melt it with lead in a cupel, that the copper may be separated from it. But if there is silver in the gold they separate them by means of the aqua which has the power of parting these two metals. There are some who, when they separate gold from quicksilver, do not pour the amalgam into a leather, but put it into a gourd-shaped earthen vessel, which they place in the furnace and heat gradually over burning charcoal. Next, with an iron plate, they cover the opening of the operculum, which exudes vapor, and as soon as it has ceased to exude, they smear it with lute and heat it for a short time. Then they remove the operculum from the pot, and wipe off the quicksilver which adheres to it with a hare's foot, and preserve it for future use. By the latter method, a greater quantity of quicksilver is lost, and by the former method, a smaller quantity. If an ore is rich in silver, as is rudous silver, frequently silver glance, or rarely ruby silver, gray silver, black silver, brown silver, or yellow silver, as soon as it is cleansed and heated. A centimpondium, of the lesser weights, of it is placed in an uncia of molten lead in a cupel, and is heated until the lead exhales. But if the ore is of poor or moderate quality, it must first be dried, then crushed, and then to a centimpondium, of the lesser weights, an uncia of lead is added, and it is heated in the scorifier until it melts. If it is not soon melted by the fire, it should be sprinkled with a little powder of the first order of fluxes, and if then it does not melt, more is added little by little until it melts and exudes its slag. That this result may be reached sooner, the powder which has been sprinkled over it should be stirred in with an iron rod. When the scorifier has been taken out of the assay furnace, the alloy should be poured into a hole in a baked brick. And when it has cooled and been cleansed of the slag, it should be placed in a cupel and heated until it exhales all its lead. The weight of silver which remains in the cupel indicates what proportion of silver is contained in the ore. We assay copper or without lead, for if it is melted with it, the copper usually exhales and is lost. Therefore, a certain weight of such an ore is first roasted in a hot fire for about 6 or 8 hours. Next, when it has cooled, it is crushed and washed. Then the concentrates made by washing are again roasted, crushed, washed, dried, and weighed. The portion which it has lost whilst it is being roasted and washed is taken into account, and these concentrates by washing represent the cake which will be melted out of the copper ore. Place 3 centimpondia, lesser weights, of this, mixed with 3 centimpondia, lesser weights, each of copper scales, saltpetre, and Venetian glass, mixed, into the triangular crucible. And place it in the iron hoop which is set on the hearth in front of the double bellows. Cover the crucible with charcoal in such a way that nothing may fall into the ore which is to be melted, and so that it may melt more quickly. At first blow a gentle blast with the bellows in order that the ore may be heated gradually in the fire. Then blow strongly till it melts, and the fire consumes that which has been added to it, and the ore itself exudes whatever slag it possesses. Next, cool the crucible which has been taken out, and when this is broken you will find the copper. Weigh this, in order to ascertain how great a portion of the ore the fire has consumed. Some ore is only once roasted, crushed, and washed. And of this kind of concentrates, 3 centimpondia, lesser weights, are taken with 1 centimpondium each of common salt, argol, and glass galls. Heat them in the triangular crucible, and when the mixture has cooled a button of pure copper will be found, if the ore is rich in this metal. If, however, it is less rich, a stony lump results, with which the copper is intermixed. This lump is again roasted, crushed, and, after adding stones which easily melt and saltpetre, it is again melted in another crucible, and there settles in the bottom of the crucible a button of pure copper. If you wish to know what proportion of silver is in this copper button, melt it in a cupel after adding lead. With regard to this test I will speak later. Those who wish to know quickly what portion of silver the copper ore contains, roast the ore, crush and wash it, then mix a little yellow litharge with 1 centimpondium, lesser weights, of the concentrates, and put the mixture into a scorifier, which they place under the muffle in a hot furnace for the space of half an hour. When the slag exudes, by reason of the melting force which is in the litharge, they take the scorifier out. When it has cooled, they cleanse it of slag and again crush it, and with 1 centimpondium of it they mix 1½ unce of lead granules. They then put it into another scorifier, which they place under the muffle in a hot furnace, adding to the mixture a little of the powder of some one of the fluxes which cause ore to melt. When it has melted they take it out, and after it has cooled, cleanse it of slag. Lastly, they heat it in the cupel till it has exhaled all of the lead, and only silver remains. Lead ore may be assayed by this method. Crush half an uncia of pure lead stone and the same quantity of the chrysocolla which they call borax, mix them together, place them in a crucible, and put a glowing coal in the middle of it. As soon as the borax crackles and the lead stone melts, which soon occurs, remove the coal from the crucible, and the lead will settle to the bottom of it, weigh it out, and take account of that portion of it which the fire has consumed. If you also wish to know what portion of silver is contained in the lead, melt the lead in the cupel until all of it exhales. Another way is to roast the lead ore, of whatsoever quality it be, wash it, and put into the crucible 1 centimpondium of the concentrates, together with 3 centimpondia of the powdered compound which melts ore, mixed together, and place it in the iron hoop that it may melt. When it has cooled, cleanse it of its slag, and complete the test as I have already said. Another way is to take 2 unce of prepared ore, 5 drachmae of roasted copper, 1 uncia of glass, or glass galls reduced to powder, a semi-uncia of salt, and mix them. Put the mixture into the triangular crucible, and heat it over a gentle fire to prevent it from breaking. When the mixture has melted, blow the fire vigorously with the bellows. Then take the crucible off the live coals and let it cool in the open air. Do not pour water on it, lest the lead button being acted upon by the excessive cold should become mixed with the slag, and the assay in this way be erroneous. When the crucible has cooled, you will find in the bottom of it the lead button. Another way is to take 2 unce of ore, a semi-uncia of litharge, 2 drachmae of Venetian glass and a semi-uncia of saltpetre. If there is difficulty in melting the ore, add to it iron filings, which, since they increase the heat, easily separate the waste from lead and other metals. By the last way, lead ore properly prepared is placed in the crucible, and there is added to it only the sand made from stones which easily melt, or iron filings, and then the assay is completed as formerly. You can assay tin ore by the following method. First roast it, then crush, and afterward wash it. The concentrates are again roasted, crushed, and washed. Mix 1½ centimpondia of this with 1 centimpondium of the chrysocolla which they call borax. From the mixture, when it has been moistened with water, make a lump. Afterwards, perforate a large round piece of charcoal, making this opening a palm deep, 3 digits wide on the upper side and narrower on the lower side. When the charcoal is put in its place the latter should be on the bottom and the former uppermost. Let it be placed in a crucible, and let glowing coal be put round it on all sides. When the perforated piece of coal begins to burn, the lump is placed in the upper part of the opening, and it is covered with a wide piece of glowing coal, and after many pieces of coal have been put round it, a hot fire is blown up with the bellows, until all the tin has run out of the lower opening of the charcoal into the crucible. Another way is to take a large piece of charcoal, hollow it out, and smear it with lute, that the ore may not leap out when white hot. Next, make a small hole through the middle of it, then fill up the large opening with small charcoal, and put the ore upon this. Put fire in the small hole and blow the fire with the nozzle of a hand bellows. Place the piece of charcoal in a small crucible, smeared with lute, in which, when the melting is finished, you will find a button of tin. In assaying bismuth ore, place pieces of ore in the scorifier, and put it under the muffle in a hot furnace. As soon as they are heated, they drip with bismuth, which runs together into a button. Quicksilver ore is usually tested by mixing 1 part of broken ore with 3 parts of charcoal dust and a handful of salt. Put the mixture into a crucible or a pot or a jar, cover it with a lid, seal it with lute, place it on glowing charcoal, and as soon as a burnt cinnabar color shows in it, take out the vessel. For if you continue the heat too long, the mixture exhales the quicksilver with the fumes. The quicksilver itself, when it has become cool, is found in the bottom of the crucible or other vessel. Another way is to place broken ore in a gourd-shaped earthen vessel, put it in the assay furnace, and cover with an operculum which has a long spout. Under the spout, put an ampulla to receive the quicksilver which distills. Cold water should be poured into the ampulla, so that the quicksilver which has been heated by the fire may be continuously cooled and gathered together, for the quicksilver is borne over by the force of the fire, and flows down through the spout of the operculum into the ampulla. We also assay quicksilver ore in the very same way in which we smelt it. This I will explain in its proper place. Lastly, we assay iron ore in the forge of a blacksmith. Such ore is burned, crushed, washed, and dried. A magnet is laid over the concentrates, and the particles of iron are attracted to it. These are wiped off with a brush, and are caught in a crucible, the magnet being continually passed over the concentrates and the particles wiped off, so long as there remain any particles which the magnet can attract to it. These particles are heated in the crucible with saltpetre until they melt, and an iron button is melted out of them. If the magnet easily and quickly attracts the particles to it, we infer that the ore is rich in iron, if slowly, that it is poor. If it appears actually to repel the ore, then it contains little or no iron. This is enough for the assaying of ores. I will now speak of the assaying of the metal alloys. This is done both by coiners and merchants who buy and sell metal, and by miners, but most of all by the owners and mine masters, and by the owners and masters of the works in which the metals are smelted, or in which one metal is parted from another. First I will describe the way assays are usually made to ascertain what portion of precious metal is contained in base metal. Gold and silver are now reckoned as precious metals and all the others as base metals. Once upon a time the base metals were burned up, in order that the precious metals should be left pure. The ancients even discovered by such burning what portion of gold was contained in silver, and in this way all the silver was consumed, which was no small loss. However, the famous mathematician, Archimedes, to gratify King Hiero, invented a method of testing the silver, which was not very rapid, and was more accurate for testing a large mass than a small one. This I will explain in my commentaries. The alchemists have shown us a way of separating silver from gold by which neither of them is lost. Gold which contains silver, or silver which contains gold, is first rubbed on the touchstone. Then a needle in which there is a similar amount of gold or silver is rubbed on the same touchstone, and from the lines which are produced in this way, is perceived what portion of silver there is in the gold, or what portion of gold there is in the silver. Next there is added to the silver which is in the gold, enough silver to make it 3 times as much as the gold. Then lead is placed in a cupel and melted. A little later, a small amount of copper is put in it, in fact, half an uncia of it, or half an uncia and a sicilicus, of the smaller weights, if the gold or silver does not contain any copper. The cupel, when the lead and copper are wanting, attracts the particles of gold and silver, and absorbs them. Finally, 1/3 of a libra of the gold, and 1 libra of the silver must be placed together in the same cupel and melted. For if the gold and silver were first placed in the cupel and melted, as I have already said, it absorbs particles of them, and the gold, when separated from the silver, will not be found pure. These metals are heated until the lead and the copper are consumed, and again, the same weight of each is melted in the same manner in another cupel. The buttons are pounded with a hammer and flattened out, and each little leaf is shaped in the form of a tube, and each is put into a small glass ampulla. Over these there is poured 1 uncia and 1 drachma, of the large weight, of the 3rd quality aqua valens, which I will describe in the. This is heated over a slow fire, and small bubbles, resembling pearls in shape, will be seen to adhere to the tubes. The redder the aqua appears, the better it is judged to be. When the redness has vanished, small white bubbles are seen to be resting on the tubes, resembling pearls not only in shape, but also in color. After a short time the aqua is poured off and other is poured on. When this has again raised 6 or 8 small white bubbles, it is poured off and the tubes are taken out and washed 4 or 5 times with spring water. Or if they are heated with the same water, when it is boiling, they will shine more brilliantly. Then they are placed in a saucer, which is held in the hand and gradually dried by the gentle heat of the fire. Afterward the saucer is placed over glowing charcoal and covered with a charcoal, and a moderate blast is blown upon it with the mouth and then a blue flame will be emitted. In the end the tubes are weighed, and if their weights prove equal, he who has undertaken this work has not labored in vain. Lastly, both are placed in another balance pan and weighed. Of each tube 4 grains must not be counted, on account of the silver which remains in the gold and cannot be separated from it. From the weight of the tubes we learn the weight both of the gold and of the silver which is in the button. If some assayer has omitted to add so much silver to the gold as to make it 3 times the quantity, but only double, or 2.5 times as much, he will require the stronger quality of aqua which separates gold from silver, such as the 4th quality. Whether the aqua which he employs for gold and silver is suitable for the purpose, or whether it is more or less strong than is right, is recognized by its effect. That of medium strength raises the little bubbles on the tubes and is found to color the ampulla and the operculum a strong red, the weaker one is found to color them a light red, and the stronger one to break the tubes. To pure silver in which there is some portion of gold, nothing should be added when they are being heated in the cupel prior to their being parted, except a bess of lead and 1/4 or 1/3 its amount of copper of the lesser weights. If the silver contains in itself a certain amount of copper, let it be weighed, both after it has been melted with the lead, and after the gold has been parted from it. By the former we learn how much copper is in it, by the latter how much gold. Base metals are burnt up even today for the purpose of assay, because to lose so little of the metal is small loss, but from a large mass of base metal, the precious metal is always extracted. As I will explain in books and we assay an alloy of copper and silver in the following way. From a few cakes of copper the assayer cuts out portions, small samples from small cakes, medium samples from medium cakes, and large samples from large cakes. The small ones are equal in size to half a hazelnut, the large ones do not exceed the size of half a chestnut, and those of medium size come between the two. He cuts out the samples from the middle of the bottom of each cake. He places the samples in a new, clean, triangular crucible and fixes to them pieces of paper upon which are written the weight of the cakes of copper, of whatever size they may be. For example, he writes, these samples have been cut from copper which weighs 20 centimpandia. When he wishes to know how much silver 1 centimpandium of copper of this kind has in it, first of all he throws glowing coals into the iron hoop, then adds charcoal to it. When the fire has become hot, the paper is taken out of the crucible and put aside. He then sets that crucible on the fire and gradually heats it for 1/4 of an hour until it becomes red hot. Then he stimulates the fire by blowing with a blast from the double bellows for half an hour, because copper which is devoid of lead requires this time to become hot and to melt. Copper not devoid of lead melts quicker. When he has blown the bellows for about the space of time stated, he removes the glowing charcoal with the tongs, and stirs the copper with a splinter of wood, which he grasps with the tongs. If it does not stir easily, it is a sign that the copper is not wholly liquefied. If he finds this is the case, he again places a large piece of charcoal in the crucible, and replaces the glowing charcoal which had been removed, and again blows the bellows for a short time. When all the copper has melted he stops using the bellows, for if he were to continue to use them, the fire would consume part of the copper, and then that which remained would be richer than the cake from which it had been cut. This is no small mistake. A. Iron mold. B. Its handle. Therefore, as soon as the copper has become sufficiently liquefied, he pours it out into a little iron mold, which may be large or small, according as more or less copper is melted in the crucible for the purpose of the assay. The mold has a handle, likewise made of iron, by which it is held when the copper is poured in, after which, he plunges it into a tub of water placed near at hand, that the copper may be cooled. Then he again dries the copper by the fire, and cuts off its point with an iron wedge. The portion nearest the point he hammers on an anvil and makes into a leaf, which he cuts into pieces. Others stir the molten copper with a stick of linden tree charcoal, and then pour it over a bundle of new clean birch twigs, beneath which is placed a wooden tub of sufficient size and full of water. And in this manner the copper is broken up into little granules as small as hemp seeds. Others employ straw in place of twigs. Others place a broad stone in a tub and pour in enough water to cover the stone, then they run out the molten copper from the crucible onto the stone, from which the minute granules roll off. Others pour the molten copper into water and stir it until it is resolved into granules. The fire does not easily melt the copper in the cupel unless it has been poured and a thin leaf made of it, or unless it has been resolved into granules or made into filings, and if it does not melt, all the labor has been undertaken in vain. In order that they may be accurately weighed out, silver and lead are resolved into granules in the same manner as copper. But to return to the assay of copper. When the copper has been prepared by these methods, if it is free of lead and iron, and rich in silver, to each centimpondium, lesser weights, add 1½ unce of lead, larger weights. If, however, the copper contains some lead, add 1 uncia of lead. If it contains iron, add 2 unce. First put the lead into a cupel, and after it begins to smoke, add the copper. The fire generally consumes the copper, together with the lead, in about 1 hour and a quarter. When this is done, the silver will be found in the bottom of the cupel. The fire consumes both of those metals more quickly if they are heated in that furnace which draws in air. It is better to cover the upper half of it with a lid, and not only to put on the muffle door, but also to close the window of the muffle door with a piece of charcoal, or with a piece of brick. If the copper be such that the silver can only be separated from it with difficulty, then before it is tested with fire in the cupel, lead should first be put into the scorifier. And then the copper should be added with a moderate quantity of melted salt, both that the lead may absorb the copper and that the copper may be cleansed of the dross which abounds in it. Tin which contains silver should not at the beginning of the assay be placed in a cupel, lest the silver, as often happens, be consumed and converted into fumes, together with the tin. As soon as the lead has begun to fume in the scorifier, then add that to it. In this way the lead will take the silver and the tin will boil and turn into ashes, which may be removed with a wooden splinter. The same thing occurs if any alloy is melted in which there is tin. When the lead has absorbed the silver which was in the tin, then, and not till then, it is heated in the cupel. First place the lead with which the silver is mixed, in an iron pan, and stand it on a hot furnace and let it melt. Afterward pour this lead into a small iron mold, and then beat it out with a hammer on an anvil and make it into leaves in the same way as the copper. Lastly, place it in the cupel, which assay can be carried out in the space of half an hour. A great heat is harmful to it, for which reason there is no necessity either to cover the half of the furnace with a lid or to close up its mouth. The minted metal alloys, which are known as money, are assayed in the following way. The smaller silver coins which have been picked out from the bottom and top and sides of a heap are first carefully cleansed. Then, after they have been melted in the triangular crucible, they are either resolved into granules, or made into thin leaves. As for the large coins which weigh a drachma, a sicilicus, half an uncia, or an uncia, beat them into leaves. Then take a bess of the granules, or an equal weight of the leaves, and likewise take another bess in the same way. Wrap each sample separately in paper, and afterwards place 2 small pieces of lead in 2 cupels which have first been heated. The more precious the money is, the smaller portion of lead do we require for the assay, the more base, the larger is the portion required. For if a bess of silver is said to contain only half an uncia or 1 uncia of copper, we add to the bess of granules half an uncia of lead. If it is composed of equal parts of silver and copper, we add an uncia of lead, but if in a bess of copper there is only half an uncia or 1 uncia of silver, we add an uncia and a half of lead. As soon as the lead has begun to fume, put into each cupel one of the papers in which is wrapped the sample of silver alloyed with copper, and close the mouth of the muffle with charcoal. Heat them with a gentle fire until all the lead and copper are consumed, for a hot fire by its heat forces the silver, combined with a certain portion of lead, into the cupel, in which way the assay is rendered erroneous. Then take the beads out of the cupel and clean them of dross. If neither depresses the pan of the balance in which it is placed, but their weight is equal, the assay has been free from error. But if one bead depresses its pan, then there is an error, for which reason the assay must be repeated. If the bess of coin contains but 7 uncie of pure silver, it is because the king, or prince, or the state who coins the money, has taken 1 uncia, which he keeps partly for profit and partly for the expense of coining, he having added copper to the silver. Of all these matters I have written extensively in my book De Pressio Metallorum et Monedas. We assay gold coins in various ways. If there is copper mixed with the gold, we melt them by fire in the same way as silver coins. If there is silver mixed with the gold, they are separated by the strongest aquavalence. If there is copper and silver mixed with the gold, then in the first place, after the addition of lead, they are heated in the cupel until the fire consumes the copper and the lead, and afterward the gold is parted from the silver. It remains to speak of the touchstone with which gold and silver are tested, and which was also used by the ancients. For although the assay made by fire is more certain, still, since we often have no furnace, nor muffle, nor crucibles, or some delay must be occasioned in using them, we can always rub gold or silver on the touchstone, which we can have in readiness. Further, when gold coins are assayed in the fire, of what use are they afterward? A touchstone must be selected which is thoroughly black and free of sulfur, for the blacker it is and the more devoid of sulfur, the better it generally is. I have written elsewhere of its nature. First, the gold is rubbed on the touchstone, whether it contains silver or whether it is obtained from the mines or from the smelting. Silver also is rubbed in the same way. Then one of the needles, that we judge by its color to be of similar composition, is rubbed on the touchstone. If this proves too pale, another needle which has a stronger color is rubbed on the touchstone. And if this proves too deep in color, a third which has a little paler color is used. For this will show us how great a proportion of silver or silver and copper together, is in the gold, or else how great a proportion of copper is in silver. These needles are of 4 kinds. The first kind are made of gold and silver, the second of gold and copper, the third of gold, silver, and copper, and the fourth of silver and copper. The first 3 kinds of needles are used principally for testing gold, and the fourth for silver. Needles of this kind are prepared in the following ways. The lesser weights correspond proportionately to the larger weights, and both of them are used, not only by mining people, but by coiners also. The needles are made in accordance with the lesser weights, and each set corresponds to a bess, which, in our own vocabulary, is called a mark. The bess, which is employed by those who coin gold, is divided into 24 double sextuli, which are now called after the Greek name seracia, and each double sextula is divided into 4 semisextuli, which are called granas. And each semisextula is divided into 3 units of 4 soliqui each, of which each unit is called a grenlin. If we made the needles to be each 4 soliqui, there would be 288 in a bess, but if each were made to be a semisextula or a double scripula, then there would be 96 in a bess. By these 2 methods too many needles would be made, and the majority of them, by reason of the small difference in the proportion of the gold, would indicate nothing, therefore it is advisable to make them each of a double sextula. In this way 24 needles are made, of which the first is made of 23 duelli of silver and 1 of gold. Fannius is our authority that the ancients called the double sextula a duella. When a bar of silver is rubbed on the touchstone and colors it just as this needle does, it contains 1 duella of gold. In this manner we determine by the other needles what proportion of gold there is, or when the gold exceeds the silver in weight, what proportion of silver. The needles are made. The 1 needle of 23 duelli of silver and 1 duel of gold. 2 nd 22, 2 duelli of gold. 3 rd 21, 3. 4 th 24. 5 th 19, 5. 6 th 18, 6. 7 th 17, 7. 8 th 16, 8. 9 th 15, 9. 10 th 14, 10. 11 th 13, 11. 12 th 12, 12. 13 th 11, 13. 14 th 10, 14. 15 th 9, 15. 16 th 8, 16. 17 th 7, 17. 18th 6 18, 19th 5 19, 20th 4 20, 21st 3 21, 22 nd 2 22, 23 rd 1 23, 24th pure gold. By the first 11 needles. When they are rubbed on the touchstone, we test what proportion of gold a bar of silver contains, and with the remaining 13 we test what proportion of silver is in a bar of gold. And also what proportion of either may be in money. Since some gold coins are composed of gold and copper, 13 needles of another kind are made as follows. The 1 staff 12 duelli off gold and 12 duelli off copper. 2 and 13 11. 3 rd 14 10. 4th 15 9. 5th 16 8. 6th 17 7. 7th 18 6. 8th 19 5. 9th 24. 10th 21 3. 11th 22 2. 12th 23 1. 13th pure gold. These needles are not much used, because gold coins of that kind are somewhat rare. The ones chiefly used are those in which there is much copper. Needles of the third kind, which are composed of gold, silver, and copper, are more largely used, because such gold coins are common. But since with the gold there are mixed equal or unequal portions of silver and copper, two sorts of needles are made. If the proportion of silver and copper is equal, the needles are as follows. Gold, silver, copper. The 1 staff 1 2 duelli 6 duelli 0 sextula 6 duelli 0 sextula. 2 and 13 5 1 5 1. 3 rd 14 5 5. 4th 15 4 1 4 1. 5th 16 4 4. 6th 17 3 1 3 1. 7th 18 3 3. 8th 19 2 1 2 1. 9th 22 2. 10th 21 1 1 1 1. 11th 22 1 1. 12th 23 1. 13th pure gold. Some make 25 needles, in order to be able to detect the 2 scripula of silver or copper which are in a bess of gold. Of these needles, the first is composed of 12 duelli of gold and 6 of silver, and the same number of copper. The second, of 12 duelli and 1 sextula of gold and 5 duelli and 1½ sextuli of silver, and the same number of duelli and 1½ sextuli of copper. The remaining needles are made in the same proportion. Pliny is our authority that the Romans could tell to within 1 scripulum how much gold was in any given alloy, and how much silver or copper. Needles may be made in either of 2 ways, namely, in the ways of which I have spoken, and in the ways of which I am now about to speak. If unequal portions of silver and copper have been mixed with the gold, 37 needles are made in the following way. Gold, silver, copper. Duelli sextuli siliqui duelli sextuli siliqui. The 1 staff 129000300. 2 nd 128000400. 3 rd 127.5. 4th 1381 to 221 to 2. 5th 1371/24318. 6th 1361/28414. 7th 147121. 8th 14618131/24. 9th 14511/2448. 10th 15611/221 halves. 11th 156.3. 12th 1551/2311/2. 13th 166.2. 14th 1651/24218. 15th 1641831/24. 16th 1751/20111/2. 17th 174181/24. 18th 1744/211/28. 19th 1841/11. 20th 1842. 21st 1831/21. 22 ND 19211/211 halves. 23 RD 1931/24118. 24 TH 19211/2824. 25 TH 2031. 26 TH 20218111/24. 27 TH 2021/24118. 28 TH 2121/2. November 2nd. 29 TH 2121. 30 TH 21111/211/2. 31 ST 2211/1. 32 ND 2211/24018. 33 RD 2218 November 24th. 34 TH 2311/2122. 35 TH 2318 and 1/24. 36 TH 2314 and 1/28. 37 TH pure gold. Since it is rarely found that gold, which has been coined, does not amount to at least 15 duelli gold in a bess, some make only 28 needles, and some make them different from those already described. Inasmuch as the alloy of gold with silver and copper is sometimes differently proportioned. These needles are made gold, silver, copper. Duelli sextually siliqui. The 1 Stoff 1561821/24. 2 ND 1564211/28. 3 RD 1551/2311/2. For TH 1661/2111/2. 5 TH 16511821/24. 6 TH 16411/283/4. 7 TH 1751411/28. 8 TH 1754111/28. 9 TH 1741421/28. 10 TH 184111. 11 TH 1842. 12 TH 1831/21. 13 TH 19311/2418. 14 TH 1931/24118. 15 TH 19211/2428. 16 TH 2031. 17 TH 20211. 18 TH 2022. 19 TH 2121/2418. 20 TH 21111/2418. 21 ST 2111811/24. 22 ND 221181/24. 23 RD 2211/1. 24 TH 2211/2418. 25 TH 2311/248. 26 TH 2311 halves 1 half. 27 TH 2318 and 1/24. 28 TH pure gold. Next follows the fourth kind of needles, by which we test silver coins which contain copper, or copper coins which contain silver. The bess by which we weigh the silver is divided in two different ways. It is either divided 12 times, into units of 5 drachmae and 1 scripulum each, which the ordinary people call nummi. Each of these units we again divide into 24 units of 4 siliqui each, which the same ordinary people call a grenlin. Or else the bess is divided into 16 semuncii which are called loaths, each of which is again divided into 18 units of 4 siliqui each, which they call grenlin. Or else the bess is divided into 16 semuncii, of which each is divided into 4 drachmae, and each drachma into 4 pfenniga. Needles are made in accordance with each method of dividing the bess. According to the first method, to the number of 24 half nummi, according to the second method, to the number of 31 half semuncii, that is to say a sesilicus. For if the needles were made to the number of the smaller weights, the number of needles would again be too large, and not a few of them, by reason of the small difference in proportion of silver or copper, would have no significance. We test both bars and coined money composed of silver and copper by both scales. The one is as follows: the first needle is made of 23 parts of copper and 1 part silver. Whereby, whatsoever bar or coin, when rubbed on the touchstone, colors it just as this needle does. In that bar or money there is 1/24th part of silver, and so also, in accordance with the proportion of silver, is known the remaining proportion of the copper. The one sneedle is made of 23 parts of copper and 1 of silver. 2 ND 22 2. 3 RD 21 3. 4 TH 24. 5 TH 19 5. 6 TH 18 6. 7 TH 17 7. 8 TH 16 8. 9 TH 15 9. 10 TH 14 10. 11 TH 13 11. 12 TH 12 12. 13 TH 11 13. 14 TH 10 14. 15 TH 9 15. 16 TH 8 16. 17 TH 7 17. 18 TH 6 18. 19 TH 5 19. 20 TH 4 20. 21 T 3 21. 22 ND 2 22. 23 RD 1 23. 24 Thoth pure silver. The other method of making needles is as follows: copper, silver. Semuncii sesilici. Semuncii sesilici. The one Stisoff 15-1. 2 ND 14111. 3 RD 14-2. 4 TH 13121. 5 TH 13-3. 6 TH 12131. 7 TH 12-4. 8 TH 11141. 9 TH 11-5. 10 TH 10151. 11 TH 10-6. 12 TH 9161. 13 TH 97. 14 TH 8171. 15 TH 88. 16 TH 7181. 17 TH 79. 18 TH 6191. 19 TH 610. 20 TH 51101. 21 T 511. 22 ND 41111. 23 RD 412. 24 TH 31121. 25 TH 313. 26 TH 21131. 27 TH 214. 28 TH 11141. 29 TH 115. 30th 1151. 31 Stoff pure silver. So much for this. Perhaps I have used more words than those most highly skilled in the art may require, but it is necessary for the understanding of these matters. I will now speak of the weights, of which I have frequently made mention. Among mining people these are of two kinds, that is, the greater weights and the lesser weights. The centimpondium is the first and largest weight, and of course consists of 100 librae, and for that reason is called a hundredweight. The various weights are: 1 St equals 100 librae equals centimpondium. 2 Nd equals 50. 3 Rd equals 25. 4 Th equals 16. 5 Th equals 8. 6 Th equals 4. 7 Th equals 2. 8 Th equals 1 libra. This libra consists of 16 uncii, and the half part of the libra is the salibra, which our people call a mark, and consists of 8 uncii, or, as they divided, of 16 semuntii. 9th equals 8 uncii. 10th equals 8 semuntii. 11th equals 4. 12th equals 2. 13th equals 1 semuncia. 14th equals 1 sicilicus. 15th equals 1 drachma. 16th equals 1 demedi drachma. The above is how the greater weights are divided. The lesser weights are made of silver or brass or copper. Of these, the first and largest generally weighs 1 drachma, for it is necessary for us to weigh, not only ore, but also metals to be assayed, and smaller quantities of lead. The first of these weights is called a centimpondium, and the number of librae in it corresponds to the larger scale, being likewise 100. The 1 stes called 1 centimpondium. 2 nd 50 librae. 3 rd 25. 4th 16. 5th 8. 6th 4. 7th 2. 8th 1. 9th 1 salibra. 10th 8 semuncii. 11th 4. 12th 2. 13th 1. 14th 1 sicilicus. The 14th is the last, for the proportionate weights which correspond with a drachma and half a drachma are not used. On all these weights of the lesser scale, are written the numbers of librae and of semuncii. Some copper assayers divide both the lesser and greater scale weights into divisions of a different scale. Their largest weight of the greater scale weighs 112 librae, which is the first unit of measurement. 1 st equals 112 librae. 2 nd equals 64. 3 rd equals 32. 4th equals 16. 5th equals 8. 6th equals 4. 7th equals 2. 8th equals 1. 9th equals 1 salibra or 16 semuncii. 10th equals 8 semuncii. 11th equals 4. 12th equals 2. 13th equals 1. As for the salibra of the lesser weights, which our people, as I have often said, call a mark, and the Romans call a bess, coiners who coin gold, divide it just like the greater weight scale, into 24 units of 2 sextuli each, and each unit of 2 sextuli is divided into 4 semisextuli and each semisextula into 3 units of 4 siliqui each. Some also divide the separate units of 4 siliqui into 4 individual siliqui, but most, omitting the semisextuli, then divide the double sextula into 12 units of 4 siliqui each, and do not divide these into 4 individual siliqui. Thus the first and greatest unit of measurement, which is the bess, weighs 24 double sextuli. The 2 nd equals 12 double sextuli. 3 rd equals 6. 4th equals 3. 5th equals 2. 6th equals 1. 7th equals 2 semi-sextuli or 4 semisextuli. 8th equals 1 semi-sextula or 3 units of 4 siliqui each. 9th equals 2 units of 4 siliqui each. 10th equals 1. Coiners who mint silver also divide the bess of the lesser weights in the same way as the greater weights. Our people, indeed, divide it into 16 semuncii, and the semuncia into 18 units of 4 siliqui each. There are 10 weights which are placed in the other pan of the balance, when they weigh the silver which remains from the copper that has been consumed, when they assay the alloy with fire. The 1 st equals 16 semuncii equals 1 bess. 2 nd equals 8. 3 rd equals 4. 4th equals 2. 5th equals 1 or 18 units of 4 siliqui each. 6th equals 9 units of 4 siliqui each. 7th equals 6. 8th equals 3. 9th equals 2. 10th equals 1. The coiners of Nuremberg who mint silver, divide the bess into 16 semuncii, but divide the semuncia into 4 drachmae, and the drachma into 4 pfennige. They employ 9 weights. The 1 T equals 16 semuncii. 2 Nd equals 8. 3 Rd equals 4. 4 Th equals 2. 5 Th equals 1. For they divide the bess in the same way as our own people, but since they divide the semuncia into 4 drachmae. The 6th weight equals 2 drachmae. 7 Th equals 1 drachma or 4 pfenniga. 8 Th equals 2 pfenniga. 9 Th equals 1 pfennig. The men of Cologne and Antwerp divide the bess into 12 units of 5 drachmae and 1 scripulum, which weights they call nummi. Each of these they again divide into 24 units of 4 siliqui each, which they call grenlands. They have 10 weights, of which the 1 st equals 12 nummi equals 1 bess. 2 Nd equals 6. 3 Rd equals 3. 4 Th equals 2. 5 Th equals 1 equals 24 units of 4 siliqui each. 6 Th equals 12 units of 4 siliqui each. 7 Th equals 6. 8 Th equals 3. 9 Th equals 2. 10 Th equals 1. And so with them, just as with our own people, the mark is divided into 288 grenlands. And by the people of Nuremberg it is divided into 256 pfenniga. Lastly, the Venetians divide the bess into 8 uncii. The uncia into 4 sicilici, the sicilicus into 36 siliqui. They make 12 weights, which they use whenever they wish to assay alloys of silver and copper. Of these, the 1 st equals 8 uncii equals 1 bess. 2 Nd equals 4. 3 Rd equals 2. 4 Th equals 1 or 4 sicilici. 5 Th equals 2 sicilici. 6 Th equals 1 sicilicus. 7 Th equals 18 siliqui. 8 Th equals 9. 9 Th equals 6. 10 Th equals 3. 11 Th equals 2. 12 Th equals 1. Since the Venetians divide the bess into 1152 siliqui, or 288 units of 4 siliqui each, into which number our people also divide the bess, they thus make the same number of siliqui, and both agree, even though the Venetians divide the bess into smaller divisions. This, then, is the system of weights, both of the greater and the lesser kinds, which metallurgists employ, and likewise the system of the lesser weights which coiners and merchants employ, when they are assaying metals and coined money. The bess of the larger weight with which they provide themselves when they weigh large masses of these things, I have explained in my work De Mensuris et Ponderibus, and in another book, De Pressio Metallorum et Monetis. A. First small balance. B. Second. C. Third, placed in a case. There are 3 small balances by which we weigh ore, metals, and fluxes. The first, by which we weigh lead and fluxes, is the largest among these smaller balances, and when 8 uncii, of the greater weights, are placed in one of its pans, and the same number in the other, it sustains no damage. The second is more delicate, and by this we weigh the ore or the metal, which is to be assayed. This is well able to carry 1 centimpondium of the lesser weights in one pan, and in the other, ore or metal as heavy as that weight. The third is the most delicate, and by this we weigh the beads of gold or silver, which, when the assay is completed, settle in the bottom of the cupel. But if anyone weighs lead in the second balance, or in the third, he will do them much injury. Whatsoever small amount of metal is obtained from a centimpondium of the lesser weights of ore or metal alloy, the same greater weight of metal is smelted from a centimpondium of the greater weight of ore or metal alloy. End of Book 7. Footnotes. We have but little record of anything which could be called assaying among the Greeks and Romans. The fact, however, that they made constant use of the touchstone, c, is sufficient proof that they were able to test the purity of gold and silver. The description of the touchstone by Theophrastus contains several references to trial by fire, c. They were adepts at metal working, and were therefore familiar with melting metals on a small scale, with the smelting of silver, lead, copper, and tin ores, c, and with the parting of silver and lead by cupellation. Consequently, it would not require much of an imaginative flight to conclude that there existed some system of tests of ore and metal values by fire. Apart from the statement of Theophrastus referred to, the first references made to anything which might fill the role of assaying are from the alchemists, particularly Geber, prior to 1300, for they describe methods of solution, precipitation, distillation, fusing in crucibles, cupellation, and of the parting of gold and silver by acid and by sulfur, antimony, or cementation. However, they were not bent on determining quantitative values, which is the fundamental object of the assayer's art, and all their discussion is shrouded in an obscure cloak of gibberish and attempted mysticism. Nevertheless, therein lies the foundation of many cardinal assay methods, and even of chemistry itself. The first explicit records of assaying are the anonymous booklets published in German early in the 16th century under the title Probierbüchlein. Therein the art is disclosed well advanced toward maturity, so far as concerns gold and silver, with some notes on lead and copper. We refer the reader to for fuller discussion of these books, but we may repeat here that they are a collection of disconnected recipes lacking in arrangement, the items often repeated, and all apparently the inheritance of wisdom passed from father to son over many generations. It is obviously intended as a sort of reminder to those already skilled in the art, and would be hopeless to a novice. Apart from some notes in Byron Guccio, Book 3, Chaps 1 and 2, on assaying gold and silver, there is nothing else prior to De Re Metallica. Agricola was familiar with these works and includes their material in this chapter. The very great advance which his account represents can only be appreciated by comparison, but the exhaustive publication of other works is foreign to the purpose of these notes. Agricola introduces system into the arrangement of his materials, describes implements, and gives 100 details which are wholly omitted from the previous works, all in a manner which would enable a beginner to learn the art. Furthermore, the assaying of lead, copper, tin, quicksilver, iron, and bismuth, is almost wholly new, together with the whole of the argument and explanations. We would call the attention of students of the history of chemistry to the general oversight of these early 16th century attempts at analytical chemistry, for in them lie the foundations of that science. The statement sometimes made that Agricola was the first assayer, is false if for no other reason than that science does not develop with such strides at any one human hand. He can, however, fairly be accounted as the author of the first proper textbook upon assaying. Those familiar with the art will be astonished at the small progress made since his time, for in his pages appear most of the reagents and most of the critical operations in the dry analyses of gold, silver, lead, copper, tin, bismuth, quicksilver, and iron of today. Further, there will be recognized many of the kinks of the art used even yet, such as the method of granulation, duplicate assays, the assay-ton method of weights, the use of test lead, the introduction of charges in leaf lead, and even the use of beer instead of water to damp bone ash. The following table is given of the substances mentioned requiring some comment, and the terms adopted in this book, with notes for convenience in reference. The German terms are either from Agricola's glossary of De Re Metallica, his Interpretatio, or the German translation. We have retained the original German spelling. The fifth column refers to the page where more ample notes are given. Terms adopted, Latin, German, remarks, further notes. Alum aluminalon either potassium or ammonia a lump. Ampulla kolbe distillation jar. Antimony stibium spiesglas practically always antimony sulfidep. Aqua valens or aqua valens Skydwasser mostly in nitric acid. Argolpheces vini siccidae Weinhefen crude tartarp. Ash of lead nigrum plumbum cinereum artificial lead sulfidep. Ash of musk ivy, salt made from, sal ex anthillitis cinera factus salalkali mostly potash. Ashes which wool dyers usineers quo infectors lanerum mostly potash. Assay venas experiri probiron. Assay furnace fornacula probir ofen little furnace. Azure caroleum lacer partly copper carbonate, azurite, partly silicatep. Bismuth plumbum cinereum wismut bismuth. Bitumen bergwax p. Blast furnace prima fornax schmelzofen. Borax chrysocala x nitro confecta, chrysocala quam borosum nominant boras, tin car p. Burned alum alumen coctum gessitiner alon probably dehydrated a lump. Cadmia, c. 1, furnace accretions, 2, calamine, 3, zinc blende, 4, cobalt arsenical sulfidesp. Camphor camphora camphor p. Chrysocolla called borax, c. Chrysocolla, copper mineral, chrysocolabergran und schiffergrun partly chrysocolla, partly malachitep. Copper filings Aries scobs a limited kupferfillich apparently finely divided copper metalp. Copper flowers Aries floskupfer brown cupric oxidep. Copper scales Aries squammy kupfer hammerschlag oder kessel braun probably cupric oxide. Copper minerals, c. Crucible, triangular, catalyst triangularis Dreieckigstrub see illustration. Cupel catalyst cinereus capel. Cupellation furnace secunda fornextrabherd. Fluxididamentum zasetsi p. Furnace accretions cadmia fornaca mittlera und abra offenbrush. Galena lapis plumbarius glance lead sulfidep. Glass gall recrementum vitri glass gallen skimmings from glass melting. Gray antimony or stibium spice glass antimony sulfide, stibnitep. Hearth lead molybdena herdply that saturated furnace bottoms from cupellation. Hoop, iron, circulus farius ring a forge for crucibles. Iron filings ferry scobs a limita eisen phalic metallic iron. Iron scale squammy ferry eisen hammerschlag partly iron oxide. Iron slag recrementum ferry cinder. Lead ash sinus plumbi nigriply ash artificial lead sulfidep. Lead granules globuli plumbi gekornt play granulated lead. Lead ochre plumbaria plygil modern massacot, PBO, P. Lees of aqua which separates gold from silver feces aquarum quae aurum ab argento cernenscheidwasser hef uncertain. Dried lees of vinegar sicci feces acidi hef de essigzargalp. Dried lees of wine feces vini sicci wine hefen argalp. Limestone saxum calcis calcstein. Litharge spuma argenti glet. Lilac civium lage durch aschen gemacht mostly potash. Muffle tegula muffle Latin, literally roof tile. Operculum helm odor alembic helmet or cover for a distillation jar. Orpamentora pigmentum opermentiellos sulfate of arsenic, as 2s3, p. Pyrites kiss rather a genus of sulfides, than iron pyrite in particular. Pyrites, cakes from, panes x pyrite conflatestein iron or copper matep. Realgarsandarocharosgeal red sulfate of arsenic, as, p. Red lead minium menning pb304p. Roasted copper aes ustum gebrant kupfer artificial copper sulfide. P. Salt sal salts nacl p. Salt, rock, sal fossilisberg salts nacl p. Sal artificiosus a stock flux, p. Sal ammoniac ammoniac NH4ClP. Salpetrihalonitrum salpeter KNO3P. Salt, refined, sal factitious purgatus NaCl. Sal tostus sal testosteros salts apparently simply heated or melted common salt. Sal torrefactus salts P. Salt, melted, sal liquefactus geflossen salts melted salt or salt glass. Scorifier catalyst fictilis scherb. Schist saxum fissile skifer. Silver minerals, C. Slag recrementum schlacken. Soda nitrum mostly soda from Egypt, Na2CO3P. Stones which easily melt lapides ka facile igni liquescun flusquartz and fluorsparp. Sulfur Schwefel P. Tofa Stopstein Marl, P. Touchstone Coticula Goldstein. Venetian glass Venetianum vitrum. Vertigracerigo grunspan oder Spanschgrun copper subacetatep. Vitriolatramentum satorium kupferwasser mostly FeSO4P. White schist saxum fissile album Weisser Skifer P. Weights, C. Credorum, unbaked. This reference is not very clear. Apparently the names refer to the German terms Probierofen and Windofen. Circulus. This term does not offer a very satisfactory equivalent, as such a furnace has no distinctive name in English. It is obviously a sort of forge for fusing in crucibles. Spissa, dry. This term is used in contradistinction to ping, unctuous or fatty. Addidimenta, additions. Hence the play on words. We have adopted flux because the Old English equivalent for all these materials was flux, although in modern nomenclature the term is generally restricted to those substances which, by chemical combination in the furnace, lower the melting point of some of the charge. The additions of Agricola, therefore, include reducing, oxidizing, sulfurizing, desulfurizing, and collecting agents as well as fluxes. A critical examination of the fluxes mentioned in the next 4 pages gives point to the author's assertion that some are of a very complicated nature. However, anyone of experience with home-taught assayers has come in contact with equally extraordinary combinations. The 4 orders of additions enumerated are quite impossible to reconcile from a modern metallurgical point of view. Minium secundarium. Interpretatio, Menning. PB 304. Agricola derived his Latin term from Pliny. There is great confusion in the ancient writers on the use of the word minium, for prior to the Middle Ages it was usually applied to vermilion derived from cinnabar. Vermilion was much adulterated with red lead, even in Roman times, and finally in later centuries the name came to be appropriated to the lead product. Theophrastus, 103, mentions a substitute for vermilion, but, in spite of commentators, there is no evidence that it was red lead. The first to describe the manufacture of real red lead was apparently Vitruvius, 712, who calls it sandaraca. This name was usually applied to red arsenical sulfide. And says, white lead is heated in a furnace and by the force of the fire becomes red lead. This invention was the result of observation in the case of an accidental fire, and by the process a much better material is obtained than from the mines. He describes minium as the product from cinnabar. Dioscorides, v. 63, after discussing white lead, says it may be burned until it becomes the color of sandaracha, and is called sandix. He also states, v. 69, that those are deceived who consider cinnabar to be the same as minium, for minium is made in Spain out of stone mixed with silver sands. Therefore he is not in agreement with Vitruvius and Pliny on the use of the term. Pliny, 33:40, says, these barren stones, apparently lead ores barren of silver, may be recognized by their color. It is only in the furnace that they turn red. After being roasted it is pulverized and is minium secundarium. It is known to few and is very inferior to the natural kind made from those sands we have mentioned, cinnabar. It is with this that the genuine minium is adulterated in the works of the company. This proprietary company, who held a monopoly of the Spanish quicksilver mines, had many methods of adulterating it, minium, a source of great plunder to the company. Pliny also describes the making of red lead from white ochre plumaria. Interpretatio, Pleigel, modern German, Bleigelb. The German term indicates that this lead ochre, a form of PBO, is what in the English trade is known as massicot or masticot. This material can be a partial product from almost any cupellation where oxidation takes place below the melting point of the oxide. It may have been known to the ancients among the various species into which they divided litharge, but there is no valid reason for assigning to it any special one of their terms, so far as we can see. There are 4 forms of copper named as reagents by Agricola. Copper filing Xeres scobs elimata. Copper scale Xeres squami. Copper flour Xeres floss. Roasted copper as ustum. The first of these was no doubt finely divided copper metal. The second, third, and fourth were probably all cupric oxide. According to Agricola, de nat fos, the scales were the result of hammering the metal. The flours came off the metal when hot bars were quenched in water, and a third kind were obtained from calcining the metal. Both flours, floss, and hammer scales, squama, have the same properties as crematum copper. The particles of flour copper are finer than scales or crematum copper. If we assume that the verb euro used in de re metallica is of the same import as cremo in the de natura fossilium, we can accept this material as being merely cupric oxide. But the aes ustum of Pliny, Agricola's usual source of technical nomenclature, is probably an artificial sulfide. Dioscorides, v. 47, who is apparently the source of Pliny's information, says, of chalcos secaminos, the best is red, and pulverized resembles the color of cinnabar. If it turns black, it is overburnt. It is made from broken ship nails put into a rough earthen pot, with alternate layers of equal parts of sulfur and salt. The opening should be smeared with potter's clay and the pot put in the furnace until it is thoroughly heated, etc. Pliny, XXXIV, 23, states, moreover Cyprian copper is roasted in crude earthen pots with an equal amount of sulfur, the apertures of the pots are well luted, and they are kept in the furnace until the pot is thoroughly heated. Some add salt, others use alumen instead of sulfur, others add nothing, but only sprinkle it with vinegar. The reader is referred to, for more ample discussion of the alkalis. Agricola gives in this chapter 4 substances of that character. Soda, nitrum. Lye. Ashes which wool dyers use. Salt made from the ashes of musk ivy. The last 3 are certainly potash, probably impure. While the first might be either potash or soda, the fact that the last 3 are mentioned separately, together with other evidence, convinces us that by the first is intended the nitrum so generally imported into Europe from Egypt during the Middle Ages. This imported salt was certainly the natural bicarbonate, and we have, therefore, used the term soda. In this chapter are mentioned 7 kinds of common salt. Salt sal. Rock salt sal fossilis. Made salt sal factitious. Refined salt sal purgacious. Melted salt sal liquefactus. And in addition sal tostus and sal torrefactus. Sal factitious is used in distinction from rock salt. The melted salt would apparently be salt glass. What form the sal tostus and sal torrefactus could have we cannot say, however, but they were possibly some form of heated salt. They may have been combinations after the order of sal artificiosus, cp. Stones which easily melt in hot furnaces and sand which is made from them, lapides ca in ardenibus fornacibus facile liquescent arini ab eis resoluti. These were probably quartz in this instance, although fluorspar is also included in this same genus. For fuller discussion see note on p. Tophus. Interpretatio, Topfstein oder Topstein. According to Dana, SWST, of Min. The German Topstein was English potstone or soapstone, a magnesian silicate. It is scarcely possible, however, that this is what Agricola meant by this term, for such a substance would be highly infusible. Agricola has a good deal to say about this mineral in De Natura Fossilium, pages 189 and 313, and from these descriptions it would seem to be a tufaceous limestone of various sorts, embracing some marls, stalagmites, calcareous sinter, etc. He states, generally fire does not melt it, but makes it harder and breaks it into powder. Tophus is said to be a stone found in caverns, made from the dripping of stone juice solidified by cold. Sometimes it is found containing many shells, and likewise the impressions of alder leaves. Our people make lime by burning it. Pliny, upon whom Agricola depends largely for his nomenclature, mentions such a substance, XXXVI, 48, among the multitude of stones there is tophus. It is unsuitable for buildings, because it is perishable and soft. Still, however, there are some places which have no other, as Carthage, in Africa. It is eaten away by the emanations from the sea, crumbled to dust by the wind, and washed away by the rain. In fact, tophus was a wide genus among the older mineralogists. Wallerius, Meditations Physico-Chemici de Origine Mundi, Stockholm, 1776, for instance, gives 22 varieties. For the purposes for which it is used we believe it was always limestone of some form. Saxum Fissile Album. The Interpretatio gives the German as Schiefer. Agricola mentions it in Bermanus, 459, in De Natura Fossilium, p. 319, but nothing definite can be derived from these references. It appears to us from its use to have been either a quartzite or a fissile limestone. Argol, Feces Vini Sicci, dried lees of wine. Germ. Trans. Gives die Weinhefen, although the usual German term of the period was Weinstein. The lees of wine were the crude tartar or argols of commerce and modern assayers. The argols of white wine are white, while they are red from red wine. The white argol which Agricola so often specifies would have no special excellence, unless it may be that it is less easily adulterated. Agricola, de nat fos. Uses the expression fex vini sicca called tartarum, one of the earliest appearances of the latter term in this connection. The use of argol is very old, for Dioscorides, 1st century AD. Not only describes argol, but also its reduction to impure potash. He says, v. 90, the lees, trx, are to be selected from old Italian wine, if not, from other similar wine. Lees of vinegar are much stronger. They are carefully dried and then burnt. There are some who burn them in a new earthen pot on a large fire until they are thoroughly incinerated. Others place a quantity of the lees on live coals and pursue the same method. The test as to whether it is completely burned is that it becomes white or blue, and seems to burn the tongue when touched. The method of burning lees of vinegar is the same. It should be used fresh, as it quickly grows stale. It should be placed in a vessel in a secluded place. Pliny, Xi, 31, says, following these, come the lees of these various liquids. The lees of wine, vini fecibus, are so powerful as to be fatal to persons on descending into the vats. The test for this is to let down a lamp, which, if extinguished, indicates the peril. Their virtues are greatly increased by the action of fire. Mathioli, commenting on this passage from Dioscorides in 1565, makes the following remark, p. 1375, the precipitate of the wine which settles in the casks of the winery forms stone-like crusts, and is called by the works people by the name tartarum. It will be seen above that these lees were rendered stronger by the action of fire, in which case the tartar was reduced to potassium carbonate. The Weinstein of the old German metallurgists was often the material lixiviated from the incinerated tartar, dried lees of vinegar, sicci feces acidi, interpretatio, die hefte essegs. This would also be crude tartar. Pliny, Xi, 32, says, the lees of vinegar, fex acidi, owing to the more acrid material are more aggravating in their effects. When combined with melanthium it heals the bites of dogs and crocodiles. Dried lees of aqua which separates gold and silver. Sicci feces aquarum quae aurum ab argento cicernant. German translation, Der Scheidwasser Hef. There is no pointed description in Agricola's works, or in any other that we can find, as to what this material was. The separating aqua was undoubtedly nitric acid, CP, Book X. There are two precipitates possible, both referred to as feces, the first, a precipitate of silver chloride from clarifying the aqua valens, and the second, the residues left in making the acid by distillation. It is difficult to believe that silver chloride was the feces referred to in the text, because such a precipitate would be obviously misleading when used as a flux through the addition of silver to the assays, too expensive, and of no merit for this purpose. Therefore one is driven to the conclusion that the feces must have been the residues left in the retorts when nitric acid was prepared. It would have been more in keeping with his usual mode of expression, however, to have referred to this material as a residuus. The materials used for making acid varied greatly, so there is no telling what such a feces contained. A list of possibilities is given in. In the main, the residue would be undigested vitriol, alum, saltpetre, salt, etc., together with potassium, iron, and alum sulfates. The Probier Buckland, p. 27, also gives this reagent under the term Totenkopf das ist Schlamm oder Feces aus dem Scheidwasser. Recrementum vitri. Interpretatio, Glasgolan. Formerly, when more impure materials were employed than nowadays, the surface of the mass in the first melting of glass materials was covered with salts, mostly potassium and sodium sulfates and chlorides which escaped perfect vitrification. This slag or Glasgolan of Agricola was also termed sandiver. The whole of this expression is candidus, candido. It is by no means certain that this is tin, for usually tin is given as plumbum candidum. Sal artificiosus. These are a sort of stock fluxes. Such mixtures are common in all old assay books, from the Probier Buckland to later than John Kramer in 1737. Whose Latin lectures on assaying were published in English under the title of Elements of the Art of Assaying Metals, London, 1741. Kramer observes, page 51, that, artificers compose a great many fluxes with the above-mentioned salts and with the reductive ones, nay, some use as many different fluxes as there are different ores and metals. All which, however, we think needless to describe. It is better to have explained a few of the simpler ones, which serve for all the others, and are very easily prepared, than to tire the reader with confused compositions, and this chiefly because unskilled artificers sometimes attempt to obtain with many ingredients of the same nature heaped up beyond measure, and with much labor, though not more properly and more securely, what might have been easily effected, with one only in the same ingredient, thus increasing the number, not at all the virtue of the things employed. Nevertheless, if anyone loves variety, he may, according to the proportions and cautions above prescribed, at his will choose among the simpler kinds such as will best suit his purpose, and compose a variety of fluxes with them. This operation apparently results in a coating to prevent the deflagration of the saltpetre. In fact, it might be permitted to translate inflammator, deflagrate, instead of kindle. The results which would follow from the use of these fluxes would obviously depend upon the ore treated. They can all conceivably be successful. Of these, the first is the lead glass of the German assayers, a flux much emphasized by all old authorities, including Loenis, Erker and Cramner, and used even yet. The powerful flux would be a reducing, desulfurizing, and an acid flux. The more powerful would be a basic flux in which the reducing action of the argols would be largely neutralized by the niter. The still more powerful would be a strongly sulfurizing basic flux, while the most powerful would be a still more sulfurizing flux, but it is badly mixed as to its oxidation and basic properties. See also on sal artificiosus. Lead ash, Sinus plumbae. Glossary, play ash. This was obviously, from the method of making, an artificial lead sulfide. Ashes of lead, nigri plumbae sinus. This, as well as lead ash, was also an artificial lead sulfide. Such substances were highly valued by the ancients for medicinal purposes. Dioscorides, v. 56. says, burned lead, molybdos secaminos, is made in this way. Sprinkle sulfur over some very thinnest lead plates and put them into a new earthen pot, add other layers, putting sulfur between each layer until the pot is full. Set it alight and stir the melted lead with an iron rod until it is entirely reduced to ashes and until none of the lead remains unburned. Then take it off, first stopping up your nose, because the fumes of burnt lead are very injurious. Or burn the lead filings in a pot with sulfur as aforesaid. Pliny, XXXIV, 50, gives much the same directions. Camphor, Camphora. This was no doubt the well-known gum. Agricola, however, believed that camphor, de nat. Facilium, was a species of bitumen, and he devotes considerable trouble to the refutation of the statements by the Arabic authors that it was a gum. In any event, it would be a useful reducing agent. Inasmuch as orpiment and realgar are both arsenical sulfides, the use of iron, slag, if it contains enough iron, would certainly mat the sulfur and arsenic. Sulfur and arsenic are the juices referred to, c. It is difficult to see the object of preserving the antimony with such a sulfurizing addition, unless it was desired to secure a regulus of antimony alone from a given antimonial ore. The lead free from silver, called Villacense, was probably from Bleiburg, not far from Villach in Upper Austria, this locality having been for centuries celebrated for its pure lead. These mines were worked prior to, and long after, Agricola's time. This method of proportionate weights for assay charges is simpler than the modern English assay ton, both because of the use of 100 units in the standard of weight, the centimpondium, and because of the lack of complication between the avoirdupois and troy scales. For instance, an ore containing a libra of silver to the centimpondium would contain 1/100 th part, and the same ratio would obtain, no matter what the actual weight of a centimpondium of the lesser weight might be. To follow the matter still further, an uncia being 1/1/200 of a centimpondium, if the ore ran 1 uncia of the lesser weight to the centimpondium of the lesser weight, it would also run 1 actual uncia to the actual centimpondium. It being a matter of indifference what might be the actual weight of the centimpondium upon which the scale of lesser weights is based. In fact, Agricola's statement, p, indicates that it weighed an actual drachma. We have, in some places, interpolated the expressions lesser and greater weights for clarity. This is not the first mention of this scheme of lesser weights, as it appears in the Probir Bouclian, 1500. C. and Byron Guccio, 1540. For a more complete discussion of weights and measures see. For convenience, we repeat here the Roman scale, although, as will be seen in the appendix, Agricola used the Latin terms in many places merely as nomenclature equivalents of the Old German scale. Troy grains. OZS.DWTS.GR. Per short ton. 1 siliqua 2.87% impondium 0.39. 6 siliqui equals 1 scrupulum 17.2 inch 106. For scrupula equals 1 sextula 68.7 inch 410. 6 sextuli equals 1 uncia 412.2 inch 2462. 12 uncii equals 1 libra 4946.4 inch 291138. 100 librae equals 1 centimpondium 494640. 0. However, Agricola may occasionally use 16 uncii equals 1 libra 6592.0. 100 librae equals 1 centimpondium 659200.0. Also, OZS.DWTS.GR. Per short ton. 1 scrupulum 17.2% impondium 106. 3 scrupula equals 1 drachma 51.5 inch 3019. 2 drachmae equals 1 sicilicus 103. 0 inch 6115. For sicilici equals 1 uncia 412.2 inch 24612. 8 uncii equals 1 bes 3297.6 inch 194120. The amalgamation of gold ores is fully discussed in. For discussion of the silver ores, see. Rudis silver was a fairly pure silver mineral. The various colored silvers were partly horn silver and partly alteration products. It is difficult to see why copper scales, squamiaries, copper oxide, are added, unless it be to collect a small ratio of copper in the ore. This additional copper is not mentioned again, however. The whole of this statement is very confused. This old story runs that Hiero, king of Syracuse, asked Archimedes to tell him whether a crown made for him was pure gold or whether it contained some proportion of silver. Archimedes is said to have puzzled over it until he noticed the increase in water level upon entering his bath. Whereupon he determined the matter by immersing bars of pure gold and pure silver, and thus determining the relative specific weights. The best ancient account of this affair is to be found in Vitruvius, 9, Preface. The story does not seem very probable, seeing that Theophrastus, who died the year Archimedes was born, described the touchstone in detail, and that it was of common knowledge among the Greeks before, c. In any event, there is not sufficient evidence in this story on which to build the conclusion of Meyer, Hist. Of Chemistry, and others, that, inasmuch as Archimedes was unable to solve the problem until his discovery of specific weights, therefore the ancients could not part gold and silver. The probability that he did not want to injure the king's jewelry would show sufficient reason for his not parting these metals. It seems probable that the ancients did part gold and silver by cementation. See note on p. The alchemists, with whose works Agricola was familiar, VIII, were the inventors of nitric acid separation. See note on p. Parting gold and silver by nitric acid is more exhaustively discussed in and. The lesser weights, probably. Lead and tin seem badly mixed in this paragraph. It is not clear what is added. Historical note on touchstone. Coticula. Interpretatio, Goldstein. Theophrastus is, we believe, the first to describe the touchstone, although it was generally known to the Greeks, as is evidenced by the metaphors of many of the poets, Pindar, Theognis, Euripides, etc. The general knowledge of the constituents of alloys which is implied, raises the question as to whether the Greeks did not know a great deal more about parting metals, than has been attributed to them. Theophrastus says, 78-80, the nature of the stone which tries gold is also very wonderful, as it seems to have the same power with fire, which is also a test of that metal. Some people have for this reason questioned the truth of this power in the stone, but their doubts are ill-founded, for this trial is not of the same nature or made in the same manner as the other. The trial by fire is by the color and by the quantity lost by it, but that by the stone is made only by rubbing the metal on it, the stone seeming to have the power to receive separately the distinct particles of different metals. It is said also that there is a much better kind of this stone now found out, than that which was formerly used, insomuch that it now serves not only for the trial of refined gold, but also of copper or silver colored with gold. And shows how much of the adulterating matter by weight is mixed with gold. This has signs which it yields from the smallest weight of the adulterating matter, which is a grain, from thence a colobus, and thence a quadrans or semiobolus, by which it is easy to distinguish if, and in what degree, that metal is adulterated. All these stones are found in the river Molus. Their texture is smooth and like that of pebbles, their figure broad, not round, and their bigness twice that of the common larger sort of pebbles. In their use in the trial of metals there is a difference in power between their upper surface, which has lain toward the sun, and their under, which has been to the earth, the upper performing its office the more nicely. And this is consonant to reason, as the upper part is drier, for the humidity of the other surface hinders its receiving so well the particles of metals. For the same reason also it does not perform its office as well in hot weather as in colder, for in the hot it emits a kind of humidity out of its substance, which runs all over it. This hinders the metalline particles from adhering perfectly, and makes mistakes in the trials. This exudation of a humid matter is also common to many other stones, among others, to those of which statues are made. And this has been looked on as peculiar to the statue. Based on Hill's trans. This humid exudation of fine-grained stones in summer would not sound abnormal if it were called condensation. Pliny, 33:43, says, the mention of gold and silver should be accompanied by that of the stone called coticula. Formerly, according to Theophrastus, it was only to be found in the river Molus but now found in many parts. It was found in small pieces never over 4 inches long by 2 broad. That side which lay toward the sun is better than that toward the ground. Those experienced with the coticula when they rub or vena with it, can at once say how much gold it contains, how much silver or copper. This method is so accurate that they do not mistake it to a scruple. This purported use for determining values of ore is of about Pliny's average accuracy. The first detailed account of touch needles and their manner of making, which we have been able to find, is that of the Probierbuchlein, 1527. C, where many of the tables given by Agricola may be found. De Natura Facilium, p. 267, and De Ortu et Causis Subterraneorum, page 59. The author does not add any material mineralogical information to the quotations from Theophrastus and Pliny given above. In these tables Agricola has simply adopted Roman names as equivalents of the old German weights, but as they did not always approximate in proportions, he coined terms such as units of 4 siliqui, etc. It might seem more desirable to have introduced the German terms into this text, but while it would apply in this instance, as we have discussed on p. The actual values of the Roman weights are very different from the German, and as elsewhere in the book actual Roman weights are applied, we have considered it better to use the Latin terms consistently throughout. Further, the obsolete German would be to most readers but little improvement upon the Latin. For convenience of readers we set out the various scales as used by Agricola, together with the German. Roman scale, Old German scale. 6 siliqui equals 1 scripulum, 3 grenlin equals 1 gran. 4 scripula equals 1 sextula, 4 gran equals 1 crat. 2 sextuli equals 1 duella, 24 crat equals 1 mark. 24 duelli equals 1 bess or 24 grenlin equals 1 nummus. 12-inch nummi equals 1 mark. Also the following scales are applied to fineness by Agricola. 3 scripula equals 1 drachma, 4 pfenniga equals 1 quintline. 2 drachmae equals 1 sicilicus, 4 quintline equals 1 loth. 2 sicilici equals 1 semuncia, 16 loth equals 1 mark. 16 semuncii equals 1 bess. The term nummus, a coin, given above and in the text, appears in the German translation as pfennig as applied to both German scales, but as they are of different values, we have left Agricola's adaptation in one scale to avoid confusion. The Latin terms adopted by Agricola are given below, together with the German. Roman term, German term, number in 1 mark or best value in siliqui. Siliqua 11,521. Unit of 4 siliqui, Grenland 2884. Pfennig 256. Scrupulum scruple. 1926. Semi, Sextulagran 9612. Drachmaquintline 6418. Sextulahalb Krat 4824. Sicilicus halb Loth 3236. Duelacrat 2448. Simuncialoth 1672. Unit of 5 drachmae and 1 scrupulum, Nummus, 1296. Uncianson 8144. Bessmark 11152. While the proportions in a Bess or mark are the same in both scales, the actual weight values are vastly different. For instance, the mark contained about 3,609. 6, and the Bess 3297 troy grains. Agricola also uses Celibrahalb funt, Libra funt, Centimpondium centner. As the Roman libra contains 12 uncii and the German funt 16 unzen, the actual weights of these latter quantities are still further apart, the former 4946 and the latter 7219 troy grains. There are no tables in the Latin text, the whole having been written out in extenso, but they have now been arranged as above, as being in a much more convenient and expressive form. C. For discussion of this assay ton arrangement. Agrippinenses and Antwerpiani. Book 8. Questions of assaying were explained in the last book, and I have now come to a greater task, that is, to the description of how we extract the metals. First of all I will explain the method of preparing the ore. For since nature usually creates metals in an impure state, mixed with earth, stones, and solidified juices, it is necessary to separate most of these impurities from the ores as far as can be, before they are smelted. And therefore I will now describe the methods by which the ores are sorted, broken with hammers, burnt, crushed with stamps, ground into powder, sifted, washed, roasted, and calcined. I will start at the beginning with the first sort of work. Experienced miners, when they dig the ore, sort the metalliferous material from earth, stones, and solidified juices before it is taken from the shafts and tunnels, and they put the valuable metal in trays and the waste into buckets. But if some miner who is inexperienced in mining matters has omitted to do this, or even if some experienced miner, compelled by some unavoidable necessity, has been unable to do so, as soon as the material which has been dug out has been removed from the mine, all of it should be examined, and that part of the ore which is rich in metal sorted from that part of it which is devoid of metal, whether such part be earth, or solidified juices, or stones. To smelt waste together with an ore involves a loss, for some expenditure is thrown away, seeing that out of earth and stones only empty and useless slags are melted out, and further, the solidified juices also impede the smelting of the metals and cause loss. The rock which lies contiguous to rich ore should also be broken into small pieces, crushed, and washed, lest any of the mineral should be lost. When, either through ignorance or carelessness, the miners while excavating have mixed the ore with earth or broken rock, the work of sorting the crude metal or the best ore is done not only by men, but also by boys and women. A. Long table. B. Tray. C. Tub. They throw the mixed material upon a long table, beside which they sit for almost the whole day, and they sort out the ore. When it has been sorted out, they collect it in trays, and when collected they throw it into tubs, which are carried to the works in which the ores are smelted. A. Masses of metal. B. Hammer. C. Chisel. D. Tree stumps. E. Iron tools similar to a pair of shears. The metal which is dug out in a pure or crude state, to which class belong native silver, silver glance, and gray silver, is placed on a stone by the mine foreman and flattened out by pounding with heavy square hammers. These masses, when they have been thus flattened out like plates, are placed either on the stump of a tree, and cut into pieces by pounding an iron chisel into them with a hammer, or else they are cut with an iron tool similar to a pair of shears. One blade of these shears is 3 feet long, and is firmly fixed in a stump, and the other blade which cuts the metal is 6 feet long. These pieces of metal are afterward heated in iron basins and smelted in the cupellation furnace by the smelters. A. Tables. B. Upright planks. C. Hammer. D. Quadrangular hammer. E. Deeper vessel. F. Shallower vessel. G. Iron rod. Although the miners, in the shafts or tunnels, have sorted over the material which they mine, still the ore which has been broken down and carried out must be broken into pieces by a hammer or minutely crushed, so that the more valuable and better parts can be distinguished from the inferior and worthless portions. This is of the greatest importance in smelting ore, for if the ore is smelted without this separation, the valuable part frequently receives great damage before the worthless part melts in the fire, or else the one consumes the other. This latter difficulty can, however, be partly avoided by the exercise of care and partly by the use of fluxes. Now, if a vein is of poor quality, the better portions which have been broken down and carried out should be thrown together in one place, and the inferior portion and the rock thrown away. The sorters place a hard broad stone on a table. The tables are generally 4 feet square and made of joined planks, and to the edge of the sides and back are fixed upright planks, which rise about a foot from the table. The front, where the sorter sits, is left open. The lumps of ore, rich in gold or silver, are put by the sorters on the stone and broken up with a broad, but not thick, hammer. They either break them into pieces and throw them into one vessel, or they break and sort, whence they get their name, the more precious from the worthless, throwing and collecting them separately into different vessels. Other men crush the lumps of ore less rich in gold or silver, which have likewise been put on the stone, with a broad thick hammer, and when it has been well crushed, they collect it and throw it into one vessel. There are 2 kinds of vessels. One is deeper, and a little wider in the center than at the top or bottom. The other is not so deep, though it is broader at the bottom, and becomes gradually a little narrower toward the top. The latter vessel is covered with a lid, while the former is not covered. An iron rod through the handles, bent over on either end, is grasped in the hand when the vessel is carried. But, above all, it behooves the sorters to be assiduous in their labors. A. Treatise. B. Leggings. C. Gloves. D. Hammer. By another method of breaking ore with hammers, large hard fragments of ore are broken before they are burned. The legs of the workmen, at all events of those who crush treatise in this manner with large hammers in goslar, are protected with coverings resembling leggings, and their hands are protected with long gloves, to prevent them from being injured by the chips which fly away from the fragments. A. Area paved with stones. B. Broken ore. C. Area covered with broken ore. D. Iron tool. E. Its handle. F. Broom. G. Short strake. H. Wooden hoe. In that district of Greater Germany which is called Westphalia, and in that district of Lower Germany which is named Eifel, the broken ore which has been burned, is thrown by the workmen into a round area paved with the hardest stones. And the fragments are pounded up with iron tools, which are very much like hammers in shape and are used like threshing sledges. This tool is a foot long, a palm wide, and a digit thick, and has an opening in the middle just as hammers have, in which is fixed a wooden handle of no great thickness, but up to 3.5 feet long. In order that the workman can pound the ore with greater force by reason of its weight falling from a greater height. They strike and pound with the broad side of the tool, in the same way as corn is pounded out on a threshing floor with the threshing sledges, although the latter are made of wood and are smooth and fixed to poles. When the ore has been broken into small pieces, they sweep it together with brooms and remove it to the works, where it is washed in a short strake, at the head of which stands the washer, who draws the water upward with a wooden hoe. The water running down again, carries all the light particles into a trough placed underneath. I shall deal more fully with this method of washing a little later. Ore is burned for 2 reasons. Either that from being hard, it may become soft and more easily broken, more readily crushed with a hammer or stamps, and then can be smelted, or that the fatty things, that is to say, sulfur, bitumen, orpiment, or realgar may be consumed. Sulfur is frequently found in metallic ores, and, generally speaking, is more harmful to the metals, except gold, than are the other things. It is most harmful of all to iron, and less to tin than to bismuth, lead, silver, or copper. Since very rarely gold is found in which there is not some silver, even gold ores containing sulfur ought to be roasted before they are smelted, because, in a very vigorous furnace fire, sulfur resolves metal into ashes and makes slag of it. Bitumen acts in the same way, in fact sometimes it consumes silver, which we may see in bituminous cadmia. A. Area. B. Wood. C. Oregon. D. Cone-shaped piles. E. Canal. I now come to the methods of roasting, and first of all to that one which is common to all ores. The earth is dug out to the required extent, and thus is made a quadrangular area of fair size, open at the front, and above this, firewood is laid close together, and on it other wood is laid transversely, likewise close together. For which reason our countrymen call this pile of wood a crate. This is repeated until the pile attains a height of 1 or 2 cubits. Then there is placed upon it a quantity of ore that has been broken into small pieces with a hammer. First the largest of these pieces, next those of medium size, and lastly the smallest, and thus is built up a gently sloping cone. To prevent it from becoming scattered, fine sand of the same ore is soaked with water and smeared over it and beaten on with shovels. Some workers, if they cannot obtain such fine sand, cover the pile with charcoal dust, just as do charcoal burners. But at Goslar, the pile, when it has been built up in the form of a cone, is smeared with atramentum satorium rubrum, which is made by the leaching of roasted parites soaked with water. In some districts the ore is roasted once, in others twice, in others 3 times, as its hardness may require. At Goslar, when parites is roasted for the 3rd time, that which is placed on the top of the pyre exudes a certain greenish, dry, rough, thin substance, as I have elsewhere written. This is no more easily burned by the fire than is asbestos. Very often also, water is put on to the ore which has been roasted, while it is still hot, in order to make it softer and more easily broken. For after fire has dried up the moisture in the ore, it breaks up more easily while it is still hot, of which fact burnt limestone affords the best example. A. Lighted pyre. B. Pyre which is being constructed. C. Oregon. D. Wood. E. Pile of the same wood. By digging out the earth they make the areas much larger, and square. Walls should be built along the sides and back to hold the heat of the fire more effectively, and the front should be left open. In these compartments tin ore is roasted in the following manner. First of all, wood about 12 feet long should be laid in the area in 4 layers, alternately straight and transverse. Then the larger pieces of ore should be laid upon them, and on these again the smaller ones, which should also be placed around the sides. The fine sand of the same ore should also be spread over the pile and pounded with shovels, to prevent the pile from falling before it has been roasted. The wood should then be fired. A. Burning pyre which is composed of lead ore with wood placed above it. B. Workmen throwing ore into another area. C. Oven-shaped furnace. D. Openings through which the smoke escapes. Lead ore, if roasting is necessary, should be piled in an area just like the last, but sloping, and the wood should be placed over it. A tree trunk should be laid right across the front of the ore to prevent it from falling out. The ore, being roasted in this way, becomes partly melted and resembles slag. Thuringian parites, in which there is gold, sulfur, and vitriol, after the last particle of vitriol has been obtained by heating it in water, is thrown into a furnace, in which logs are placed. This furnace is very similar to an oven in shape, in order that when the ore is roasted the valuable contents may not fly away with the smoke, but may adhere to the roof of the furnace. In this way sulfur very often hangs like icicles from the 2 openings of the roof through which the smoke escapes. A. Iron plates full of holes. B. Walls. C. Plate on which ore is placed. D. Burning charcoal placed on the ore. E. Pots. F. Furnace. G. Middle part of upper chamber. H. The other 2 compartments. I. Divisions of the lower chamber. K. middle wall. L. Pots which are filled with ore. M. Lids of same pots. N. Grating. If pyrites or cadmia, or any other ore containing metal, possesses a good deal of sulfur or bitumen, it should be so roasted that neither is lost. For this purpose it is thrown on an iron plate full of holes, and roasted with charcoal placed on top. 3 walls support this plate, 2 on the sides and the 3rd at the back. Beneath the plate are placed pots containing water, into which the sulphureous or bituminous vapor descends, and in the water the fat accumulates and floats on the top. If it is sulfur, it is generally of a yellow color. If bitumen, it is black like pitch. If these were not drawn out they would do much harm to the metal, when the ore is being smelted. When they have thus been separated they prove of some service to man, especially the sulphureous kind. From the vapor which is carried down, not into the water, but into the ground, there is created a sulphureous or a bituminous substance resembling pomphylix, and so light that it can be blown away with a breath. Some employ a vaulted furnace, open at the front and divided into 2 chambers. A wall built in the middle of the furnace divides the lower chamber into 2 equal parts, in which are set pots containing water, as above described. The upper chamber is again divided into 3 parts, the middle one of which is always open, for in it the wood is placed, and it is not broader than the middle wall, of which it forms the topmost portion. The other 2 compartments have iron doors which are closed, and which, together with the roof, keep in the heat when the wood is lighted. In these upper compartments are iron bars which take the place of a floor, and on these are arranged pots without bottoms, having in place of a bottom, a grating made of iron wire, fixed to each. Through the openings of which the sulphureous or bituminous vapors roasted from the ore run into the lower pots. Each of the upper pots holds 100 pounds of ore. When they are filled they are covered with lids and smeared with lute. A. Heap of cupriferous stones. B. Kindled heap. C. Stones being taken to the beds of faggots. In Eilben and the neighborhood, when they roast the schistose stone from which copper is smelted, and which is not free from bitumen, they do not use piles of logs, but bundles of faggots. At one time, they used to pile this kind of stone, when extracted from the pit, on bundles of faggots and roast it by firing the faggots. Nowadays, they first of all carry these same stones to a heap, where they are left to lie for some time in such a way as to allow the air and rain to soften them. Then they make a bed of faggot bundles near the heap, and carry the nearest stones to this bed. Afterward they again place bundles of faggots in the empty place from which the first stones have been removed, and pile over this extended bed, the stones which lay nearest to the first lot. And they do this right up to the end, until all the stones have been piled mound-shape on a bed of faggots. Finally they fire the faggots, not, however, on the side where the wind is blowing, but on the opposite side, lest the fire blown up by the force of the wind should consume the faggots before the stones are roasted and made soft. By this method the stones which are adjacent to the faggots take fire and communicate it to the next ones, and these again to the adjoining ones, and in this way the heap very often burns continuously for 30 days or more. This schist rock, when rich in copper, as I have said elsewhere, exudes a substance of a nature similar to asbestos. A. Mortar. B. Upright posts. C. Cross beams. D. Stamps. E. Their heads. F. Axle, camshaft. G. Tooth of the stamp, tappet. H. Teeth of axle, cams. Ore is crushed with iron-shod stamps, in order that the metal may be separated from the stone and the hanging wall rock. The machines which miners use for this purpose are of 4 kinds, and are made by the following method. A block of oak timber 6 feet long, 2 feet and a palm square, is laid on the ground. In the middle of this is fixed a mortar box, 2 feet and 6 digits long, 1 foot and 6 digits deep. The front, which might be called a mouth, lies open. The bottom is covered with a plate of iron, a palm thick and 2 palms and as many digits wide, each end of which is wedged into the timber with broad wedges, and the front and back part of it are fixed to the timber with iron nails. To the sides of the mortar above the block are fixed 2 upright posts, whose upper ends are somewhat cut back and are mortised to the timbers of the building. 2.5 feet above the mortar are placed 2 cross beams joined together, one in front and one in the back, the ends of which are mortised into the upright posts already mentioned. Through each mortise is bored a hole, into which is driven an iron clavis. One end of the clavis has two horns, and the other end is perforated in order that a wedge driven through binds the beams more firmly. One horn of the clavis turns up and the other down. 3.5 feet above the cross beams, two other cross beams of the same kind are again joined in a similar manner. These cross beams have square openings, in which the iron-shod stamps are inserted. The stamps are not far distant from each other, and fit closely in the cross beams. Each stamp has a tappet at the back, which requires to be daubed with grease on the lower side that it can be raised more easily. For each stamp there are on a camshaft, two cams, rounded on the outer end, which alternately raise the stamp, in order that, by its dropping into the mortar, it may with its iron head pound and crush the rock which has been thrown under it. To the camshaft is fixed a water wheel whose buckets are turned by water power. Instead of doors, the mouth of the mortar has a board, which is fitted into notches cut out of the front of the block. This board can be raised, in order that when the mouth is open, the workman can remove with a shovel the fine sand, and likewise the coarse sand and broken rock, into which the rocks have been crushed. This board can be lowered, so that the mouth thus being closed, the fresh rock thrown in may be crushed with the iron-shod stamps. If an oak block is not available, two timbers are placed on the ground and joined together with iron clamps, each of the timbers being 6 feet long, a foot wide, and 1.5 feet thick. Such depth as should be allowed to the mortar is obtained by cutting out the first beam to a width of 3/4 foot and to a length of 2 1/3 and 1/24 foot. In the bottom of the part thus dug out, there should be laid a very hard rock, a foot thick and 3/4 foot wide. About it, if any space remains, earth or sand should be filled in and pounded. On the front, this bed rock is covered with a plank. This rock, when it has been broken, should be taken away and replaced by another. A smaller mortar having room for only 3 stamps may also be made in the same manner. A. Stamp. B. Stem cut out in lower part. C. Shoe. D. The other shoe, barbed and grooved. E. Quadrangular iron band. F. Wedge. G. Tappet. H. Angular camshaft. I. Cams. K. Pair of compasses. The stamp stems are made of small square timbers 9 feet long and 1/2 foot wide each way. The iron head of each is made in the following way. The lower part of the head is 3 palms long and the upper part the same length. The lower part is a palm square in the middle for 2 palms, then below this, for a length of 2 digits it gradually spreads until it becomes 5 digits square. Above the middle part, for a length of 2 digits, it again gradually swells out until it becomes a palm and a half square. Higher up, where the head of the shoe is enclosed in the stem, it is bored through and similarly the stem itself is pierced, and through the opening of each, there passes a broad iron wedge, which prevents the head falling off the stem. To prevent the stamp head from becoming broken by the constant striking of fragments of ore or rocks, there is placed around it a quadrangular iron band a digit thick, 7 digits wide, and 6 digits deep. Those who use 3 stamps, as is common, make them much larger, and they are made square and 3 palms broad each way. Then the iron shoe of each has a total length of 2 feet and a palm. At the lower end, it is hexagonal, and at that point it is 7 digits wide and thick. The lower part of it which projects beyond the stem is 1 foot and 2 palms long. The upper part, which is enclosed in the stem, is 3 palms long. The lower part is a palm wide and thick. Then gradually the upper part becomes narrower and thinner, so that at the top it is 3 digits and a half wide and 2 thick. It is bored through at the place where the angles have been somewhat cut away. The hole is 3 digits long and 1 wide, and is 1 digit's distance from the top. There are some who make that part of the head which is enclosed in the stem, barbed and grooved, in order that when the hooks have been fixed into the stem and wedges fitted to the grooves, it may remain tightly fixed. Especially when it is also held with 2 quadrangular iron bands. Some divide the camshaft with a compass into 6 sides, others into 9. It is better for it to be divided into 12 sides, in order that successively one side may contain a cam and the next be without one. A box. Although the upper part is not open, it is shown open here, that the wheel may be seen. B. Wheel. C. Camshaft. D. Stamps. The water wheel is entirely enclosed under a quadrangular box, in case either the deep snows or ice in winter, or storms, may impede its running and its turning around. The joints in the planks are stopped all around with moss. The cover, however, has one opening, through which there passes a race bringing down water which, dropping on the buckets of the wheel, turns it round, and flows out again in the lower race under the box. The spokes of the water wheel are not infrequently mortised into the middle of the camshaft. In this case the cams on both sides raise the stamps, which either both crush dry or wet ore, or else the one set crushes dry ore and the other set wet ore, just as circumstances require the one or the other. Further, when the one set is raised and the iron clavices in them are fixed into openings in the first cross beam, the other set alone crushes the ore. A. Box laid flat on the ground. B. Its bottom which is made of iron wire. C. Box inverted. D. Iron rods. E. Box suspended from a beam, the inside being visible. F. Box suspended from a beam, the outside being visible. Broken rock or stones, or the coarse or fine sand, are removed from the mortar of this machine and heaped up, as is also done with the same materials when raked out of the dump near the mine. They are thrown by a workman into a box, which is open on the top and the front, and is 3 feet long and nearly 1.5 feet wide. Its sides are sloping and made of planks, but its bottom is made of iron wire netting, and fastened with wire to 2 iron rods, which are fixed to the 2 side planks. This bottom has openings, through which broken rock of the size of a hazelnut cannot pass. The pieces which are too large to pass through are removed by the workman, who again places them under stamps, while those which have passed through, together with the coarse and fine sand, he collects in a large vessel and keeps for the washing. When he is performing his laborious task he suspends the box from a beam by 2 ropes. This box may rightly be called a quadrangular sieve, as may also that kind which follows. A. Sieve. B. Small planks. C. Post. D. Bottom of sieve. E. Open box. F. Small crossbeam. G. Upright posts. Some employ a sieve shaped like a wooden bucket, bound with 2 iron hoops. Its bottom, like that of the box, is made of iron wire netting. They place this on 2 small cross planks fixed upon a post set in the ground. Some do not fix the post in the ground, but stand it on the ground until there arises a heap of the material which has passed through the sieve, and in this the post is fixed. With an iron shovel the workman throws into this sieve broken rock, small stones, coarse and fine sand raked out of the dump. Holding the handles of the sieve in his hands, he agitates it up and down in order that by this movement the dust, fine and coarse sand, small stones, and fine broken rock may fall through the bottom. Others do not use a sieve, but an open box, whose bottom is likewise covered with wire netting. This they fix on a small crossbeam fastened to 2 upright beams and tilt it backward and forward. Some use a sieve made of copper, having square copper handles on both sides, and through these handles runs a pole, of which one end projects 3/4 foot beyond one handle. The workman then places that end in a rope which is suspended from a beam, and rapidly shakes the pole alternately backward and forward. By this movement the small particles fall through the bottom of the sieve. In order that the end of the pole may be easily placed in the rope, a stick, 2 palms long, holds open the lower part of the rope as it hangs double, each end of the rope being tied to the beam. Part of the rope, however, hangs beyond the stick to a length of 1/2 foot. A. Box. B. Bale. C. Rope. D. Beam. E. Handles. F. 5-toothed rake. G. Sieve. H. Its handles. I. Pole. K. Rope. L. Timber. A large box is also used for this purpose, of which the bottom is either made of a plank full of holes or of iron netting, as are the other boxes. An iron bale is fastened from the middle of the planks which form its sides. To this bale is fastened a rope which is suspended from a wooden beam, in order that the box may be moved or tilted in any direction. There are 2 handles on each end, not unlike the handles of a wheelbarrow. These are held by 2 workmen, who shake the box to and fro. This box is the one principally used by the Germans who dwell in the Carpathian Mountains. The smaller particles are separated from the larger ones by means of 3 boxes and 2 sieves, in order that those which pass through each, being of equal size, may be washed together. For the bottoms of both the boxes and sieves have openings which do not let through broken rock of the size of a hazelnut. As for the dry remnants in the bottoms of the sieves, if they contain any metal the miners put them under the stamps. The larger pieces of broken rock are not separated from the smaller by this method until the men and boys, with 5-toothed rakes, have separated them from the rock fragments, the little stones, the coarse and the fine sand and earth, which have been thrown on to the dumps. A. Workman carrying broken rock in a barrow. B. First chute. C. First box. D. Its handles. E. Its bales. F. Rope. G. Beam. H. Post. I. Second chute. K. Second box. L. Third chute. M. Third box. N. First table. O. First sieve. P. First tub. Q. Second table. R. Second sieve. S. Second tub. T. Third table. V. Third sieve. X. Third tub. Y. Plugs. At Nussol, in the Carpathians, there are mines where the veins of copper lie in the ridges and peaks of the mountains, and in order to save expense being incurred by a long and difficult transport, along a rough and sometimes very precipitous road. One workman sorts over the dumps which have been thrown out from the mines, and another carries in a wheelbarrow the earth, fine and coarse sand, little stones, broken rock, and even the poorer ore, and overturns the barrow into a long open chute fixed to a steep rock. This chute is held apart by small cleats, and the material slides down a distance of about 150 feet into a short box, whose bottom is made of a thick copper plate, full of holes. This box has 2 handles by which it is shaken to and fro, and at the top there are 2 bales made of hazel sticks, in which is fixed the iron hook of a rope hung from the branch of a tree or from a wooden beam which projects from an upright post. From time to time a sifter pulls this box and thrusts it violently against the tree or post, by which means the small particles passing through its holes descend down another chute into another short box, in whose bottom there are smaller holes. A second sifter, in like manner, thrusts this box violently against a tree or post, and a second time the smaller particles are received into a third chute, and slide down into a third box, whose bottom has still smaller holes. A third sifter, in like manner, thrusts this box violently against a tree or post, and for the third time the tiny particles fall through the holes upon a table. While the workman is bringing in the barrow, another load which has been sorted from the dump, each sifter withdraws the hooks from his bale and carries away his own box and overturns it, heaping up the broken rock or sand which remains in the bottom of it. As for the tiny particles which have slid down upon the table, the first washer, for there are as many washers as sifters, sweeps them off and in a tub nearly full of water, washes them through a sieve whose holes are smaller than the holes of the third box. When this tub has been filled with the material which has passed through the sieve, he draws out the plug to let the water run away. Then he removes with a shovel that which has settled in the tub and throws it upon the table of a second washer, who washes it in a sieve with smaller holes. The sediment which has this time settled in his tub, he takes out and throws on the table of a third washer, who washes it in a sieve with the smallest holes. The copper concentrates which have settled in the last tub are taken out and smelted. The sediment which each washer has removed with a limp is washed on a canvas strake. The sifters at Altenburg, in the tin mines of the mountains bordering on Bohemia, use such boxes as I have described, hung from wooden beams. These, however, are a little larger and open in the front, through which opening the broken rock which has not gone through the sieve can be shaken out immediately by thrusting the sieve against its post. A. Sieve. B. Its handles. C. Tub. D. Bottom of sieve made of iron wires. E. Hoop. F. Rods. G. Hoops. H. Woman shaking the sieve. I. Boy supplying it with material which requires washing. K. Man with shovel removing from the tub the material which has passed through the sieve. If the ore is rich in metal, the earth, the fine and coarse sand, and the pieces of rock which have been broken from the hanging wall, are dug out of the dump with a spade or rake and, with a shovel, are thrown into a large sieve or basket, and washed in a tub nearly full of water. The sieve is generally a cubit broad and half a foot deep. Its bottom has holes of such size that the larger pieces of broken rock cannot pass through them, for this material rests upon the straight and cross iron wires, which at their points of contact are bound by small iron clips. The sieve is held together by an iron band and by two cross rods likewise of iron. The rest of the sieve is made of staves in the shape of a little tub, and is bound with two iron hoops. Some, however, bind it with hoops of hazel or oak, but in that case they use 3 of them. On each side it has handles, which are held in the hands by whoever washes the metalliferous material. Into this sieve a boy throws the material to be washed, and a woman shakes it up and down, turning it alternately to the right and to the left, and in this way passes through it the smaller pieces of earth, sand, and broken rock. The larger pieces remain in the sieve, and these are taken out, placed in a heap and put under the stamps. The mud, together with fine sand, coarse sand, and broken rock, which remain after the water has been drawn out of the tub, is removed by an iron shovel and washed in the sluice, about which I will speak a little later. A. Basket. B. Its handles. C. Dish. D. Its back part. E. Its front part. F. Handles of same. The Bohemians use a basket a foot and a half broad and half a foot deep, bound together by osiers. It has 2 handles by which it is grasped, when they move it about and shake it in the tub or in a small pool nearly full of water. All that passes through it into the tub or pool they take out and wash in a bowl, which is higher in the back part and lower and flat in the front. It is grasped by the 2 handles and shaken in the water, the lighter particles flowing away, and the heavier and mineral portion sinking to the bottom. A. Axle. B. Water wheel. C. Toothed drum. D. Drum made of rundles. E. Iron axle. F. Millstone. G. Hopper. H. Round wooden plate. I. Trough. Gold ore, after being broken with hammers or crushed by the stamps, and even tin ore, is further milled to powder. The upper millstone, which is turned by water power, is made in the following way. An axle is rounded to compass measure, or is made angular, and its iron pinions turn in iron sockets which are held in beams. The axle is turned by a water wheel, the buckets of which are fixed to the rim and are struck by the force of a stream. Into the axle is mortised a toothed drum, whose teeth are fixed in the side of the rim. These teeth turn a second drum of rundles, which are made of very hard material. This drum surrounds an iron axle which has a pinion at the bottom and revolves in an iron cup in a timber. At the top of the iron axle is an iron tongue, dovetailed into the millstone, and so when the teeth of the one drum turn the rundles of the other, the millstone is made to turn round. An overhanging machine supplies it with ore through a hopper, and the ore, being ground to powder, is discharged from a round wooden plate into a trough and flowing away through it accumulates on the floor. From there the ore is carried away and reserved for washing. Since this method of grinding requires the millstone to be now raised and now lowered, the timber in whose socket the iron of the pinion axle revolves rests upon 2 beams, which can be raised and lowered. A. First mill. B. Wool turned by goats. C. Second mill. D. Disc of upright axle. E. Its toothed drum. F. Third mill. G. Shape of lower millstone. H. Small upright axle of the same. I. Its opening. K. Lever of the upper millstone. L. Its opening. There are 3 mills in use in milling gold ores, especially for quartz which is not lacking in metal. They are not all turned by water power, but some by the strength of men, and 2 of them even by the power of beasts of burden. The first revolving one differs from the next only in its driving wheel, which is closed in and turned by men treading it, or by horses, which are placed inside, or by asses, or even by strong goats. The eyes of these beasts are covered by linen bands. The second mill, both when pushed and turned round, differs from the 2 above by having an upright axle in the place of the horizontal one. This axle has at its lower end a disc, which 2 workmen turn by treading back its cleats with their feet, though frequently one man sustains all the labor. Or sometimes there projects from the axle a pole which is turned by a horse or an ass, for which reason it is called an asinaria. The toothed drum which is at the upper end of the axle turns the drum which is made of rundles, and together with it the millstone. The third mill is turned round, and not pushed by hand. But between this and the others there is a great distinction, for the lower millstone is so shaped at the top that it can hold within it the upper millstone, which revolves around an iron axle. This axle is fastened in the center of the lower stone and passes through the upper stone. A workman, by grasping in his hand an upright iron bar placed in the upper millstone, moves it round. The middle of the upper millstone is bored through, and the ore, being thrown into this opening, falls down upon the lower millstone and is there ground to powder, which gradually runs out through its opening. It is washed by various methods before it is mixed with quicksilver, which I will explain presently. A. Water wheel. B. Axle. C. Stamp. D. Hopper in the upper millstone. E. Opening passing through the center. F. Lower millstone. G. Its round depression. H. Its outlet. I. Iron axle. K. Its crosspiece. L. Beam. M. Drum of rundles on the iron axle. N. Toothed drum of main axle. O. Tubs. P. The small planks. Q. Small upright axles. R. Enlarged part of one. S. Their paddles. T. Their drums which are made of rundles. V. Small horizontal axle set into the end of the main axle. X. Its toothed drums. Y. 3 sluices. Z. Their small axles. AA. Spokes. BB. Paddles. Some people build a machine which at one and the same time can crush, grind, cleanse, and wash the gold ore, and mix the gold with quicksilver. This machine has one water wheel, which is turned by a stream striking its buckets. The main axle on one side of the water wheel has long cams, which raise the stamps that crush the dry ore. Then the crushed ore is thrown into the hopper of the upper millstone, and gradually falling through the opening, is ground to powder. The lower millstone is square, but has a round depression in which the round, upper millstone turns, and it has an outlet from which the powder falls into the first tub. A vertical iron axle is dovetailed into a crosspiece, which is in turn fixed into the upper millstone. The upper pinion of this axle is held in a bearing fixed in a beam. The drum of the vertical axle is made of rundles, and is turned by the toothed drum on the main axle, and thus turns the millstone. The powder falls continually into the first tub, together with water, and from there runs into a second tub which is set lower down, and out of the second into a third, which is the lowest. From the third, it generally flows into a small trough hewn out of a tree trunk. Quicksilver is placed in each tub, across which is fixed a small plank, and through a hole in the middle of each plank there passes a small upright axle, which is enlarged above the plank to prevent it from dropping into the tub lower than it should. At the lower end of the axle 3 sets of paddles intersect, each made from 2 little boards fixed to the axle opposite each other. The upper end of this axle has a pinion held by a bearing set in a beam, and around each of these axles is a small drum made of rundles, each of which is turned by a small toothed drum on a horizontal axle. One end of which is mortised into the large horizontal axle, and the other end is held in a hollow covered with thick iron plates in a beam. Thus the paddles, of which there are 3 sets in each tub, turn round, and agitating the powder, thoroughly mix it with water and separate the minute particles of gold from it, and these are attracted by the quicksilver and purified. The water carries away the waste. The quicksilver is poured into a bag made of leather or cloth woven from cotton, and when this bag is squeezed, as I have described elsewhere, the quicksilver drips through it into a jar placed underneath. The pure gold remains in the bag. Some people substitute 3 broad sluices for the tubs, each of which has an angular axle on which are set 6 narrow spokes, and to them are fixed the same number of broad paddles. The water that is poured in strikes these paddles and turns them round, and they agitate the powder which is mixed with the water and separate the metal from it. If the powder which is being treated contains gold particles, the first method of washing is far superior, because the quicksilver in the tubs immediately attracts the gold. If it is powder in which are the small black stones from which tin is smelted, this latter method is not to be despised. It is very advantageous to place interlaced fir boughs in the sluices in which such tin stuff is washed, after it has run through the launders from the mills, because the fine tin stone is either held back by the twigs, or if the current carries them along they fall away from the water and settle down. 7 methods of washing are in common use for the ores of many metals. For they are washed either in a simple buttle, or in a divided buttle, or in an ordinary strake, or in a large tank, or in a short strake, or in a canvas strake, or in a jigging sieve. Other methods of washing are either peculiar to some particular metal, or are combined with the method of crushing wet or by stamps. A. Head of buttle. B. Pipe. C. Buttle. D. Board. E. Transverse buttle. F. Shovel. G. Scrubber. A simple buttle is made in the following way. In the first place, the head is higher than the rest of the buttle, and is 3 feet long and 1.5 feet broad. This head is made of planks laid upon a timber and fastened, and on both sides, sideboards are set up so as to hold the water, which flows in through a pipe or trough, so that it shall fall straight down. The middle of the head is somewhat depressed in order that the broken rock and the larger metallic particles may settle into it. The buttle is sunk into the earth to a depth of 3/4 foot below the head, and is 12 feet long and 1.5 feet wide and deep. The bottom and each side are lined with planks to prevent the earth, when it is softened by the water, from falling in or from absorbing the metallic particles. The lower end of the buttle is obstructed by a board, which is not as high as the sides. To this straight buttle there is joined a second transverse buttle, 6 feet long and 1.5 feet wide and deep, similarly lined with planks. At the lower end it is closed up with a board, also lower than the sides of the buttle so that the water can flow away. This water falls into a launder and is carried outside the building. In this simple buttle is washed the metallic material which has passed onto the floor of the works through the 5 large sieves. When this has been gathered into a heap, the washer throws it into the head of the buttle, and water is poured upon it through the pipe or small trough. And the portion which sinks and settles in the middle of the head compartment he stirs with a wooden scrubber. This is what we will henceforth call the implement made of a stick to which is fixed a piece of wood 1 foot long and 1 palm broad. The water is made turbid by this stirring, and carries the mud and sand and small particles of metal into the buttle below. Together with the broken rock, the larger metallic particles remain in the head compartment, and when these have been removed, boys throw them upon the platform of a washing tank or the short strake, and separate them from the broken rock. When the buttle is full of mud and sand, the washer closes the pipe through which the water flows into the head. Very soon the water which remains in the buttle flows away, and when this has taken place, he removes with a shovel the mud and sand which are mixed with minute particles of metal, and washes them on a canvas strake. Sometimes before the buttles have been filled full, the boys throw the material into a bowl and carry it to the strakes and wash it. Pulverized ore is washed in the head of this kind of a buttle. But usually when tin stone is washed in it, interlacing fir boughs are put into the buttle, in the same manner as in the sluice when wet ore is crushed with stamps. The larger tin stone particles, which sink in the upper part of the buttle, are washed separately in a strake. Those particles which are of medium size, and settle in the middle part, are washed separately in the same way. And the mud mixed with minute particles of tin stone, which has settled in the lowest part of the buttle below the fir boughs, is washed separately on the canvas strakes. A. Pipe. B. Cross launder. C. Small troughs. D. Head of the buttle. E. Wooden scrubber. F. Dividing boards. G. Short strake. The divided buttle differs from the last one by having several crossboards, which, being placed inside it, divide it off like steps. If the buttle is 12 feet long, 4 of them are placed within; if 9 feet long, 3. The nearer each one is to the head, the greater is its height; the further from the head, the lower it is. And so when the highest is a foot and a palm high, the second is usually a foot and 3 digits high, the third a foot and 2 digits, and the lowest a foot and 1 digit. In this buttle is generally washed that metalliferous material which has been sifted through the large sieve into the tub containing water. This material is continuously thrown with an iron shovel into the head of the buttle, and the water which has been let in is stirred up by a wooden scrubber, until the buttle is full. Then the crossboards are taken out by the washer, and the water is drained off. Next, the metalliferous material which has settled in the compartments is again washed, either on a short strake or on the canvas strakes or in the jigging sieves. Since a short strake is often united with the upper part of this buttle, a pipe in the first place carries the water into a cross launder, from which it flows down through one little launder into the buttle, and through another into the short strake. A. Head. B. Strake. C. Trowel. D. Scrubber. E. Canvas. F. Rod by which the canvas is made smooth. An ordinary strake, so far as the planks are concerned, is not unlike the last two. The head of this, as of the others, is first made of earth stamped down, then covered with planks. And where it is necessary, earth is thrown in and beaten down a second time, so that no crevice may remain through which water carrying the particles of metal can escape. The water ought to fall straight down into the strake, which has a length of 8 feet and a breadth of 1.5 feet. It is connected with a transverse launder, which then extends to a settling pit outside the building. A boy with a shovel or a ladle takes the impure concentrates or impure tin stone from a heap, and throws them into the head of the strake or spreads them over it. A washer with a wooden scrubber then agitates them in the strake, whereby the mud mixed with water flows away into the transverse launder, and the concentrates or the tin stone settle on the strake. Since sometimes the concentrates or fine tin stone flow down together with the mud into the transverse launder, a second washer closes it, after a distance of about 6 feet, with a crossboard and frequently stirs the mud with a shovel, in order that when mixed with water it may flow out into the settling pit, and there remains in the launder only the concentrates or tin stone. The tin stuff of Schlackenwald and Erbisdorf is washed in this kind of a strake once or twice, those of Altenburg 3 or 4 times, those of Geyer often 7 times. For in the ore at Schlackenwald and Erbisdorf the tin stone particles are of a fair size, and are crushed with stamps. At Altenburg they are of much smaller size, and in the broken ore at Geyer only a few particles of tin stone can be seen occasionally. This method of washing was first devised by the miners who treated tin ore, whence it passed on from the works of the tin workers to those of the silver workers and others. This system is even more reliable than washing in jigging sieves. Near this ordinary strake there is generally a canvas strake. A. Upper cross launder. B. Small launders. C. Heads of strakes. D. Strakes. E. Lower transverse launder. F. Settling pit. G. Socket in the sill. H. Halved iron rings fixed to beam. I. Pole. K. Its little scrubber. L. Second small scrubber. In modern times 2 ordinary strakes, similarly made, are generally joined together. The head of one is 3 feet distant from that of the other, while the bodies are 4 feet distant from each other, and there is only one cross launder under the 2 strakes. One boy shovels, from the heap into the head of each, the concentrates or tin stone mixed with mud. There are 2 washers, one of whom sits at the right side of one strake, and the other at the left of the other strake, and each pursues his task, using the following sort of implement. Under each strake is a sill, from a socket in which a round pole rises, and is held by half an iron ring in a beam of the building, so that it may revolve. This pole is 9 feet long and a palm thick. Penetrating the pole is a small round piece of wood, 3 palms long and as many digits thick, to which is affixed a small board 2 feet long and 5 digits wide, in an opening of which one end of a small axle revolves. And to this axle is fixed the handle of a little scrubber. The other end of this axle turns in an opening of a second board, which is likewise fixed to a small round piece of wood. This round piece, like the first one, is 3 palms long and as many digits thick, and is used by the washer as a handle. The little scrubber is made of a stick 3 feet long, to the end of which is fixed a small tablet of wood a foot long, 6 digits broad, and a digit and a half thick. The washer constantly moves the handle of this implement with one hand. In this way the little scrubber stirs the concentrates or the fine tin stone mixed with mud in the head of the strake, and the mud, on being stirred, flows on to the strake. In the other hand he holds a second little scrubber, which has a handle of half the length, and with this he ceaselessly stirs the concentrates or tin stone which have settled in the upper part of the strake. In this way the mud and water flow down into the transverse launder, and from it into the settling pit which is outside the building. A. Trough. B. Platform. C. Wooden scrubber. Before the short strake and the jigging sieve had been invented, metalliferous ores, especially tin, were crushed dry with stamps and washed in a large trough hollowed out of 1 or 2 tree trunks. And at the head of this trough was a platform, on which the ore was thrown after being completely crushed. The washer pulled it down into the trough with a wooden scrubber which had a long handle, and when the water had been let into the trough, he stirred the ore with the same scrubber. A. Short strake. B. Small launder. C. Transverse launder. D. Wooden scrubber. The short strake is narrow in the upper part where the water flows down into it through the little launder. In fact it is only 2 feet wide. At the lower end it is wider, being 3 feet and as many palms. At the sides, which are 6 feet long, are fixed boards 2 palms high. In other respects the head resembles the head of the simple buttle, except that it is not depressed in the middle. Beneath is a cross launder closed by a low board. In this short strake not only is ore agitated and washed with a wooden scrubber, but boys also separate the concentrates from the broken rock in them and collect them in tubs. The short strake is now rarely employed by miners, owing to the carelessness of the boys, which has been frequently detected. For this reason, the jigging sieve has taken its place. The mud which settles in the launder, if the ore is rich, is taken up and washed in a jigging sieve or on a canvas strake. A. Beams. B. Canvas. C. Head of strake. D. Small launder. E. Settling pit or tank. F. Wooden scrubber. G. Tubs. A canvas strake is made in the following way. 2 beams, 18 feet long and half a foot broad and 3 palms thick, are placed on a slope. 1/2 of each of these beams is partially cut away lengthwise, to allow the ends of planks to be fastened in them, for the bottom is covered by planks 3 feet long, set crosswise and laid close together. 1/2 of each supporting beam is left intact and rises a palm above the planks, in order that the water that is running down may not escape at the sides, but shall flow straight down. The head of the strake is higher than the rest of the body, and slopes so as to enable the water to flow away. The whole strake is covered by 6 stretched pieces of canvas, smoothed with a stick. The first of them occupies the lowest division, and the second is so laid as to slightly overlap it. On the second division, the third is similarly laid, and so on, one on the other. If they are laid in the opposite way, the water flowing down carries the concentrates or particles of tin stone under the canvas, and a useless task is attempted. Boys or men throw the concentrates or tin stuff mixed with mud into the head of the strake, after the canvas has been thus stretched, and having opened the small launder they let the water flow in. Then they stir the concentrates or tin stone with a wooden scrubber till the water carries them all onto the canvas. Next they gently sweep the linen with the wooden scrubber until the mud flows into the settling pit or into the transverse launder. As soon as there is little or no mud on the canvas, but only concentrates or tin stone, they carry the canvas away and wash it in a tub placed close by. The tin stone settles in the tub, and the men return immediately to the same task. Finally, they pour the water out of the tub, and collect the concentrates or tin stone. However, if either concentrates or tin stone have washed down from the canvas and settled in the settling pit or in the transverse launder, they wash the mud again. A. Canvas strake. B. Man dashing water on the canvas. C. Bucket. D. Bucket of another kind. E. Man removing concentrates or tin stone from the trough. Some neither remove the canvas nor wash it in the tubs, but place over it on each edge narrow strips, of no great thickness, and fix them to the beams with nails. They agitate the metalliferous material with wooden scrubbers and wash it in a similar way. As soon as little or no mud remains on the canvas, but only concentrates or fine tin stone, they lift one beam so that the whole strake rests on the other, and dash it with water, which has been drawn with buckets out of the small tank. And in this way all the sediment which clings to the canvas falls into the trough placed underneath. This trough is hewn out of a tree and placed in a ditch dug in the ground. The interior of the trough is a foot wide at the top, but narrower in the bottom, because it is rounded out. In the middle of this trough they put a crossboard, in order that the fairly large particles of concentrates or fairly large-sized tin stone may remain in the forepart into which they have fallen, and the fine concentrates or fine tin stone in the lower part, for the water flows from one into the other, and at last flows down through an opening into the pit. As for the fairly large-sized concentrates or tin stone which have been removed from the trough, they are washed again on the ordinary strake. The fine concentrates and fine tin stone are washed again on this canvas strake. By this method, the canvas lasts longer because it remains fixed, and nearly double the work is done by one washer as quickly as can be done by two washers by the other method. A. Fine sieves. B. Limp. C. Finer sieve. D. Finest sieve. The jigging sieve has recently come into use by miners. The metalliferous material is thrown into it and sifted in a tub nearly full of water. The sieve is shaken up and down, and by this movement all the material below the size of a pea passes through into the tub, and the rest remains on the bottom of the sieve. This residue is of two kinds, the metallic particles, which occupy the lower place, and the particles of rock and earth, which take the higher place, because the heavy substance always settles. And the light is borne upward by the force of the water. This light material is taken away with a limp, which is a thin tablet of wood almost semicircular in shape, 3/4 of a foot long, and 1/2 a foot wide. Before the lighter portion is taken away the contents of the sieve are generally divided crosswise with a limp, to enable the water to penetrate into it more quickly. Afterward fresh material is again thrown into the sieve and shaken up and down, and when a great quantity of metallic particles have settled in the sieve, they are taken out and put into a tray close by. But since there fall into the tub with the mud, not only particles of gold or silver, but also of sand, pyrites, cadmia, galena, quartz, and other substances. And since the water cannot separate these from the metallic particles because they are all heavy, this muddy mixture is washed a second time, and the part which is useless is thrown away. To prevent the sieve passing this sand again too quickly, the washer lays small stones or gravel in the bottom of the sieve. However, if the sieve is not shaken straight up and down, but is tilted to one side, the small stones are broken or move from one part to another, and the metallic material again falls into the tub, and the operation is frustrated. The miners of our country have made an even finer sieve, which does not fail even with unskilled washers. In washing with this sieve they have no need for the bottom to be strewn with small stones. By this method the mud settles in the tub with the very fine metallic particles, and the larger sizes of metal remain in the sieve and are covered with the valueless sand, and this is taken away with a limp. The concentrates which have been collected are smelted together with other things. The mud mixed with the very fine metallic particles is washed for a third time and in the finest sieve, whose bottom is woven of hair. If the ore is rich in metal, all the material which has been removed by the limp is washed on the canvas strakes, or if the ore is poor it is thrown away. I have explained the methods of washing which are used in common for the ores of many metals. I now come to another method of crushing ore, for I ought to speak of this before describing those methods of washing which are peculiar to ores of particular metals. A. Mortar. B. Open end of mortar. C. Slab of rock. D. Iron sole plates. E. Screen. F. Launder. G. Wooden shovel. H. Settling pit. I. Iron shovel. K. Heap of material which has settled. L. Ore which requires crushing. M. Small launder. In the year 1512, George, the illustrious Duke of Saxony, gave the overlordship of all the dumps ejected from the mines in Meissen to the noble and wise Sigismund Maltitz, father of John, Bishop of Meissen. Rejecting the dry stamps, the large sieve, and the stone mills of Dipoldswald and Altenburg, in which places are dug the small black stones from which tin is smelted, he invented a machine which could crush the ore wet under iron-shod stamps. That is called wet ore, which is softened by water which flows into the mortar box, and they are sometimes called wet stamps because they are drenched by the same water. And on the other hand, the other kinds are called dry stamps or dry ore, because no water is used to soften the ore when the stamps are crushing. But to return to our subject. This machine is not dissimilar to the one which crushes the ore with dry iron-shod stamps, but the heads of the wet stamps are larger by half than the heads of the others. The mortar box, which is made of oak or beech timber, is set up in the space between the upright posts. It does not open in front, but at one end, and it is 3 feet long, 3/4 of a foot wide, and 1 foot and 6 digits deep. If it has no bottom, it is set up in the same way over a slab of hard, smooth rock placed in the ground, which has been dug down a little. The joints are stopped up all round with moss or cloth rags. If the mortar has a bottom, then an iron sole plate, 3 feet long, 3/4 of a foot wide, and a palm thick, is placed in it. In the opening in the end of the mortar there is fixed an iron plate full of holes, in such a way that there is a space of 2 digits between it and the shoe of the nearest stamp, and the same distance between this screen and the upright post. In an opening through which runs a small but fairly long launder. The crushed particles of silver ore flow through this launder with the water into a settling pit, while the material which settles in the launder is removed with an iron shovel to the nearest planked floor. That material which has settled in the pit is removed with an iron shovel on to another floor. Most people make 2 launders, in order that while the workman empties one of them of the accumulation which has settled in it, a fresh deposit may be settling in the other. The water flows in through a small launder at the other end of the mortar that is near the water wheel which turns the machine. The workman throws the ore to be crushed into the mortar in such a way that the pieces, when they are thrown in among the stamps, do not impede the work. By this method a silver or gold ore is crushed very fine by the stamps. A. Launder reaching to the screen. B. Transverse trough. C. Spouts. D. Large buttles. E. Shovel. F. Interwoven twigs. G. Boards closing the buttles. H. Cross trough. When tin ore is crushed by this kind of iron-shod stamps, as soon as crushing begins, the launder which extends from the screen discharges the water carrying the fine tinstone and fine sand into a transverse trough, from which the water flows down through the spouts, which pierce the side of the trough, into the one or other of the large buttles set underneath. The reason why there are 2 is that, while the washer empties the one which is filled with fine tinstone and sand, the material may flow into the other. Each buttle is 12 feet long, 1 cubit deep, and 1.5 feet broad. The tinstone which settles in the upper part of the buttles is called the large size. These are frequently stirred with a shovel, in order that the medium-sized particles of tinstone, and the mud mixed with the very fine particles of the stones may flow away. The particles of medium size generally settle in the middle part of the buttle, where they are arrested by interwoven fir twigs. The mud which flows down with the water settles between the twigs and the board which closes the lower end of the buttle. The tinstone of large size is removed separately from the buttle with a shovel. Those of medium size are also removed separately, and likewise the mud is removed separately, for they are separately washed on the canvas strakes and on the ordinary strake, and separately roasted and smelted. The tinstone which has settled in the middle part of the buttle, is also always washed separately on the canvas strakes. But if the particles are nearly equal in size to those which have settled in the upper part of the buttle, they are washed with them in the ordinary strake and are roasted and smelted with them. However, the mud is never washed with the others, either on the canvas strakes or on the ordinary strake, but separately, and the fine tinstone which is obtained from it is roasted and smelted separately. The 2 large buttles discharge into a cross trough, and it again empties through a launder into a settling pit which is outside the building. This method of washing has lately undergone a considerable change. For the launder which carries the water, mixed with the crushed tin stone and fine sand which flow from the openings of the screen, does not reach to a transverse trough which is inside the same room, but runs straight through a partition into a small settling pit. A boy draws a three-toothed rake through the material which has settled in the portion of the launder outside the room, by which means the larger-sized particles of tin stone settle at the bottom. And these the washer takes out with the wooden shovel and carries into the room. This material is thrown into an ordinary strake and swept with a wooden scrubber and washed. As for those tin stone particles which the water carries off from the strake, after they have been brought back onto the strake, he washes them again until they are clean. A. First launder. B. Three-toothed rake. C. Small settling pit. D. Large buttle. E. Buttle resembling the simple buttle. F. Small roller. G. Boards. H. Their holes. I. Shovel. K. Building. L. Stove. This picture does not entirely agree with the text. The remaining tin stone, mixed with sand, flows into the small settling pit which is within the building, and this discharges into two large buttles. The tin stone of moderate size, mixed with those of fairly large size, settle in the upper part, and the small size in the lower part. But both are impure, and for this reason they are taken out separately, and the former is washed twice, first in a buttle like the simple buttle, and afterward on an ordinary strake. Likewise the latter is washed twice, first on a canvas strake and afterward on an ordinary strake. This buttle, which is like the simple buttle, differs from it in the head, the whole of which in this case is sloping, while in the case of the other it is depressed in the center. In order that the boy may be able to rest the shovel with which he cleanses the tin stone, this sluice has a small wooden roller which turns in holes in two thick boards fixed to the sides of the buttle. If he did not do this, he would become overexhausted by his task, for he spends whole days standing over these labors. The large buttle, the one like the simple buttle, the ordinary strake, and the canvas strakes, are erected within a special building. In this building there is a stove that gives out heat through the earthen tiles or iron plates of which it is composed, in order that the washers can pursue their labors even in winter, if the rivers are not completely frozen over. A. Launder from the screen of the mortar box. B. Three-toothed rake. C. Small settling pit. D. Canvas. E. Strakes. F. Brooms. On the canvas strakes are washed the very fine tin stone mixed with mud which has settled in the lower end of the large buttle, as well as in the lower end of the simple buttle and of the ordinary strake. The canvas is cleaned in a trough hewn out of one tree trunk and partitioned off with two boards, so that three compartments are made. The first and second pieces of canvas are washed in the first compartment, the third and fourth in the second compartment, the fifth and sixth in the third compartment. Since among the very fine tin stone there are usually some grains of stone, rock, or marble, the master cleanses them on the ordinary strake, lightly brushing the top of the material with a broom, the twigs of which do not all run the same way, but some straight and some crosswise. In this way the water carries off these impurities from the strake into the settling pit because they are lighter, and leaves the tin stone on the table because it is heavier. Below all buttles or strakes, both inside and outside the building, there are placed either settling pits or cross-troughs into which they discharge, in order that the water may carry on down into the stream but very few of the most minute particles of tin stone. The large settling pit which is outside the building is generally made of joined flooring, and is 8 feet in length, breadth, and depth. When a large quantity of mud, mixed with very fine tin stone, has settled in it, first of all the water is let out by withdrawing a plug, then the mud which is taken out is washed outside the house on the canvas strakes. And afterward the concentrates are washed on the strake which is inside the building. By these methods the very finest tin stone is made clean. A. River. B. Weir. C. Gate. D. Area. E. Meadow. F. Fence. G. Ditch. The mud mixed with the very fine tin stone, which has neither settled in the large settling pit nor in the transverse launder which is outside the room and below the canvas strakes, flows away and settles in the bed of the stream or river. In order to recover even a portion of the fine tin stone, many miners erect weirs in the bed of the stream or river, very much like those that are made above the mills, to deflect the current into the races through which it flows to the water wheels. At one side of each weir there is an area dug out to a depth of 5 or 6 or 7 feet, and if the nature of the place will permit, extending in every direction more than 60 feet. Thus, when the water of the river or stream in autumn and winter inundates the land, the gates of the weir are closed, by which means the current carries the mud mixed with fine tin stone into the area. In spring and summer this mud is washed on the canvas strakes or on the ordinary strake, and even the finest black tin is collected. Within a distance of 4,000 fathoms along the bed of the stream or river below the buildings in which the tin stuff is washed, the miners do not make such weirs, but put inclined fences in the meadows. And in front of each fence they dig a ditch of the same length, so that the mud mixed with the fine tin stone, carried along by the stream or river when in flood, may settle in the ditch and cling to the fence. When this mud is collected, it is likewise washed on canvas strakes and on the ordinary strake, in order that the fine tin stone may be separated from it. Indeed, we may see many such areas and fences collecting mud of this kind in Meissen below Altenburg in the river Moglitz, which is always of a reddish color when the rock containing the black tin is being crushed under the stamps. A. First machine. B. Its stamps. C. Its mortar box. D. Second machine. E. Its stamps. F. Its mortar box. G. Third machine. H. Its stamps. I. Its mortar box. K. Fourth machine. L. Its stamps. M. Its mortar box. But to return to the stamping machines. Some usually set up 4 machines of this kind in one place, that is to say, 2 above and the same number below. By this plan it is necessary that the current which has been diverted should fall down from a greater height upon the upper water wheels, because these turn axles whose cams raise heavier stamps. The stamp stems of the upper machines should be nearly twice as long as the stems of the lower ones, because all the mortar boxes are placed on the same level. These stamps have their tappets near their upper ends, not as in the case of the lower stamps, which are placed just above the bottom. The water flowing down from the 2 upper water wheels is caught in 2 broad races, from which it falls on to the 2 lower water wheels. Since all these machines have the stamps very close together, the stems should be somewhat cut away, to prevent the iron shoes from rubbing each other at the point where they are set into the stems. Where so many machines cannot be constructed, by reason of the narrowness of the valley, the mountain is excavated and leveled in 2 places, one of which is higher than the other. And in this case 2 machines are constructed and generally placed in one building. A broad race receives in the same way the water which flows down from the upper water wheel, and similarly lets it fall on the lower water wheel. The mortar boxes are not then placed on one level, but each on the level which is appropriate to its own machine, and for this reason, 2 workmen are then required to throw ore into the mortar boxes. When no stream can be diverted which will fall from a higher place upon the top of the water wheel, one is diverted which will turn the foot of the wheel. A great quantity of water from the stream is collected in one pool capable of holding it, and from this place, when the gates are raised, the water is discharged against the wheel which turns in the race. The buckets of a water wheel of this kind are deeper and bent back, projecting upward, those of the former are shallower and bent forward, inclining downward. A. Stamps. B. Mortar. C. Plates full of holes. D. Transverse launder. E. Planks full of cup-like depressions. F. Spout. G. Bowl into which the concentrates fall. H. Canvas strake. I. Bowls shaped like a small boat. K. Settling pit under the canvas strake. Further, in the Julian and Rhaetian Alps and in the Carpathian Mountains, gold or even silver ore is now put under stamps, which are sometimes placed more than 20 in a row, and crushed wet in a long mortar box. The mortar has 2 plates full of holes through which the ore, after being crushed, flows out with the water into the transverse launder placed underneath, and from there it is carried down by 2 spouts into the heads of the canvas strakes. Each head is made of a thick broad plank, which can be raised and set upright, and to which on each side are fixed pieces projecting upward. In this plank there are many cup-like depressions equal in size and similar in shape, in each of which an egg could be placed. Right down in these depressions are small crevices which can retain the concentrates of gold or silver, and when the hollows are nearly filled with these materials, the plank is raised on one side so that the concentrates will fall into a large bowl. The cup-like depressions are washed out by dashing them with water. These concentrates are washed separately in different bowls from those which have settled on the canvas. This bowl is smooth and 2 digits wide and deep, being in shape very similar to a small boat. It is broad in the forepart, narrow in the back, and in the middle of it there is a cross groove, in which the particles of pure gold or silver settle, while the grains of sand, since they are lighter, flow out of it. In some parts of Moravia, gold ore, which consists of quartz mixed with gold, is placed under the stamps and crushed wet. When crushed fine it flows out through a launder into a trough, is there stirred by a wooden scrubber, and the minute particles of gold which settle in the upper end of the trough are washed in a black bowl. So far I have spoken of machines which crush wet ore with iron-shod stamps. I will now explain the methods of washing which are in a measure peculiar to the ore of certain metals, beginning with gold. The ore which contains particles of this metal, and the sand of streams and rivers which contains grains of it, are washed in frames or bowls. The sands especially are also washed in troughs. More than one method is employed for washing on frames, for these frames either pass or retain the particles or concentrates of gold. They pass them if they have holes, and retain them if they have no holes. But either the frame itself has holes, or a box is substituted for it. If the frame itself is perforated it passes the particles or concentrates of gold into a trough. If the box has them, it passes the gold material into the long sluice. A. Head of frame. B. Frame. C. Holes. D. Edge boards. E. Stools. F. Scrubber. G. Trough. H. Launder. I. Bowl. I will first speak of these 2 methods of washing. The frame is made of 2 planks joined together, and is 12 feet long and 3 feet wide, and is full of holes large enough for a pea to pass. To prevent the ore or sand with which the gold is mixed from falling out at the sides, small projecting edge boards are fixed to it. This frame is set upon 2 stools, the first of which is higher than the second, in order that the gravel and small stones can roll down it. The washer throws the ore or sand into the head of the frame, which is higher, and opening the small launder, lets the water into it, and then agitates it with a wooden scrubber. In this way, the gravel and small stones roll down the frame onto the ground, while the particles or concentrates of gold, together with the sand, pass through the holes into the trough which is placed under the frame, and after being collected are washed in the bowl. A. Sluice. B. Box. C. Bottom of inverted box. D. Open part of it. E. Iron hoe. F. Riffles. G. Small launder. H. Bowl with which settlings are taken away. I. Black bowl in which they are washed. A box which has a bottom made of a plate full of holes, is placed over the upper end of a sluice, which is fairly long but of moderate width. The gold material to be washed is thrown into this box, and a great quantity of water is let in. The lumps, if ore is being washed, are mashed with an iron shovel. The fine portions fall through the bottom of the box into the sluice, but the coarse pieces remain in the box, and these are removed with a scraper through an opening which is nearly in the middle of one side. Since a large amount of water is necessarily let into the box, in order to prevent it from sweeping away any particles of gold which have fallen into the sluice is divided off by 10, or if it is as long again, by 15 riffles. These riffles are placed equidistant from one another, and each is higher than the one next toward the lower end of the sluice. The little compartments which are thus made are filled with the material and the water which flows through the box. As soon as these compartments are full and the water has begun to flow over clear, the little launder through which this water enters into the box is closed, and the water is turned in another direction. Then the lowest riffle is removed from the sluice, and the sediment which has accumulated flows out with the water and is caught in a bowl. The riffles are removed one by one and the sediment from each is taken into a separate bowl, and each is separately washed and cleansed in a bowl. The larger particles of gold concentrate settle in the higher compartments, the smaller size, in the lower compartments. This bowl is shallow and smooth, and smeared with oil or some other slippery substance, so that the tiny particles of gold may not cling to it, and it is painted black, that the gold may be more easily discernible. On the exterior, on both sides and in the middle, it is slightly hollowed out in order that it may be grasped and held firmly in the hands when shaken. By this method the particles or concentrates of gold settle in the back part of the bowl. For if the back part of the bowl is tapped or shaken with one hand, as is usual, the contents move toward the fore part. In this way the Moravians, especially, wash gold ore. The gold particles are also caught on frames which are either bare or covered. If bare, the particles are caught in pockets; if covered, they cling to the coverings. Pockets are made in various ways, either with iron wire or small crossboards fixed to the frame, or by holes which are sunk into the sluice itself or into its head, but which do not quite go through. These holes are round or square, or are grooves running crosswise. The frames are either covered with skins, pieces of cloth, or turf, which I will deal with one by one in turn. A. Plank. B. Side boards. C. Iron wire. D. Handles. In order to prevent the sand which contains the particles of gold from spilling out, the washer fixes sideboards to the edges of a plank which is 6 feet long and 1 1/4 wide. He then lays crosswise many iron wires a digit apart, and where they join he fixes them to the bottom plank with iron nails. Then he makes the head of the frame higher, and into this he throws the sand which needs washing, and taking in his hands the handles which are at the head of the frame, he draws it backward and forward several times in the river or stream. In this way the small stones and gravel flow down along the frame, and the sand mixed with particles of gold remains in the pockets between the strips. When the contents of the pockets have been shaken out and collected in one place, he washes them in a bowl and thus cleans the gold dust. A. Head of the sluice. B. Riffles. C. Wooden scrubber. D. Pointed stick. E. Dish. F. Its cup-like depression. G. Grooved dish. Other people, among whom are the Lusitanians, fix to the sides of a sluice, which is about 6 feet long and 1.5 feet broad, many cross strips or riffles, which project backward and are a digit apart. The washer or his wife lets the water into the head of the sluice, where he throws the sand which contains the particles of gold. As it flows down he agitates it with a wooden scrubber, which he moves transversely to the riffles. He constantly removes with a pointed wooden stick the sediment which settles in the pockets between the riffles, and in this way the particles of gold settle in them. While the sand and other valueless materials are carried by the water into a tub placed below the sluice. He removes the particles of metal with a small wooden shovel into a wooden bowl. This bowl does not exceed 1.25 feet in breadth, and by moving it up and down in the stream he cleanses the gold dust, for the remaining sand flows out of the dish, and the gold dust settles in the middle of it, where there is a cup-like depression. Some make use of a bowl which is grooved inside like a shell, but with a smooth lip where the water flows out. This smooth place, however, is narrower where the grooves run into it, and broader where the water flows out. A. Head of the sluice. B. Side boards. C. Lower end of the sluice. D. Pockets. E. Grooves. F. Stools. G. Shovel. H. Tub set below. I. Launder. The cup-like pockets and grooves are cut or burned at the same time into the bottom of the sluice. The bottom is composed of 3 planks 10 feet long, and is about 4 feet wide, but the lower end, through which the water is discharged, is narrower. This sluice, which likewise has sideboards fixed to its edges, is full of rounded pockets and of grooves which lead to them, there being 2 grooves to 1 pocket. In order that the water mixed with sand may flow into each pocket through the upper groove, and that after the sand has partly settled, the water may again flow out through the lower groove. The sluice is set in the river or stream or on the bank, and placed on 2 stools, of which the first is higher than the second in order that the gravel and small stones may roll down the sluice. The washer throws sand into the head with a shovel, and opening the launder, lets in the water, which carries the particles of metal with a little sand down into the pockets. While the gravel and small stones with the rest of the sand falls into a tub placed below the sluice. As soon as the pockets are filled, he brushes out the concentrates and washes them in a bowl. He washes again and again through this sluice. A. Cross grooves. B. Tub set under the sluice. C. Another tub. Some people cut a number of cross grooves, one palm distant from each other, in a sluice similarly composed of 3 planks 8 feet long. The upper edge of these grooves is sloping, that the particles of gold may slip into them when the washer stirs the sand with a wooden shovel, but their lower edge is vertical so that the gold particles may thus be unable to slide out of them. As soon as these grooves are full of gold particles mixed with fine sand, the sluice is removed from the stools and raised up on its head. The head in this case is nothing but the upper end of the planks of which the sluice is composed. In this way the metallic particles, being turned over backward, fall into another tub, for the small stones and gravel have rolled down the sluice. Some people place large bowls under the sluice instead of tubs, and as in the other cases, the unclean concentrates are washed in the small bowl. A. Sluice covered with canvas. B. Its head full of pockets and grooves. C. Head removed and washed in a tub. D. Sluice which has square pockets. E. Sluice to whose planks small shavings cling. F. Broom. G. Skins of oxen. H. Wooden scrubber. The Thuringians cut rounded pockets, a digit in diameter and depth, in the head of the sluice, and at the same time they cut grooves reaching from one to another. The sluice itself they cover with canvas. The sand which is to be washed, is thrown into the head and stirred with a wooden scrubber. In this way the water carries the light particles of gold onto the canvas, and the heavy ones sink in the pockets, and when these hollows are full, the head is removed and turned over a tub, and the concentrates are collected and washed in a bowl. Some people make use of a sluice which has square pockets with short vertical recesses which hold the particles of gold. Other workers use a sluice made of planks, which are rough by reason of the very small shavings which still cling to them. These sluices are used instead of those with coverings, of which this sluice is bare, and when the sand is washed, the particles of gold cling no less to these shavings than to canvas, or skins, or cloths, or turf. The washer sweeps the sluice upward with a broom, and when he has washed as much of the sand as he wishes, he lets a more abundant supply of water into the sluice again to wash out the concentrates, which he collects in a tub set below the sluice. And then washes again in a bowl. Just as Thuringians cover the sluice with canvas, so some people cover it with the skins of oxen or horses. They push the auriferous sand upward with a wooden scrubber, and by this system the light material flows away with the water, while the particles of gold settle among the hairs. The skins are afterward washed in a tub. And the concentrates are collected in a bowl. A. Spring. B. Skin. C. Argonauts. The Colchians placed the skins of animals in the pools of springs. And since many particles of gold had clung to them when they were removed, poets invented the golden fleece of the Colchians. In like manner, it can be contrived by the methods of miners that skins should take up, not only particles of gold, but also of silver and gems. A. Head of frame. B. Frame. C. Cloth. D. Small launder. E. Tub set below the frame. F. Tub in which cloth is washed. Many people cover the frame with a green cloth as long and wide as the frame itself, and fasten it with iron nails in such a way that they can easily draw them out and remove the cloth. When the cloth appears to be golden because of the particles which adhere to it, it is washed in a special tub and the particles are collected in a bowl. The remainder which has run down into the tub is again washed on the frame. A. Cloth full of small knots, spread out. B. Small knots more conspicuously shown. C. Tub in which cloth is washed. Some people, in place of a green cloth, use a cloth of tightly woven horsehair, which has a rough knotty surface. Since these knots stand out and the cloth is rough, even the very small particles of gold adhere to it, these cloths are likewise washed in a tub with water. A. Head of frame. B. small launder through which water flows into head of frame. C. Pieces of turf. D. Trough placed under frame. E. Tub in which pieces of turf are washed. Some people construct a frame not unlike the one covered with canvas, but shorter. In place of the canvas they set pieces of turf in rows. They wash the sand, which has been thrown into the head of the frame, by letting in water. In this way the particles of gold settle in the turf, the mud and sand, together with the water, are carried down into the settling pit or trough below, which is opened when the work is finished. After all the water has passed out of the settling pit, the sand and mud are carried away and washed over again in the same manner. The particles which have clung to the turf are afterward washed down into the settling pit or trough by a stronger current of the water, which is let into the frame through a small launder. The concentrates are finally collected and washed in a bowl. Pliny was not ignorant of this method of washing gold. The ulex, he says, after being dried, is burnt, and its ashes are washed over a grassy turf, that the gold may settle on it. A. Tray. B. Bowl-like depression. C. Handles. Sand mixed with particles of gold is also washed in a tray, or in a trough or bowl. The tray is open at the further end, is either hewn out of a squared trunk of a tree or made out of a thick plank to which sideboards are fixed, and is 3 feet long, 1.5 feet wide, and 3 digits deep. The bottom is hollowed out into the shape of an elongated bowl whose narrow end is turned toward the head, and it has 2 long handles, by which it is drawn backward and forward in the river. In this way the fine sand is washed, whether it contains particles of gold or the little black stones from which tin is made. A. Trough. B. Its open end. C. End that may be closed. D. Stream. E. Hoe. F. End board. G. Bag. The Italians who come to the German mountains seeking gold, in order to wash the river sand which contains gold dust and garnets, use a fairly long shallow trough hewn out of a tree, rounded within and without. Open at one end and closed at the other, which they turn in the bed of the stream in such a way that the water does not dash into it, but flows in gently. They stir the sand, which they throw into it, with a wooden hoe, also rounded. To prevent the particles of gold or garnets from running out with the light sand, they close the end with a board similarly rounded, but lower than the sides of the trough. The concentrates of gold or garnets which, with a small quantity of heavy sand, have settled in the trough, they wash in a bowl and collect in bags and carry away with them. A. Large bowl. B. Ropes. C. Beam. D. Other large bowl which coiners use. E. Small bowl. Some people wash this kind of sand in a large bowl which can easily be shaken, the bowl being suspended by 2 ropes from a beam in a building. The sand is thrown into it, water is poured in, then the bowl is shaken, and the muddy water is poured out and clear water is again poured in, this being done again and again. In this way, the gold particles settle in the back part of the bowl because they are heavy, and the sand in the front part because it is light. The latter is thrown away, the former kept for smelting. The one who does the washing then returns immediately to his task. This method of washing is rarely used by miners, but frequently by coiners and goldsmiths when they wash gold, silver, or copper. The bowl they employ has only 3 handles, one of which they grasp in their hands when they shake the bowl, and in the other 2 is fastened a rope by which the bowl is hung from a beam, or from a crosspiece which is upheld by the forks of 2 upright posts fixed in the ground. Miners frequently wash ore in a small bowl to test it. This bowl, when shaken, is held in one hand and thumped with the other hand. In other respects this method of washing does not differ from the last. A. Stream. B. Ditch. C. Mattock. D. Pieces of turf. E. 7-pronged fork. F. Iron shovel. G. Trough. H. Another trough below it. I. Small wooden trowel. I have spoken of the various methods of washing sand which contains grains of gold. I will now speak of the methods of washing the material in which are mixed the small black stones from which tin is made. 8 such methods are in use, and of these 2 have been invented lately. Such metalliferous material is usually found torn away from veins and stringers and scattered far and wide by the impetus of water, although sometimes veni dilatati are composed of it. The miners dig out the latter material with a broad mattock, while they dig the former with a pick. But they dig out the little stones, which are not rare in this kind of ore, with an instrument like the bill of a duck. In districts which contain this material, if there is an abundant supply of water, and if there are valleys or gentle slopes and hollows, so that rivers can be diverted into them, the washers in summertime first of all dig a long ditch sloping so that the water will run through it rapidly. Into the ditch is thrown the metallic material, together with the surface material, which is 6 feet thick, more or less, and often contains moss, roots of plants, shrubs, trees, and earth. They are all thrown in with a broad mattock, and the water flows through the ditch. The sand and tin stone, as they are heavy, sink to the bottom of the ditch, while the moss and roots, as they are light, are carried away by the water which flows through the ditch. The bottom of the ditch is obstructed with turf and stones in order to prevent the water from carrying away the tin stone at the same time. The washers, whose feet are covered with high boots made of hide, though not of rawhide, themselves stand in the ditch and throw out of it the roots of the trees, shrubs, and grass with 7-pronged wooden forks, and push back the tin stone toward the head of the ditch. After 4 weeks, in which they have devoted much work and labor, they raise the tin stone in the following way. The sand with which it is mixed is repeatedly lifted from the ditch with an iron shovel and agitated hither and thither in the water, until the sand flows away and only the tin stone remains on the shovel. The tin stone is all collected together and washed again in a trough by pushing it up and turning it over with a wooden trowel, in order that the remaining sand may separate from it. Afterward they return to their task, which they continue until the metalliferous material is exhausted, or until the water can no longer be diverted into the ditches. A. Trough. B. Wooden shovel. C. Tub. D. Launder. E. Wooden trowel. F. Transverse trough. G. Plug. H. Falling water. I. Ditch. K. Barrow conveying material to be washed. L. Pick like the beak of a duck with which the miner digs out the material from which the small stones are obtained. The trough which I mentioned is hewn out of the trunk of a tree and the interior is 5 feet long, 3/4 foot deep, and 6 digits wide. It is placed on an incline and under it is put a tub which contains interwoven fir twigs, or else another trough is put under it, the interior of which is 3 feet long and 1 foot wide and deep. The fine tin stone, which has run out with the water, settles in the bottom. Some people, in place of a trough, put a square launder underneath, and in like manner they wash the tin stone in this by agitating it up and down and turning it over with a small wooden trowel. A transverse trough is put under the launder, which is either open on one end and drains off into a tub or settling pit, or else is closed and perforated through the bottom. In this case, it drains into a ditch beneath, where the water falls when the plug has been partly removed. The nature of this ditch I will now describe. A. Launder. B. Interlacing fir twigs. C. Logs. 3 on one side, for the fourth cannot be seen because the ditch is so full with material now being washed. D. Logs at the head of the ditch. E. Barrow. F. 7-pronged fork. G. Hoe. If the locality does not supply an abundance of water, the washers dig a ditch 30 or 36 feet long, and cover the bottom, the full length, with logs joined together and hewn on the side which lies flat on the ground. On each side of the ditch, and at its head also, they place 4 logs, one above the other, all hewn smooth on the inside. But since the logs are laid obliquely along the sides, the upper end of the ditch is made 4 feet wide and the tail end, 2 feet. The water has a high drop from a launder and first of all it falls into interlaced fir twigs, in order that it shall fall straight down for the most part in an unbroken stream and thus break up the lumps by its weight. Some do not place these twigs under the end of the launder, but put a plug in its mouth, which, since it does not entirely close the launder, nor altogether prevent the discharge from it, nor yet allow the water to spout far afield, makes it drop straight down. The workman brings in a wheelbarrow the material to be washed, and throws it into the ditch. The washer standing in the upper end of the ditch breaks the lumps with a 7-pronged fork, and throws out the roots of trees, shrubs, and grass with the same instrument, and thereby the small black stones settle down. When a large quantity of the tin stone has accumulated, which generally happens when the washer has spent a day at this work, to prevent it from being washed away he places it upon the bank. And other material having been again thrown into the upper end of the ditch, he continues the task of washing. A boy stands at the lower end of the ditch, and with a thin pointed hoe stirs up the sediment which has settled at the lower end, to prevent the washed tin stone from being carried further. Which occurs when the sediment has accumulated to such an extent that the fir branches at the outlet of the ditch are covered. A. Strakes. B. Tank. C. Launder. D. Plug. E. Wooden shovel. F. Wooden mallet. G. Wooden shovel with short handle. H. The plug in the strake. I. Tank placed under the plug. The third method of washing materials of this kind follows. 2 strakes are made, each of which is 12 feet long and 1.5 feet wide and deep. A tank is set at their head, into which the water flows through a little launder. A boy throws the ore into one strake. If it is of poor quality he puts in a large amount of it, if it is rich he puts in less. The water is let in by removing the plug, the ore is stirred with a wooden shovel, and in this way the tin stone, mixed with the heavier material, settles in the bottom of the strake, and the water carries the light material into the launder, through which it flows on to a canvas strake. The very fine tin stone, carried by the water, settles onto the canvas and is cleansed. A low crossboard is placed in the strake near the head, in order that the largest size tin stone may settle there. As soon as the strake is filled with the material which has been washed, he closes the mouth of the tank and continues washing in the other strake, and then the plug is withdrawn and the water and tin stone flow down into a tank below. Then he pounds the sides of the loaded strake with a wooden mallet, in order that the tin stone clinging to the sides may fall off. All that has settled in it, he throws out with a wooden shovel which has a short handle. Silver slags which have been crushed under the stamps, also fragments of silver lead alloy and of cakes melted from parites, are washed in a strake of this kind. A. Sieve. B. Tub. C. Water flowing out of the bottom of it. D. Strake. E. Three-toothed rake. F. Wooden scrubber. Material of this kind is also washed while wet, in a sieve whose bottom is made of woven iron wire, and this is the fourth method of washing. The sieve is immersed in the water which is contained in a tub, and is violently shaken. The bottom of this tub has an opening of such size that as much water, together with tailings from the sieve, can flow continuously out of it as water flows into it. The material which settles in the strake, a boy either digs over with a three-toothed iron rake or sweeps with a wooden scrubber. In this way the water carries off a great part of both sand and mud. The tin stone or metalliferous concentrates settle in the strake and are afterward washed in another strake. A. Box. B. Perforated plate. C. Trough. D. Crossboards. E. Pool. F. Launder. G. Shovel. H. Rake. These are ancient methods of washing material which contains tin stone. There follow 2 modern methods. If the tin stone mixed with earth or sand is found on the slopes of mountains or hills, or in the level fields which are either devoid of streams or into which a stream cannot be diverted, miners have lately begun to employ the following method of washing, even in the winter months. An open box is constructed of planks, about 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 2 feet and 1 palm deep. At the upper end on the inside, an iron plate 3 feet long and wide is fixed, at a depth of 1.5 feet from the top. This plate is very full of holes, through which tin stone about the size of a pea can fall. A trough hewn from a tree is placed under the box, and this trough is about 24 feet long and 3/4 feet wide and deep. Very often 3 crossboards are placed in it, dividing it off into compartments, each one of which is lower than the next. The turbid waters discharge into a settling pit. The metalliferous material is sometimes found not very deep beneath the surface of the earth, but sometimes so deep that it is necessary to drive tunnels and sink shafts. It is transported to the washing box in wheelbarrows, and when the washers are about to begin they lay a small launder, through which there flows on to the iron plates so much water as is necessary for this washing. Next, a boy throws the metalliferous material onto the iron plate with an iron shovel and breaks the small lumps, stirring them this way and that with the same implement. Then the water and sand penetrating the holes of the plate, fall into the box, while all the coarse gravel remains on the plate, and this he throws into a wheelbarrow with the same shovel. Meantime, a younger boy continually stirs the sand under the plate with a wooden scrubber nearly as wide as the box, and drives it to the upper end of the box. The lighter material, as well as a small amount of tin stone, is carried by the water down into the underlying trough. The boys carry on this labor without intermission until they have filled 4 wheelbarrows with the coarse and worthless residues, which they carry off and throw away, or 3 wheelbarrows if the material is rich in black tin. Then the foreman has the plank removed which was in front of the iron plate, and on which the boy stood. The sand, mixed with the tin stone, is frequently pushed backward and forward with a scrubber, and the same sand, because it is lighter, takes the upper place, and is removed as soon as it appears. That which takes the lower place is turned over with a spade, in order that any that is light can flow away. When all the tin stone is heaped together, he shovels it out of the box and carries it away. While the foreman does this, one boy with an iron hoe stirs the sand mixed with fine tin stone, which has run out of the box and has settled in the trough, and pushes it back to the uppermost part of the trough, and this material, since it contains a very great amount of tin stone, is thrown onto the plate and washed again. The material which has settled in the lowest part of the trough is taken out separately and piled in a heap, and is washed on the ordinary strake. That which has settled in the pool is washed on the canvas strake. In the summertime this fruitful labor is repeated more often, in fact 10 or 11 times. The tin stone which the foreman removes from the box, is afterward washed in a jigging sieve, and lastly in a tub, where at length all the sand is separated out. Finally, any material in which are mixed particles of other metals, can be washed by all these methods, whether it has been disintegrated from veins or stringers, or whether it originated from veni dilatati, or from streams and rivers. A. Launder. B. Cross trough. C. 2 spouts. D. Boxes. E. Plate. F. Grating. G. Shovels. H. Second cross trough. I. Strake. K. Wooden scrubber. L. Third cross trough. M. Launder. N. Three-toothed rake. The 6th method of washing material of this kind is even more modern and more useful than the last. 2 boxes are constructed, into each of which water flows through spouts from a cross trough into which it has been discharged through a pipe or launder. When the material has been agitated and broken up with iron shovels by 2 boys, part of it runs down and falls through the iron plates full of holes, or through the iron grating, and flows out of the box over a sloping surface into another cross trough, and from this into a strake 7 feet long and 2.5 feet wide. Then the foreman again stirs it with a wooden scrubber that it may become clean. As for the material which has flowed down with the water and settled in the 3rd cross trough, or in the launder which leads from it, a 3rd boy rakes it with a 2-toothed rake. In this way the fine tin stone settles down and the water carries off the valueless sand into the creek. This method of washing is most advantageous, for 4 men can do the work of washing in 2 boxes, while the last method, if doubled, requires 6 men. For it requires 2 boys to throw the material to be washed onto the plate and to stir it with iron shovels. 2 more are required with wooden scrubbers to keep stirring the sand, mixed with the tin stone, under the plate, and to push it toward the upper end of the box. Further, 2 foremen are required to clean the tin stone in the way I have described. In the place of a plate full of holes, they now fix in the boxes a grating made of iron wire as thick as the stalks of rye, that these may not be depressed by the weight and become bent. 3 iron bars support them, being laid crosswise underneath. To prevent the grating from being broken by the iron shovels with which the material is stirred in washing, 5 or 6 iron rods are placed on top in cross lines, and are fixed to the box so that the shovels may rub them instead of the grating. For this reason the grating lasts longer than the plates, because it remains intact, while the rods, when worn by rubbing, can easily be replaced by others. A. Pits. B. Torrent. C. Seven-pronged fork. D. Shovel. Miners use the seventh method of washing when there is no stream of water in the part of the mountain which contains the black tin, or particles of gold, or of other metals. In this case they frequently dig more than 50 ditches on the slope below, or make the same number of pits, 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 3/4 of a foot deep, not any great distance from each other. At the season when a torrent rises from storms of great violence or long duration, and rushes down the mountain, some of the miners dig the metalliferous material in the woods with broad hoes and drag it to the torrent. Other miners divert the torrent into the ditches or pits, and others throw the roots of trees, shrubs, and grass out of the ditches or pits with 7-pronged wooden forks. When the torrent has run down, they remove with shovels the unclean tin stone or particles of metal which have settled in the ditches or pits, and cleanse it. A. Gully. B. Ditch. C. Torrent. D. Sluice box employed by the Lusitanians. The eighth method is also employed in the regions which the Lusitanians hold in their power and sway, and is not dissimilar to the last. They drive a great number of deep ditches in rows in the gullies, slopes, and hollows of the mountains. Into these ditches the water, whether flowing down from snow melted by the heat of the sun or from rain, collects and carries together with earth and sand, sometimes tinstone, or, in the case of the Lusitanians, the particles of gold loosened from veins and stringers. As soon as the waters of the torrent have all run away, the miners throw the material out of the ditches with iron shovels, and wash it in a common sluice box. A. Trough. B. Launder. C. Hoe. D. Sieve. The Poles wash the impure lead from vini dilatati in a trough 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 1 1/4 feet deep. It is mixed with moist earth and is covered by a wet and sandy clay, and so first of all the clay, and afterward the ore, is dug out. The ore is carried to a stream or river, and thrown into a trough into which water is admitted by a little launder, and the washer standing at the lower end of the trough drags the ore out with a narrow and nearly pointed hoe, whose wooden handle is nearly 10 feet long. It is washed over again once or twice in the same way and thus made pure. Afterward, when it has been dried in the sun, they throw it into a copper sieve, and separate the very small pieces which pass through the sieve from the larger ones. Of these the former are smelted in a faggot pile and the latter in the furnace. Of such a number then are the methods of washing. A. Furnace. B. Its mouth. C. Poker. D. Rake with 2 teeth. E. Hoe. One method of burning is principally employed, and 2 of roasting. The black tin is burned by a hot fire in a furnace similar to an oven. It is burned if it is a dark blue color, or if parites and the stone from which iron is made are mixed with it, for the dark blue color, if not burnt, consumes the tin. If parites and the other stone are not volatilized into fumes in a furnace of this kind, the tin which is made from the tinstone is impure. The tinstone is thrown either into the back part of the furnace or into one side of it. But in the former case the wood is placed in front, in the latter case alongside, in such a manner, however, that neither firebrands nor coals may fall upon the tinstone itself or touch it. The fuel is manipulated by a poker made of wood. The tinstone is now stirred with a rake with 2 teeth, and now again leveled down with a hoe, both of which are made of iron. The very fine tinstone requires to be burned less than that of moderate size, and this again less than that of the largest size. While the tinstone is being thus burned, it frequently happens that some of the material runs together. The burned tinstone should then be washed again on the strake, for in this way the material which has been run together is carried away by the water into the cross trough, where it is gathered up and worked over, and again washed on the strake. By this method the metal is separated from that which is devoid of metal. A. Pits. B. Wood. C. Cakes. D. Launder. Cakes from parites, or cadmia, or cupriferous stones, are roasted in quadrangular pits, of which the front and top are open, and these pits are generally 12 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. The cakes of melted pyrites are usually roasted twice over, and those of cadmia once. These latter are first rolled in mud moistened with vinegar, to prevent the fire from consuming too much of the copper with the bitumen, or sulfur, or orpiment, or realgar. The cakes of pyrites are first roasted in a slow fire and afterward in a fierce one, and in both cases, during the whole following night, water is let in order that, if there is in the cakes any alum or vitriol or saltpetre capable of injuring the metals, although it rarely does injure them, the water may remove it and make the cakes soft. The solidified juices are nearly all harmful to the metal, when cakes or ore of this kind are smelted. The cakes which are to be roasted are placed on wood piled up in the form of a crate, and this pile is fired. A. Cakes. B. Bundles of faggots. C. Furnaces. The cakes which are made of copper smelted from schist are first thrown upon the ground and broken, and then placed in the furnace on bundles of faggots, and these are lighted. These cakes are generally roasted 7 times and occasionally 9 times. While this is being done, if they are bituminous, then the bitumen burns and can be smelled. These furnaces have a structure like the structure of the furnaces in which ore is smelted, except that they are open in front. They are 6 feet high and 4 feet wide. As for this kind of furnace, 3 of them are required for one of those in which the cakes are melted. First of all they are roasted in the first furnace, then when they are cooled, they are transferred into the second furnace and again roasted. Later they are carried to the third, and afterward back to the first, and this order is preserved until they have been roasted 7 or 9 times. End of Book 8. Footnotes. As would be expected, practically all the technical terms used by Agricola in this chapter are adaptations. The Latin terms, canalis, area, lacus, vasa, cribrum, and fossa, have had to be pressed into service for many different devices, largely by extemporized combinations. Where the devices described have become obsolete, we have adopted the nomenclature of the old works on Cornish methods. The following examples may be of interest. Simple buttle equals canalis simplex. Divided buttle equals canalis tabellus distinctus. Ordinary strake equals canalis divexus. Short strake equals area curta. Canvas strake equals area lentius extensus contecta. Limp equals radius. The strake, or streak, when applied to alluvial tin, would have been termed a tie in some parts of Cornwall, and the short strake a gounce. In the case of the stamp mill, inasmuch as almost every mechanical part has its counterpart in a modern mill, we have considered the reader will have less difficulty if the modern designations are used instead of the Old Cornish. The following are the essential terms in modern, Old Cornish and Latin. Stamp stamper pilum. Stamp stem lifter pilum. Shoes stamp heads capita. Mortar box capsa. Camshaft barrel axis. Cams caps dentes. Tappets tongues pili dentes. Screen crate lamini foraminum plini. Settling pit catchers lacus. Jigging sibdilla cribrum angustum. Agricola uses for Latin verbs in connection with heat operations at temperatures under the melting point, califatio, euro, torio, and cremo. The first he always uses in the sense of to warm or to heat, but the last 3 he uses indiscriminately in much the same way as the English verbs burn, roast, and calcine are used. But in general he uses the Latin verbs in the order given to indicate degrees of heat. We have used the English verbs in their technical sense as indicated by the context. It is very difficult to say when roasting began as a distinct and separate metallurgical step in sulfide or treatment. The Greeks and Romans worked both lead and copper sulfides, see note on P, and note on P. But neither in the remains of old works nor in their literature is there anything from which satisfactory details of such a step can be obtained. The ancients, of course, understood lime burning, and calcined several salts to purify them or to render them more caustic. Practically the only specific mention is by Pliny regarding lead ores, cp. Even the statement of Theophilus, 1050 to 1100 AD, may refer simply to rendering or more fragile, for he says, page 305, in regard to copper ore, this stone dug up in abundance is placed upon a pile and burned, comburator, after the manner of lime. Nor does it change color, but loses its hardness and can be broken up, and afterward it is smelted. The Probier Bouclian casually mentions roasting prior to assaying, and Byron Guccio, 3:2, mentions incidentally that dry and ill-disposed ores before everything must be roasted in an open oven so that the air can get in. He gives no further information, and therefore this account of Agricola's becomes practically the first. Apparently roasting, as a preliminary to the treatment of copper sulfides, did not come into use in England until some time later than Agricola, for in Colonel Grant Francis' Smelting of Copper in the Swansea District, London, 1881, a report is said of the Dunges of Joachim Gans, an imported German, at the Mainz by Keswick in Cumberland, A.D. 1581, wherein the delinquencies of the then current practice are described. They never could, neither yet can make, copper, under XXI. Times passinga through the fire, and XXI. Weeks doing thereof ain sometime more. But now the nature of these 9 hurtful humours above said being discovered and opened by Joachim's way of doing, we can, by his order of working, so correct thyme, that part of thyme being by nature hurtful to the copper and wastinga of it, are by arte made frines. And be not only an encrease to the copper, but further it in smelting. And the rest of the other evil humours shall be so corrected, and their humours so taken from them, that by once roasting and once smelting the ure, which shall be done in the space of 3 days, the same copper ure shall yield us black copper. Joachim proposed by the rostinge to be rid of sulfur, arsenic, and antimony. Orpiment and realgar are the red and yellow arsenical sulfides. See note on p. Cadmia bituminosa. The description of this substance by Agricola, given below, indicates that it was his term for the complex copper zinc arsenic cobalt minerals found in the well-known, highly bituminous, copper schists at Mansfeld. The later mineralogists, Wallerius, Mineralogia, Stockholm, 1747, Valmont de Beaumarais, Mineralogy, Paris, 1762, and others assume Agricola's cadmia bituminosa to be black arsenic or arsenic noir, but we see no reason for this assumption. Agricola's statement, de nat phos, is the schistose stone dug up at the foot of the Mellibocus Mountains, or as they are now called the Harz, Hercynium, near Eilben, Mansfeld, and near Hetstedt, is similar to spinos, a bituminous substance described by Theophrastus, if not identical with it. This is black, bituminous, and cupriferous, and when first extracted from the mine it is thrown out into an open space and heaped up in a mound. Then the lower part of the mound is surrounded by faggots, onto which are likewise thrown stones of the same kind. Then the faggots are kindled and the fire soon spreads to the stones placed upon them. By these the fire is communicated to the next, which thus spreads to the whole heap. This easy reception of fire is a characteristic which bitumen possesses in common with sulfur. Yet the small, pure and black bituminous ore is distinguished from the stones as follows. When they burn they emit the kind of odor which is usually given off by burning bituminous coal, and besides, if while they are burning a small shower of rain should fall, they burn more brightly and soften more quickly. Indeed, when the wind carries the fumes so that they descend into nearby standing waters, there can be seen floating in it something like a bituminous liquid, either black, or brown, or purple, which is sufficient to indicate that those stones were bituminous. And that genus of stones has been recently found in the Harz and layers, having occasionally gold-colored specks of porites adhering to them, representing various flat sea fish or pike or perch or birds, and poultry cocks. And sometimes salamanders. Atramentum satorium rubrum. Literally, this would be red vitriol. The German translation gives Rotkupferwasser, also red vitriol. We must confess that we cannot make this substance out, nor can we find it mentioned in the other works of Agricola. It may be the residue from leaching roasted porites for vitriol, which would be reddish oxide of iron. The statement elsewhere does not convey very much more information. It is de nat phos. When Goslar porites and Eilben, copper, schists are placed on the pyre and roasted for the 3rd time, they both exude a certain substance which is of a greenish color, dry, rough, and fibrous, tenue. This substance, like asbestos, is not consumed by the fire. The schists exude it more plentifully than the porites. The Interpretatio gives Federwis, as the German equivalent of amiantus, asbestos. This term was used for the feathery alum efflorescence on aluminous slates. Bearing in mind that bituminous cadmia contained arsenical cobalt minerals, this substance, resembling pomphylix, would probably be arsenic oxide. In De Natura Fossilium, page 368. Agricola discusses the pomphylix from cadmia at length and pronounces it to be of remarkably corrosive quality. See also note on P. Historical note on crushing and concentration of ores. There can be no question that the first step in the metallurgy of ores was direct smelting, and that this antedates human records. The obvious advantages of reducing the bulk of the material to be smelted by the elimination of barren portions of the ore must have appealed to metallurgists at a very early date. Logically, therefore, we should find the second step in metallurgy to be concentration in some form. The question of crushing is so much involved with concentration that we have not endeavored to keep them separate. The earliest indication of these processes appears to be certain inscriptions on monuments of the Ford dynasty, 4000 BC, depicting gold washing, Wilkinson, The Ancient Egyptians, London, 1874, 2. Certain stelae of the 12th dynasty, 2400 BC. In the British Museum, 144 Bay 1 and 145 Bay 6, refer to gold washing in the Sudan, and one of them appears to indicate the working of gold ore as distinguished from alluvial. The first written description of the Egyptian methods, and probably that reflecting the most ancient technology of crushing and concentration, is that of Agatharchides, a Greek geographer of the 2nd century BC. This work is lost, but the passage in question is quoted by Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, and by Photius, died 891 AD. We give Booth's translation of Diodorus, London, 1700, slightly amended. In the confines of Egypt and the neighboring countries of Arabia and Ethiopia there is a place full of rich gold mines, out of which with much cost and pains of many laborers gold is dug. The soil here is naturally black, but in the body of the earth run many white veins, shining like white marble, surpassing in luster all other bright things. Out of these laborious mines, those appointed overseers cause the gold to be dug up by the labor of a vast multitude of people. For the kings of Egypt condemned to these mines notorious criminals, captives taken in war, persons sometimes falsely accused, or against whom the king is incensed. And not only they themselves, but sometimes all their kindred and relations together with them, are sent to work here, both to punish them, and by their labor to advance the profit and gain of the kings. There are infinite numbers upon these accounts thrust down into these mines, all bound in fetters, where they work continually, without being admitted any rest night or day. And so strictly guarded that there is no possibility or way left to make an escape. For they set over them barbarians, soldiers of various and strange languages, so that it is not possible to corrupt any of the guard by discoursing one with another, or by the gaining insinuations of familiar converse. The earth which is hardest and full of gold they soften by putting fire under it, and then work it out with their hands. The rocks thus softened and made more pliant and yielding, several thousands of profligate wretches break in pieces with hammers and pickaxes. There is one artist that is the overseer of the whole work, who marks out the stone, and shows the laborers the way and manner how he would have it done. Those that are the strongest amongst them that are appointed to this slavery, provided with sharp iron pickaxes, cleave the marble shining rock by mere force and strength, and not by arts or sleight of hand. They undermine not the rock in a direct line, but follow the bright shining vein of the mine. They carry lamps fastened to their foreheads to give them light, being otherwise in perfect darkness in the various windings and turnings wrought in the mine. And having their bodies appearing sometimes of one color and sometimes of another, according to the nature of the mine where they work, they throw the lumps and pieces of the stone cut out of the rock upon the floor. And thus they are employed continually without intermission, at the very nod of the overseer, who lashes them severely besides. And there are little boys who penetrate through the galleries into the cavities and with great labor and toil gather up the lumps and pieces hewed out of the rock as they are cast upon the ground, and carry them forth and lay them upon the bank. Those that are over 30 years of age take a piece of the rock of such a certain quantity, and pound it in a stone mortar with iron pestles till it be as small as a vetch. Then those little stones so pounded are taken from them by women and older men, who cast them into mills that stand together there near at hand in a long row. And 2 or 3 of them being employed at one mill, they grind a certain measure given to them at a time, until it is as small as fine meal. No care at all is taken of the bodies of these poor creatures, so that they have not a rag so much as to cover their nakedness, and no man that sees them can choose but commiserate their sad and deplorable condition. For though they are sick, maimed, or lame, no rest nor intermission in the least is allowed them, neither the weakness of old age, nor women's infirmities are any plea to excuse them. But all are driven to their work with blows and cudgelling, till at length, overborne with the intolerable weight of their misery, they drop down dead in the midst of their insufferable labors. So that these miserable creatures always expect the future to be more terrible than even the present, and therefore long for death as far more desirable than life. At length the masters of the work take the stone thus ground to powder, and carry it away in order to perfect it. They spread the mineral so ground upon a broad board, somewhat sloping, and pouring water upon it, rub it and cleanse it. And so all the earthy and drossy part being separated from the rest by the water, it runs off the board, and the gold by reason of its weight remains behind. Then washing it several times again, they first rub it lightly with their hands. Afterward they draw off any earthy and drossy matter with slender sponges gently applied to the powdered dust, till it be clean, pure gold. At last other workmen take it away by weight and measure, and these put it into earthen pots, and according to the quantity of the gold in every pot they mix with it some lead, grains of salt, a little tin and barley bran. Then, covering every pot close, and carefully daubing them over with clay, they put them in a furnace, where they abide 5 days and nights together. Then after a convenient time that they have stood to cool, nothing of the other matter is to be found in the pots but only pure, refined gold, some little thing diminished in the weight. And thus gold is prepared in the borders of Egypt, and perfected and completed with so many and so great toils and vexations. And, therefore, I cannot but conclude that nature itself teaches us, that as gold is got with labor and toil, so it is kept with difficulty, it creates everywhere the greatest cares, and the use of it is mixed both with pleasure and sorrow. The remains at Lorient show many of the ancient mills and concentration works of the Greeks, but we cannot be absolutely certain at what period in the history of these mines crushing and concentration were introduced. While the mines were worked with great activity prior to 500 BC, it was quite feasible for the ancient miner to have smelted these argentiferous lead ores direct. However, at some period prior to the decadence of the mines in the 3rd century BC, there was in use an extensive system of milling and concentration. For the following details we are indebted mostly to Edouard Ardelin, Les Mines du Lorient dans l'Antiquité, Chapter 4. The ore was first hand-picked. In 1869 one portion of these rejects was estimated at 7 million tons, and afterward it was apparently crushed in stone mortars some 16 to 24 inches in diameter, and thence passed to the mills. These mills, which crushed dry, were of the upper and lower millstone order, like the old-fashioned flour mills, and were turned by hand. The stones were capable of adjustment in such a way as to yield different sizes. The sand was sifted and the oversize returned to the mills. From the mills it was taken to washing plants, which consisted essentially of an inclined area, below which a canal, sometimes with riffles, led through a series of basins, ultimately returning the water again to near the head of the area. These washing areas, constructed with great care, were made of stone cemented over smoothly, and were so efficiently done as to remain still intact. In washing, a workman brushed upward the pulp placed on the inclined upper portion of the area, thus concentrating there a considerable proportion of the galena. What escaped had an opportunity to settle in the sequence of basins, somewhat on the order of the buttle. A quotation by Strabo, 3:2-10, from the lost work of Polybius, 200 to 125 BC. Also indicates concentration of lead-silver ores in Spain previous to the Christian era. Polybius, speaking of the silver mines of New Carthage, tells us that they are extremely large, distant from the city about 20 stadia, and occupy a circuit of 400 stadia, that there are 40,000 men regularly engaged in them, and that they yield daily to the Roman people a revenue of 25,000 drachmae. The rest of the process I pass over, as it is too long, but as for the silver ore collected, he tells us that it is broken up and sifted through sieves over water. That what remains is to be again broken, and the water having been strained off, it is to be sifted and broken a third time. The dregs which remain after the fifth time are to be melted, and the lead being poured off, the silver is obtained pure. These silver mines still exist, however, they are no longer the property of the state, neither these nor those elsewhere, but are possessed by private individuals. The gold mines, on the contrary, nearly all belong to the state. Both at Castellon and other places there are singular lead mines worked. They contain a small proportion of silver, but not sufficient to pay for the expense of refining. Hamilton's translation, Volume 1, While Pliny gives considerable information on vein mining and on alluvial washing, the following obscure passage, 33:21, appears to be the only reference to concentration of ores. That which is dug out is crushed, washed, roasted, and ground to powder. This powder is called apodiscuids, while the silver, lead, which becomes disengaged in the furnace is called sudor, sweat. That which is ejected from the chimney is called scoria, as with other metals. In the case of gold this scoria is crushed and melted again. It is evident enough from these quotations that the ancients by the washing and sifting grasped the practical effect of differences in specific gravity of the various components of an ore. Such processes are barely mentioned by other medieval authors, such as Theophilus, Byron Guccio, etc., and thus the account in this chapter is the first tangible technical description. Lead mining has been in active progress in Derbyshire since the 13th century, and concentration was done on an inclined board until the 16th century, when William Humphrey, c. introduced the jigging sieve. Some further notes on this industry will be found in. However, the buddle and strake which appear at that time, are but modest improvements over the board described by Agatharchides in the quotation above. The ancient crushing appliances, as indicated by the ancient authors and by the Greek and Roman remains scattered over Europe, were hand mortars and millstones of the same order as those with which they ground flour. The stamp mill, the next advance over grinding in millstones, seems to have been invented sometime late in the 15th or early in the 16th centuries, but who invented it is unknown. Beckmann, Hist. of Inventions, 2, says, in the year 1519 the process of sifting and wet stamping was established at Joachimsthal by Paul Gromestetter, a native of Schwarz, named on that account the Schwarzer, whom Melzer praises as an ingenious and active washer. And we are told that he had before introduced the same improvements at Schneeberg. Soon after, that is in 1521, a large stamping work was erected at Joachimsthal, and the process of washing was begun. A considerable saving was thus made, as a great many metallic particles were before left in the washed sand, which was either thrown away or used as mortar for building. In the year 1525, Hans Portner employed at Schlackenwald the wet method of stamping, whereas before that period the ore there was ground. In the Harz this invention was introduced at Wildenman by Peter Philip, who was assaymaster there soon after the works at the Upper Harz were resumed by Duke Henry the Younger, about the year 1524. This we learn from the papers of Herr Dan Hack or Heck, who was preacher at Wildenman in 1572. In view of the great amount of direct and indirect reference to tin mining in Cornwall, covering 4 centuries prior to Agricola, it would be natural to expect some statement bearing upon the treatment of ore. Curiously enough, while alluvial washing and smelting of the black tin are often referred to, there is nothing that we have been able to find, prior to Richard Carew's Survey of Cornwall, London, 1602, which gives any tangible evidence on the technical phases of ore dressing. In any event, an inspection of charters, tax rolls, Stanary court proceedings, etc., prior to that date gives the impression that vein mining was a very minor portion of the source of production. Although Carew's work dates 45 years after Agricola, his description is of interest, as much almost doth it exceed credite, that the tin, for an in so small quantity digged up with so great toil, and passing afterwards thorough the managing of so many hands, ere it comes to sale, should be any way able to acquite the cost, for being once brought above ground in the stone, it is first broken in pieces with hammers, and then carried, either in wains, or on horses' backs, to a stamping mill, where 3, and in some places 6 great logs of timber, bound at the ends with iron, and lifted up and down by a wheel, driven with the water, do break it smaller. If the stones be over moist, they are dried by the fire in an iron cradle or grate. From the stamping mill, it passeth to the crazing mill, which between two grinding stones, turned also with a water wheel, bruiseth the same to a fine sand. Howbeit, of late times they mostly use wet stampers, and so have no need of the crazing mills for their best stuff, but only for the crust of their tails. The stream, after it hath forsaken the mill, is made to fall by certain degrees, one somewhat distant from another, upon each of which, at every descent, lieth a green turf, 3 or 4 foot square, and 1 foot thick. On this the tinner layeth a certain portion of the sandy tin, and with his shovel softly tosseth the same to and fro, that, through this stirring, the water which runneth over it may wash away the light earth from the tin, which of a heavier substance lieth fast on the turf. Having so cleansed one portion, he setteth the same aside, and beginneth with another, until his labour take end with his tasky. The best of those turfs, for all sorts serve not, are fetched about 2 miles to the eastwards of S. Michael's Mount, where at low water they cast aside the sand, and dig them up. They are full of roots of trees, and on some of them nuts have been found, which confirmeth my former assertion of the sea's intrusion. After it is thus washed, they put the remnant into a wooden dish, broad, flat, and round, being about 2 foot over, and having 2 handles fastened at the sides, by which they softly shog the same to and fro in the water between their legs, as they sit over it, until whatsoever of the earthy substance that was yet left be flitted away. Some of later time, with a slater invention, and lighter labour, do cause certain boys to stir it up and down with their feet, which worketh the same effect. The residue, after this often cleansing, they call black tin. It will be noticed that the wet stampers and the buttle, worked with boys' feet, are innovations of late times. And the interesting question arises as to whether Cornwall did not derive the stamp mill, buttle, and strake from the Germans. The first adequate detailed description of Cornish appliances is that of Price, Mineralogia Cornubiensis, London, 1778, where the apparatus is identical with that described by Agricola 130 years before. The word stamper of Cornwall is of German origin, from stamper, or, as it is often written in old German works, stamper. However, the pursuit of the subject through etymology ends here, for no derivatives in German can be found for buttle, tie, strake, or other collateral terms. The first tangible evidence of German influence is to be found in Carew, who, continuing after the above quotation, states, "But sit hence I gathered sticks to the building of this poor nest." Sir Francis Godolphin, whose kind help hath much advanced this my playing labour, entertained a Dutch mineral man, and taking light from his experience, but building thereon for a more profitable conclusions of his own invention, hath practised a more saving way in these matters, and besides, made tin with good profit of that refuse which tinners rejected as nothing worth. Beyond this quotation we can find no direct evidence of the influence of Dutch mineral men in Cornish tin mining at this time. There can be no doubt, however, that in copper mining in Cornwall and elsewhere in England, the Dutch mineral men did play a large part in the latter part of the 16th century. Pettus, Fodini Regales, London, 1670, states that, about the 3rd year of Queen Elizabeth, 1561, she by the advice of her council sent over for some Germans experienced in mines, and being supplied, she, on the 10th of October, in the 6th of her reign, granted the mines of 8 counties to Hofstetter, a German whose name and family still continue in Cardiganshire. Elizabeth granted large mining rights to various Germans, and the opening paragraphs of 2 out of several charters may be quoted in point. This grant is dated 1565, and in part reads, "Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, and to all men to whom these letters patents shall come, greeting. Where heretofore we have granted privileges to Cornelius de Vos, for the mining and digging in our realm of England, for alum and copperas, and for divers ewers of metals that were to be found in digging for the said alum and copperas. Incidentally and consequently without fraud or guile, as by the same our privilege may appear. And where we also moved, by credible report to us made, of one Daniel Hofstetter, a German born, and of his skill and knowledge of and in all manner of mines, of metals and minerals, have given and granted privilege to Thomas Thulland, clerk, one of our chaplains, and master of the hospital of Savoy, and to the same Daniel, for digging and mining for all manner of ewers of gold, silver, copper, and quicksilver, within our counties of York, Lancaster, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Cornwall, Devon, Gloucester, and Worcester, and within our Principality of Wales. And with the same further to deal, as by our said privilege thereof granted and made to the said Thomas Thulland and Daniel Hofsetter may appear. And we now being minded that the said commodities, and all other treasures of the earth, in all other places of our realm of England. On the same date another grant reads, Elizabeth, by the grace of God, Queen of England, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, and to all men to whom these our letters patents shall come, greeting. Where we have received credible information that our faithful and well-beloved subject William Humphrey, say master of our mint within our Tower of London, by his great endeavour, labour, and charge, hath brought into this our realm of England one Christopher Schutz, an Almain, born at St. Annenberg, under the obedience of the Elector of Saxony. A workman, as it is reported, of great cunning, knowledge, and experience, as well in the finding of the calamine stone, called in Latin, lapis calaminaris, and in the right and proper use and commodity thereof. For the composition of the mixed metal commonly called Latin, etc. Colonel Grant Francis, in his most valuable collection, Smelting of Copper in the Swansea District, London, 1881, has published a collection of correspondence relating to early mining and smelting operations in Great Britain. And among them, page 1, etc., are letters in the years 1583 to 6 from William Carnso and others to Thomas Smith, with regard to the first smelter erected at Neath, which was based upon copper mines in Cornwall. He mentions Mr. Weston's, a partner, providence in Bringinge Heist Dutch miners hether to apply such business in this country wis more to be commended than his ignorance of our countrymen's activities in such matters. The principal Dutch mineral master referred to was one Ulrich Fross, who had charge of the mine at Perrin Sands in Cornwall, and subsequently of the smelter at Neath. Further on is given, p. 25, a report by Joachim Gauntz upon the smelting of copper ores at Keswick in Cumberland in 1581, referred to in the Daniel Hochstetter mentioned in the charter above, together with other German and English gentlemen, formed the Company of Mines Royal, and among the properties worked were those with which Gauntz's report is concerned. There is in the Record Office, London, Exchequer Kr. Com. Derby 611. Elise. The record of an interesting inquisition into Derbyshire methods in which a then recent great improvement was the jigging sieve, the introduction of which was due to William Humphrey, mentioned. It is possible that he learned of it from the German with whom he was associated. Much more evidence of the activity of the Germans in English mining at this period can be adduced. On the other hand, Cornwall has laid claims to having taught the art of tin mining and metallurgy to the Germans. Matthew Paris, a Benedictine monk, by birth an Englishman, who died in 1259, relates, Historia Major Anglii, London, 1571, that a Cornish man who fled to Germany on account of a murder, first discovered tin there in 1241. And that in consequence the price of tin fell greatly. This statement is recalled with great persistence by many writers on Cornwall. Camden, Britannia, London, 1586, Borlase, Natural History of Cornwall, Oxford, 1758, Price, Mineralogia Cornubiensis, London, 1778, and others. Lapidibus liquescentibus. C. Historical note on amalgamation. The recovery of gold by the use of mercury possibly dates from Roman times, but the application of the process to silver does not seem to go back prior to the 16th century. Quicksilver was well known to the Greeks, and is described by Theophrastus, 105, and others, c. on quicksilver. However, the Greeks made no mention of its use for amalgamation, and, in fact, Dioscorides, v. 70, says, it is kept in vessels of glass, lead, tin, or silver. If kept in vessels of any other kind it consumes them and flows away. It was used by them for medicinal purposes. The Romans amalgamated gold with mercury, but whether they took advantage of the principle to recover gold from ores we do not know. Vitruvius, 7-8, makes the following statement: if quicksilver be placed in a vessel and a stone of 100 pounds weight be placed on it, it will swim at the top, and will, notwithstanding its weight, be incapable of pressing the liquid so as to break or separate it. If this be taken out, and only a single scruple of gold be put in, that will not swim, but immediately descend to the bottom. This is a proof that the gravity of a body does not depend on its weight, but on its nature. Quicksilver is used for many purposes. Without it, neither silver or brass can be properly gilt. When gold is embroidered on a garment which is worn out and no longer fit for use, the cloth is burned over the fire in earthen pots. The ashes are thrown into water and quicksilver added to them. This collects all the particles of gold and unites with them. The water is then poured off and the residuum placed in a cloth, which, when squeezed with the hands, suffers the liquid quicksilver to pass through the pores of the cloth, but retains the gold in a mass within it. Guilt's trans. Pliny is rather more explicit, 33:32, all floats on it, quicksilver, except gold. This it draws into itself, and on that account is the best means of purifying. For, on being repeatedly agitated in earthen pots it casts out the other things and the impurities. These things being rejected, in order that it may give up the gold, it is squeezed in prepared skins, through which, exuding like perspiration, it leaves the gold pure. It may be noted particularly that both these authors state that gold is the only substance that does not float, and, moreover, nowhere do we find any reference to silver combining with mercury, although Beckmann, History of Inventions, Vol. I, not only states that the above passage from Pliny refers to silver, but in further error, attributes the origin of silver amalgamation of ores to the Spaniards in the Indies. The alchemists of the Middle Ages were well aware that silver would amalgamate with mercury. There is, however, difficulty in any conclusion that it was applied by them to separating silver or gold from ore. The involved gibberish in which most of their utterances was couched, obscures most of their reactions in any event. The school of Geber held that all metals were a compound of spiritual mercury and sulfur, and they clearly amalgamated silver with mercury, and separated them by distillation. The Probier Bouclian, 1520, describes a method of recovering silver from the cement used in parting gold and silver, by mixing the cement, silver chlorides, with quicksilver. Agricola nowhere in this work mentions the treatment of silver ores by amalgamation, although he was familiar with Biringuccio, de la Pyrotechnia, as he himself mentions in the. This work, published at least 10 years before De Re Metallica, contains the first comprehensive account of silver amalgamation. There is more than usual interest in the description, because, not only did it precede De Re Metallica, but it is also a specific explanation of the fundamental essentials of the patio process long before the date when the Spaniards could possibly have invented that process in Mexico. We quote Mr. A. Dick's translation from Percy, Metallurgy of Silver and Gold. He was certainly endowed with much useful and ingenious thought who invented the short method of extracting metal from the sweepings produced by those arts which have to do with gold and silver, every substance left in the refuse by smelters, and also the substance from certain ores themselves, without the labor of fusing, but by the sole means and virtue of mercury. To effect this, a large basin is first constructed of stone or timber and walled, into which is fitted a millstone made to turn like that of a mill. Into the hollow of this basin is placed matter containing gold, della materia vrace tien oro, well ground in a mortar and afterward washed and dried. And, with the above-mentioned millstone, it is ground while being moistened with vinegar, or water, in which has been dissolved corrosive sublimate, solimato, verdigris, verde rame, and common salt. Over these materials is then put as much mercury as will cover them. They are then stirred for an hour or two, by turning the millstone either by hand, or horsepower, according to the plan adopted, bearing in mind that the more the mercury and the materials are bruised together by the millstone, the more the mercury may be trusted to have taken up the substance which the materials contain. The mercury, in this condition, can then be separated from the earthy matter by a sieve, or by washing, and thus you will recover the auriferous mercury, LVRO mercurio. After this, by driving off the mercury by means of a flask, i.e., by heating in a retort or an alembic, or by passing it through a bag, there will remain, at the bottom, the gold, silver, or copper, or whatever metal was placed in the basin under the millstone to be ground. Having been desirous of knowing this secret, I gave to him who taught it to me a ring with a diamond worth 25 ducats. He also required me to give him the 1/8 part of any profit I might make by using it. This I wish to tell you, not that you should return the ducats to me for teaching you the secret, but in order that you should esteem it all the more and hold it dear. In another part of the treatise Byron Guccio states that washed, concentrated, ores may be ultimately reduced either by lead or mercury. Concerning these silver concentrates he writes, afterward drenching them with vinegar in which has been put green copper, i.e., verdigris, or drenching them with water in which has been dissolved vitriol and green copper. He next describes how this material should be ground with mercury. The question as to who was the inventor of silver amalgamation will probably never be cleared up. According to Aloa, Relation Histórica del Viaje a la América Meridional, Madrid, 1748, Dom Pedro Fernández de Velasco discovered the process in Mexico in 1566. The earliest technical account is that of Father Joseph de Acosta, Historia Natural y Moral de las Indias, Seville, 1590, English trans. Edward Grimston, London, 1604, republished by the Hakluyt Society, 1880. Acosta was born in 1540, and spent the years 1570 to 1585 in Peru, and 1586 in Mexico. It may be noted that Potosi was discovered in 1545. He states that refining silver with mercury was introduced at Potosi by Pedro Fernández de Velasco from Mexico in 1571, and states, Grimston's Trans, Volume 1. They put the powder of the metal into the vessels upon furnaces, whereas they anoint it and mortify it with brine, putting to every 50 quintals of powder 5 quintals of salt. And this they do for that the salt separates the earth and filth, to the end the quicksilver may the more easily draw the silver unto it. After, they put quicksilver into a piece of Holland and press it out upon the metal, which goes forth like a dew, always turning and stirring the metal, to the end it may be well incorporate. Before the invention of these furnaces of fire, they did often mingle their metal with quicksilver in great troughs, letting it settle some days, and did then mix it and stir it again, until they thought all the quicksilver were well incorporate with the silver, the which continued 20 days and more, and at least 9 days. Frequent mention of the different methods of silver amalgamation is made by the Spanish writers subsequent to this time, the best account being that of Alonso Barba, a priest. Barba was a native of Lepi, in Andalusia, and followed his calling at various places in Peru from about 1600 to about 1630, and at one time held the curacy of Saint Bernard at Potosi. In 1640 he published at Madrid his Arte de los Metals, etc. in 5 books. The first 2 books of this work were translated into English by the Earl of Sandwich, and published in London in 1674, under the title, The First Book of the Art of Metals. This translation is equally wretched with those in French and German, as might be expected from the translator's total lack of technical understanding. Among the methods of silver amalgamation described by Barba is one which, upon later discovery at Virginia City, is now known as the Washoe process. None of the Spanish writers, so far as we know, make reference to Byron Guccio's account, and the question arises whether the patio process was an importation from Europe or whether it was reinvented in Mexico. While there is no direct evidence on the point, the presumption is in favor of the former. The general introduction of the amalgamation of silver ores into Central Europe seems to have been very slow, and over 200 years elapsed after its adoption in Peru and Mexico before it received serious attention by the German metallurgists. Ignaz Elder versus Born was the first to establish the process effectually in Europe, he having in 1784 erected a quick mill at Glashut, near Chemnitz. He published an elaborate account of a process which he claimed as his own, under the title Über das Entquicken der Gold und Silberhaltigen Urs, Vienna, 1786. The only thing new in his process seems to have been mechanical agitation. According to Born, a Spaniard named Don Juan de Corduba, in the year 1588, applied to the court at Vienna offering to extract silver from ores with mercury. Various tests were carried out under the celebrated Lazarus at Kern, and although it appears that some vitriol and salt were used, the trials apparently failed. For Kern concluded his report with the advice that their lordships should not suffer any more expense to be thrown away upon this experiment. Born's work was translated into English by R. E. Raspy, under the title, Baron Inigo Bourne's New Process of Amalgamation, etc., London, 1791. Some interest attaches to Raspey, in that he was not only the author of Baron Munchausen, but was also the villain in Scott's Antiquary. Raspey was a German professor at Kassel, who fled to England to avoid arrest for theft. He worked at various mines in Cornwall, and in 1791 involved Sir John Sinclair in a fruitless mine, but disappeared before that was known. The incident was finally used by Sir Walter Scott in this novel. Aurum and ea reminet purum. This same error of assuming squeezed amalgam to be pure gold occurs in Pliny, c. George, Duke of Saxony, surnamed the Bearded, was born 1471, and died 1539. He was chiefly known for his bitter opposition to the Reformation. The Julian Alps are a section east of the Carnic Alps and lie north of Trieste. The term Rhaetian Alps is applied to that section along the Swiss-Italian boundary, about north of Lake Como. Ancient Lusitania comprised Portugal and some neighboring portions of Spain. Chalkis, the traditional land of the Golden Fleece, lay between the Caucasus on the north, Armenia on the south, and the Black Sea on the west. If Agricola's account of the metallurgical purpose of the fleece is correct, then Jason must have had real cause for complaint as to the tangible results of his expedition. The fact that we hear nothing of the fleece after the day it was taken from the dragon would thus support Agricola's theory. Tons of ink have been expended during the past 30 centuries in explanations of what the fleece really was. These explanations range through the supernatural and metallurgical, but more recent writers have endeavored to construct the journey of the Argonauts into an epic of the development of the Greek trade in gold with the Euxine. We will not attempt to traverse them from a metallurgical point of view further than to maintain that Agricola's explanation is as probable and equally as ingenious as any other, although Strabo, 11:2-19, gives much the same view long before. Alluvial mining, gold washing, being as old as the first glimmer of civilization, it is referred to, directly or indirectly, by a great majority of ancient writers, poets, historians, geographers, and naturalists. Early Egyptian inscriptions often refer to this industry, but from the point of view of technical methods the description by Pliny is practically the only one of interest, and in Pliny's chapter on the subject. Alluvial is badly confused with vein mining. This passage, 33:21, is as follows: Gold is found in the world in 3 ways, to say nothing of that found in India by the ants, and in Scythia by the griffins. The first is as gold dust found in streams, as, for instance, in the Tagus in Spain, in the Padus in Italy, in the Hebrus in Thracia, in the Pactolus in Asia, and in the Ganges in India. Indeed, there is no gold found more perfect than this, as the current polishes it thoroughly by attrition. Others by equal labor and greater expense bring rivers from the mountain heights, often 100 miles, for the purpose of washing this debris. The ditches thus made are called karugi, from our word corrivatio, I suppose. And these entail 1,000 fresh labors. The fall must be steep, that the water may rush down from very high places, rather than flow gently. The ditches across the valleys are joined by aqueducts, and in other places, impassable rocks have to be cut away and forced to make room for troughs of hollowed-out logs. Those who cut the rocks are suspended by ropes, so that to those who watch them from a distance, the workmen seem not so much beasts as birds. Hanging thus, they take the levels and trace the lines which the ditch is to take. And thus, where there is no place for man's footstep, streams are dragged by men. The water is vitiated for washing if the current of the stream carries mud with it. This kind of earth is called urium, hence these ditches are laid out to carry the water over beds of pebbles to avoid this urium. When they have reached the head of the fall, at the top of the mountain, reservoirs are excavated a couple of 100 feet long and wide, and about 10 feet deep. In these reservoirs there are generally 5 gates left, about 3 feet square, so that when the reservoir is full, the gates are opened, and the torrent bursts forth with such violence that the rocks are hurled along. When they have reached the plain there is yet more labor. Trenches called agogi are dug for the flow of the water. The bottoms of these are spread at regular intervals with ulex to catch the gold. This ulex is similar to rosemary, rough and prickly. The sides, too, are closed in with planks and are suspended when crossing precipitous spots. The earth is carried to the sea and thus the shattered mountain is washed away and scattered. And this deposition of the earth in the sea has extended the shore of Spain. The gold procured from Uruguay does not require to be melted, but is already pure gold. It is found in lumps, in shafts as well, sometimes even exceeding 10 libbre in weight. These lumps are called Pelagine palikerni, while the small grains are called bolus. The ulex is dried and burnt and the ashes are washed on a bed of grassy turf in order that the gold may settle thereon. Carbunculus carchedonius, Carthaginian carbuncle. The German is given by Agricola in the Interpretatio as granat, i.e., garnet. As the concentration of crushed tin ore has been exhaustively treated of already, the descriptions from here on probably refer entirely to alluvial tin. From a metallurgical point of view, all of these operations are roasting. Even today, however, the expression burning tin is in use in some parts of Cornwall, and in former times it was general. There can be no doubt that these are matis, as will develop in. The German term in the glossary for Payne's ex-pyrite is Stein, the same as the modern German for mat. Orpiment and realgar are the yellow and red arsenical sulfides. The cadmia was no doubt the cobalt arsenic minerals, see note on p. The solidified juices were generally anything that could be expelled short of smelting, i.e., roasted off or leached out, as shown in. They embrace the sulfates, salts, sulfur, bitumen, and arsenical sulfides, etc. For further information on leaching out the sulfates, alum, etc., see Book 9. Since I have written of the varied work of preparing the ores, I will now write of the various methods of smelting them. Although those who burn, roast and calcine the ore, take from it something which is mixed or combined with the metals, and those who crush it with stamps take away much, and those who wash, screen and sort it, take away still more. Yet they cannot remove all which conceals the metal from the eye and renders it crude and unformed. Wherefore smelting is necessary, for by this means earths, solidified juices, and stones are separated from the metal so that they obtain their proper color and become pure, and may be of great use to mankind in many ways. When the ore is smelted, those things which were mixed with the metal before it was melted are driven forth, because the metal is perfected by fire in this manner. Since metalliferous ores differ greatly amongst themselves, first as to the metals which they contain, then as to the quantity of the metal which is in them, and then by the fact that some are rapidly melted by fire and others slowly, there are therefore many methods of smelting. Constant practice has taught the smelters by which of these methods they can obtain the most metal from any one ore. Moreover, while sometimes there are many methods of smelting the same ore, by which an equal weight of metal is melted out, yet one is done at a greater cost and labor than the others. Ore is either melted with a furnace or without one. If smelted with a furnace, the tap hole is either temporarily closed or always open, and if smelted without a furnace, it is done either in pots or in trenches. But in order to make this matter clearer, I will describe each in detail, beginning with the buildings and the furnaces. A wall, which will be called the second wall, is constructed of brick or stone, 2 feet and as many palms thick, in order that it may be strong enough to bear the weight. It is built 15 feet high, and its length depends on the number of furnaces which are put in the works. There are usually 6 furnaces, rarely more, and often less. There are 3 furnace walls, a back one which is against the second wall, and 2 side ones, of which I will speak later. These should be made of natural stone, as this is more serviceable than burnt bricks, because bricks soon become defective and crumble away, when the smelter or his deputy chips off the accretions which adhere to the walls when the ore is smelted. Natural stone resists injury by the fire and lasts a long time, especially that which is soft and devoid of cracks, but, on the contrary, that which is hard and has many cracks is burst asunder by the fire and destroyed. For this reason, furnaces which are made of the latter are easily weakened by the fire, and when the accretions are chipped off they crumble to pieces. The front furnace wall should be made of brick, and there should be in the lower part a mouth 3 palms wide and 1.5 feet high, when the hearth is completed. A hole slanting upward, 3 palms long, is made through the back furnace wall, at the height of a cubit, before the hearth has been prepared. Through this hole and a hole 1 foot long in the second wall, as the back of this wall has an arch, is inserted a pipe of iron or bronze, in which are fixed the nozzles of the bellows. The whole of the front furnace wall is not more than 5 feet high, so that the ore may be conveniently put into the furnace, together with those things which the master needs for his work of smelting. Both the side walls of the furnace are 6 feet high, and the back ones 7 feet, and they are 3 palms thick. The interior of the furnace is 5 palms wide, 6 palms and a digit long, the width being measured by the space which lies between the 2 side walls, and the length by the space between the front and the back walls. However, the upper part of the furnace widens out somewhat. A. Furnaces. B. Forehearths. There are 2 doors in the second wall if there are 6 furnaces, one of the doors being between the second and third furnaces and the other between the fourth and fifth furnaces. They are a cubit wide and 6 feet high, in order that the smelters may not have mishaps in coming and going. It is necessary to have a door to the right of the first furnace, and similarly one to the left of the last, whether the wall is longer or not. The second wall is carried further when the rooms for the cupellation furnaces, or any other building, adjoin the rooms for the blast furnaces, these buildings being only divided by a partition. The smelter, and the ones who attend to the first and the last furnaces, if they wish to look at the bellows or to do anything else, go out through the doors at the end of the wall, and the other people go through the other doors. Which are the common ones? The furnaces are placed at a distance of 6 feet from one another, in order that the smelters and their assistants may more easily sustain the fierceness of the heat. Inasmuch as the interior of each furnace is 5 palms wide and each is 6 feet distant from the other. And inasmuch as there is a space of 4 feet 3 palms at the right side of the first furnace and as much at the left side of the last furnace, and there are to be 6 furnaces in one building. Then it is necessary to make the second wall 52 feet long. Because the total of the widths of all of the furnaces is 7.5 feet, the total of the spaces between the furnaces is 30 feet, the space on the outer sides of the first and last furnaces is 9 feet and 2 palms. And the thickness of the 2 transverse walls is 5 feet, which make a total measurement of 52 feet. Outside each furnace hearth there is a small pit full of powder which is compressed by ramming, and in this manner is made the forehearth which receives the metal flowing from the furnaces. Of this I will speak later. A. Furnaces. B. Forehearth. C. Door. D. Water tank. E. Stone which covers it. F. Material of the vent walls. G. Stone which covers it. H. Pipe exhaling the vapor. Buried about a cubit under the forehearth and the hearth of the furnace is a transverse water tank, 3 feet long, 3 palms wide and a cubit deep. It is made of stone or brick, with a stone cover, for if it were not covered, the heat would draw the moisture from below and the vapor might be blown into the hearth of the furnace as well as into the forehearth, and would dampen the blast. The moisture would vitiate the blast, and part of the metal would be absorbed and part would be mixed with the slags, and in this manner the melting would be greatly damaged. From each water tank is built a walled vent, to the same depth as the tank, but 6 digits wide. This vent slopes upward, and sooner or later penetrates through to the other side of the wall, against which the furnace is built. At the end of this vent there is an opening where the steam, into which the water has been converted, is exhausted through a copper or iron tube or pipe. This method of making the tank and the vent is much the best. Another kind has a similar vent but a different tank, for it does not lie transversely under the forehearth, but lengthwise. It is 2 feet and a palm long, and a foot and 3 palms wide, and a foot and a palm deep. This method of making tanks is not condemned by us, as is the construction of those tanks without a vent. The latter, which have no opening into the air through which the vapor may discharge freely, are indeed to be condemned. 15 feet behind the second wall is constructed the first wall, 13 feet high. In both of these are fixed roof beams, which are a foot wide and thick, and 19 feet and a palm long. These are placed 3 feet distant from one another. As the second wall is 2 feet higher than the first wall, recesses are cut in the back of it 2 feet high, 1 foot wide, and a palm deep, and in these recesses, as it were in mortices, are placed one end of each of the beams. Into these ends are mortised the bottoms of just as many posts. These posts are 24 feet high, 3 palms wide and thick, and from the tops of the posts the same number of rafters stretch downward to the ends of the beams superimposed on the first wall. The upper ends of the rafters are mortised into the posts and the lower ends are mortised into the ends of the beams laid on the first wall. The rafters support the roof, which consists of burnt tiles. Each separate rafter is propped up by a separate timber, which is a cross beam, and is joined to its post. Planks close together are affixed to the posts above the furnaces. These planks are about 2 digits thick and a palm wide, and they, together with the wicker work interposed between the timbers, are covered with loot so that there may be no risk of fire to the timbers and wickerwork. In this practical manner is constructed the back part of the works, which contains the bellows, their frames, the mechanism for compressing the bellows, and the instrument for distending them, of all of which I will speak hereafter. The 4 long walls, A. First, B. Second, C. Third, D. Fourth. The 7 transverse walls, E. First, F. Second, G. Third, H. Fourth, I. Fifth, K. Sixth, L. Seventh, or middle. In front of the furnaces is constructed the 3rd long wall and likewise the 4th. Both are 9 feet high, but of the same length and thickness as the other 2, the 4th being 9 feet distant from the 3rd. The 3rd is 21.5 feet from the 2nd. At a distance of 12 feet from the 2nd wall, 4 posts 7.5 feet high, a cubit wide and thick, are set upon rock laid underneath. Into the tops of the posts the roof beam is mortised. This roof beam is 2 feet and as many palms longer than the distance between the 2nd and the 5th transverse walls, in order that its ends may rest on the transverse walls. If there should not be so long a beam at hand, 2 are substituted for it. As the length of the long beam is as above, and as the posts are equidistant, it is necessary that the posts should be a distance of 9 feet, 1 palm, 2 2/5 digits from each other. And the end ones this distance from the transverse walls. On this longitudinal beam and to the 3rd and 4th walls are fixed 12 secondary beams 24 feet long, 1 foot wide, 3 palms thick, and distant from each other 3 feet, 1 palm, and 2 digits. In these secondary beams, where they rest on the longitudinal beams, are mortised the ends of the same number of rafters as there are posts which stand on the 2nd wall. The ends of the rafters do not reach to the tops of the posts, but are 2 feet away from them, that through this opening, which is like the open part of a forge, the furnaces can emit their fumes. In order that the rafters should not fall down, they are supported partly by iron rods, which extend from each rafter to the opposite post, and partly supported by a few tie beams, which in the same manner extend from some rafters to the posts opposite, and give them stability. To these tie beams, as well as to the rafters which face the posts, a number of boards, about 2 digits thick and a palm wide, are fixed at a distance of a palm from each other, and are covered with loot so that they do not catch fire. In the secondary beams, where they are laid on the 4th wall, are mortised the lower ends of the same number of rafters as those in a set of rafters opposite them. From the 3rd long wall these rafters are joined and tied to the ends of the opposite rafters, so that they may not slip, and besides they are strengthened with substructures which are made of cross and oblique timbers. The rafters support the roof. In this manner the front part of the building is made, and is divided into 3 parts. The first part is 12 feet wide and is under the hood, which consists of 2 walls, 1 vertical and 1 inclined. The second part is the same number of feet wide and is for the reception of the ore to be smelted, the fluxes, the charcoal, and other things which are needed by the smelter. The third part is 9 feet wide and contains 2 separate rooms of equal size, in one of which is the assay furnace, while the other contains the metal to be melted in the cupellation furnaces. It is thus necessary that in the building there should be, besides the 4 long walls, 7 transverse walls, of which the first is constructed from the upper end of the first long wall to the upper end of the second long wall. The second proceeds from the end of this to the end of the third long wall, the third likewise from this end of the last extends to the end of the 4th long wall. The 4th leads from the lower end of the first long wall to the lower end of the second long wall, the 5th extends from the end of this to the end of the 3rd long wall, the 6th extends from this last end to the end of the 4th long wall. The seventh divides into two parts the space between the third and fourth long walls. To return to the back part of the building, in which, as I said, are the bellows, their frames, the machinery for compressing them, and the instrument for distending them. Each bellows consists of a body and a head. The body is composed of 2 boards, 2 bows, and 2 hides. The upper board is a palm thick, 5 feet and 3 palms long, and 2.5 feet wide at the back part, where each of the sides is a little curved, and it is a cubit wide at the front part near the head. The whole of the body of the bellows tapers toward the head. That which we now call the board consists of 2 pieces of pine, joined and glued together, and of 2 strips of linden wood which bind the edges of the board, these being 7 digits wide at the back. And in front near the head of the bellows 1.5 digits wide. These strips are glued to the boards, so that there shall be less damage from the iron nails driven through the hide. There are some people who do not surround the boards with strips, but use boards only, which are very thick. The upper board has an aperture in the handle. The aperture is in the middle of the board and is 1 foot 3 palms distant from where the board joins the head of the bellows, and is 6 digits long and 4 wide. The lid for this aperture is 2 palms and a digit long and wide, and 3 digits thick. Toward the back of the lid is a little notch cut into the surface so that it may be caught by the hand. A groove is cut out of the top of the front and sides, so that it may engage in moldings a palm wide and 3 digits thick, which are also cut out in a similar manner under the edges. Now, when the lid is drawn forward, the hole is closed, and when drawn back it is opened. The smelter opens the aperture a little so that the air may escape from the bellows through it, if he fears the hides might be burst when the bellows are too vigorously and quickly inflated. He, however, closes the aperture if the hides are ruptured and the air escapes. Others perforate the upper board with 2 or 3 round holes in the same place as the rectangular one, and they insert plugs in them which they draw out when it is necessary. The wooden handle is 7 palms long, or even longer, in order that it may extend outside. 1/2 of this handle, 2 palms wide and 1 thick, is glued to the end of the board and fastened with pegs covered with glue. The other half projects beyond the board, and is rounded and 7 digits thick. Besides this, to the handle and to the board is fixed a cleat 2 feet long, as many palms wide and 1 palm thick, and to the under side of the same board, at a distance of 3 palms from the end, is fixed another cleat 2 feet long. In order that the board may sustain the force of distension and compression. These 2 cleats are glued to the board, and are fastened to it with pegs covered with glue. The lower bellows board, like the upper, is made of 2 pieces of pine and of 2 strips of linden wood, all glued together. It is of the same width and thickness as the upper board, but is a cubit longer, this extension being part of the head of which I have more to say a little later. This lower bellows board has an air hole and an iron ring. The air hole is about a cubit distant from the posterior end, and it is midway between the sides of the bellows board, and is a foot long and 3 palms wide. It is divided into equal parts by a small rib which forms part of the board, and is not cut from it. This rib is a palm long and 1/3 of a digit wide. The flap of the air hole is a foot and 3 digits long, 3 palms and as many digits wide. It is a thin board covered with goat skin, the hairy part of which is turned toward the ground. There is fixed to one end of the flap, with small iron nails, 1/2 of a doubled piece of leather a palm wide and as long as the flap is wide. The other half of the leather, which is behind the flap, is twice perforated, as is also the bellows board, and these perforations are 7 digits apart. Passing through these a string is tied on the underside of the board. And thus the flap when tied to the board does not fall away. In this manner are made the flap and the air hole, so when the bellows are distended the flap opens, when compressed it closes. At a distance of about a foot beyond the air hole a slightly elliptical iron ring, 2 palms long and 1 wide, is fastened by means of an iron staple to the under part of the bellows board. It is at a distance of 3 palms from the back of the bellows. In order that the lower bellows board may remain stationary, a wooden bolt is driven into the ring, after it penetrates through the hole in the transverse supporting plank which forms part of the frame for the bellows. There are some who dispense with the ring and fasten the bellows board to the frame with 2 iron screws something like nails. The bows are placed between the 2 boards and are of the same length as the upper board. They are both made of 4 pieces of linden wood 3 digits thick, of which the 2 long ones are 7 digits wide at the back and 2.5 at the front. The third piece, which is at the back, is 2 palms wide. The ends of the bows are a little more than a digit thick, and are mortised to the long pieces, and both having been bored through, wooden pegs covered with glue are fixed in the holes. They are thus joined and glued to the long pieces. Each of the ends is bowed, arcuator, to meet the end of the long part of the bow, whence its name, bow, originated. The fourth piece keeps the ends of the bow distended, and is placed a cubit distant from the head of the bellows. The ends of this piece are mortised into the ends of the bow and are joined and glued to them. Its length without the tenons is a foot, and its width a palm and 2 digits. There are, besides, 2 other very small pieces glued to the head of the bellows and to the lower board, and fastened to them by wooden pegs covered with glue, and they are 3 palms and 2 digits long, 1 palm high, and a digit thick. 1/2 being slightly cut away. These pieces keep the ends of the bow away from the hole in the bellows head, for if they were not there, the ends, forced inward by the great and frequent movement, would be broken. The leather is of ox hide or horse hide, but that of the ox is far preferable to that of the horse. Each of these hides, for there are 2, is 3.5 feet wide where they are joined at the back part of the bellows. A long leathern thong is laid along each of the bellows boards and each of the bows, and fastened by T-shaped iron nails 5 digits long. Each of the horns of the nails is 2.5 digits long and half a digit wide. The hide is attached to the bellows boards by means of these nails, so that a horn of one nail almost touches the horn of the next. But it is different with the bows, for the hide is fastened to the back piece of the bow by only 2 nails, and to the 2 long pieces by 4 nails. In this practical manner they put 10 nails in one bow and the same number in the other. Sometimes when the smelter is afraid that the vigorous motion of the bellows may pull or tear the hide from the bows, he also fastens it with little strips of pine by means of another kind of nail. But these strips cannot be fastened to the back pieces of the bow, because these are somewhat bent. Some people do not fix the hide to the bellows boards and bows by iron nails, but by iron screws, screwed at the same time through strips laid over the hide. This method of fastening the hide is less used than the other, although there is no doubt that it surpasses it in excellence. Lastly, the head of the bellows, like the rest of the body, consists of 2 boards, and of a nozzle besides. The upper board is 1 cubit long, 1.5 palms thick. The lower board is part of the whole of the lower bellows board. It is of the same length as the upper piece, but a palm and a digit thick. From these 2 glued together is made the head, into which, when it has been perforated, the nozzle is fixed. The back part of the head, where it is attached to the rest of the bellows body, is a cubit wide, but 3 palms forward it becomes 2 digits narrower. Afterward it is somewhat cut away so that the front end may be rounded, until it is 2 palms and as many digits in diameter, at which point it is bound with an iron ring 3 digits wide. The nozzle is a pipe made of a thin plate of iron. The diameter in front is 3 digits, while at the back, where it is encased in the head of the bellows, it is a palm high and 2 palms wide. It thus gradually widens out, especially at the back, in order that a copious wind can penetrate into it. The whole nozzle is 3 feet long. A. Upper bellows board. B. Lower bellows board. C. The 2 pieces of wood of which each consists. D. Posterior arched part of each. E. Tapered front part of each. F. Pieces of linden wood. G. Aperture in the upper board. H. Lid. I. Little moldings of wood. K. Handle. L. Cleat on the outside. The cleat inside I am not able to depict. M. Interior of the lower bellows board. N. Part of the head. O. Air hole. P. Supporting bar. Q. Flap. R. Hide. S. Thong. T. Exterior of the lower board. V. Staple. X. Ring. Y. Bow. Z. Its long pieces. AA. Back piece of the bow. BB. The bowed ends. CC. Crossbar distending the bow. DD, the two little pieces. EE, hide. FF, nail. GG, horn of the nail. H, a screw. 2, long thong. KK, head. LL, its lower board. Its upper board. NN, nozzle. OO, the whole of the lower bellows board. PP, the two exterior plates of the head hinges. QQ, their curved piece. RR, middle plate of the head. SS, the two outer plates of the upper bellows board. TT, its middle plate. VV, little axle. XX, whole bellows. The upper bellows board is joined to the head of the bellows in the following way. An iron plate, a palm wide and 1½ palms long, is first fastened to the head at a distance of 3 digits from the end. From this plate there projects a piece 3 digits long and 2 wide, curved in a small circle. The other side has a similar plate. Then in the same part of the upper board are fixed 2 other iron plates, distant 2 digits from the edge, each of which are 6 digits wide and 7 long. In each of these plates the middle part is cut away for a little more than 3 digits in length and for 2 in depth, so that the curved part of the plates on the head corresponding to them may fit into this cut-out part. From both sides of each plate there project pieces, 3 digits long and 2 digits wide, similarly curved into small circles. A little iron pin is passed through these curved pieces of the plates, like a little axle, so that the upper board of the bellows may turn upon it. The little axle is 6 digits long and a little more than a digit thick, and a small groove is cut out of the upper board, where the plates are fastened to it, in such a manner that the little axle when fixed to the plates may not fall out. Both plates fastened to the bellows board are affixed by 4 iron nails, of which the heads are on the inner part of the board, whereas the points, clinched at the top, are transformed into heads, so to speak. Each of the other plates is fastened to the head of the bellows by means of a nail with a wide head, and by 2 other nails of which the heads are on the edge of the bellows head. Midway between the 2 plates on the bellows board there remains a space 2 palms wide, which is covered by an iron plate fastened to the board by little nails. And another plate corresponding to this is fastened to the head between the other 2 plates. They are 2 palms and the same number of digits wide. The hide is common to the head as to all the other parts of the body. The plates are covered with it, as well as the front part of the upper bellows board, and both the bows and the back of the head of the bellows, so that the wind may not escape from that part of the bellows. It is 3 palms and as many digits wide, and long enough to extend from one of the sides of the lower board over the back of the upper. It is fastened by many T-headed nails on one side to the upper board, and on the other side to the head of the bellows, and both ends are fastened to the lower bellows board. In the above manner the bellows is made. As 2 are required for each furnace, it is necessary to have 12 bellows, if there are to be 6 furnaces in one works. A. Front sill. B. Back sill. C. Front posts. D. Their slots. E. Beam imposed upon them. F. Higher posts. G. Their slots. H. Beam imposed upon them. I. Timber joined in the mortises of the posts. K. Planks. L. Transverse supporting planks. M. The holes in them. N. Pipe. O. Its front end. P. Its rear end. Now it is time to describe their framework. First, 2 sills a little shorter than the furnace wall are placed on the ground. The front one of these is 3 palms wide and thick, and the back one 3 palms and 2 digits. The front one is 2 feet distant from the back wall of the furnace, and the back one is 6 feet 3 palms distant from the front one. They are set into the earth, that they may remain firm. There are some who accomplish this by means of pegs which, through several holes, penetrate deeply into the ground. Then 12 short posts are erected, whose lower ends are mortised into the sill that is near the back of the furnace wall. These posts are 2 feet high, exclusive of the tenons, and are 3 palms and the same number of digits wide, and 2 palms thick. A slot 1½ palms wide is cut through them, beginning 2 palms from the bottom and extending for a height of 3 palms. All the posts are not placed at the same intervals, the first being at a distance of 3 feet 5 digits from the second, and likewise the third from the fourth, but the second is 2 feet 1 palm and 3 digits from the third. The intervals between the other posts are arranged in the same manner, equal and unequal, of which each 4 pertain to 2 furnaces. The upper ends of these posts are mortised into a transverse beam which is 12 feet, 2 palms, and 3 digits long, and projects 5 digits beyond the first post and to the same distance beyond the fourth. It is 2 palms and the same number of digits wide, and 2 palms thick. Since each separate transverse beam supports 4 bellows, it is necessary to have 3 of them. Behind the 12 short posts the same number of higher posts are erected, of which each has the middle part of the lower end cut out, so that its 2 resulting lower ends are mortised into the back sill. These posts, exclusive of the tenons, are 12 feet and 2 palms high, and are 5 palms wide and 2 palms thick. They are cut out from the bottom upward, the slot being 4 feet and 5 digits high and 6 digits wide. The upper ends of these posts are mortised into a long beam imposed upon them. This long beam is placed close under the timbers which extend from the wall at the back of the furnace to the first long wall. The beam is 3 palms wide and 2 palms thick, and 43 feet long. If such a long one is not at hand, 2 or 3 may be substituted for it, which when joined together make up that length. These higher posts are not placed at equal distances, but the first is at a distance of 2 feet 3 palms 1 digit from the second, and the third is at the same distance from the fourth. While the second is at a distance of 1 foot 3 palms and the same number of digits from the third, and in the same manner the rest of the posts are arranged at equal and unequal intervals. Moreover, there is in every post, where it faces the shorter post, a mortise at a foot and a digit above the slot. In these mortises of the 4 posts is tenoned a timber which itself has 4 mortises. Tenons are enclosed in mortises in order that they may be better joined, and they are transfixed with wooden pins. This timber is 13 feet 3 palms 1 digit long, and it projects beyond the first post a distance of 2 palms and 2 digits, and to the same number of palms and digits beyond the fourth post. It is 2 palms and as many digits wide, and also 2 palms thick. As there are 12 posts it is necessary to have 3 timbers of this kind. On each of these timbers, and on each of the cross beams which are laid upon the shorter posts, are placed 4 planks, each 9 feet long, 2 palms 3 digits wide, and 2 palms 1 digit thick. The first plank is 5 feet 1 palm 1 digit distant from the second, at the front as well as at the back, for each separate plank is placed outside of the posts. The third is at the same distance from the fourth, but the second is 1 foot and 3 digits distant from the third. In the same manner the rest of the 8 planks are arranged at intervals. The 5th from the 6th and the 7th from the 8th are at the same distances as the 1st from the 2nd and the 3rd from the 4th. The 6th is at the same distance from the 7th as the 2nd from the 3rd. 2 planks support 1 transverse plank 6 feet long, 1 foot wide, 1 palm thick, placed at a distance of 3 feet and 2 palms from the back posts. When there are 6 of these supporting planks, on each separate one are placed 2 bellows. The lower bellows boards project a palm beyond them. From each of the bellows boards an iron ring descends through a hole in its supporting plank, and a wooden peg is driven into the ring, so that the bellows board may remain stationary, as I stated above. The 2 bellows communicate, each by its own plank, to the back of a copper pipe in which are set both of the nozzles, and their ends are tightly fastened in it. The pipe is made of a rolled copper or iron plate, a foot and 2 palms and the same number of digits long. The plate is half a digit thick, but a digit thick at the back. The interior of the pipe is 3 digits wide, and 2.5 digits high in the front, for it is not absolutely round, and at the back it is a foot and 2 palms and 3 digits in diameter. The plate from which the pipe is made is not entirely joined up, but at the front there is left a crack half a digit wide, increasing at the back to 3 digits. This pipe is placed in the hole in the furnace, which, as I said, was in the middle of the wall and the arch. The nozzles of the bellows, placed in this pipe, are a distance of 5 digits from its front end. A lever which when depressed by means of a cam compresses the bellows. B. Slots through the posts. C. Bar. D. Iron implement with a rectangular link. E. Iron instrument with round ring. F. Handle of bellows. G. Upper post. H. Upper lever. I. Box with equal sides. K. Box narrow at the bottom. L. Pegs driven into the upper lever. The levers are of the same number as the bellows, and when depressed by the cams of the long axle they compress the bellows. These levers are 8 feet 3 palms long, 1 palm wide and thick, and the ends are inserted in the slots of the posts. They project beyond the front posts to a distance of 2 palms, and the same distance beyond the back posts in order that each may have its end depressed by its 2 cams on the axle. The cams not only penetrate into the slots of the back posts, but project 3 digits beyond them. An iron pin is set in round holes made through both sides of the slot of each front post, at 3 palms and as many digits from the bottom. The pin penetrates the lever, which turns about it when depressed or raised. The back of the lever for the length of a cubit is a palm and a digit wider than the rest, and is perforated. In this hole is engaged a bar 6 feet and 2 palms long, 3 digits wide, and about 1 1/2 digits thick. It is somewhat hooked at the upper end, and approaches the handle of the bellows. Under the lever there is a nail, which penetrates through a hole in the bar, so that the lever and bar may move together. The bar is perforated in the upper end at a distance of 6 digits from the top. This hole is 2 palms long and a digit wide, and in it is engaged the hook of an iron implement which is a digit thick. At the upper part this implement has either a round or square opening, like a link, and at the lower end is hooked. The link is 2 digits high and wide and the hook is 3 digits long. The middle part between the link and the hook is 3 palms and 2 digits long. The link of this implement engages either the handle of the bellows, or else a large ring which does engage it. This iron ring is a digit thick, 2 palms wide on the inside of the upper part, and 2 digits in the lower part, and this iron ring, not unlike the first one, engages the handle of the bellows. The iron ring either has its narrower part turned upward, and in it is engaged the ring of another iron implement, similar to the first, whose hook, extending upward, grips the rope fastened to the iron ring holding the end of the second lever, of which I will speak presently. Or else the iron ring grips this lever, and then in its hook is engaged the ring of the other implement whose ring engages the handle of the bellows, and in this case the rope is dispensed with. Resting on beams fixed in the 2 walls is a longitudinal beam, at a distance of 4.5 feet from the back posts. It is 2 palms wide, 1.5 palms thick. There are mortised into this longitudinal beam the lower ends of upper posts 3 palms wide and 2 thick, which are 6 feet 2 palms high, exclusive of their tenons. The upper ends of these posts are mortised into an upper longitudinal beam, which lies close under the rafters of the building. This upper longitudinal beam is 2 palms wide and 1 thick. The upper posts have a slot cut out upward from a point 2 feet from the bottom, and the slot is 2 feet high and 6 digits wide. Through these upper posts a round hole is bored from one side to the other at a point 3 feet 1 palm from the bottom, and a small iron axle penetrates through the hole and is fastened there. Around this small iron axle turns the second lever when it is depressed and raised. This lever is 8 feet long, and its other end is 3 digits wider than the rest of the lever. At this widest point is a hole 2 digits wide and 3 high, in which is fixed an iron ring, to which is tied the rope I have mentioned. It is 5 palms long, its upper loop is 2 palms and as many digits wide, and the lower one is 1 palm 1 digit wide. This half of the second lever, the end of which I have just mentioned, is 3 palms high and 1 wide. It projects 3 feet beyond the slot of the post on which it turns. The other end, which faces the back wall of the furnaces, is 1 foot and a palm high and a foot wide. On this part of the lever stands and is fixed a box 3.5 feet long, 1 foot and 1 palm wide, and half a foot deep, but these measurements vary. Sometimes the bottom of this box is narrower, sometimes equal in width to the top. In either case, it is filled with stones and earth to make it heavy, but the smelters have to be on their guard and make provision against the stones falling out, owing to the constant motion. This is prevented by means of an iron band which is placed over the top, both ends being wedge-shaped and driven into the lever so that the stones can be held in. Some people, in place of the box, drive 4 or more pegs into the lever and put mud between them, the required amount being added to the weight or taken away from it. There remains to be considered the method of using this machine. The lower lever, being depressed by the cams, compresses the bellows, and the compression drives the air through the nozzle. Then the weight of the box on the other end of the upper lever raises the upper bellows board, and the air is drawn in, entering through the air hole. A. Axle. B. Water wheel. C. Drum composed of rundles. D. Other axle. E. Toothed wheel. F. Its spokes. G. Its segments. H. Its teeth. I. Cams of the axle. The machine whose cams depress the lower lever is made as follows. First there is an axle, on whose end outside the building is a water wheel. At the other end, which is inside the building, is a drum made of rundles. This drum is composed of 2 double hubs, a foot apart, which are 5 digits thick, the radius all round being a foot and 2 digits. But they are double, because each hub is composed of 2 discs, equally thick, fastened together with wooden pegs glued in. These hubs are sometimes covered above and around by iron plates. The rundles are 30 in number, a foot and 2 palms and the same number of digits long, with each end fastened into a hub. They are rounded, 3 digits in diameter, and the same number of digits apart. In this practical manner is made the drum composed of rundles. There is a toothed wheel, 2 palms and a digit thick, on the end of another axle. This wheel is composed of a double disc. The inner disc is composed of 4 segments a palm thick, everywhere 2 palms and a digit wide. The outer disc, like the inner, is made of 4 segments, and is a palm and a digit thick. It is not equally wide, but where the head of the spokes are inserted it is a foot and a palm and digit wide, while on each side of the spokes it becomes a little narrower, until the narrowest part is only 2 palms and the same number of digits wide. The outer segments are joined to the inner ones in such a manner that, on the one hand, an outer segment ends in the middle of an inner one, and, on the other hand, the ends of the inner segments are joined in the middle of the outer ones. There is no doubt that by this kind of joining the wheel is made stronger. The outer segments are fastened to the inner by means of a large number of wooden pegs. Each segment, measured over its round back, is 4 feet and 3 palms long. There are 4 spokes, each 2 palms wide and a palm and a digit thick, their length, excluding the tenons, being 2 feet and 3 digits. One end of the spoke is mortised into the axle, where it is firmly fastened with pegs. The wide part of the other end, in the shape of a triangle, is mortised into the outer segment opposite it, keeping the shape of the same as far as the segment ascends. They also are joined together with wooden pegs glued in, and these pegs are driven into the spokes under the inner disc. The parts of the spokes in the shape of the triangle are on the inside, the outer part is simple. This triangle has 2 sides equal, the erect ones as is evident, which are a palm long. The lower side is not of the same length, but is 5 digits long, and a mortise of the same shape is cut out of the segments. The wheel has 60 teeth, since it is necessary that the rundle drum should revolve twice while the toothed wheel revolves once. The teeth are a foot long, and project 1 palm from the inner disc of the wheel, and 3 digits from the outer disc. They are a palm wide and 2.5 digits thick, and it is necessary that they should be 3 digits apart, as were the rundles. The axle should have a thickness in proportion to the spokes and the segments. As it has 2 cams to depress each of the levers, it is necessary that it should have 24 cams, which project beyond it a foot and a palm and a digit. The cams are of almost semicircular shape, of which the widest part is 3 palms and a digit wide, and they are a palm thick. They are distributed according to the 4 sides of the axle, on the upper, the lower and the 2 lateral sides. The axle has 12 holes, of which the first penetrates through from the upper side to the lower, the second from one lateral side to the other. The first hole is 4 feet 2 palms distant from the second. Each alternate one of these holes is made in the same direction, and they are arranged at equal intervals. Each single cam must be opposite another. The first is inserted into the upper part of the first hole, the second into the lower part of the same hole, and so fixed by pegs that they do not fall out. The third cam is inserted into that part of the second hole which is on the right side, and the fourth into that part on the left. In like manner all the cams are inserted into the consecutive holes, for which reason it happens that the cams depress the levers of the bellows in rotation. Finally, we must not omit to state that this is only one of many such axles having cams and a water wheel. I have arrived thus far with many words, and yet it is not unreasonable that I have in this place pursued the subject minutely, since the smelting of all the metals, to which I am about to proceed, could not be undertaken without it. The ores of gold, silver, copper, and lead, are smelted in a furnace by 4 different methods. The first method is for the rich ores of gold or silver, the second for the mediocre ores, the third for the poor ores, and the fourth method is for those ores which contain copper or lead, whether they contain precious metals or are wanting in them. The smelting of the first ores is performed in the furnace of which the tap hole is intermittently closed. The other 3 ores are melted in furnaces of which the tap holes are always open. A. Charcoal. B. Mortar box. C. Stamps. First, I will speak of the manner in which the furnaces are prepared for the smelting of the ores, and of the first method of smelting. The powder from which the hearth and forehearth should be made is composed of charcoal and earth, clay. The charcoal is crushed by the stamps in a mortar box, the front of which is closed by a board at the top, while the charcoal, crushed to powder, is removed through the open part below. The stamps are not shod with iron, but are made entirely of wood, although at the lower part they are bound round at the wide part by an iron band. A. Tub. B. Sieve. C. Rods. D. Bench frame. The powder into which the charcoal is crushed is thrown onto a sieve whose bottom consists of interwoven withes of wood. The sieve is drawn backward and forward over 2 wooden or iron rods placed in a triangular position on a tub, or over a bench frame set on the floor of the building. The powder which falls into the tub or onto the floor is of suitable size, but the pieces of small charcoal which remain in the sieve are emptied out and thrown back under the stamps. A. Screen. B. Poles. C. Shovel. D. 2-wheeled cart. E. Hand sieve. F. Narrow boards. G. Box. H. Covered pit. When the earth is dug up, it is first exposed to the sun that it may dry. Later on it is thrown with a shovel onto a screen, set up obliquely and supported by poles, made of thick, loosely woven hazel withes, and in this way the fine earth and its small lumps pass through the holes of the screen. But the clods and stones do not pass through, but run down to the ground. The earth which passes through the screen is conveyed in a 2-wheeled cart to the works and there sifted. This sieve, which is not dissimilar to the one described above, is drawn backward and forward upon narrow boards of equal length placed over a long box. The powder which falls through the sieve into the box is suitable for the mixture. The lumps that remain in the sieve are thrown away by some people, but by others they are placed under the stamps. This powdered earth is mixed with powdered charcoal, moistened, and thrown into a pit, and in order that it may remain good for a long time, the pit is covered up with boards so that the mixture may not become contaminated. A. Furnace. B. Ladder. C. Board fixed to it. D. Hoe. E. 5-toothed rake. F. Wooden spatula. G. Broom. H. Rammer. I. Rammer, same diameter. K. 2 wooden spatulas. L. Curved blade. M. Bronze rammer. N. Another bronze rammer. O. Wide spatula. P. Rod. Q. Wicker basket. R. 2 buckets of leather in which water is carried for putting out a conflagration, should the officina catch fire. S. Brass pump with which the water is squirted out. T. 2 hooks. V. Rake. X. Workmen beating the clay with an iron implement. They take 2 parts of pulverized charcoal and 1 part of powdered earth, and mix them well together with a rake. The mixture is moistened by pouring water over it so that it may easily be made into shapes resembling snowballs. If the powder be light, it is moistened with more water, if heavy with less. The interior of the new furnace is lined with loot, so that the cracks in the walls, if there are any, may be filled up, but especially in order to preserve the rock from injury by fire. In old furnaces in which ore has been melted, as soon as the rocks have cooled, the assistant chips away, with a spatula, the accretions which adhere to the walls, and then breaks them up with an iron hoe or a rake with 5 teeth. The cracks of the furnace are first filled in with fragments of rock or brick, which he does by passing his hand into the furnace through its mouth, or else, having placed a ladder against it, he mounts by the rungs to the upper open part of the furnace. To the upper part of the ladder a board is fastened that he may lean and recline against it. Then, standing on the same ladder, with a wooden spatula, he smears the furnace walls over with lute. This spatula is 4 feet long, a digit thick, and for a foot upward from the bottom it is a palm wide, or even wider, generally 2.5 digits. He spreads the lute equally over the inner walls of the furnace. The mouth of the copper pipe should not protrude from the lute, lest sows form round about it and thus impede the melting, for the furnace bellows could not force a blast through them. Then the same assistant throws a little powdered charcoal into the pit of the forehearth and sprinkles it with pulverized earth. Afterward, with a bucket he pours water into it and sweeps this all over the forehearth pit, and with the broom drives the turbid water into the furnace hearth and likewise sweeps it out. Next he throws the mixed and moistened powder into the furnace, and then a second time mounting the steps of the ladder, he introduces the rammer into the furnace and pounds the powder so that the hearth is made solid. The rammer is rounded and 3 palms long, at the bottom it is 5 digits in diameter, at the top 3.5, therefore it is made in the form of a truncated cone. The handle of the rammer is round and 5 feet long and 2.5 digits thick. The upper part of the rammer, where the handle is inserted, is bound with an iron band 2 digits wide. There are some who, instead, use 2 rounded rammers 3.5 digits in diameter, the same at the bottom as at the top. Some people prefer 2 wooden spatulas, or a rammer spatula. In a similar manner, mixed and moistened powder is thrown and pounded with a rammer in the forehearth pit, which is outside the furnace. When this is nearly completed, powder is again put in, and pushed with the rammer up toward the protruding copper pipe, so that from a point a digit under the mouth of the copper pipe the hearth slopes down into the crucible of the forehearth, and the metal can run down. The same is repeated until the forehearth pit is full, then afterward this is hollowed out with a curved blade. This blade is of iron, 2 palms, and as many digits long, 3 digits wide, blunt at the top and sharp at the bottom. The crucible of the forehearth must be round, a foot in diameter and 2 palms deep if it has to contain a centimpondium of lead, or if only 70 librae, then 3 palms in diameter and 2 palms deep like the other. When the forehearth has been hollowed out it is pounded with a round bronze rammer. This is 5 digits high and the same in diameter, having a curved round handle 1.5 digits thick. Or else another bronze rammer is used, which is fashioned in the shape of a cone, truncated at the top, on which is imposed another cutaway at the bottom, so that the middle part of the rammer may be grasped by the hand. This is 6 digits high, and 5 digits in diameter at the lower end and 4 at the top. Some use in its place a wooden spatula 2.5 palms wide at the lower end and 1 palm thick. The assistant, having prepared the forehearth, returns to the furnace and besmears both sides as well as the top of the mouth with simple lute. In the lower part of the mouth he places lute that has been dipped in charcoal dust, to guard against the risk of the lute attracting to itself the powder of the hearth and vitiating it. Next he lays in the mouth of the furnace a straight round rod 3/4 of a foot long and 3 digits in diameter. Afterward he places a piece of charcoal on the lute, of the same length and width as the mouth, so that it is entirely closed up. If there be not at hand one piece of charcoal so large, he takes 2 instead. When the mouth is thus closed up, he throws into the furnace a wicker basket full of charcoal, and in order that the piece of charcoal with which the mouth of the furnace is closed should not then fall out, the master holds it in with his hand. The pieces of charcoal which are thrown into the furnace should be of medium size, for if they are large they impede the blast of the bellows and prevent it from blowing through the tap hole of the furnace into the forehearth to heat it. Then the master covers over the charcoal, placed at the mouth of the furnace, with lute and extracts the wooden rod, and thus the furnace is prepared. Afterward the assistant throws 4 or 5 larger baskets full of charcoal into the furnace, filling it right up. He also throws a little charcoal into the forehearth, and places glowing coals upon it in order that it may be kindled, but in order that the flames of this fire should not enter through the tap hole of the furnace and fire the charcoal inside. He covers the tap hole with loot or closes it with fragments of pottery. Some do not warm the forehearth the same evening, but place large charcoals round the edge of it, one leaning on the other. Those who follow the first method sweep out the forehearth in the morning, and clean out the little pieces of charcoal and cinders, while those who follow the latter method take, early in the morning, burning firebrands, which have been prepared by the watchman of the works, and place them on the charcoal. At the 4th hour the master begins his work. He first inserts a small piece of glowing coal into the furnace, through the bronze nozzle pipe of the bellows, and blows up the fire with the bellows. Thus within the space of half an hour the forehearth, as well as the hearth, becomes warmed, and of course more quickly if on the preceding day ores have been smelted in the same furnace, but if not then it warms more slowly. If the hearth and forehearth are not warmed before the ore to be smelted is thrown in, the furnace is injured and the metals lost. Or if the powder from which both are made is damp in summer or frozen in winter, they will be cracked, and, giving out a sound like thunder, they will blow out the metals and other substances with great peril to the workmen. After the furnace has been warmed, the master throws in slags, and these, when melted, flow out through the tap hole into the forehearth. Then he closes up the tap hole at once with mixed loot and charcoal dust. This plug he fastens with his hand to a round wooden rammer that is 5 digits thick, 2 palms high, with a handle 3 feet long. The smelter extracts the slags from the forehearth with a hooked bar. If the ore to be smelted is rich in gold or silver he puts into the forehearth a centimpondium of lead, or half as much if the ore is poor, because the former requires much lead, the latter little. He immediately throws burning firebrands on to the lead so that it melts. Afterward he performs everything according to the usual manner and order, whereby he first throws into the furnace as many cakes melted from parites, as he requires to smelt the ore. Then he puts in 2 wicker baskets full of ore with litharge and hearth lead, and stones which fuse easily by fire of the second order, all mixed together, then 1 wicker basket full of charcoal, and lastly the slags. The furnace now being filled with all the things I have mentioned, the ore is slowly smelted. He does not put too much of it against the back wall of the furnace, lest sows should form around the nozzles of the bellows and the blast be impeded and the fire burn less fiercely. This, indeed, is the custom of many most excellent smelters, who know how to govern the 4 elements. They combine in right proportion the ores, which are part earth, placing no more than is suitable in the furnaces. They pour in the needful quantity of water, they moderate with skill the air from the bellows, they throw the ore into that part of the fire which burns fiercely. The master sprinkles water into each part of the furnace to dampen the charcoal slightly, so that the minute parts of ore may adhere to it, which otherwise the blast of the bellows and the force of the fire would agitate and blow away with the fumes. But as the nature of the ores to be smelted varies, the smelters have to arrange the hearth now high, now low, and to place the pipe in which the nozzles of the bellows are inserted sometimes on a great and sometimes at a slight angle, so that the blast of the bellows may blow into the furnace in either a mild or a vigorous manner. For those ores which heat and fuse easily, a low hearth is necessary for the work of the smelters, and the pipe must be placed at a gentle angle to produce a mild blast from the bellows. On the contrary, those ores that heat and fuse slowly must have a high hearth, and the pipe must be placed at a steep incline in order to blow a strong blast of the bellows, and it is necessary, for this kind of ore, to have a very hot furnace in which slags, or cakes melted from parites, or stones which melt easily in the fire, are first melted, so that the ore should not settle in the hearth of the furnace and obstruct and choke up the tap hole, as the minute metallic particles that have been washed from the ores are wont to do. Large bellows have wide nozzles, for if they were narrow the copious and strong blast would be too much compressed and too acutely blown into the furnace, and then the melted material would be chilled, and would form sows around the nozzle, and thus obstruct the opening into the furnace, which would cause great damage to the proprietor's property. If the ores agglomerate and do not fuse, the smelter, mounting on the ladder placed against the side of the furnace, divides the charge with a pointed or hooked bar, which he also pushes down into the pipe in which the nozzle of the bellows is placed, and by a downward movement dislodges the ore and the sows from around it. After a quarter of an hour, when the lead which the assistant has placed in the forehearth is melted, the master opens the tap hole of the furnace with a tapping bar. This bar is made of iron, is 3.5 feet long, the forward end pointed and a little curved, and the back end hollow so that into it may be inserted a wooden handle, which is 3 feet long and thick enough to be well grasped by the hand. The slag first flows from the furnace into the forehearth, and in it are stones mixed with metal or with the metal adhering to them partly altered, the slag also containing earth and solidified juices. After this the material from the melted pyrites flows out, and then the molten lead contained in the forehearth absorbs the gold and silver. When that which has run out has stood for some time in the forehearth, in order to be able to separate one from the other, the master first either schemes off the slags with the hooked bar or else lifts them off with an iron fork. The slags, as they are very light, float on the top. He next draws off the cakes of melted pyrites, which as they are of medium weight hold the middle place. He leaves in the forehearth the alloy of gold or silver with the lead, for these being the heaviest, sink to the bottom. As, however, there is a difference in slags, the uppermost containing little metal, the middle more, and the lowest much, he puts these away separately, each in its own place, in order that to each heap, when it is resmelted, he may add the proper fluxes, and can put in as much lead as is demanded for the metal and the slag. When the slag is remelted, if it emits much odor, there is some metal in it, if it emits no odor, then it contains none. He puts the cakes of melted pyrites away separately, as they were nearest in the forehearth to the metal, and contain a little more of it than the slags. From all these cakes a conical mound is built up, by always placing the widest of them at the bottom. The hooked bar has a hook on the end, hence its name, otherwise it is similar to other bars. A, B, C, 3 furnaces. At the first stands the smelter, who with a ladle pours the alloy out of the forehearth into the molds. D, forehearth. E, ladle. F, molds. G, round wooden rammer. H, tapping bar. At the second furnace stands the smelter, who opens the tap hole with his tapping bar. The assistant, standing on steps placed against the third furnace which has been broken open, chips off the accretions. I, steps. K, spatula. L, the other hooked bar. M, mine captain carrying a cake, in which he has stuck the pick, to the scales to be weighed. N, another mine captain opens a chest in which his things are kept. Afterward the master closes up the tap hole and fills the furnace with the same materials I described above, and again, the ores having been melted, he opens the tap hole, and with a hooked bar extracts the slags and the cakes melted from pyrites, which have run down into the forehearth. He repeats the same operation until a certain and definite part of the ore has been smelted, and the day's work is at an end. If the ore was rich the work is finished in 8 hours, if poor, it takes a longer time. But if the ore was so rich as to be smelted in less than 8 hours, another operation is in the meanwhile combined with the first, and both are performed in the space of 10 hours. When all the ore has been smelted, he throws into the furnace a basket full of litharge or hearth lead, so that the metal which has remained in the accretions may run out with these when melted. When he has finally drawn out of the forehearth the slags and the cakes melted from pyrites, he takes out, with a ladle, the lead alloyed with gold or silver and pours it into little iron or copper pans, 3 palms wide and as many digits deep. But first lined on the inside with lute and dried by warming, lest the glowing molten substances should break through. The iron ladle is 2 palms wide, and in other respects it is similar to the others, all of which have a sufficiently long iron shaft, so that the fire should not burn the wooden part of the handle. When the alloy has been poured out of the forehearth, the smelter foreman and the mine captain weigh the cakes. Then the master breaks out the whole of the mouth of the furnace with a crowbar, and with that other hooked bar, the rabble and the 5-toothed rake, he extracts the accretions and the charcoal. This crowbar is not unlike the other hooked one, but larger and wider. The handle of the rabble is 6 feet long and is half of iron and half of wood. The furnace having cooled, the master chips off the accretions clinging to the walls with a rectangular spatula 6 digits long, a palm broad, and sharp on the front edge. It has a round handle 4 feet long, half of it being of iron and half of wood. This is the first method of smelting ores. Because they generally consist of unequal constituents, some of which melt rapidly and others slowly, the ores rich in gold and silver cannot be smelted as rapidly or as easily by the other methods as they can by the first method. For 3 important reasons. The first reason is that, as often as the closed tap hole of the furnace is opened with a tapping bar, so often can the smelter observe whether the ore is melting too quickly or too slowly, or whether it is flaming in scattered bits, and not uniting in one mass. In the first case, the ore is smelting too slowly and not without great expense. In the second case, the metal mixes with the slag which flows out of the furnace into the forehearth, wherefore there is the expense of melting it again. In the third case, the metal is consumed by the violence of the fire. Each of these evils has its remedy. If the ore melts slowly or does not come together, it is necessary to add some amount of fluxes which melt the ore. Or if they melt too readily, to decrease the amount. The second reason is that each time that the furnace is opened with a tapping bar, it flows out into the forehearth, and the smelter is able to test the alloy of gold and lead or of silver with lead, which is called stannum. When the tap hole is opened the second or third time, this test shows us whether the alloy of gold or silver has become richer, or whether the lead is too debilitated and wanting in strength to absorb any more gold or silver. If it has become richer, some portion of lead added to it should renew its strength. If it has not become richer, it is poured out of the forehearth that it may be replaced with fresh lead. The third reason is that if the tap hole of the furnace is always open when the ore and other things are being smelted, the fluxes, which are easily melted, run out of the furnace before the rich gold and silver ores. For these are sometimes of a kind that oppose and resist melting by the fire for a longer period. It follows in this case, that some part of the ore is either consumed or is mixed with the accretions, and as a result little lumps of ore not yet melted are now and then found in the accretions. Therefore when these ores are being smelted, the tap hole of the furnace should be closed for a time, as it is necessary to heat and mix the ore and the fluxes at the same time. Since the fluxes fuse more rapidly than the ore, when the molten fluxes are held in the furnace, they thus melt the ore which does not readily fuse or mix with the lead. The lead absorbs the gold or silver, just as tin or lead when melted in the forehearth absorbs the other unmelted metal which has been thrown into it. But if the molten matter is poured upon that which is not molten, it runs off on all sides and consequently does not melt it. It follows from all this that ores rich in gold or silver, when put into a furnace with its tap hole always open, cannot for that reason be smelted so successfully as in one where the tap hole is closed for a time. So that during this time the ore may be melted by the molten fluxes. Afterward, when the tap hole has been opened, they flow into the forehearth and mix there with the molten lead. This method of smelting the ores is used by us and by the Bohemians. A. B. 2 furnaces. C. 4 hearths. D. Dipping pot. The smelter standing by the first furnace draws off the slags with a hooked bar. E. Hooked bar. F. Slags. G. The assistant drawing a bucket of water which he pours over the glowing slags to quench them. H. Basket made of twigs of wood intertwined. I. Rabble. K. Ore to be smelted. L. The master stands at the other furnace and prepares the forehearth by ramming it with 2 rammers. M. Crowbar. The 3 remaining methods of smelting ores are similar to each other in that the tap holes of the furnaces always remain open, so that the molten metals may continually run out. They differ greatly from each other, however, for the tap hole of the first of this kind is deeper in the furnace and narrower than that of the third, and besides it is invisible and concealed. It easily discharges into the forehearth, which is 1.5 feet higher than the floor of the building, in order that below it to the left a dipping pot can be made. When the forehearth is nearly full of the slags, which well up from the invisible tap hole of the furnace, they are skimmed off from the top with a hooked bar. Then the alloy of gold or silver with lead and the melted parites, being uncovered, flow into the dipping pot, and the latter are made into cakes. These cakes are broken and thrown back into the furnace so that all their metal may be smelted out. The alloy is poured into little iron molds. The smelter, besides lead and cognate things, uses fluxes which combine with the ore, of which I gave a sufficient account in. The metals which are melted from ores that fuse readily in the fire, are profitable because they are smelted in a short time, while those which are difficult to fuse are not as profitable, because they take a long time. When fluxes remain in the furnace and do not melt, they are not suitable. For this reason, accretions and slags are the most convenient for smelting, because they melt quickly. It is necessary to have an industrious and experienced smelter, who in the first place takes care not to put into the furnace more ores mixed with fluxes than it can accommodate. The powder out of which this furnace hearth and the adjoining forehearth and the dipping pot are usually made, consists mostly of equal proportions of charcoal dust and of earth, or of equal parts of the same and of ashes. When the hearth of the furnace is prepared, a rod that will reach to the forehearth is put into it, higher up if the ore to be smelted readily fuses, and lower down if it fuses with difficulty. When the dipping pot and forehearth are finished, the rod is drawn out of the furnace so that the tap hole is open, and through it the molten material flows continuously into the forehearth, which should be very near the furnace in order that it may keep very hot and the alloy thus be made purer. If the ore to be smelted does not melt easily, the hearth of the furnace must not be made too sloping, lest the molten fluxes should run down into the forehearth before the ore is smelted, and the metal thus remain in the accretions on the sides of the furnace. The smelter must not ram the hearth so much that it becomes too hard, nor make the mistake of ramming the lower part of the mouth to make it hard, for it could not breathe, nor could the molten matter flow freely out of the furnace. The ore which does not readily melt is thrown as much as possible to the back of the furnace, and toward that part where the fire burns very fiercely, so that it may be smelted longer. In this way the smelter may direct it whither he wills. Only when it glows at the part near the bellows nozzle does it signify that all the ore is smelted which has been thrown to the side of the furnace in which the nozzles are placed. If the ore is easily melted, 1 or 2 wicker baskets full are thrown into the front part of the furnace so that the fire, being driven back by it, may also smelt the ore and the sows that form round about the nozzles of the bellows. This process of smelting is very ancient among the Tyrolese, but not so old among the Bohemians. A. B. 2 furnaces. C. Forehearth. D. Dipping pots. The master stands at the one furnace and draws away the slags with an iron fork. E. Iron fork. F. Wooden hoe with which the cakes of melted parites are drawn out. G. The forehearth crucible, 1/2 inside is to be seen open in the other furnace. H. The half outside the furnace. I. The assistant prepares the forehearth, which is separated from the furnace that it may be seen. K. Bar. L. Wooden rammer. M. Ladder. N. Ladle. The second method of smelting ore stands in a measure midway between that one performed in a furnace of which the tap hole is closed intermittently, and the first of the methods performed in a furnace where the tap hole is always open. In this manner are smelted the ores of gold and silver that are neither very rich nor very poor, but mediocre, which fuse easily and are readily absorbed by the lead. It was found that in this way a large quantity of ore could be smelted at one operation without much labor or great expense, and could thus be alloyed with lead. This furnace has 2 crucibles, one of which is half inside the furnace and half outside, so that the lead being put into this crucible, the part of the lead which is in the furnace absorbs the metals of the ores which easily fuse. The other crucible is lower, and the alloy and the molten parites run into it. Those who make use of this method of smelting, tap the alloy of gold or silver with lead from the upper crucible once or twice if need be, and throw another lead or litharge, and each absorbs that flux which is nearest. This method of smelting is in use in Styria. A. B. 2 furnaces. C. Tap holes of furnaces. D. Forehearths. E. Their tap holes. F. Dipping pots. G. At the one furnace stands the smelter carrying a wicker basket full of charcoal. At the other furnace stands a smelter who with the third hooked bar breaks away the material which has frozen the tap hole of the furnace. H. Hooked bar. I. Heap of charcoal. K. Barrow on which is a box made of wicker work in which the coals are measured. L. Iron spade. The furnace in the third method of smelting ores has the tap hole likewise open, but the furnace is higher and wider than the others, and its bellows are larger. For these reasons a larger charge of the ore can be thrown into it. When the mines yield a great abundance of ore for the smelter, they smelt in the same furnace continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, providing there be no defect either in the hearth or in the forehearth. In this kind of a furnace almost every kind of accretion will be found. The forehearth of the furnace is not unlike the forehearth of the first furnace of all, except that it has a tap hole. However, because large charges of ore are smelted uninterruptedly, and the melted material runs out and the slags are skimmed off, there is need for a second forehearth crucible, into which the molten material runs through an open tap hole when the first is full. When a smelter has spent 12 hours labor on this work, another always takes his place. The ores of copper and lead and the poorest ores of gold and silver are smelted by this method, because they cannot be smelted by the other 3 methods on account of the greater expense occasioned. Yet by this method a centimpondium of ore containing only 1 or 2 drachmae of gold, or only a half to 1 uncia, of silver, can be smelted. Because there is a large amount of ore in each charge, smelting is continuous, and without expensive fluxes such as lead, litharge, and hearth lead. In this method of smelting we must use only cupriferous parites which easily melt in the fire. In truth the cakes melted out from this, if they no longer absorb much gold or silver, are replenished again from crude parites alone. If from this poor ore, with melted parites alone, material for cakes cannot be made, there are added other fluxes which have not previously been melted. These fluxes are, namely, lead ore, stones easily fused by fire of the second order and sand made from them, limestone, tophus, white schist, and iron stone. Although this method of smelting ores is rough and might not seem to be of great use, yet it is clever and useful. For a great weight of ores, in which the gold, silver, or copper are in small quantities, may be reduced into a few cakes containing all the metal. If on being first melted they are too crude to be suitable for the second melting, in which the lead absorbs the precious metals that are in the cakes, or in which the copper is melted out of them. Yet they can be made suitable if they are repeatedly roasted, sometimes as often as 7 or 8 times, as I have explained in the last book. Smelters of this kind are so clever and expert, that in smelting they take out all the gold and silver which the assayer in assaying the ores has stated to be contained in them, because if during the first operation, when he makes the cakes, there is a drachma of gold or half an uncia of silver lost from the ores, the smelter obtains it from the slags by the second smelting. This method of smelting ores is old and very common to most of those who use other methods. A. Furnace of the Carni. B. Low wall. C. Wood. D. Or dripping lead. E. Large crucible. F. Molds. G. Ladle. H. Slabs of lead. I. Rectangular hole at the back of the furnace. K. Saxon furnace. L. Opening in the back of the furnace. M. Wood. N. Upper crucible. O. Dipping pot. P. Westphalian method of melting. Q. Heaps of charcoal. R. Straw. S. Wide slabs. T. Crucibles. V. Polish hearth. Although lead ores are usually smelted in the third furnace, whose tap hole is always open, yet not a few people melt them in special furnaces by a method which I will briefly explain. The Carni first burn such lead ores, and afterward break and crush them with large round mallets. Between the 2 low walls of a hearth, which is inside a furnace made of and vaulted with a rock that resists injury by the fire and does not burn into chalk, they place green wood with a layer of dry wood on the top of it. Then they throw the ore onto this, and when the wood is kindled the lead drips down and runs on to the underlying sloping hearth. This hearth is made of pulverized charcoal and earth, as is also a large crucible, one half of which lies under the furnace and the other half outside it, into which runs the lead. The smelter, having first skimmed off the slags and other things with a hoe, pours the lead with a ladle into molds, taking out the cakes after they have cooled. At the back of the furnace is a rectangular hole, so that the fire may be allowed more draft, and so that the smelter can crawl through it into the furnace if necessity demands. The Saxons who inhabit Gittelde, when smelting lead or in a furnace not unlike a baking oven, put the wood in through a hole at the back of the furnace, and when it begins to burn vigorously the lead trickles out of the ore into a forehearth. When this is full, the smelting being accomplished, the tap hole is opened with a bar, and in this way the lead, together with the slags, runs into the dipping pots below. Afterward the cakes of lead, when they are cold, are taken from the molds. In Westphalia they heap up 10 wagon loads of charcoal on some hillside which adjoins a level place, and the top of the heap being made flat, straw is thrown upon it to the thickness of 3 or 4 digits. On the top of this is laid as much pure lead ore as the heap can bear, then the charcoal is kindled, and when the wind blows, it fans the fire so that the ore is smelted. In this wise the lead, trickling down from the heap, flows on to the level and forms broad thin slabs. A few 100 pounds of lead ore are kept at hand, which, if things go well, are scattered over the heap. These broad slabs are impure and are laid upon dry wood, which in turn is placed on green wood laid over a large crucible, and the former having been kindled, the lead is remelted. The poles use a hearth of bricks 4 feet high, sloping on both sides and plastered with loot. On the upper level part of the hearth large pieces of wood are piled, and on these is placed small wood with loot put in between. Over the top are laid wood shavings, and upon these again pure lead ore covered with large pieces of wood. When these are kindled, the ore melts and runs down on to the lower layer of wood. And when this is consumed by the fire, the metal is collected. If necessity demand, it is melted over and over again in the same manner, but it is finally melted by means of wood laid over the large crucible, the slabs of lead being placed upon it. The concentrates from washing are smelted together with slags, fluxes, in a third furnace, of which the tap hole is always open. A. Furnaces. B. Vaulted roof. C. Columns. D. Dust chamber. E. Opening. F. Chimney. G. Window. H. Door. I. Chute. It is worthwhile to build vaulted dust chambers over the furnaces, especially over those in which the precious ores are to be smelted, in order that the thicker part of the fumes, in which metals are not wanting, may be caught and saved. In this way 2 or more furnaces are combined under the same vaulted ceiling, which is supported by the wall, against which the furnaces are built, and by 4 columns. Under this the smelters of the ore perform their work. There are 2 openings through which the fumes rise from the furnaces into the wide vaulted chamber, and the wider this is the more fumes it collects. In the middle of this chamber over the arch is an opening 3 palms high and 2 wide. This catches the fumes of both furnaces, which have risen up from both sides of the vaulted chamber to its arch, and have fallen again because they could not force their way out. And they thus pass out through the opening mentioned, into the chimney, which the Greeks call kappa alpha pi nu omicron delta chi eta, the name being taken from the object. The chimney has thin iron plates fastened into the walls, to which the thinner metallic substances adhere when ascending with the fumes. The thicker metallic substances, or cadmia, adhere to the vaulted chamber, and often harden into stalactites. On one side of the chamber is a window in which are set panes of glass, so that the light may be transmitted, but the fumes kept in. On the other side is a door, which is kept entirely closed while the ores are being smelted in the furnaces, so that none of the fumes may escape. It is opened in order that the workman, passing through it, may be enabled to enter the chamber and remove the soot and pamphlix and chip off the cadmia. This sweeping is done twice a year. The soot mixed with pamphlix and the cadmia, being chipped off, is thrown down through a long chute made of 4 boards joined in the shape of a rectangle, that they should not fly away. They fall onto the floor, and are sprinkled with salt water, and are again smelted with ore and litharge, and become an emolument to the proprietors. Such chambers, which catch the metallic substances that rise with the fumes, are profitable for all metalliferous ores, but especially for the minute metallic particles collected by washing crushed ores and rock, because these usually fly out with the fire of the furnaces. I have explained the 4 general methods of smelting ores. Now I will state how the ores of each metal are smelted, or how the metal is obtained from the ore. I will begin with gold. Its sand, the concentrates from washing, or the gold dust collected in any other manner, should very often not be smelted, but should be mixed with quicksilver and washed with tepid water, so that all the impurities may be eliminated. This method I explained in. Or they are placed in the aqua which separates gold from silver, for this also separates its impurities. In this method we see the gold sink in the glass ampulla, and after all the aqua has been drained from the particles, it frequently remains as a gold-colored residue at the bottom. This powder, when it has been moistened with oil made from argol, is then dried and placed in a crucible, where it is melted with borax or with saltpetrian salt. Or the same very fine dust is thrown into molten silver, which absorbs it, and from this it is again parted by aqua valens. It is necessary to smelt gold or either outside the blast furnace in a crucible, or inside the blast furnace. In the former case a small charge of ore is used, in the latter a large charge of it. Rudous gold, of whatever color it is crushed with a libra each of sulfur and salt, a third of a libra of copper, and a quarter of a libra of argol. They should be melted in a crucible on a slow fire for 3 hours, then the alloy is put into molten silver that it may melt more rapidly. Or a libra of the same crude gold, crushed up, is mixed together with half a libra of stibium likewise crushed, and put into a crucible with half an uncia of copper filings, and heated until they melt. Then a 1/6 part of granulated lead is thrown into the same crucible. As soon as the mixture emits an odor, iron filings are added to it, or if these are not at hand, iron hammer scales, for both of these break the strength of the stibium. When the fire consumes it, not alone with it is some strength of the stibium consumed, but some particles of gold and also of silver, if it be mixed with the gold. When the button has been taken out of the crucible and cooled, it is melted in a cupel, first until the antimony is exhaled, and thereafter until the lead is separated from it. Crushed pyrites which contains gold is smelted in the same way. It and the stibium should be of equal weight, and in truth the gold may be made from them in a number of different ways. 1 part of crushed material is mixed with 6 parts of copper, 1 part of sulfur, half a part of salt, and they are all placed in a pot, and over them is poured wine distilled by heating liquid argol in an ampulla. The pot is covered and smeared over with lute and is put in a hot place, so that the mixture moistened with wine may dry for the space of 6 days. Then it is heated for 3 hours over a gentle fire that it may combine more rapidly with the lead. Finally it is put into a cupel and the gold is separated from the lead. Or else 1 libra of the concentrates from washing pyrites, or other stones to which gold adheres, is mixed with half a libra of salt, half a libra of argol, a third of a libra of glass galls, a 1/6 of a libra of gold or silver slags, and the siliceous of copper. The crucible into which these are put, after it has been covered with a lid, is sealed with lute and placed in a small furnace that is provided with small holes through which the air is drawn in. And then it is heated until it turns red and the substances put in have alloyed. This should take place within 4 or 5 hours. The alloy having cooled, it is again crushed to powder and a pound of litharge is added to it, then it is heated again in another crucible until it melts. The button is taken out, purged of slag, and placed in a cupel, where the gold is separated from the lead. Or to a libra of the powder prepared from such metalliferous concentrates, is added a libra each of salt, of saltpetre, of argol, and of glass galls, and it is heated until it melts. When cooled and crushed, it is washed, then to it is added a libra of silver, a third of copper filings, a 1/6 of litharge, and it is likewise heated again until it melts. After the button has been purged of slag, it is put into the cupel, and the gold and silver are separated from the lead, the gold is parted from the silver with aqua valens. Or else a libra of the powder prepared from such metalliferous concentrates, a quarter of a libra of copper filings, and 2 librae of that second powder which fuses ores, are heated until they melt. The mixture when cooled is again reduced to powder, roasted and washed, and in this manner a blue powder is obtained. Of this, and silver, and that second powder which fuses ores, a libra each are taken, together with 3 librae of lead, and a quarter of a libra of copper, and they are heated together until they melt, then the button is treated as before. Or else a libra of the powder prepared from such metalliferous concentrates, half a libra of saltpetre, and a quarter of a libra of salt are heated until they melt. The alloy when cooled is again crushed to powder, 1 libra of which is absorbed by 4 pounds of molten silver. Or else a libra of the powder made from that kind of concentrates, together with a libra of sulfur, a libra and a half of salt, a third of a libra of salt made from argol, and a third of a libra of copper resolved into powder with sulfur, are heated until they melt. Afterward the lead is remelted, and the gold is separated from the other metals. Or else a libra of the powder of this kind of concentrates, together with 2 librae of salt, half a libra of sulfur, and 1 libra of litharge, are heated, and from these the gold is melted out. By these and similar methods concentrates containing gold, if there be a small quantity of them or if they are very rich, can be smelted outside the blast furnace. If there be much of them and they are poor, then they are smelted in the blast furnace, especially the ore which is not crushed to powder, and particularly when the gold mines yield an abundance of it. The gold concentrates mixed with litharge and hearth lead, to which are added iron scales, are smelted in the blast furnace whose tap hole is intermittently closed, or else in the first or the second furnaces in which the tap hole is always open. In this manner an alloy of gold and lead is obtained which is put into the cupellation furnace. 2 parts of roasted pyrites or cadmia which contain gold, are put with 1 part of unroasted, and are smelted together in the third furnace whose tap hole is always open, and are made into cakes. When these cakes have been repeatedly roasted, they are resmelted in the furnace whose tap hole is temporarily closed, or in one of the 2 others whose tap holes are always open. In this manner the lead absorbs the gold, whether pure or argentiferous or cupriferous, and the alloy is taken to the cupellation furnace. Pyrites, or other gold ore which is mixed with much material that is consumed by fire and flies out of the furnace, is melted with stone from which iron is melted, if this is at hand. 6 parts of such pyrites, or of gold ore reduced to powder and sifted, for of stone from which iron is made, likewise crushed, and 3 of slaked lime, are mixed together and moistened with water. To these are added 2½ parts of the cakes which contain some copper, together with 1½ parts of slag. A basketful of fragments of the cakes is thrown into the furnace, then the mixture of other things, and then the slag. Now when the middle part of the forehearth is filled with the molten material which runs down from the furnace, the slags are first skimmed off, and then the cakes made of pyrites. Afterward the alloy of copper, gold and silver, which settles at the bottom, is taken out. The cakes are gently roasted and resmelted with lead, and made into cakes, which are carried to other works. The alloy of copper, gold, and silver is not roasted, but is remelted again in a crucible with an equal portion of lead. Cakes are also made much richer in copper and gold than those I spoke of. In order that the alloy of gold and silver may be made richer, to 18 librae of it are added 48 librae of crude ore, 3 librae of the stone from which iron is made, and 3/4 of a libra of the cakes made from pyrites. And mixed with lead, all are heated together in the crucible until they melt. When the slag and the cakes melted from pyrites have been skimmed off, the alloy is carried to other furnaces. There now follows silver, of which the native silver or the lumps of rudous silver obtained from the mines are not smelted in the blast furnaces, but in small iron pans, of which I will speak at the proper place. These lumps are heated and thrown into molten silver lead alloy in the cupellation furnace when the silver is being separated from the lead, and refined. The tiny flakes or tiny lumps of silver adhering to stones or marble or rocks, or again the same little lumps mixed with earth, or silver not pure enough, should be smelted in the furnace of which the tap hole is only closed for a short time. Together with cakes melted from pyrites, with silver slags, and with stones which easily fuse in fire of the second order. In order that particles of silver should not fly away from the lumps of ore consisting of minute threads of pure silver and twigs of native silver, they are enclosed in a pot, and are placed in the same furnace where the rest of the silver ores are being smelted. Some people smelt lumps of native silver not sufficiently pure, in pots or triangular crucibles, whose lids are sealed with lute. They do not place these pots in the blast furnace, but arrange them in the assay furnace into which the draught of the air blows through small holes. To 1 part of the native silver they add 3 parts of powdered litharge, as many parts of hearth lead, half a part of galena, and a small quantity of salt and iron scales. The alloy which settles at the bottom of the other substances in the pot is carried to the cupellation furnace, and the slags are remelted with the other silver slags. They crush under the stamps and wash the pots or crucibles to which silver lead alloy or slags adhere, and having collected the concentrates they smelt them together with the slags. This method of smelting rudous silver, if there is a small quantity of it, is the best, because the smallest portion of silver does not fly out of the pot or the crucible and get lost. If bismuth ore or antimony ore or lead ore contains silver, it is smelted with the other ores of silver, likewise galena or pyrites, if there is a small amount of it. If there be much galena, whether it contain a large or a small amount of silver, it is smelted separately from the others, which process I will explain a little further on. Because lead and copper ores and their metals have much in common with silver ores, it is fitting that I should say a great deal concerning them, both now and later on. Also in the same manner, pyrites are smelted separately if there be much of them. To 3 parts of roasted lead or copper ore and 1 part of crude ore, are added concentrates if they were made by washing the same ore, together with slags, and all are put in the 3rd furnace whose tap hole is always open. Cakes are made from this charge, which, when they have been quenched with water, are roasted. Of these roasted cakes generally 4 parts are again mixed with 1 part of crude pyrites and remelted in the same furnace. Cakes are again made from this charge, and if there is a large amount of copper in these cakes, copper is made immediately after they have been roasted and remelted. If there is little copper in the cakes they are also roasted, but they are resmelted with a little soft slag. In this method the molten lead in the forehearth absorbs the silver. From the pyritic material which floats on the top of the forehearth are made cakes for the 3rd time, and from them when they have been roasted and resmelted is made copper. Similarly, 3 parts of roasted cadmia in which there is silver, are mixed with 1 part of crude pyrites, together with slag, and this charge is smelted and cakes are made from it. These cakes having been roasted are resmelted in the same furnace. By this method the lead contained in the forehearth absorbs the silver, and the silver lead is taken to the cupellation furnace. Crude quartz and stones which easily fuse in fire of the 3rd order, together with other ores in which there is a small amount of silver, ought to be mixed with crude roasted pyrites or cadmia. Because the roasted cakes of pyrites or cadmia cannot be profitably smelted separately. In a similar manner earths which contain little silver are mixed with the same. But if pyrites and cadmia are not available to the smelter, he smelts such silver ores and earths with litharge, hearth lead, slags, and stones which easily melt in the fire. The concentrates originating from the washing of rudous silver, after first being roasted until they melt, are smelted with mixed litharge and hearth lead, or else, after being moistened with water. They are smelted with cakes made from pyrites and cadmia. By neither of these methods do the concentrates fall back in the furnace, or fly out of it, driven by the blast of the bellows and the agitation of the fire. If the concentrates originated from galena they are smelted with it after having been roasted, and if from pyrites, then with pyrites. Pure copper ore, whether it is its own color or is tinged with chrysocolla or azure, and copper glance, or gray or black rudous copper, is smelted in a furnace of which the tap hole is closed for a very short time, or else is always open. If there is a large amount of silver in the ore it is run into the forehearth, and the greater part of the silver is absorbed by the molten lead. And the remainder is sold with the copper to the proprietor of the works in which silver is parted from copper. If there is a small amount of silver in the ore, no lead is put into the forehearth to absorb the silver, and the above-mentioned proprietors buy it in with the copper. If there be no silver, copper is made direct. If such copper ore contains some minerals which do not easily melt, as pyrites or cadmia metallica fossilis, or stone from which iron is melted, then crude pyrites which easily fuse are added to it, together with slag. From this charge, when smelted, they make cakes, and from these, when they have been roasted as much as is necessary and resmelted, the copper is made. But if there be some silver in the cakes, for which an outlay of lead has to be made, then it is first run into the forehearth, and the molten lead absorbs the silver. Indeed, rudous copper or of inferior quality, whether ash-colored or purple, blackish and occasionally in parts blue, is smelted in the first furnace whose tap hole is always open. This is the method of the Tyrolese. To as much rudous copper ore as will fill 18 vessels, each of which holds almost as much as 7 Roman moduli, the first smelter, for there are 3, adds 3 cartloads of lead slags, 1 cartload of schist. 1/5 of a centimpondium of stones which easily fuse in the fire, besides a small quantity of concentrates collected from copper slag and accretions, all of which he smelts for the space of 12 hours. and from which he makes 6 centimpandia of primary cakes and 1/2 of a centimpandium of alloy. 1/2 of the latter consists of copper and silver, and it settles to the bottom of the forehearth. In every centimpandium of the cakes there is 1/2 a libra of silver and sometimes 1/2 an uncia besides. In the 1/2 of a centimpandium of the alloy there is a bess or 3/4 of silver. In this way every week, if the work is for 6 days, 36 centimpandia of cakes are made and 3 centimpandia of alloy, in all of which there is often almost 24 librae of silver. The second smelter separates from the primary cakes the greater part of the silver by absorbing it in lead. To 18 centimpandia of cakes made from crude copper ore, he adds 12 centimpandia of hearth lead and litharge, 3 centimpandia of stones from which lead is smelted, 5 centimpandia of hard cakes rich in silver, and 2 centimpandia of exhausted liquation cakes. He adds besides, some of the slags resulting from smelting crude copper, together with a small quantity of concentrates made from accretions, all of which he melts for the space of 12 hours, and makes 18 centimpandia of secondary cakes, and 12 centimpandia of copper lead silver alloy. In each centimpandium of the latter there is 1/2 a libra of silver. After he has taken off the cakes with a hooked bar, he pours the alloy out into copper or iron molds. By this method they make 4 cakes of alloy, which are carried to the works in which silver is parted from copper. On the following day, the same smelter, taking 18 centimpandia of the secondary cakes, again adds 12 centimpandia of hearth lead and litharge, 3 centimpandia of stones from which lead is smelted, 5 centimpandia of hard cakes rich in silver, together with slags from the smelting of the primary cakes, and with concentrates washed from the accretions which are usually made at that time. This charge is likewise smelted for the space of 12 hours, and he makes as many as 13 centimpandia of tertiary cakes and 11 centimpandia of copper lead silver alloy, each centimpandium of which contains 1/3 of a libra and 1/2 an uncia of silver. When he has skimmed off the tertiary cakes with a hooked bar, the alloy is poured into copper molds, and by this method 4 cakes of alloy are made, which, like the preceding 4 cakes of alloy, are carried to the works in which silver is parted from copper. By this method the second smelter makes primary cakes on alternate days and secondary cakes on the intermediate days. The third smelter takes 11 cartloads of the tertiary cakes and adds to them 3 cartloads of hard cakes poor in silver, together with the slag from smelting the secondary cakes, and the concentrates from the accretions which are usually made at that time. From this charge when smelted, he makes 20 centimpandia of quaternary cakes, which are called hard cakes, and also 15 centimpandia of those hard cakes rich in silver, each centimpandium of which contains 1/3 of a libra of silver. These latter cakes the second smelter, as I said before, adds to the primary and secondary cakes when he remelts them. In the same way, from 11 cartloads of quaternary cakes thrice roasted, he makes the final cakes, of which 1 centimpandium contains only 1/2 an uncia of silver. In this operation he also makes 15 centimpandia of hard cakes poor in silver, in each centimpandium of which is 1/6 of a libra of silver. These hard cakes the third smelter, as I have said, adds to the tertiary cakes when he resmelts them, while from the final cakes, thrice roasted and resmelted, is made black copper. The rudous copper from which pure copper is made, if it contains little silver or if it does not easily melt, is first smelted in the third furnace of which the tap hole is always open. And from this are made cakes, which after being 7 times roasted are resmelted, and from these copper is melted out. The cakes of copper are carried to a furnace of another kind, in which they are melted for the 3rd time, in order that in the copper bottoms there may be more silver, while in the tops there may be less, which process is explained in Treatise. When they contain not only copper, but also silver, are smelted in the manner I described when I treated of ores of silver. But if they are poor in silver, and if the copper which is melted out of them cannot easily be treated, they are smelted according to the method which I last explained. Finally, the copper schists containing bitumen or sulfur are roasted, and then smelted with stones which easily fuse in a fire of the 2nd order, and are made into cakes, on the top of which the slags float. From these cakes, usually roasted 7 times and remelted, are melted out slags and 2 kinds of cakes. One kind is of copper and occupies the bottom of the crucible, and these are sold to the proprietors of the works in which silver is parted from copper. The other kind of cakes are usually remelted with primary cakes. If the schist contains but a small amount of copper, it is burned, crushed under the stamps, washed and sieved, and the concentrates obtained from it are melted down. From this are made cakes from which, when roasted, copper is made. If either chrysocolla or azure, or yellow or black earth containing copper and silver, adheres to the schist, it is not washed, but is crushed and smelted with stones which easily fuse in fire of the second order. Lead ore, whether it be molybdena, pyrites, galena, or stone from which it is melted, is often smelted in a special furnace, of which I have spoken above, but no less often in the third furnace of which the tap hole is always open. The hearth and forehearth are made from powder containing a small portion of iron hammer scales. Iron slag forms the principal flux for such ores. Both of these the expert smelters consider useful and to the owner's advantage, because it is the nature of iron to attract lead. If it is molybdena or the stone from which lead is smelted, then the lead runs down from the furnace into the forehearth, and when the slags have been skimmed off, the lead is poured out with a ladle. If pyrites are smelted, the first to flow from the furnace into the forehearth, as may be seen at Goslar, is a white molten substance, injurious and noxious to silver, for it consumes it. For this reason the slags which float on the top having been skimmed off, this substance is poured out, or if it hardens, then it is taken out with a hooked bar, and the walls of the furnace exude the same substance. Then the stannum runs out of the furnace into the forehearth. This is an alloy of lead and silver. From the silver-lead alloy they first skim off the slags, not rarely white, as some pyrites are, and afterward they skim off the cakes of pyrites, if there are any. In these cakes there is usually some copper. But since there is usually but a very small quantity, and as the forest charcoal is not abundant, no copper is made from them. From the silver lead poured into iron molds they likewise make cakes. When these cakes have been melted in the cupellation furnace, the silver is parted from the lead, because part of the lead is transformed into litharge and part into hearth lead. From which in the blast furnace on remelting they make desilverized lead, for in this lead each centimpondium contains only a drachma of silver. When before the silver was parted from it each centimpondium contained more or less than 3 uncii of silver. The little black stones and others from which tin is made, are smelted in their own kind of furnace, which should be narrower than the other furnaces, that there may be only the small fire which is necessary for this ore. These furnaces are higher, that the height may compensate for the narrowness and make them of almost the same capacity as the other furnaces. At the top, in front, they are closed and on the other side they are open, where there are steps, because they cannot have the steps in front on account of the forehearth. The smelters ascend by these steps to put the tin stone into the furnace. The hearth of the furnace is not made of powdered earth and charcoal, but on the floor of the works are placed sandstones which are not too hard. These are set on a slight slope, and are 2 3/4 feet long, the same number of feet wide, and 2 feet thick, for the thicker they are the longer they last in the fire. Around them is constructed a rectangular furnace 8 or 9 feet high, of broad sandstones, or of those common substances which by nature are composed of diverse materials. On the inside the furnace is everywhere evenly covered with lute. The upper part of the interior is 2 feet long and 1 foot wide, but below it is not so long and wide. Above it are 2 hood walls, between which the fumes ascend from the furnace into the dust chamber, and through this they escape by a narrow opening in the roof. The sandstones are sloped at the bed of the furnace, so that the tin melted from the tinstone may flow through the tap hole of the furnace into the forehearth. As there is no need for the smelters to have a fierce fire, it is not necessary to place the nozzles of the bellows in bronze or iron pipes, but only through a hole in the furnace wall. They place the bellows higher at the back so that the blast from the nozzles may blow straight toward the tap hole of the furnace. That it may not be too fierce, the nozzles are wide, for if the fire were fiercer, tin could not be melted out from the tin stone, as it would be consumed and turned into ashes. Near the steps is a hollowed stone, in which is placed the tin stone to be smelted. As often as the smelter throws into the furnace an iron shovel full of this tin stone, he puts on charcoal that was first put into a vat and washed with water to be cleansed from the grit and small stones which adhere to it. lest they melt at the same time as the tin stone and obstruct the tap hole and impede the flow of tin from the furnace. The tap hole of the furnace is always open. In front of it is a forehearth a little more than half a foot deep, 3/4 of 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. This is lined with lute, and the tin from the tap hole flows into it. On one side of the forehearth is a low wall, 3/4 of a foot wider and 1 foot longer than the forehearth, on which lies charcoal powder. On the other side the floor of the building slopes, so that the slags may conveniently run down and be carried away. As soon as the tin begins to run from the tap hole of the furnace into the forehearth, the smelter scrapes down some of the powdered charcoal into it from the wall, so that the slags may be separated from the hot metal. And so that it may be covered, lest any part of it, being very hot, should fly away with the fumes. If after the slag has been skimmed off, the powder does not cover up the whole of the tin, the smelter draws a little more charcoal off the wall with a scraper. After he has opened the tap hole of the forehearth with a tapping bar, in order that the tin can flow into the tapping pot, likewise smeared with lute, he again closes the tap hole with pure lute or lute mixed with powdered charcoal. The smelter, if he be diligent and experienced, has brooms at hand with which he sweeps down the walls above the furnace. To these walls and to the dust chamber minute tin stones sometimes adhere with part of the fumes. If he be not sufficiently experienced in these matters and has melted at the same time all of the tin stone, which is commonly of 3 sizes, large, medium, and very small, not a little waste of the proprietor's tin results. Because, before the large or the medium sizes have melted, the small have either been burnt up in the furnace, or else, flying up from it, they not only adhere to the walls but also fall in the dust chamber. The owner of the works has the sweepings by right from the owner of the ore. For the above reasons the most experienced smelter melts them down separately. Indeed, he melts the very small size in a wider furnace, the medium in a medium-sized furnace, and the largest size in the narrowest furnace. When he melts down the small size he uses a gentle blast from the bellows, with the medium-sized a moderate one, with the large size a violent blast. And when he smelts the first size he needs a slow fire, for the second a medium one, and for the third a fierce one, yet he uses a much less fierce fire than when he smelts the ores of gold, silver, or copper. When the workmen have spent 3 consecutive days and nights in this work, as is usual, they have finished their labors. In this time they are able to melt out a large weight of small-sized tin stone which melts quickly, but less of the large ones which melt slowly, and a moderate quantity of the medium-sized which holds the middle course. Those who do not smelt the tin stone in furnaces made sometimes wide, sometimes medium, or sometimes narrow, in order that great loss should not be occasioned, throw in first the smallest size, then the medium, then the large size, and finally those which are not quite pure. And the blast of the bellows is altered as required. In order that the tin stone thrown into the furnace should not roll off from the large charcoal into the forehearth before the tin is melted out of it, the smelter uses small charcoal. First some of this moistened with water is placed in the furnace, and then he frequently repeats this succession of charcoal and tin stone. The tin stone, collected from material which during the summer was washed in a ditch through which a stream was diverted, and during the winter was screened on a perforated iron plate, is smelted in a furnace a palm wider than that in which the fine tin stone dug out of the earth is smelted. For the smelting of these, a more vigorous blast of the bellows and a fiercer fire is needed than for the smelting of the large tin stone. Whichever kind of tin stone is being smelted, if the tin first flows from the furnace, much of it is made, and if slags first flow from the furnace, then only a little. It happens that the tin stone is mixed with the slags when it is either less pure or ferruginous, that is, not enough roasted, and is imperfect when put into the furnace, or when it has been put in a larger quantity than was necessary. Then, although it may be pure and melt easily, the ore either runs out of the furnace at the same time, mixed with the slags, or else it settles so firmly at the bottom of the furnace that the operation of smelting being necessarily interrupted, the furnace freezes up. A. Furnace. B. Its tap hole. C. Forehearth. D. Its tap hole. E. Slags. F. Scraper. G. Dipping pot. H. Walls of the chimney. I. Broom. K. Copper plate. L. Latticework bars. M. Iron seal or die. N. Hammer. The tap hole of the forehearth is opened and the tin is diverted into the dipping pot, and as often as the slags flow down the sloping floor of the building they are skimmed off with a rabble. As soon as the tin has run out of the forehearth, the tap hole is again closed up with lute mixed with powdered charcoal. Glowing coals are put in the dipping pot so that the tin, after it has run out, should not get chilled. If the metal is so impure that nothing can be made from it, the material which has run out is made into cakes to be resmelted in the hearth, of which I shall have something to say later. If the metal is pure, it is poured immediately upon thick copper plates, at first in straight lines and then transversely over these to make a lattice. Each of these lattice bars is impressed with an iron die. If the tin was melted out of or excavated from mines, then one stamp only, namely, that of the magistrate, is usually imprinted, but if it is made from tinstone collected on the ground after washing, then it is impressed with 2 seals. One the magistrate's and the other a fork which the washers use. Generally, 3 of this kind of lattice bars are beaten and amalgamated into one mass with a wooden mallet. The slags that are skimmed off are afterward thrown with an iron shovel into a small trough hollowed from a tree, and are cleansed from charcoal by agitation. When taken out they are broken up with a square iron mallet, and then they are remelted with the fine tinstone next smelted. There are some who crush the slags 3 times under wet stamps and remelt them 3 times. If a large quantity of this be smelted while still wet, little tin is melted from it, because the slag, soon melted again, flows from the furnace into the forehearth. Under the wet stamps are also crushed the lute and broken rock with which such furnaces are lined, and also the accretions, which often contain fine tinstone, either not melted or half melted, and also prills of tin. The tinstone not yet melted runs out through the screen into a trough, and is washed in the same way as tinstone. While the partly melted and the prills of tin are taken from the mortar box and washed in the sieve on which not very minute particles remain, and thence to the canvas strake. The soot which adheres to that part of the chimney which emits the smoke, also often contains very fine tinstone which flies from the furnace with the fumes, and this is washed in the strake which I have just mentioned, and in other sluices. The prills of tin and the partly melted tinstone that are contained in the lute and broken rock with which the furnace is lined, and in the remnants of the tin from the forehearth and the dipping pot, are smelted together with the tinstone. When tinstone has been smelted for 3 days and as many nights in a furnace prepared as I have said above, some little particles of the rock from which the furnace is constructed become loosened by the fire and fall down. And then the bellows being taken away, the furnace is broken through at the back, and the accretions are first chipped off with hammers, and afterward the whole of the interior of the furnace is refitted with the prepared sandstone, and again evenly lined with lute. The sandstone placed on the bed of the furnace, if it has become faulty, is taken out, and another is laid down in its place. Those rocks which are too large the smelter chips off and fits with a sharp pick. A. Furnaces. B. Forehearths. C. Their tap holes. D. Dipping pots. E. Pillars. F. Dust chamber. G. Window. H. Chimneys. I. Tub in which the coals are washed. Some build 2 furnaces against the wall just like those I have described, and above them build a vaulted ceiling supported by the wall and by 4 pillars. Through holes in the vaulted ceiling the fumes from the furnaces ascend into a dust chamber, similar to the one described before, except that there is a window on each side and there is no door. The smelters, when they have to clear away the flue dust, mount by the steps at the side of the furnaces, and climb by ladders into the dust chamber through the apertures in the vaulted ceilings over the furnaces. They then remove the flue dust from everywhere and collect it in baskets, which are passed from one to the other and emptied. This dust chamber differs from the other described, in the fact that the chimneys, of which it has 2, are not dissimilar to those of a house. They receive the fumes which, being unable to escape through the upper part of the chamber, are turned back and reascend and release the tin. Thus the tin set free by the fire and turned to ash, and the little tin stones which fly up with the fumes, remain in the dust chamber or else adhere to copper plates in the chimney. A. Hearths. B. Dipping pots. C. Wood. D. Cakes. E. Ladle. F. Copper plate. G. Lattice-shaped bars. H. Iron dies. I. Wooden mallet. K. Mass of tin bars. L. Shovel. If the tin is so impure that it cracks when struck with the hammer, it is not immediately made into lattice-like bars, but into the cakes which I have spoken of before, and these are refined by melting again on a hearth. This hearth consists of sandstones, which slope toward the center and a little toward a dipping pot. At their joints they are covered with loot. Dry logs are arranged on each side, alternately upright and lengthwise, and more closely in the middle. On this wood are placed 5 or 6 cakes of tin which altogether weigh about 6 centimpandia. The wood having been kindled, the tin drips down and flows continuously into the dipping pot which is on the floor. The impure tin sinks to the bottom of this dipping pot and the pure tin floats on the top. Then both are ladled out by the master, who first takes out the pure tin, and by pouring it over thick plates of copper makes lattice-like bars. Afterward he takes out the impure tin from which he makes cakes. He discriminates between them, when he ladles and pours, by the ease or difficulty of the flow. 1 centimpandium of the lattice-like bars sells for more than a centimpandium of cakes, for the price of the former exceeds the price of the latter by a gold coin. These lattice-like bars are lighter than the others, and when 5 of them are pounded and amalgamated with a wooden mallet, a mass is made which is stamped with an iron die. There are some who do not make a dipping pot on the floor for the tin to run into, but in the hearth itself. Out of this the master, having removed the charcoal, ladles the tin and pours it over the copper plate. The dross which adheres to the wood and the charcoal, having been collected, is re-smelted in the furnace. A. Furnace. B. Bellows. C. Iron disc. D. Nozzle. E. Wooden disc. F. Blowhole. G. Handle. H. Haft. I. Hoops. K. Masses of tin. Some of the Lusitanians melt tin from tinstone in small furnaces. They use round bellows made of leather, of which the fore end is a round iron disc and the rear end a disc of wood. In a hole in the former is fixed the nozzle, in the middle of the latter the blowhole. Above this is the handle or haft, which draws open the round bellows and lets in the air, or compresses it and drives the air out. Between the discs are several iron hoops to which the leather is fastened, making such folds as are to be seen in paper lanterns that are folded together. Since this kind of bellows does not give a vigorous blast, because they are drawn apart and compressed slowly, the smelter is not able during a whole day to smelt much more than half a centimpandium of tin. A. Hearth. B. Heap. C. Slag vent. D. Iron mass. E. Wooden mallets. F. Hammer. G. Anvil. Very good iron ore is smelted in a furnace almost like the cupellation furnace. The hearth is 3.5 feet high, and 5 feet long and wide. In the center of it is a crucible a foot deep and 1.5 feet wide, but it may be deeper or shallower, wider or narrower, according to whether more or less ore is to be made into iron. A certain quantity of iron ore is given to the master, out of which he may smelt either much or little iron. He being about to expend his skill and labor on this matter, first throws charcoal into the crucible, and sprinkles over it an iron shovel full of crushed iron ore mixed with unslaked lime. Then he repeatedly throws on charcoal and sprinkles it with ore, and continues this until he has slowly built up a heap. It melts when the charcoal has been kindled and the fire violently stimulated by the blast of the bellows, which are skillfully fixed in a pipe. He is able to complete this work sometimes in 8 hours, sometimes in 10. And again sometimes in 12. In order that the heat of the fire should not burn his face, he covers it entirely with a cap, in which, however, there are holes through which he may see and breathe. At the side of the hearth is a bar which he raises as often as is necessary, when the bellows blow too violent a blast, or when he adds more ore and charcoal. He also uses the bar to draw off the slags, or to open or close the gates of the sluice, through which the waters flow down onto the wheel which turns the axle that compresses the bellows. In this sensible way, iron is melted out and a mass weighing 2 or 3 centimpandia may be made, providing the iron ore was rich. When this is done, the master opens the slag vent with the tapping bar, and when all has run out he allows the iron mass to cool. Afterward he and his assistant stir the iron with the bar, and then in order to chip off the slags which had until then adhered to it, and to condense and flatten it, they take it down from the furnace to the floor, and beat it with large wooden mallets having slender handles 5 feet long. Thereupon it is immediately placed on the anvil, and repeatedly beaten by the large iron hammer that is raised by the cams of an axle turned by a water wheel. Not long afterward it is taken up with tongs and placed under the same hammer, and cut up with a sharp iron into 4, 5, or 6 pieces, according to whether it is large or small. These pieces, after they have been reheated in the blacksmith's forge and again placed on the anvil, are shaped by the smith into square bars or into plowshares or tires, but mainly into bars. 4, 6, or 8 of these bars weigh 1/5 of a centimpondium, and from these they make various implements. During the blows from the hammer by which it is shaped by the smith, youth pours water with a ladle onto the glowing iron, and this is why the blows make such a loud sound that they may be heard a long distance from the works. The masses, if they remain and settle in the crucible of the furnace in which the iron is smelted, become hard iron which can only be hammered with difficulty, and from these they make the iron shod heads for the stamps, and such like very hard articles. A. Furnace. B. Stairs. C. Oregon. D. Charcoal. But to iron, or which is cupriferous, or which when heated melts with difficulty, it is necessary for us to give a fiercer fire and more labor. Because not only must we separate the parts of it in which there is metal from those in which there is no metal, and break it up by dry stamps, but we must also roast it, so that the other metals and noxious juices may be exhaled. And we must wash it, so that the lighter parts may be separated from it. Such ores are smelted in a furnace similar to the blast furnace, but much wider and higher, so that it may hold a great quantity of ore and much charcoal. Mounting the stairs at the side of the furnace, the smelters fill it partly with fragments of ore not larger than nuts, and partly with charcoal. And from this kind of ore once or twice smelted they make iron which is suitable for reheating in the blacksmith's forge, after it is flattened out with the large iron hammer and cut into pieces with the sharp iron. A. Forge. B. Bellows. C. Tongs. D. Hammer. E. Cold stream. By skill with fire and fluxes is made that kind of iron from which steel is made, which the Greeks call sigma mu omega mu alpha. Iron should be selected which is easy to melt, is hard and malleable. Now although iron may be smelted from ore which contains other metals, yet it is then either soft or brittle. Such iron must be broken up into small pieces when it is hot, and then mixed with crushed stone which melts. Then a crucible is made in the hearth of the smith's furnace, from the same moistened powder from which are made the forehearths in front of the furnaces in which ores of gold or silver are smelted. The width of this crucible is about 1.5 feet and the depth 1 foot. The bellows are so placed that the blast may be blown through the nozzle into the middle of the crucible. Then the whole of the crucible is filled with the best charcoal, and it is surrounded by fragments of rock to hold in place the pieces of iron and the superimposed charcoal. As soon as all the charcoal is kindled and the crucible is glowing, a blast is blown from the bellows and the master pours in gradually as much of the mixture of iron and flux as he wishes. Into the middle of this, when it is melted, he puts 4 iron masses each weighing 30 pounds, and heats them for 5 or 6 hours in a fierce fire. He frequently stirs the melted iron with a bar, so that the small pores in each mass absorb the minute particles, and these particles by their own strength consume and expand the thick particles of the masses, which they render soft and similar to dough. Afterward the master, aided by his assistant, takes out a mass with the tongs and places it on the anvil, where it is pounded by the hammer which is alternately raised and dropped by means of the water wheel. Then, without delay, while it is still hot, he throws it into water and tempers it. When it is tempered, he places it again on the anvil, and breaks it with a blow from the same hammer. Then at once examining the fragments, he decides whether the iron in some part or other, or as a whole, appears to be dense and changed into steel. If so, he seizes one mass after another with the tongs, and taking them out he breaks them into pieces. Afterward he heats the mixture up again, and adds a portion afresh to take the place of that which has been absorbed by the masses. This restores the energy of that which is left, and the pieces of the masses are again put back into the crucible and made purer. Each of these, after having been heated, is seized with the tongs, put under the hammer and shaped into a bar. While they are still glowing, he at once throws them into the very coldest nearby running water, and in this manner, being suddenly condensed, they are changed into pure steel, which is much harder and whiter than iron. The ores of the other metals are not smelted in furnaces. Quicksilver ores and also antimony are melted in pots, and bismuth in troughs. A. Hearth. B. Poles. C. Hearth without fire in which the pots are placed. D. Rocks. E. Rows of pots. F. Upper pots. G. Lower pots. I will first speak of quicksilver. This is collected when found in pools formed from the outpourings of the veins and stringers. It is cleansed with vinegar and salt, and then it is poured into canvas or soft leather, through which, when squeezed and compressed, the quicksilver runs out into a pot or pan. The ore of quicksilver is reduced in double or single pots. If in double pots, then the upper one is of a shape not very dissimilar to the glass ampullas used by doctors, but they taper downward toward the bottom, and the lower ones are little pots similar to those in which men and women make cheese. But both are larger than these. It is necessary to sink the lower pots up to the rims in earth, sand, or ashes. The ore, broken up into small pieces, is put into the upper pots. These, having been entirely closed up with moss, are placed upside down in the openings of the lower pots, where they are joined with lute, lest the quicksilver which takes refuge in them should be exhaled. There are some who, after the pots have been buried, do not fear to leave them uncemented, and who boast that they are able to produce no less weight of quicksilver than those who do cement them. But nevertheless, cementing with lute is the greatest protection against exhalation. In this manner 700 pairs of pots are set together in the ground or on a hearth. They must be surrounded on all sides with a mixture consisting of crushed earth and charcoal, in such a way that the upper pots protrude to a height of a palm above it. On both sides of the hearth rocks are first laid, and upon them poles, across which the workmen place other poles transversely. These poles do not touch the pots, nevertheless the fire heats the quicksilver, which fleeing from the heat is forced to run down through the moss into the lower pots. If the ore is being reduced in the upper pots, it flees from them, wherever there is an exit, into the lower pots. But if the ore on the contrary is put in the lower pots, the quicksilver rises into the upper pot or into the operculum, which, together with the gourd-shaped vessels, are cemented to the upper pots. The pots, lest they should become defective, are molded from the best potter's clay, for if there are defects the quicksilver flies out in the fumes. If the fumes give out a very sweet odor, it indicates that the quicksilver is being lost, and since this loosens the teeth, the smelters and others standing by, warned of the evil, turn their backs to the wind, which drives the fumes in the opposite direction. For this reason, the building should be open around the front and the sides, and exposed to the wind. If these pots are made of cast copper, they last a long time in the fire. This process for reducing the ores of quicksilver is used by most people. In a similar manner the antimony ore, if free from other metals, is reduced in upper pots which are twice as large as the lower ones. Their size, however, depends on the cakes, which have not the same weight everywhere. For in some places they are made to weigh 6 librae, in other places 10, and elsewhere 20. When the smelter has concluded his operation, he extinguishes the fire with water, removes the lids from the pots, throws earth mixed with ash around and over them, and when they have cooled, takes out the cakes from the pots. A. Pots. B. Opercula. C. Nozzles. D. Gourd-shaped earthenware vessels. Other methods for reducing quicksilver are given below. Big-bellied pots, having been placed in the upper rectangular open part of a furnace, are filled with the crushed ore. Each of these pots is covered with a lid with a long nozzle, commonly called a campana, in the shape of a bell, and they are cemented. Each of the small earthenware vessels shaped like a gourd receives 2 of these nozzles, and these are likewise cemented. Dried wood having been placed in the lower part of the furnace and kindled, the ore is heated until all the quicksilver has risen into the operculum which is over the pot. It then flows from the nozzle and is caught in the earthenware gourd-shaped vessel. A. Enclosed chamber. B. Door. C. Little windows. D. Mouths through the walls. E. Furnace in the enclosed chamber. F. Pots. Others build a hollow vaulted chamber, of which the paved floor is made concave toward the center. Inside the thick walls of the chamber are the furnaces. The doors through which the wood is put are in the outer part of the same wall. They place the pots in the furnaces and fill them with crushed ore, then they cement the pots and the furnaces on all sides with lute, so that none of the vapor may escape from them. And there is no entrance to the furnaces except through their mouths. Between the dome and the paved floor they arrange green trees, then they close the door and the little windows, and cover them on all sides with moss and lute, so that none of the quicksilver can exhale from the chamber. After the wood has been kindled the ore is heated, and exudes the quicksilver, whereupon, impatient with the heat, and liking the cold, it escapes to the leaves of the trees, which have a cooling power. When the operation is completed the smelter extinguishes the fire, and when all gets cool he opens the door and the windows, and collects the quicksilver, most of which, being heavy, falls of its own accord from the trees, and flows into the concave part of the floor. If all should not have fallen from the trees, they are shaken to make it fall. A. Larger pot. B. Smaller. C. Tripod. D. Tub in which the sand is washed. The following is the fourth method of reducing ores of quicksilver. A larger pot standing on a tripod is filled with crushed ore, and over the ore is put sand or ashes to a thickness of 2 digits, and tamped. Then in the mouth of this pot is inserted the mouth of another smaller pot and cemented with lute, lest the vapors are emitted. The ore heated by the fire exhales the quicksilver, which, penetrating through the sand or the ashes, takes refuge in the upper pot, where condensing into drops it falls back into the sand or the ashes, from which the quicksilver is washed and collected. A. Pots. B. Lids. C. Stones. D. Furnace. The fifth method is not very unlike the fourth. In the place of these pots are set other pots, likewise of earthenware, having a narrow bottom and a wide mouth. These are nearly filled with crushed ore, which is likewise covered with ashes to a depth of 2 digits and tamped in. The pots are covered with lids a digit thick, and they are smeared over on the inside with liquid litharge, and on the lid are placed heavy stones. The pots are set on the furnace, and the ore is heated and similarly exhales quicksilver, which fleeing from the heat takes refuge in the lid. On congealing there, it falls back into the ashes, from which, when washed, the quicksilver is collected. By these 5 methods quicksilver may be made, and of these not one is to be despised or repudiated. Nevertheless, if the mine supplies a great abundance of ore, the first is the most expeditious and practical, because a large quantity of ore can be reduced at the same time without great expense. A. Pit across which wood is placed. B. Forehearth. C. Ladle. D. Iron mold. E. Cakes. F. Empty pot lined with stones in layers. G. Troughs. H. Pits dug at the foot of the troughs. I. Small wood laid over the troughs. K. Wind. Bismuth ore, free from every kind of silver, is smelted by various methods. First a small pit is dug in the dry ground, into this pulverized charcoal is thrown and tamped in, and then it is dried with burning charcoal. Afterward, thick dry pieces of beech wood are placed over the pit, and the bismuth ore is thrown on it. As soon as the kindled wood burns, the heated ore drips with bismuth, which runs down into the pit, from which when cooled the cakes are removed. Because pieces of burnt wood, or often charcoal and occasionally slag, drop into the bismuth which collects in the pit, and make it impure, it is put back into another kind of crucible to be melted, so that pure cakes may be made. There are some who, bearing these things in mind, dig a pit on a sloping place and below it put a forehearth, into which the bismuth continually flows, and thus remains clean. Then they take it out with ladles and pour it into iron pans lined inside with lute, and make cakes of it. They cover such pits with flat stones, whose joints are besmeared with a lute of mixed dust and crushed charcoal, lest the joints should absorb the molten bismuth. Another method is to put the ore in troughs made of fir wood and placed on sloping ground. they place small firewood over it, kindling it when a gentle wind blows, and thus the ore is heated. In this manner the bismuth melts and runs down from the troughs into a pit below, while there remains slag, or stones, which are of a yellow color, as is also the wood laid across the pit. These are also sold. A. Wood. B. Bricks. C. Pans. D. Furnace. E. Crucible. F. Pipe. G. Dipping pot. Others reduce the ore in iron pans as next described. They lay small pieces of dry wood alternately straight and transversely upon bricks, 1½ feet apart, and set fire to it. Near it they put small iron pans lined on the inside with loot, and full of broken ore. Then when the wind blows the flame of the fierce fire over the pans, the bismuth drips out of the ore. Wherefore, in order that it may run, the ore is stirred with the tongs. But when they decide that all the bismuth is exuded, they seize the pans with the tongs and remove them, and pour out the bismuth into empty pans, and by turning many into one they make cakes. Others reduce the ore, when it is not mixed with cadmia, in a furnace similar to the iron furnace. In this case they make a pit and a crucible of crushed earth mixed with pulverized charcoal, and into it they put the broken ore, or the concentrates from washing, from which they make more bismuth. If they put in ore, they reduce it with charcoal and small dried wood mixed, and if concentrates, they use charcoal only. They blow both materials with a gentle blast from a bellows. From the crucible is a small pipe through which the molten bismuth runs down into a dipping pot, and from this cakes are made. A. Hearth in which ore is melted. B. Hearth on which lie drops of bismuth. C. Tongs. D. Basket. E. Wind. On a dump thrown up from the mines, other people construct a hearth exposed to the wind, 1 foot high, 3 feet wide, and 4½ feet long. It is held together by 4 boards, and the whole is thickly coated at the top with loot. On this hearth they first put small dried sticks of fir wood, then over them they throw broken ore, then they lay more wood over it, and when the wind blows they kindle it. In this manner the bismuth drips out of the ore, and afterward the ashes of the wood consumed by the fire and the charcoals are swept away. The drops of bismuth which fall down into the hearth are congealed by the cold, and they are taken away with the tongs and thrown into a basket. From the melted bismuth they make cakes in iron pans. A. Box. B. Pivot. C. Transverse wood beams. D. Grate. E. Its feet. F. Burning wood. G. Stick. H. Pans in which the bismuth is melted. I. Pans for molds. K. Cakes. L. Fork. M. Brush. Others again make a box 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 2 feet high, which they fill almost full of sand and cover with bricks, thus making the hearth. The box has in the center a wooden pivot, which turns in a hole in 2 beams laid transversely one upon the other. These beams are hard and thick, are sunk into the ground, both ends are perforated, and through these holes wedge-shaped pegs are driven, in order that the beams may remain fixed, and that the box may turn round, and may be turned toward the wind from whichever quarter of the sky it may blow. In such a hearth they put an iron grate, as long and wide as the box and 3/4 foot high. It has 6 feet, and there are so many transverse bars that they almost touch one another. On the grate they lay pine wood and over it broken ore, and over this they again lay pine wood. When it has been kindled the ore melts, out of which the bismuth drips down. Since very little wood is burned, this is the most profitable method of smelting the bismuth. The bismuth drips through the grate onto the hearth, while the other things remain upon the grate with the charcoal. When the work is finished, the workman takes a stick from the hearth and overturns the grate, and the things which have been accumulated on it. With the brush he sweeps up the bismuth and collects it in a basket, and then he melts it in an iron pan and makes cakes. As soon as possible after it is cool, he turns the pans over, so that the cakes may fall out, using for this purpose a 2-pronged fork of which one prong is again forked. And immediately afterward he returns to his labors. End of Book 9. Footnotes. The history of the fusion of ores and of metals is the history of individual processes. and such information as we have been able to discover upon the individual methods previous to Agricola we give on the pages where such processes are discussed. In general, the records of the beginnings of metallurgy are so nebular that, if one wishes to shirk the task, he can adopt the explanation of William Price 150 years ago. It is very probable that the nature and use of metals were not revealed to Adam in his state of innocence. The toil and labor necessary to procure and use those implements of the Iron Age could not be known, till they made part of the curse incurred by his fall. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Genesis. That they were very early discovered, however, is manifest from the Mosaic account of Tubal-Cain, who was the first instructor of every artificer in brass, and iron, Mineralogia Cornubiensis. It is conceivable that gold could be found in large enough pieces to have had general use in prehistoric times, without fusion. But copper, which was also in use, must have been smelted, and therefore we must assume a considerable development of human knowledge on the subject prior to any human record. Such incidental mention as exists after record begins does not, of course, extend to the beginning of any particular branch of the art. In fact, special arts obviously existed long before such mention. And down to the complete survey of the state of the art by Agricola our dates are necessarily prior to some first mention in literature, or prior to the known period of existing remains of metallurgical operations. The scant Egyptian records, the scriptures, and the Shu King give a little insight prior to 1000 BC. The more extensive Greek literature of about the 5th to the 3rd centuries BC, together with the remains of Greek mines, furnish another datum point of view, and the Roman and Greek writers at the beginning of the Christian era give a still larger view. After them our next step is to the monk Theophilus and the alchemists, from the 12th to the 14th centuries. Finally, the awakening of learning at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th centuries enables us for the first time to see practically all that was known. The wealth of literature which exists subsequent to this latter time makes history thereafter a matter of some precision, but it is not included in this undertaking. Considering the great part that the metals have played in civilization, it is astonishing what a minute amount of information is available on metallurgy. Either the ancient metallurgists were secretive as to their art, or the ancient authors despised such common things, or, as is equally probable, the very partial preservation of ancient literature, by painful transcription over a score of centuries, served only for those works of more general interest. In any event, if all the direct or indirect material on metallurgy prior to the 15th century were compiled, it would not fill 40 pages such as these. It may be of service to give a tabular summary indicating approximately the time when evidence of particular operations appear on the historical horizon. Gold washed from alluvial prior to recorded civilization. Copper reduced from ores by smelting prior to recorded civilization. Bitumen mined and used prior to recorded civilization. Tin reduced from ores by smelting prior to 3500 B.C. Bronze made prior to 3500 BC. Iron reduced from ores by smelting prior to 3500 BC. Soda mined and used prior to 3500 BC. Gold reduced from ores by concentration prior to 2500 BC. Silver reduced from ores by smelting prior to 2000 BC. Lead reduced from ores by smelting prior to 2000 BC, perhaps prior to 3500 BC. Silver parted from lead by cupellation prior to 2000 BC. Bellows used in furnaces prior to 1500 BC. Steel produced prior to 1000 BC. Base metals separated from ores by water concentration prior to 500 BC. Gold refined by cupellation prior to 500 BC. Sulfide ores smelted for lead prior to 500 BC. Mercury reduced from ores by prior to 400 BC. White lead made with vinegar prior to 300 BC. Touchstone known for determining gold and silver fineness prior to 300 BC. Quicksilver reduced from ore by distillation prior to Christian era. Silver parted from gold by cementation with salt prior to. Brass made by cementation of copper and calamine prior to. Zinc oxides obtained from furnace fumes by. Construction of dust chambers prior to. Antimony reduced from ores by smelting, accidental, prior to. Gold recovered by amalgamation prior to. Refining of copper by repeated fusion prior to. Sulfide ores smelted for. Copper prior to. Vitriol, blue and green, made prior to. Alum made prior to. Copper refined by oxidation and poling prior to 1200 A.D. Gold parted from copper by cupelling with lead prior to 1200 A.D. Gold parted from silver by fusion with sulfur prior to 1200 A.D. Manufacture of nitric acid and aqua regia prior to 1400 A.D. Gold parted from silver by nitric acid prior to 1400 A.D. Gold parted from silver with antimony sulfide prior to 1500 A.D. Gold parted from copper with sulfur prior to 1500 A.D. Silver parted from iron with antimony sulfide prior to 1500 A.D. First textbook on assaying prior to 1500 A.D. Silver recovered from ores by amalgamation prior to 1500 A.D. Separation of silver from copper by liquation prior to 1540 A.D. Cobalt and manganese used for pigments prior to 1540 A.D. Roasting copper ores prior to smelting prior to 1550 A.D. Stamp mill used prior to 1550 A.D. Bismuth reduced from ore prior to 1550 A.D. Zinc reduced from ore, accidental, prior to 1550 A.D. Further, we believe it desirable to sketch at the outset the development of metallurgical appliances as a whole, leaving the details to special footnotes, otherwise a comprehensive view of the development of such devices is difficult to grasp. We can outline the character of metallurgical appliances at various periods in a few words. It is possible to set up a description of the imaginary beginning of the Bronze Age, prior to recorded civilization, starting with the savage who accidentally built a fire on top of some easily reducible ore, and discovered metal in the ashes, etc. But as this method has been pursued times out of number to no particular purpose, we will confine ourselves to a summary of such facts as we can assemble. Founders' hoards of the Bronze Age are scattered over Western Europe, and indicate that smelting was done in shallow pits with charcoal. With the Egyptians we find occasional inscriptions showing small furnaces with forced draft, in early cases with a blowpipe, but later, about 1500 BC, with bellows also. The crucible was apparently used by the Egyptians in secondary melting, such remains at Mount Sinai probably dating before 2000 BC. With the advent of the prophets, and the first Greek literature, 9th to 7th century BC, we find frequent references to bellows. The remains of smelting appliances at Amulorion, 500 to 300 BC, do not indicate much advance over the primitive hearth. However, at this locality we do find evidence of the ability to separate minerals by specific gravity, by washing crushed or over-inclined surfaces with a sort of buttle attachment. Stone grinding mills were used to crush ore from the earliest times of Amulorion down to the Middle Ages. About the beginning of the Christian era the writings of Diodorus, Strabo, Dioscorides, and Pliny indicate considerable advance in appliances. Strabo describes high stacks to carry off lead fumes. Dioscorides explains a furnace with a dust chamber to catch pompholyx, zinc oxide. Pliny refers to the upper and lower crucibles, a forehearth, and to the pillars and arches of the furnaces. From all of their descriptions we may conclude that the furnaces had then reached some size, and were, of course, equipped with bellows. At this time sulfide copper and lead ores were smelted. But as to fluxes, except lead for silver, and lead and soda for gold, we have practically no mention. Charcoal was the universal fuel for smelting down to the 18th century. Both Dioscorides and Pliny describe a distillation apparatus used to recover quicksilver. A formidable list of mineral products and metal alloys in use indicate in themselves considerable apparatus, of the details of which we have no indication. In the main these products were lead sulfide, sulfate, and oxide, red lead and litharge, zinc oxide, iron sulfide, oxide and sulfate, arsenic and antimony sulfides, mercury sulfide, sulfur, bitumen, soda, alum and potash. And of the alloys, bronze, brass, pewter, electrum and steel. From this period to the period of the awakening of learning our only light is an occasional gleam from Theophilus and the alchemists. The former gave a more detailed description of metallurgical appliances than had been done before, but there is little vital change apparent from the apparatus of Roman times. The alchemists gave a great stimulus to industrial chemistry in the discovery of the mineral acids, and described distillation apparatus of approximately modern form. The next period, the Renaissance, is one in which our descriptions are for the first time satisfactory, and a discussion would be but a review of de re metallica. C. On verbs used for roasting. Agricola has here either forgotten to take into account his 3-palm-thick furnace walls, which will make the length of this long wall 61 feet. Or else he has included this 1.5 feet in each case in the 6-foot distance between the furnaces, so that the actual clear space is only 4.5 feet between the furnace with 4 feet on the ends. The paucity of terms in Latin for describing structural members, and the consequent repetition of beam, trabs, timber, tignum, billet, tigillum, pole, acer, with such modifications as small, large, and transverse, and with long explanatory clauses showing their location, renders the original very difficult to follow. We have, therefore, introduced such terms as posts, tie beams, sweeps, levers, rafters, sills, molding, braces, cleats, supports, etc., as the context demands. This set of rafters appears to start from the longitudinal beam. Devices for creating an air current must be a very old invention, for it is impossible to conceive of anything but the crudest melting of a few simple ores without some forced draft. Wilkinson, The Ancient Egyptians, too, gives a copy of an illustration of a foot bellows from a tomb of the time of Thutmose III. 1500 BC. The rest of the world therefore, probably obtained them from the Egyptians. They are mentioned frequently in the Bible, the most pointed reference to metallurgical purposes being Jeremiah 6:29. The bellows are burned, the lead is consumed in the fire, the founder melteth in vain, for the wicked are not plucked away. Strabo 7:3 states that Ephorus ascribed the invention of bellows to Anacharsis, a Thracian prince of about 600 BC. This whole arrangement could be summarized by the word hinge. The rim of this wheel is obviously made of segments fixed in 2 layers, the disc meaning the aggregate of segments on either side of the wheel. It has not been considered necessary to introduce the modern term twire in these descriptions, as the literal rendering is sufficiently clear. Foraminata. These accretions are practically always near the hearth, and would correspond to English sows, and therefore that term has been adopted. It will be noted that, like most modern metallurgists, Agricola offers no method for treating them. Pliny, XXXIV, 37, describes a sow, and uses the verb feruminare, to weld or solder. Some say that in the furnace there are certain masses of stone which become soldered together, and that the copper fuses around it, the mass not becoming liquid unless it is transferred to another furnace. It thus forms a sort of knot, as it were, of the metal. What are known in English as crucible, furnace well, forehearth, dipping pot, tapping pot, receiving pot, etc., are in the text all catenous, i.e., crucible. For easier reading, however, we have assigned the names indicated in the context. Panes ex pyrite conflati. While the term mat would cover most cases where this expression appears, and in many cases would be more expressive to the modern reader, yet there are instances where the expression as it stands indicates its particular origin, and it has been, therefore, considered advisable to adhere to the literal rendering. Molybdena. C. It was the saturated furnace bottoms from cupellation. The 4 elements were earth, air, fire, and water. Stones which easily melt in the fire. Nowhere in De Re Metallica does the author explain these substances. However, in the Interpretatio, page 465, he gives 3 genera or orders with their German equivalents, as follows: Lapides ca igni liquescent primi generis, Sean Fluss, Secundi, Fluss zum Schmelzen Flock Quarza. Tertii, Quarza oder Kieselstein. We confess our inability to make certain of most of the substances comprised in the first and second orders. We consider they were in part fluorspar, and in any event the third order embraced varieties of quartz, flint, and siliceous material generally. As the matter is of importance from a metallurgical point of view, we reproduce at some length Agricola's own statements on the subject from Bermanus and De Natura Fossilium. In the latter, p. 268, he states, "Finally there now remain those stones which I call stones which easily melt in the fire, because when thrown into hot furnaces they flow, fluent. There are 3 orders, genera, of these. The first resembles the transparent gems. The second is not similar, and is generally not translucent. It is translucent in some part, and in rare instances altogether translucent. The first is sparingly found in silver and other mines, the second abounds in veins of its own. The third genus is the material from which glass is made, although it can also be made out of the other 2. The stones of the first order are not only transparent, but are also resplendent, and have the colors of gems, for some resemble crystal, others emerald, heliotrope, lapis lazuli, amethyst, sapphire, ruby, chrysolithus, morion, cairngorm, and other gems, but they differ from them in hardness. To the first genus belongs the lapis alabandicus, modern albandite, if indeed it was different from the alabandic carbuncle. It can be melted, according to Pliny, in the fire, and fused for the preparation of glass. It is black, but verging upon purple. It comes from Curia, near Alabanda, and from Miletus in the same province. The second order of stones does not show a great variety of colors, and seldom beautiful ones, for it is generally white, whitish, grayish, or yellowish. Because these stones very readily melt in the fire, they are added to the ores from which the metals are smelted. The small stones found in veins, veinlets, and the spaces between the veins, of the highest peaks of the Sudetic range, Sudatorum montium, belong partly to this genus and partly to the first. They differ in size, being large and small. And in shape, some being round or angular or pointed. In color they are black or ash gray, or yellow, or purple, or violet, or iron color. All of these are lacking in metals. Neither do the little stones contain any metals which are usually found in the streams where gold dust is collected by washing. In the rivers where are collected the small stones from which tin is smelted, there are 3 genera of small stones to be found, all somewhat rounded and of very light weight, and devoid of all metals. The largest are black, both on the outside and inside, smooth and brilliant like a mirror. The medium-sized are either bluish-black or ash-gray, the smallest are of a yellowish color, somewhat like a silkworm. But because both the former and the latter stones are devoid of metals, and fly to pieces under the blows of the hammer, we classify them as sand or gravel. Glass is made from the stones of the third order, and particularly from sand. For when this is thrown into the heated furnace it is melted by the fire. This kind of stone is either found in its own veins, which are occasionally very wide, or else scattered through the mines. It is less hard than flint, on account of which no fire can be struck from it. It is not transparent, but it is of many colors, that is to say, white, yellowish, ash-gray, brown, black, green, blue, reddish or red. This genus of stones occurs here and there in mountainous regions, on banks of rivers, and in the fields. Those which are black right through to the interior, and not merely on the surface, are more rare. And very frequently one colored vein is intersected by another of a different color, for instance, a white one by a red one. The green is often spotted with white, the ash-gray with black, the white with crimson. Fragments of these stones are frequently found on the surface of the earth, and in the running water they become polished by rubbing against stones of their own or of another genus. In this way, likewise, fragments of rocks are not infrequently shaped into spherical forms. This stone is put to many uses, the streets are paved with it, whatever its color. The blue variety is added to the ash of pines for making those other ashes which are used by wool dyers. The white variety is burned, ground, and sifted, and from this they make the sand out of which glass is made. The whiter the sand is, the more useful it is. Perusal of the following from Bermanus, page 458, can leave little doubt as to the first or second order being in part fluorspar. Agricola derived the name fluors from fluo to flow, and we in turn obtain fluorite, or fluorspar, from Agricola. Bermanus. These stones are similar to gems, but less hard. Allow me to explain word for word. Our miners call them fluors, not inappropriately to my mind, for by the heat of fire, like ice in the sun, they liquefy and flow away. They are of varied and bright colors. Naevius. Theophrastus says of them that they are made by a conflux in the earth. These red fluors, to employ the words just used by you, are the ruby silver which you showed us before. Bermanus. At the first glance it appears so, although it is not infrequently translucent. Naevius. Then they are rubies? Bermanus. Not that either. Naevius. In what way, then, can they be distinguished from rubies? Bermanus. Chiefly by this sign, that they glitter more feebly when translucent. Those which are not translucent may be distinguished from rubies. Moreover, fluors of all kinds melt when they are subject to the first fire, rubies do not melt in fire. Naevius. You distinguish well. Bermanus. You see the other kind, of a paler purple color? Naevius. They appear to be an inferior kind of amethyst, such as are found in many places in Bohemia. Bermanus. Indeed, they are not very dissimilar, therefore the common people who do not know amethysts well, set them in rings for gems, and they are easily sold. The third kind, as you see here, is white. Naevius. I should have thought it a crystal. Bermanus. A fourth is a yellow color, a fifth ash color, a sixth blackish. Some are violet, some green, others gold-colored. Anton. What is the use of fluors? Bermanus. They are wont to be made use of when metals are smelted, as they cause the material and the fire to be much more fluid, exactly like a kind of stone which we said is made from perites, matte. It is, indeed, made not far from here, at Breitenbrunn, which is near Schwarzenberg. Moreover, from fluors they can make colors which artists use. Stannum. Interpretatio, work, modern work. This term has been rendered throughout as silver lead or silver lead alloy. It was the argentiferous lead suitable for cupellation. Agricola, in using it in this sense, was no doubt following his interpretation of its use by Pliny. Further remarks upon this subject will be found in Expirare, to exhale or blow out. Rhetos. The ancient Rhaetia comprised not only the greater part of Tyrol, but also parts of Switzerland and Lombardy. The mining section was, however, in Tyrol. Naricum was a region south of the Danube, embracing not only modern Styria, but also parts of Austria, Salzburg, and Carinthia. 1 drachma of gold to a centimpondium would be, if we assume these were Roman weights, 3 ounces 1 dwt troy per short ton. 1/2 uncia of silver would be 12 ounces 3 dwts per short ton. For discussion of these fluxes see note page. Carni. Probably the people of modern Austrian Carniola, which lies south of Styria and west of Croatia. Historical note on smelting lead and silver. The history of lead and silver smelting is by no means a sequent array of exact facts. With one possible exception, lead does not appear upon the historical horizon until long after silver, and yet their metallurgy is so inextricably mixed that neither can be considered wholly by itself. As silver does not occur native in any such quantities as would have supplied the amounts possessed by the ancients, we must, therefore, assume its reduction by either 1. Intricate chemical processes, 2. Amalgamation, 3. Reduction with copper, 4. Reduction with lead. It is impossible to conceive of the first with the ancient knowledge of chemistry. The second, c. does not appear to have been known until after Roman times. In any event, quicksilver appears only at about 400 BC. The third was impossible, as the parting of silver from copper without lead involves metallurgy only possible during the last century. Therefore, one is driven to the conclusion that the fourth case obtained, and that the lead must have been known practically contemporaneously with silver. There is a leaden figure exhibited in the British Museum among the articles recovered from the Temple of Osiris at Abydos, and considered to be of the Archaic period, prior to 3800 BC. The earliest known Egyptian silver appears to be a necklace of beads, supposed to be of the 12th dynasty, 2400 BC, which is described in the 17th memoir, Egyptian Exploration Fund, London, 1898. With this exception of the above-mentioned lead specimen, silver articles antedate positive evidence of lead by nearly a millennium, and if we assume lead as a necessary factor in silver production, we must conclude it was known long prior to any direct, except the above solitary possibility, evidence of lead itself. Further, if we are to conclude its necessary association with silver, we must assume a knowledge of cupellation for the parting of the two metals. Lead is mentioned in 1500 BC among the spoil captured by Thutmose III. Leaden objects have frequently been found in Egyptian tombs as early as Ramesses III. 1200 BC. The statement is made by Pulsifer, Notes for a History of Lead, New York 1888, that Egyptian pottery was glazed with lead. We have been unable to find any confirmation of this. It may be noted, incidentally, that lead is not included in the metals of the attributive U in the Shu King, the Chinese classics, 2500 BC, although silver is so included. After 1200 or 1300 BC, evidences of the use of lead become frequent. Moses, Numbers XXXI, 22-23, directs the Israelites with regard to their plunder from the Midianites, 1300 BC. Only the gold and the silver, the brass, the iron, the tin, and the lead. Everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation, and all that abideth not the fire ye shall make go through the water. Numerous other references occur in the scriptures, Psalms 12, 6, Proverbs 17, 3, XXV, 4, etc. One of the most pointed from a metallurgical point of view being that of Jeremiah, 600 BC, who says, 6:29-30, the bellows are burned, the lead is consumed of the fire, the founder melteth in vain, for the wicked are not plucked away. Reprobate silver shall men call them because the Lord hath rejected them. From the number of his metaphors in metallurgical terms we may well conclude that Jeremiah was of considerable metallurgical experience, which may account for his critical tenor of mind. These biblical references all point to a knowledge of separating silver and lead. Homer mentions lead, Iliad Ziv, 109, and it has been found in the remains of ancient Troy and Mycenae, H. Schliemann, Troy and its remains, London, 1875, and Mycenae, New York, 1877. Both Herodotus, I. 186, and Diodorus, 2. 1, speak of the lead used to fix iron clamps in the stone bridge of Nitocris, 600 BC, at Babylon. Our best evidence of ancient lead-silver metallurgy is the result of the studies at Lorient by Edouard Ardelin, Mines du Lorient dans l'Antiquité, Paris, 1897. Here the very extensive old workings and the slag heaps testify to the greatest activity. The reopening of the mines in recent years by a French company has well demonstrated their technical character, and the frequent mention in Greek history easily determines their date. These deposits of argentiferous galena were extensively worked before 500 BC, and while the evidence of concentration methods is ample, there is but little remaining of the ancient smelters. Enough, however, remains to demonstrate that the galena was smelted in small furnaces at low heat, with forced draft, and that it was subsequently cupelled. In order to reduce the sulfides, the ancient smelters apparently depended upon partial roasting in the furnace at a preliminary period in reduction, or else upon the ferruginous character of the ore, or upon both. See notes P and P. Theognis, 6th century BC, and Hippocrates, 5th century BC, are frequently referred to as mentioning the refining of gold with lead. An inspection of the passages fails to corroborate the importance which has been laid upon them. Among literary evidences upon lead metallurgy of later date, Theophrastus, 300 BC, describes the making of white lead with lead plates and vinegar. Diodorus Siculus, 1st century BC, in his well-known quotation from Agatharchides, 2nd century B.C., with regard to gold mining and treatment in Egypt, describes the refining of gold with lead. C. Strabo, 63 BC-24 AD, says, 3:2:8 the furnaces for silver are constructed lofty in order that the vapor, which is dense and pestilent, may be raised and carried off. And again, 3, 2, 10, in quoting from Polybius, 204 to 125 BC. Polybius, speaking of the silver mines of New Carthage, tells us that they are extremely large, distant from the city about 20 stadia, and occupy a circuit of 400 stadia. That there are 40,000 men regularly engaged in them, and that they yield daily to the Roman people a revenue of 25,000 drachmae. The rest of the process I pass over, as it is too long. But as for the silver ore collected, he tells us that it is broken up and sifted through sieves over water, that what remains is to be again broken, and the water having been strained off it is to be sifted and broken a third time. The dregs which remain after the fifth time are to be melted, and the lead being poured off, the silver is obtained pure. These silver mines still exist. However, they are no longer the property of the state, neither these nor those elsewhere, but are possessed by private individuals. The gold mines, on the contrary, nearly all belong to the state. Both at Castellon and other places there are singular lead mines worked. They contain a small proportion of silver, but not sufficient to pay for the expense of refining. Hamilton's Trans. Dioscorides, 1st century A.D. Among his medicines, describes several varieties of litharge, their origin, and the manner of making white lead, see on pages. But he gives no very tangible information on lead smelting. Pliny, at the same period in speaking of silver, 33, 31, says, "After this we speak of silver, the next folly. Silver is only found in shafts, there being no indications like shining particles as in the case of gold. This earth is sometimes red, sometimes of an ashy color. It is impossible to melt it except with lead or vena plumbae, called galena, which is generally found next to silver veins. And this the same agency of fire separates part into lead, which floats on the silver like oil on water." We have transferred lead and silver in this last sentence, otherwise it means nothing. Also, XXXIV, 47, he says, "There are two different sources of lead, it being smelted from its own ore, whence it comes without the admixture of any other substance, or else from an ore which contains it in common with silver. The metal, which flows liquid at the first melting in the furnace, is called stannum, that at the second melting is silver, that which remains in the furnace is galena, which is added to a third part of the ore. This being again melted, produces lead with a deduction of 2/9. We have, despite some grammatical objections, rendered this passage quite differently from other translators, none of whom have apparently had any knowledge of metallurgy. And we will not, therefore, take the several pages of space necessary to refute their extraordinary and unnecessary hypotheses. From a metallurgical point of view, two facts must be kept in mind. First, that galena in this instance was the same substance as molybdena, and they were both either a variety of litharge or of lead carbonates. Second, that the stannum of the ancients was silver-lead alloy. Therefore, the metallurgy of this paragraph becomes a simple melting of an argentiferous lead ore, its subsequent cupellation, with a return of the litharge to the furnace. Pliny goes into considerable detail as to varieties of litharge, for further notes upon which cp. The Romans were most active lead-silver miners, not only in Spain, but also in Britain. There are scores of lead pigs of the Roman era in various English museums, many marked X argent. Bruce, The Roman Wall, London, 1852, describes some Roman lead furnaces in Cumberland where the draught was secured by driving a tapering tunnel into the hills. The Roman lead slag ran high in metal, and formed a basis for quite an industry in England in the early 18th century. Hunt, British Mining, London, 1887, etc. There is nothing in medieval literature which carries us further with lead metallurgy than the knowledge displayed by Pliny, until we arrive at Agricola's period. The history of cupellation is specially dealt with in note on p. Cadmia. In the German translation this is given as cobalt. It would be of uncertain character, but no doubt partially furnace calamine. See note on p. Pomphylix. Interpretatio gives the German as Weisser Hütten Rauch als ober dem Garherd und ober dem Kupfer ofen. This was the impure protoxide of zinc deposited in the furnace outlets, and is modern tutty. The ancient products, no doubt, contained arsenical oxides as well. It was well known to the ancients, and used extensively for medicinal purposes, they dividing it into two species, Pomphlix and Spodos. The first adequate description is by Dioscorides, v. 46. Pomphlix differs from Spodos in species, not in genus. For Spodos is blacker, and is often heavier, full of straws and hairs, like the refuse that is swept from the floors of copper smelters. But Pomphlix is fatty, unctuous, white and light enough to fly in the air. Of this there are two kinds, the one inclines to sky blue and is unctuous, the other is exceedingly white, and is extremely light. White Pomphlix is made every time that the artificer, in the preparation and perfecting of copper, brass, sprinkles powdered cadmia upon it to make it more perfect, for the soot which rises being very fine becomes Pomphlix. Other Pomphlix is made, not only in working copper, brass, but is also made from cadmia by continually blowing with bellows. The manner of doing it is as follows: the furnace is constructed in a two-storied building, and there is a medium-sized aperture opening to the upper chamber. The building wall nearest the furnace is pierced with a small opening to admit the nozzle of the bellows. The building must have a fair-sized door for the artificer to pass in and out. Another small building must adjoin this, in which are the bellows and the man who works them. Then the charcoal in the furnace is lighted, and the artificer continually throws broken bits of cadmia from the place above the furnace, whilst his assistant, who is below, throws in charcoals, until all of the cadmia inside is consumed. By this means the finest and lightest part of the stuff flies up with the smoke to the upper chamber, and adheres to the walls of the roof. The substance which is thus formed has at first the appearance of bubbles on water, afterward increasing in size, it looks like skeins of wool. The heaviest parts settle in the bottom, while some fall over and around the furnaces, and some lie on the floor of the building. This latter part is considered inferior, as it contains a lot of earth and becomes full of dirt. Pliny, XXXIV, 33, appears somewhat confused as to the difference between the two species. That which is called Pomphlix and Spodos is found in the copper smelting furnaces, the difference between them being that Pomphlix is separated by washing, while Spodos is not washed. Some have called that which is white and very light Pomphlix, and it is the soot of copper and cadmia, whereas Spodos is darker and heavier. It is scraped from the walls of the furnace, and is mixed with particles of metal, and sometimes with charcoal. 34. The Cyprian Spodos is the best. It is formed by fusing cadmia with copper ore. This being the lightest part of the metal, it flies up in the fumes from the furnace, and adheres to the roof, being distinguished from the soot by its whiteness. That which is less white is immature from the furnace, and it is this which some call Pomphlix. Agricola, De Natura Facilium, traverses much the same ground as the authors previously quoted, and especially recommends the Pomphlix produced when making brass by melting alternate layers of copper and calamine, cadmia fossilis. Oleo, ex fis vini sicca confecto. This oil, made from argol, is probably the same substance mentioned a few lines further on as wine, distilled by heating argol in a retort. Still further on, salt made from argol is mentioned. It must be borne in mind that this argol was crude tartrates from wine vats, and probably contained a good deal of organic matter. Heating argol sufficiently would form potash, but that the distillation product could be anything effective it is difficult to see. Aqua valens. No doubt mainly nitric acid, the preparation of which is explained at length in Quod cum ignis consumit non modo una cum eo, quae ipsius stibiae vis est, aliqua ori particula, sed idiom argendi, si cum oro furit permistum, consumitur. The meaning is by no means clear. On p. is set out the old method of parting silver from gold with antimony sulfide, of which this may be a variation. The silver combines with sulfur, and the reduced antimony forms an alloy with the gold. The added iron and copper would also combine with the sulfur from the antimony sulfide, and no doubt assist by increasing the amount of free collecting agent and by increasing the volume of the mat. C. There follow 8 different methods of treating crude bullion or rich concentrates. In a general way 3 methods are involved: first, reduction with lead or antimony, and cupellation; second, reduction with silver, and separation with nitric acid. Third, reduction with lead and silver, followed by cupellation and parting with nitric acid. The use of sulfur or antimony sulfide would tend to part out a certain amount of silver, and thus obtain fairly pure bullion upon cupellation. But the introduction of copper could only result deleteriously, except that it is usually accompanied by sulfur in some form, and would thus probably pass off harmlessly as a matte carrying silver. C. It is not very clear where this lead comes from. Should it be antimony? The German translation gives this as silver. These powders are described in Book 7, p. It is difficult to say which the second really is. There are numbers of such recipes in the Probierbuchlein, c., with which a portion of these are identical. A variety of methods are involved in this paragraph. First, crude gold ore is smelted direct. Second, gold concentrates are smelted in a lead bath with some addition of iron, which would simply mat off, the lead bullion being cupelled. Third, roasted and unroasted pyrites and cadmia, probably blende, cobalt, arsenic, etc. are melted into a matte. This matte is repeatedly roasted, and then remelted in a lead bath. Fourth, if the material flies out of the furnace, it is briquetted with iron ore and lime, and the briquettes smelted with copper matte. 3 products result: A. Slag, B. Matte, C. Copper gold silver alloy. The matte is roasted, resmelted with lead, and no doubt a button obtained, and further matte. The process from this point is not clear. It appears that the copper bullion is melted with lead, and normally this product would be taken to the liquation furnace, but from the text it would appear that the lead copper bullion was melted again with iron ore and pyrites. In which case some of the copper would be turned into the matte, and the lead alloy would be richer in gold and silver. Historical note on gold. There is ample evidence of gold being used for ornamental purposes prior to any human record. The occurrence of large quantities of gold in native form, and the possibility of working it cold, did not necessitate any particular metallurgical ingenuity. The earliest indications of metallurgical work are, of course, among the Egyptians, the method of washing being figured as early as the monuments of the Ford dynasty, prior to 3800 BC. There are in the British Museum 2 stelae of the 12th dynasty, 2400 BC. 144 Bay 1 and 145 Bay 6, relating to officers who had to do with gold mining in Nubia, and upon one there are references to working what appears to be ore. If this be true, it is the earliest reference to this subject. The papyrus map, 1500 BC, of a gold mine, in the Turin Museum, c. probably refers to a quartz mine. Of literary evidences there is frequent mention of refining gold and passing it through the fire in the books of Moses, arts no doubt learned from the Egyptians. As to working gold, or as distinguished from alluvial, we have nothing very tangible, unless it be the stele above, until the description of Egyptian gold mining by Agatharchides, c. This geographer, of about the 2nd century BC, describes very clearly indeed the mining, crushing, and concentration of ore and the refining of the concentrates in crucibles with lead, salt, and barley bran. We may mention in passing that Theognis, 6th century BC, is often quoted as mentioning the refining of gold with lead, but we do not believe that the passage in question, 1101, but having been put to the test and being rubbed beside, or against, lead as being refined gold, you will be fair, etc. Or much the same statement again, 418, will stand much metallurgical interpretation. In any event, the myriads of metaphorical references to fining and purity of gold in the earliest shreds of literature do not carry us much further than do those of Shakespeare or Milton. Vitruvius and Pliny mention the recovery or refining of gold with mercury, see on amalgamation, and it appears to us that gold was parted from silver by cementation with salt prior to the Christian era. We first find mention of parting with sulfur in the 12th century, with nitric acid prior to the 14th century, by antimony sulfide prior to the 15th century, and by cementation with niter by Agricola. See historical note on parting gold and silver, p. The first mention of parting gold from copper occurs in the early 16th century, c. The first comprehensive description of gold metallurgy in all its branches is in De Re Metallica. Rudis silver comprised all fairly pure silver ores, such as silver sulfides, chlorides, arsenides, etc. This is more fully discussed in Evolent, Volatilize. Lapidus plumbarii facile liquescentis. The German translation gives glance, i.e. galena, and the interpretatio also gives glance for lapis plumbarius. We are, however, uncertain whether this easily melting material is galena or some other lead ore. Molybdena is usually hearth lead in RE METALLICA, but the German translation in this instance uses playerts, lead ore. From the context it would not appear to mean hearth lead. Saturated bottoms of cupellation furnaces, for such material would not contain appreciable silver. Agricola does confuse what are obviously lead carbonates with his other molybdena, c. The term cadmia is used in this paragraph without the usual definition. Whether it was cadmia fornacis, furnace accretions, or cadmia metallica, cobalt-arsenic blend mixture, is uncertain. We believe it to be the former. Rementum si lotura ex argento rudi. This expression is generally used by the author to indicate concentrates, but it is possible that in this sentence it means the tailings after washing rich silver minerals, because the treatment of the rudous silver has been already discussed above. Ustum. This might be rendered burnt. In any event, it seems that the material is sintered. Aes purum sive proprius ei color inceterit. Siv chrysocolla vel carulio furit tinctum, e rude plumbae coloris, aut fussi, aut nigri. There are 6 copper minerals mentioned in this sentence, and from our study of Agricola's De Natura Fossilium we hazard the following: proprius ei color inceterit, its own color, probably cuprite or ruby copper. Tinctum chrysocolla, partly the modern mineral of that name and partly malachite. Tinctum carulio, partly azurite and partly other blue copper minerals. Rude plumbae coloris, lead-colored, was certainly chalcocite, copper glance. We are uncertain of fussi aut nigri, but they were probably alteration products. For further discussion see note on p. Historical note on copper smelting. The discoverer of the reduction of copper by fusion, and his method, like the discoverer of tin and iron, will never be known, because he lived long before humanity began to make records of its discoveries and doings. Moreover, as different races passed independently and at different times through the so-called Bronze Age, there may have been several independent discoverers. Upon the metallurgy of prehistoric man we have some evidence in the many founders' hoards, or smelters' hoards, of the Bronze Age which have been found, and they indicate a simple shallow pit in the ground into which the ore was placed. Underlaid with charcoal. Rude round copper cakes 8 to 10 inches in diameter resulted from the cooling of the metal in the bottom of the pit. Analyses of such Bronze Age copper by Professor Gowland and others show a small percentage of sulfur, and this is possible only by smelting oxidized ores. Copper objects appear in the prehistoric remains in Egypt, are common throughout the first 3 dynasties, and bronze articles have been found as early as the 4th dynasty, from 3800 to 4700 BC. According to the authority adopted. The question of the origin of this bronze, whether from ores containing copper and tin or by alloying the 2 metals, is one of wide difference of opinion, and we further discuss the question in, under tin. It is also interesting to note that the crucible is the emblem of copper in the hieroglyphics. The earliest source of Egyptian copper was probably the Sinai Peninsula, where there are reliefs as early as Seneferu, about 3700 BC. Indicating that he worked the copper mines. Various other evidences exist of active copper mining prior to 2500 BC, Petrie, Researches in Sinai, London, 1906, etc. The finding of crucibles here would indicate some form of refining. Our knowledge of Egyptian copper metallurgy is limited to deductions from their products, to a few pictures of crude furnaces and bellows, and to the minor remains on the Sinai Peninsula. None of the pictures were, so far as we are aware, prior to 2300 BC, but they indicate a considerable advance over the crude hearth, for they depict small furnaces with forced draft, first a blowpipe, and in the 18th dynasty, about 1500 BC. The bellows appear. Many copper articles have been found scattered over the eastern Mediterranean and Asia Minor of pre-Mycenaean age, some probably as early as 3000 BC. This metal is mentioned in the Tribute of Yu, in the Shu King, 2500 BC. But even less is known of early Chinese metallurgy than of the Egyptian. The remains of Mycenaean, Phoenician, Babylonian, and Assyrian civilizations, stretching over the period from 1800 to 500 BC, have yielded endless copper and bronze objects, the former of considerable purity, and the latter a fairly constant proportion of from 10% to 14% tin. The copper supply of the pre-Roman world seems to have come largely, first from Sinai, and later from Cyprus, and from the latter comes our word copper, by way of the Romans shortening aes Cyprian copper, to cuprum. Research in this island shows that it produced copper from 3000 BC, and largely because of its copper it passed successively under the domination of the Egyptians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Greeks, Persians, and Romans. The bronze objects found in Cyprus show 2% to 10% of tin, although tin does not, so far as modern research goes, occur on that island. There can be no doubt that the Greeks obtained their metallurgy from the Egyptians, either direct or second-hand, possibly through Mycenae or Phoenicia. Their metallurgical gods and the tradition of Cadmus indicate this much. By way of literary evidences, the following lines from Homer, Iliad, 18, have interest as being the first preserved description in any language of a metallurgical work. Hephaestus was much interrupted by Thetis, who came to secure a shield for Achilles, and whose general conversation we therefore largely omit. We adopt Pope's translation. There the lame architect the goddess found, obscure in smoke, his forges flaming round. While bathed in sweat from fire to fire he flew, and puffing loud the roaring bellows blew. In molds prepared, the glowing ore, metal, he pours. Vouchsafe, O Thetis, at our board to share the genial rites and hospitable fare, while I the labors of the forge forego, and bid the roaring bellows cease to blow. Then from his anvil the lame artist rose. Wide with distorted legs oblique he goes, and stills the bellows, and, in order laid, locks in their chests his instruments of trade. Then with a sponge, the sooty workman dressed his brawny arms embrowned and hairy breast. Thus having said, the father of the fires to the black labors of his forge retires. Soon as he bade them blow the bellows turned their iron mouths, and where the furnace burned, resounding breathed, at once the blast expires, and 20 forges catch at once the fires. Just as the god directs, now loud, now low, they raise a tempest, or they gently blow. In hissing flames huge silver bars are rolled, and stubborn brass, copper, and tin, and solid gold. Before, deep fixed, the eternal anvils stand. The ponderous hammer loads his better hand. His left with tongs turns the vexed metal round, and thick, strong strokes, the doubling vaults rebound. Then first he formed the immense and solid shield. Even if we place the siege of Troy at any of the various dates from 1350 to 1100 BC, it does not follow that the epic received its final form for many centuries later, probably 900 to 800 BC. And the experience of the race in metallurgy at a much later period than Troy may have been drawn upon to fill in details. It is possible to fill a volume with indirect allusion to metallurgical facts and to the origins of the art, from Greek mythology, from Greek poetry, from the works of the grammarians, and from the Bible. But they are of no more technical value than the metaphors from our own tongue. Greek literature in general is singularly lacking in metallurgical description of technical value, and it is not until Dioscorides, 1st century AD, that anything of much importance can be adduced. Aristotle, however, does make an interesting reference to what may be brass, see note on p, and there can be no doubt that if we had the lost work of Aristotle's successor, Theophrastus, 372 to 288 B.C., on metals we should be in possession of the first adequate work on metallurgy. As it is, we find the green and blue copper minerals from Cyprus mentioned in his stones. And this is the first mention of any particular copper ore. He also mentions 19 porites, which melt, but whether it was a copper variety cannot be determined. Theophrastus further describes the making of verdigris, c. From Dioscorides we get a good deal of light on copper treatment, but as his objective was to describe medicinal preparations, the information is very indirect. He states, v. 100, that perites is a stone from which copper is made. He mentions calcitis, copper sulfide, see note on, p, while his melanteria, carolium, and chrysocolla were all oxidation copper or iron minerals. See notes on p. In giving a method of securing pompholyx, zinc oxide, the soot flies up when the copper refiners sprinkle powdered cadmia over the molten metal, c. He indirectly gives us the first definite indication of making brass, and further gives some details as to the furnaces there employed, which embraced bellows and dust chambers. In describing the making of flowers of copper, c, he states that in refining copper, when the molten metal flows through its tube into a receptacle, the workmen pour cold water on it, the copper spits and throws off the flowers. He gives the first description of vitriol, c, and describes the pieces as shaped like dice which stick together in bunches like grapes. Altogether, from Dioscorides we learn for the first time of copper made from sulfide ores, and of the recovery of zinc oxides from furnace fumes. And he gives us the first certain description of making brass, and finally the first notice of blue vitriol. The next author we have who gives any technical detail of copper work is Pliny, 23–79 AD. And while his statements carry us a little further than Dioscorides, they are not as complete as the same number of words could have afforded had he ever had practical contact with the subject. And one is driven to the conclusion that he was not himself much of a metallurgist. Pliny indicates that copper ores were obtained from veins by underground mining. He gives the same minerals as Dioscorides, but is a good deal confused over chrysocolla and calcitis. He gives no description of the shapes of furnaces, but frequently mentions the bellows, and speaks of the cadmia and pompholyx which adhered to the walls and arches of the furnaces. He has nothing to say as to whether fluxes are used or not. As to fuel, he says, 33:30, that for smelting copper and iron pine wood is the best. The following, XXXIV, 20, is of the greatest interest on the subject. Cyprian copper is known as coronarium and regular, both are ductile. In other mines are made that known as regular and caldarium. These differ, because the caldarium is only melted, and is brittle to the hammer, whereas the regular is malleable or ductile. All Cyprian copper is this latter kind. But in other mines with care the difference can be eliminated from caldarium, the impurities being carefully purged away by smelting with fire, it is made into regular. Among the remaining kinds of copper the best is that of Campania, which is most esteemed for vessels and utensils. This kind is made in several ways. At Capua it is melted with wood, not with charcoal, after which it is sprinkled with water and washed through an oak sieve. After it is melted a number of times Spanish plumbum argentum, probably pewter, is added to it in proportion of 10 pounds of the lead to 100 pounds of copper. And thereby it is made pliable and assumes that pleasing color which in other kinds of copper is affected by oil and the sun. In many parts of the Italian provinces they make a similar kind of metal, but there they add 8 pounds of lead, and it is remelted over charcoal because of the scarcity of wood. Very different is the method carried on in Gaul, particularly where the ore is smelted between red-hot stones, for this burns the metal and renders it black and brittle. Moreover, it is remelted only a single time, whereas the oftener this operation is repeated the better the quality becomes. It is well to remark that all copper fuses best when the weather is intensely cold. The red-hot stones in Gaul were probably as much figments of imagination as was the assumption of one commentator that they were a reverberatory furnace. Apart from the above, Pliny says nothing very direct on refining copper. It is obvious that more than one melting was practiced, but that anything was known of the nature of oxidation by a blast and reduction by poling is uncertain. We produce the three following statements in connection with some byproducts used for medicinal purposes, which at least indicate operations subsequent to the original melting. As to whether they represent this species of refining or not, we leave it to the metallurgical profession. XXXIV, 24, the flowers of copper are used in medicine. They are made by fusing copper and moving it to another furnace, where the rapid blast separates it into 1,000 particles, which are called flowers. These scales are also made when the copper cakes are cooled in water. XXXIV, 35. Smega is prepared in the copper works, when the metal is melted and thoroughly smelted charcoal is added to it and gradually kindled. After this, being blown upon by a powerful bellows, it spits out, as it were, copper chaff, XXXIV, 37. There is another product of these works easily distinguished from smega, which the Greeks call diphragum. This substance has 3 different origins. A third way of making it is from the residues which fall to the bottom in copper furnaces. The difference between the different substances, in the furnace, is that the copper itself flows into a receiver, the slag makes its escape from the furnace, the flowers float on the top of the copper, and the diphragum remains behind. Some say that in the furnace there are certain masses of stone which, being smelted, become soldered together, and that the copper fuses around it, the mass not becoming liquid unless it is transferred to another furnace. It thus forms a sort of knot, as it were, in the metal. Pliny is a good deal confused over the copper alloys, failing to recognize orichalcum as the same product as that made by mixing cadmia and molten copper. Further, there is always the difficulty in translation arising from the fact that the Latin AES was indiscriminately copper, brass, and bronze. He does not, except in one instance, XXXIV, 2, directly describe the mixture of cadmia and copper. Next to Livian, copper, this kind, Cordoban, from Spain, most readily absorbs cadmia, and becomes almost as excellent as orichalcum for making sesterces. As to bronze, there is no very definite statement. But the argentatium given in the quotation above from XXXIV, 20, is stated in XXXIV, 48, to be a mixture of tin and lead. The Romans carried on most extensive copper mining in various parts of their empire. These activities extended from Egypt through Cyprus, Central Europe, the Spanish peninsula, and Britain. The activity of such works is abundantly evidenced in the mines, but very little remains upon the surface to indicate the equipment. Thus, while mining methods are clear enough, the metallurgy receives little help from these sources. At Rio Tinto there still remain enormous slag heaps from the Romans, and the Phoenician miners before them. Professor W.A. Carlyle informs us that the ore worked must have been almost exclusively sulfides, as only negligible quantities of carbonates exist in the deposits. They probably mixed basic and silicious ores. There is some evidence of roasting, and the slags run from 0.2 to 0.6%. They must have run down Mattis, but as to how they ultimately arrived at metallic copper there is no evidence to show. The special processes for separating other metals from copper by liquation and matting, or of refining by poling, etc., are none of them clearly indicated in records or remains until we reach the 12th century. Here we find very adequate descriptions of copper smelting and refining by the monk Theophilus, c. We reproduce 2 paragraphs of interest from Hendry's excellent translation, pages 305 and 313. Copper is engendered in the earth. When a vein of which is found, it is acquired with the greatest labor by digging and breaking. It is a stone of a green color and most hard, and naturally mixed with lead. This stone, dug up in abundance, is placed upon a pile and burned after the manner of chalk, nor does it change color, but yet loses its hardness, so that it can be broken up. Then, being bruised small, it is placed in the furnace. Coals and the bellows being applied, it is incessantly forged by day and night. This should be done carefully and with caution. That is, at first coals are placed in, then small pieces of stone are distributed over them, and again coals, and then stone anew, and it is thus arranged until it is sufficient for the size of the furnace. And when the stone has commenced to liquefy, the lead flows out through some small cavities, and the copper remains within. 313. Of the purification of copper. Take an iron dish of the size you wish, and line it inside and out with clay strongly beaten and mixed, and it is carefully dried. Then place it before a forge upon the coals, so that when the bellows act upon it the wind may issue partly within and partly above it, and not below it. And very small coals being placed round it, place copper in it equally, and add over it a heap of coals. When, by blowing a long time, this has become melted, uncover it and cast immediately fine ashes of coals over it, and stir it with a thin and dry piece of wood as if mixing it. And you will directly see the burnt lead adhere to these ashes like a glue. Which being cast out again superpose coals, and blowing for a long time, as at first, again uncover it, and then do as you did before. You do this until at length, by cooking it, you can withdraw the lead entirely. Then pour it over the mold which you have prepared for this, and you will thus prove if it be pure. Hold it with pincers, glowing as it is, before it has become cold, and strike it with a large hammer strongly over the anvil, and if it be broken or split you must liquefy it anew as before. The next writer of importance was Byron Guccio, who was contemporaneous with Agricola, but whose book precedes De Re Metallica by 15 years. That author, 3.2, is the first to describe particularly the furnace used in Saxony and the roasting prior to smelting, and the first to mention fluxes in detail. He, however, describes nothing of matte smelting. In copper refining he gives the whole process of poling, but omits the pole. It is not until we reach De Re Metallica that we find adequate descriptions of the copper minerals, roasting, matte smelting, liquation, and refining. With a wealth of detail which eliminates the necessity for a large amount of conjecture regarding technical methods of the time. Cadmia metallica fossilis, see note on p. This was undoubtedly the complex cobalt arsenic zinc minerals found in Saxony. In the German translation, however, this is given as calmi, calamine, which is unlikely from the association with perites. The Roman modius, modulus, held about 550 cubic inches, the English peck holding 535 cubic inches. Then, perhaps, his 7 moduli would be roughly 1 bushel 3 pecks, and 18 vessels full would be about 31 bushels, say, roughly, 5,400 pounds, of ore. Exhausted liquation cakes, panes areae fathescendis. This is the copper sponge resulting from the first liquation of lead, and still contains a considerable amount of lead. The liquation process is discussed in great detail in. The method of this paragraph involves 2 main objectives. First, the gradual enrichment of matte to blister copper, and, second, the creation of large cakes of copper-lead-silver alloy of suitable size and ratio of metals for liquation. This latter process is described in detail in. The following groupings show the circuit of the various products, the pounds being Roman librae. Charge, products. 1 St crude or 400 pounds primary matte, 1, 600 pounds. Lead slags 3 cartload silver copper alloy, A, 50. Schist 1 cartload slags, B. Flux 20 pounds. Concentrates from slags and accretion small quantity. 2 Nd primary matte, 1, 800 pounds secondary matte, 2, 800 pounds. Hearth lead and litharge 1, 200, silver copper lead alloy, liquation cakes, A2, 200. Lead or 300, slags, B2. Rich hard cakes, A4, 500. Liquated cakes 200. Slags, B. Concentrates from accretions. 3 Rd secondary matte, 2, 800 pounds. Tertiary matte, 3, 300 pounds. Hearth lead and litharge 1, 200, silver copper lead alloy, liquation cakes, A3, 100. Lead or 300, slags, B3. Rich hard cakes, A4, 500. Slags, B2. Concentrates from accretions. For Th tertiary matte, 3, 11 cartloads quaternary hard cakes matte, 4, 2,000 pounds. Poor hard cakes, A5, 3 rich hard cakes of matte, A4, 500. Slags, B3. Concentrates from accretions. 5 Th roasted quartz poor hard cakes of matte, A5, 500 pounds. Matte, 4, 3 times roasted, 11 cartloads final cakes of matte, 5. 6 Th final matte 3 times roasted is smelted to blister copper. The following would be a rough approximation of the value of the various products. 1. Primary matte equals 158 ounces troy per short ton. 2. Secondary matte equals 85. 3. Tertiary matte equals 60. 4. Quaternary matte equals indeterminate. A. Copper silver alloy equals 388 ounces troy per short ton. A 2 copper silver lead alloy equals 145. A 3 equals 109. A 4 rich hard cakes equals 97. A 5 poor hard cakes equals indeterminate. Final blister copper equals 12 ounces, troy per short ton. This expression is usually used for hearth lead, but in this case the author is apparently confining himself to lead ore, and apparently refers to lead carbonates. The German translation gives Fleischweiß. The Parites mentioned in this paragraph may mean galena, as Parites was to Agricola a sort of genera. Excoquator. Si vero Parites, primo a fornis, ut gozolarii vidir licet, in catenum de flut liquor quidem candidus, argento inimicus et nocivus. Id enim comburit, quos circa recrementis, quae supernatant, detractus affunditor, vel induratus canto unsenato extrahiter, undem liquorem parietes fornacis exudent. In the glossary the following statement appears: liquor candidus primo a fornis defluens cum gozolarii excoquator parites, cobalt, quem parietes fornacis exudent, conterfi. In this latter statement Agricola apparently recognized that there were two different substances, i.e., that the substance found in the furnace walls, conterfi, was not the same substance as that which first flowed from the furnace, cobalt. We are at no difficulty in recognizing conterfi as metallic zinc. It was long known by that term, and this accidental occurrence is repeatedly mentioned by other authors after Agricola. The substance which first flowed into the forehearth presents greater difficulties. It certainly was not zinc. In De Natura Facilium, p. 347, Agricola says that at Goslar the lead has a certain white slag floating upon it, the color derived from the parites, Pyridon argentium, from which it was produced. Pyridon argentium was either marcasite or mispickel, neither of which offers much suggestion, nor are we able to hazard an explanation of value. Historical note on zinc. The history of zinc metallurgy falls into two distinct lines: first, that of the metal, and second, that of zinc ore. For the latter was known and used to make brass by cementation with copper and to yield oxides by sublimation for medicinal purposes, nearly 2,000 years before the metal became generally known and used in Europe. There is some reason to believe that metallic zinc was known to the ancients, for bracelets made of it, found in the ruins of Camaros, prior to 500 BC, may have been of that age. Raoul Jagnot, Trait de Chimie Générale, 1887, 2, 385. And further, a passage in Strabo, 63 BC-24 AD, is of much interest. He states, 13, 1, 56. There is found at Andera a stone which when burnt becomes iron. It is then put into a furnace, together with some kind of earth, when it distills a mock silver, sidargerum, or with the addition of copper it becomes the compound called orichalcum. There is found a mock silver near Tismalu also. Hamilton's Trans. 2. About the Christian era the terms orichalcum or orichalcum undoubtedly refer to brass. But whether these terms as used by earlier Greek writers do not refer to bronze only, is a matter of considerable doubt. Beyond these slight references we are without information until the 16th century. If the metal was known to the ancients it must have been locally, for by its greater adaptability to brass making it would probably have supplanted the crude melting of copper with zinc minerals. It appears that the metal may have been known in the Far East prior to such knowledge in Europe. Metallic zinc was imported in considerable quantities from the East as early as the 16th and 17th centuries under such terms as Tudunique, Tudunigo, Kalim, and Spyotter, the latter, of course, being the progenitor of our term spelter. The localities of Eastern production have never been adequately investigated. W. Hommel, Engineering and Mining Journal, June 15, 1912. Gives a very satisfactory review of the Eastern literature upon the subject, and considers that the origin of manufacture was in India. Although the most of the 16th and 17th century product came from China. The earliest certain description seems to be some recipes for manufacture quoted by Prafulla Chandra Ray, A History of Hindu Chemistry, London, 1902, dating from the 11th to the 14th centuries. There does not appear to be any satisfactory description of the Chinese method until that of Sir George Staunton, Journal Asiatique Paris, 1835. We may add that spelter was produced in India by crude distillation of calamine in clay pots in the early part of the 19th century. Brooke, Jour. Asiatic Associ of Bengal, Volume 19, 1850, and the remains of such smelting in Rajputana are supposed to be very ancient. The discovery of zinc in Europe seems to have been quite independent of the East, but precisely where and when is clouded with much uncertainty. The Marquesita aurea of Albertus Magnus has been called upon to serve as metallic zinc, but such belief requires a hypothesis based upon a great deal of assumption. Further, the statement is frequently made that zinc is mentioned in Basil Valentine's triumphant chariot of antimony, the only one of the works attributed to this author which may date prior to the 17th century. But we have been unable to find any such reference. The first certain mention of metallic zinc is generally accredited to Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, who states, Liber mineralium 2, moreover there is another metal generally unknown called zinken. It is of peculiar nature and origin. Many other metals adulterate it. It can be melted, for it is generated from 3 fluid principles. It is not malleable. Its color is different from other metals and does not resemble others in its growth. Its ultimate matter, ultima materia, is not to me yet fully known. It admits of no mixture and does not permit of the fabrications of other metals. It stands alone entirely to itself. We do not believe that this book was published until after Agricola's works. Agricola introduced the following statements into his revised edition of Bermanus, p. 431, published in 1558. It, a variety of parites, is almost the color of galena, but of entirely different components. From it there is made gold and silver, and a great quantity is dug in Reichenstein, which is in Silesia, as was recently reported to me. Much more is found at Rorosei, which they call zinkum, which species differs from parites, for the latter contains more silver than gold, the former only gold or hardly any silver. In De Natura Fossilium, p. 368, for this cadmia is put, in the same way as quicksilver, in a suitable vessel so that the heat of the fire will cause it to sublime, and from it is made a black or brown or grey body which the alchemists call cadmia sublimata. This possesses corrosive properties to the highest degree. Cognate with this cadmia and parites is a compound which the Noricans and Rhaetians call zinkum. We leave it to readers to decide how near this comes to metallic zinc. In any event, he apparently did not recognize his counterfeit from the furnaces as the same substance as the zinkum from Silesia. The first correlation of these substances was apparently by Lones, in 1617, who says, Vom Bergwerk 4, when the people in the smelting works are smelting. There is made under the furnace and in the cracks in the walls among the badly plastered stones, a metal which is called zinc or counterfeit, and when the wall is scraped it falls into a vessel placed to receive it. This metal greatly resembles tin, but it is harder and less malleable. The alchemists have a great desire for this zinc or bismuth. That this metal originated from blende or calamine was not recognized until long after, and Libavius, Alchimia, Frankfurt, 1606, in describing specimens which came from the East, did not so identify it, this office being performed by Glauber. Who says, De Prosperitate Germanias, Amsterdam, 1656, zinc is a volatile mineral or half-ripe metal when it is extracted from its ore. It is more brilliant than tin and not so fusible or malleable. It turns, copper, into brass, as does lapis calaminaris, for indeed this stone is nothing but infusible zinc, and this zinc might be called a fusible lapis calaminaris, inasmuch as both of them partake of the same nature. It sublimates itself up into the cracks of the furnace, whereupon the smelters frequently break it out. The systematic distillation of zinc from calamine was not discovered in Europe until the 18th century. Henkel is generally accredited with the first statement to that effect. In a contribution published as an appendix to his other works, of which we have had access only to a French translation, Pyritology, Paris, 1760, he concludes that zinc is a half-metal of which the best ore is calamine. But believes it is always associated with lead, and mentions that an Englishman lately arrived from Bristol had seen it being obtained from calamine in his own country. He further mentions that it can be obtained by heating calamine and lead ore mixed with coal in a thick earthen vessel. The Bristol works were apparently those of John Champion, established about 1740. The art of distillation was probably learned in the East. Definite information as to the zinc minerals goes back to but a little before the Christian era, unless we accept nebular references to orichalcum by the poets, or what is possibly zinc or in the earth, mentioned by Aristotle, de mirabilibus. 62. Men say that the copper of the Mosinisi is very brilliant and white, no tin being mixed with it. But there is a kind of earth there which is melted with it. This might quite well be an arsenical mineral. But whether we can accept the poets or Aristotle or the remark of Strabo given above, as sufficient evidence or not, there is no difficulty with the description of cadmia and pomphlix and spodos of Dioscorides, 1st century. Parts of which we reproduce in. His cadmia is described as rising from the copper furnaces and clinging to the iron bars, but he continues, cadmia is also prepared by burning the stone called perites, which is found near Soloi in Cyprus. Some say that cadmia may also be found in stone quarries, but they are deceived by stones having a resemblance to cadmia. Pomphlix and spodos are evidently furnace calamine. From reading the quotation given on p. There can be no doubt that these materials, natural or artificial, were used to make brass, for he states, v. 46, white pomphlix is made every time that the artificer in the working and perfecting of the copper sprinkles powdered cadmia upon it to make it more perfect, the soot arising from this is pomphlix. Pliny is confused between the mineral cadmia and furnace calamine, and none of his statements are very direct on the subject of brass making. His most pointed statement is, XXXIV, 2. Next to Livian, copper, this kind best absorbs cadmia, and is almost as good as orichalcum for making sesterces and double asses. As stated above, there can be little doubt that the orichalcum of the Christian era was brass, and further, we do know of brass sesterces of this period. Other Roman writers of this and later periods refer to earth used with copper for making brass. Apart from these evidences, however, there is the evidence of analyses of coins and objects, the earliest of which appears to be a large brass of the Cassia family of 20 BC, analyzed by Phillips, who found 17.3% zinc, records of mining and metallurgy, London, 1857. Numerous analyses of coins and other objects dating during the following century corroborate the general use of brass. Professor Gowland, Presidential Address, Inst. of Metals, 1912, rightly considers the Romans were the first to make brass, and at about the above period, for there appears to be no certainty of any earlier production. The first adequate technical description of brass making is in about 1200 AD. Being that of Theophilus, who describes Hendry's trans, calcining calamina and mixing it with finely divided copper in glowing crucibles. The process was repeated by adding more calamine and copper until the pots were full of molten metal. This method is repeatedly described with minor variations by Byron Guccio, Agricola, de Nat Fosse, and others, down to the 18th century. For discussion of the zinc minerals see note on p. Non raro, ut non nulli periti sunt, candida. This is apparently the unknown substance mentioned above. 1 drachma is about 3 ounces troy per short ton. 3 uncii are about 72 ounces 6 dwts. Troy per short ton. In this section, which treats of the metallurgy of plumbum candidum, tin, the word candidum is very often omitted in the Latin, leaving only plumbum, which is confusing at times with lead. The black tin stone, lapilli nigri, has been treated in a similar manner, lapilli, small stones, constantly occurring alone in the Latin. This has been rendered as tin stone throughout, and the material prior to extraction of the lapilli nigri has been rendered tin stuff, after the Cornish. Ex saxis vilibus, quae natura de diversa materia composuit. The glossary gives grindstein. Granite. Historical notes on tin metallurgy. The first appearance of tin lies in the ancient bronzes. And while much is written upon the Bronze Age by archaeologists, we seriously doubt whether or not a large part of so-called bronze is not copper. In any event, this period varied with each race, and for instance, in Britain may have been much later than Egyptian historic times. The bronze articles of the Ford dynasty, from 3800 to 4700 BC. Depending on the authority, place us on certain ground of antiquity. Professor Gowland, Presidential Address, Inst. of Metals, London, 1912, maintains that the early bronzes were the result of direct smelting of staniferous copper ores, and while this may be partially true for Western Europe, The distribution and nature of the copper deposits do not warrant this assumption for the earlier scenes of human activity, Asia Minor, Egypt, and India. Further, the lumps of rough tin and also of copper found by Borlase, tin mining in Spain, past and present, London, 1897, in Cornwall, mixed with bronze celts under conditions certainly indicating the Bronze Age, is in itself of considerable evidence of independent melting. To our mind, the vast majority of ancient bronzes must have been made from copper and tin mined and smelted independently. As to the source of supply of ancient tin, we are on clear ground only with the advent of the Phoenicians, 1500 to 1000 BC, who, as is well known, distributed to the ancient world a supply from Spain and Britain. What the source may have been prior to this time has been subject to much discussion, and while some slender threads indicate the East, we believe that a more local supply to Egypt, etc., is not impossible. The discovery of large tin fields in Central Africa and the native-made tin ornaments in circulation among the Negroes made possible the entrance of the metal into Egypt along the trade routes. Further, we see no reason why alluvial tin may not have existed within easy reach and have become exhausted. How quickly such a source of metal supply can be forgotten and no evidence remain, is indicated by the seldom remembered alluvial gold supply from Ireland. However, be these conjectures as they may, the East has long been the scene of tin production and of transportation activity. Among the slender evidences that point in this direction is that the Sanskrit term for tin is kastira, a term also employed by the Chaldeans, and represented in Arabic by kasder, and it may have been the progenitor of the Greek kassiteros. There can be no doubt that the Phoenicians also traded with Malacca, etc., but beyond these threads there is little to prove the pre-Western source. The strained argument of Beckmann, History of Inventions, Volume 2. That the cassiteros of Homer and the Bedil of the Hebrews was possibly not tin, and that tin was unknown at this time, falls to the ground in the face of the vast amount of tin which must have been in circulation to account for the bronze used over a period 2,000 years prior to those peoples. Tin is early mentioned in the scriptures, Numbers XXXI, 22, being enumerated among the spoil of the Midianites, 1200 BC, also Ezekiel, 600 BC, XXVA, 12, speaks of tin from Tarshish, the Phoenician settlement on the coast of Spain. According to Homer, tin played considerable part in Vulcan's metallurgical stores. Even approximately at what period the Phoenicians began their distribution from Spain and Britain cannot be determined. They apparently established their settlements at Gades, Cadiz, in Tarshish, beyond Gibraltar, about 1100 BC. The remains of tin mining in the Spanish peninsula prior to the Christian era indicate most extensive production by the Phoenicians, but there is little evidence as to either mining or smelting methods. Generally, as to the technical methods of mining and smelting tin, we are practically without any satisfactory statement down to Agricola. However, such scraps of information as are available are those in Homer, see note on P. Diodorus, and Pliny. Diodorus says, v. 2, regarding tin in Spain, they dig it up, and melt it down in the same way as they do gold and silver. And again, speaking of the tin in Britain, he says, these people make tin, which they dig up with a great deal of care and labor, being rocky, the metal is mixed with earth, out of which they melt the metal, and then refine it. Pliny, XXXIV, 47, in the well-known and much disputed passage, next to be considered are the characteristics of lead, which is of two kinds, black and white. The most valuable is the white. The Greeks called it cassiteros, and there is a fabulous story of its being searched for and carried from the islands of Atlantis in barks covered with hides. Certainly it is obtained in Lusitania and Galaetia on the surface of the earth from black-colored sand. It is discovered by its great weight, and it is mixed with small pebbles in the dried beds of torrents. The miners wash these sands, and that which settles they heat in the furnace. It is also found in gold mines, which are called alushii. A stream of water passing through detaches small black pebbles variegated with white spots, the weight of which is the same as gold. Hence it is that they remain in the baskets of the gold collectors with the gold. Afterward, they are separated in a camillum and when melted become white lead. There is practically no reference to the methods of Cornish tin working over the whole period of 2,000 years that mining operations were carried on there prior to the Norman occupation. From then until Agricola's time, a period of some 4 centuries, there are occasional references in Stanary court proceedings, charters, and such like official documents which give little metallurgical insight. From a letter of William de Rudham, Lord Warden of the Stannaries, in 1198, setting out the regulations for the impost on tin. It is evident that the black tin was smelted once at the mines and that a second smelting or refining was carried out in specified towns under the observation of the Crown officials. In many other official documents there are repeated references to the right to dig turfs and cut wood for smelting the tin. We give some further information on tin concentration, and the relation of Cornish and German tin miners. Byron Guccio, 1540, gives very little information on tin metallurgy, and we are brought to RE METALLICA for the first clear exposition. As to the description on these pages, it must be remembered that the tin stone has been already roasted, thus removing some volatile impurities and oxidizing others, as described on page. The furnaces and the methods of working the tin, here described, are almost identical with those in use in Saxony today. In general, since Agricola's time, tin has not seen the mechanical and metallurgical development of the other metals. The comparatively small quantities to be dealt with, the necessity of maintaining a strong reducing atmosphere, and consequently a mild cold blast, and the comparatively low temperature demanded, gave little impetus to other than crude appliances until very modern times. Oreo Nummo. German translation gives Reinstchen-Gulden, which was the equivalent of about $1.66, or 6.9 shillings. The purchasing power of money was, however, several times as great as at present. In the following descriptions of iron smelting, we have 3 processes described. The first being the direct reduction of malleable iron from ore, the second the transition stage then in progress from the direct to indirect method by way of cast iron, and the third a method of making steel by cementation. The first method is that of primitive iron workers of all times and all races, and requires little comment. A pasty mass was produced, which was subsequently hammered to make it exude the slag, the hammered mass being the ancient bloom. The second process is of considerable interest, for it marks one of the earliest descriptions of working iron in a furnace similar to a blast furnace, but much wider and higher. This original German Stuckofen or high bloomery furnace was used for making masses of wrought iron under essentially the same conditions as its progenitor the forge, only upon a larger scale. With high temperatures, however, such a furnace would, if desired, yield molten metal, and thus the step to cast iron as a preliminary to wrought iron became very easy and natural. In fact, Agricola mentions above that if the iron is left to settle in the furnace it becomes hard. The making of malleable iron by subsequent treatment of the cast iron, the indirect method, originated in about Agricola's time, and marks the beginning of one of those subtle economic currents destined to have the widest bearing upon civilization. It is to us uncertain whether he really understood the double treatment or not. In the above paragraph he says from ore, once or twice smelted they make iron, etc., and in De Natura Facilium, p. 339, some reference is made to pouring melted iron, all of which would appear to be cast iron. He does not, however, describe the 16th century method of converting cast into wrought iron by way of in effect roasting the pig iron to eliminate carbon by oxidation, with subsequent melting into a ball or mass. It must be borne in mind that puddling for this purpose did not come into use until the end of the 18th century. A great deal of discussion has arisen as to where and at what time cast iron was made systematically, but without satisfactory answer. In any event, it seems to have been in about the end of the 14th century, as cast cannon began to appear about that time. It is our impression that the whole of this discussion on iron in RE METALLICA is an abstract from Byron Guccio, who wrote 15 years earlier, as it is in so nearly identical terms. Those interested will find a translation of Byron Guccio's statement with regard to steel in Percy's Metallurgy of Iron and Steel, London, 1864, Historical Note on Iron Smelting. The archaeologist's division of the history of racial development into the Stone, Bronze, and Iron Ages, based upon objects found in tumuli, burial places, etc., would on the face of it indicate the prior discovery of copper metallurgy over iron, and it is generally so maintained by those scientists. The metallurgists have not hesitated to protest that while this distinction of ages may serve the archaeologists, and no doubt represents the sequence in which the metal objects are found. Yet it by no means follows that this was the order of their discovery or use, but that iron by its rapidity of oxidation has simply not been preserved. The arguments which may be advanced from our side are in the main these. Iron ore is of more frequent occurrence than copper ores. And the necessary reduction of copper oxides, as most surface ores must have been, to fluid metal requires a temperature very much higher than does the reduction of iron oxides to wrought iron blooms, which do not necessitate fusion. The comparatively greater simplicity of iron metallurgy under primitive conditions is well exemplified by the hill tribes of northern Nigeria, where in village forges the Negroes reduce iron sufficient for their needs, from hematite. Copper alone would not be a very serviceable metal to primitive man, and he early made the advance to bronze. This latter metal requires 3 metallurgical operations, and presents immeasurably greater difficulties than iron. It is, as Professor Gowland has demonstrated, Presidential Address, Inst. of Metals, London, 1912, quite possible to make bronze from melting steniferous copper ores, yet such combined occurrence at the surface is rare, and, so far as known, the copper sources from which Asia Minor and Egypt obtained their supply do not contain tin. It seems to us, therefore, that in most cases the separate fusions of different ores and their subsequent remelting were required to make bronze. The arguments advanced by the archaeologists bear mostly upon the fact that, had iron been known, its superiority would have caused the primitive races to adopt it, and we should not find such an abundance of bronze tools. As to this, it may be said that bronze weapons and tools are plentiful enough in Egyptian, Mycenaean, and early Greek remains, long after iron was demonstrably well known. There has been a good deal pronounced by etymologists on the history of iron and copper, for instance, by Max Muller, Lectures on the Science of Language, Vol. 2, London, 1864, and many others, but the amazing lack of metallurgical knowledge nullifies practically all their conclusions. The oldest Egyptian texts extant, dating 3500 BC, refer to iron, and there is in the British Museum a piece of iron found in the Pyramid of Khephren, 3700 BC, under conditions indicating its coincident origin. There is exhibited also a fragment of oxidized iron lately found by Professor Petrie and placed as of the 6th dynasty, BC 3200. Despite this evidence of an early knowledge of iron, there is almost a total absence of Egyptian iron objects for a long period subsequent to that time, which in a measure confirms the view of its disappearance rather than that of ignorance of it. Many writers have assumed that the ancients must have had some superior art of hardening copper or bronze, because the cutting of the gigantic stonework of the time could not have been done with that alloy as we know it. No such hardening appears among the bronze tools found, and it seems to us that the argument is stronger that the oldest Egyptian stoneworkers employed mostly iron tools, and that these have oxidized out of existence. The reasons for preferring copper alloys to iron for decorative objects were equally strong in ancient times as in the present day, and account sufficiently for these articles, and, therefore, iron would be devoted to more humble objects less likely to be preserved. Further, the Egyptians at a later date had some prejudices against iron for sacred purposes, and the media of preservation of most metal objects were not open to iron. We know practically nothing of very early Egyptian metallurgy, but in the time of Thutmose III, 1500 BC, bellows were used upon the forged. Of literary evidences, the earliest is in the Shu King among the Tribute of U, 2500 BC. Iron is frequently mentioned in the Bible, but it is doubtful if any of the early references apply to steel. There is scarcely a Greek or Latin author who does not mention iron in some connection, and of the earliest, none are so suggestive from a metallurgical point of view as Homer, by whom labored mass, wrought iron, is often referred to. As, for instance, in the Odyssey, I. 234, Pallas in the guise of Mentes, says according to Pope, freighted with iron from my native land, I steer my voyage to the Brutian strand, to gain by commerce for the labored mass a just proportion of refulgent brass. Brass is modern poetic license for copper or bronze. Also, in the Odyssey, 9, 465, when Homer describes how Ulysses plunged the stake into Cyclops' eye, we have the first positive evidence of steel, although hard iron mentioned in the Tribute of U, above referred to. is sometimes given as steel. And as when armorers temper in the ford. The keen-edged poleaxe, or the shining sword. The red-hot metal hisses in the lake. No doubt early wrought iron was made in the same manner as Agricola describes. We are, however, not so clear as to the methods of making steel. Under primitive methods of making wrought iron, it is quite possible to carbonize the iron sufficiently to make steel direct from ore. The primitive method of India and Japan was to enclose lumps of wrought iron in sealed crucibles with charcoal and sawdust, and heat them over a long period. Neither Pliny nor any of the other authors of the period previous to the Christian era give us much help on steel metallurgy, although certain obscure expressions of Aristotle have been called upon, for instance, St. John V. Day, Prehistoric Use of Iron and Steel, London, 1877, to prove its manufacture by immersing wrought iron in molten cast iron. Que vel erosa est, vel cocta. It is by no means certain that cocta, cooked, is rightly translated, for the author has not hitherto used this expression for heated. This may be residues from roasting, leaching pyrites for vitriol, etc. Agricola draws no sharp line of distinction between antimony the metal, and its sulfide. He uses the Roman term stibi or stibium, interpretatio, spiesglas, throughout this book, and evidently in most cases means the sulfide, but in others, particularly in parting gold and silver, metallic antimony would be reduced out. We have been in much doubt as to the term to introduce into the text, as the English stibnite carries too much precision of meaning. Originally that antimony of trade was the sulfide. Later, with the application of that term to the metal, the sulfide was termed grey antimony, and we have either used stibium for lack of better alternative, or adopted grey antimony. The method described by Agricola for treating antimony sulfide is still used in the Harz, in Bohemia, and elsewhere. The stibnite is liquated out at a low heat and drips from the upper to the lower pot. The resulting purified antimony sulfide is the modern commercial, crude antimony or grey antimony. Historical note on the metallurgy of antimony. The Egyptologists have adopted the term antimony for certain cosmetics found in Egyptian tombs from a very early period. We have, however, failed to find any reliable analyses which warrant this assumption, and we believe that it is based on the knowledge that antimony was used as a base for eye ointments in Greek and Roman times, and not upon proper chemical investigation. It may be that the ideograph which is interpreted as antimony may really mean that substance, but we only protest that the chemist should have been called in long since. In St. Jerome's translation of the Bible, the cosmetic used by Jezebel, 2 Kings 9:30, and by the lady mentioned by Ezekiel, Exi 40, who didst wash thyself and paintedst thine eyes, is specifically given as stibio. Our modern translation carries no hint of the composition of the cosmetic, and whether some of the Greek or Hebrew misses do furnish a basis for such translation we cannot say. The Hebrew term for this mineral was kohl, which subsequently passed into alcohol and alcohol in other languages, and appears in the Spanish Bible in the above passage in Ezekiel as alcoholast. The term antimonium seems to have been first used in Latin editions of Geber published in the latter part of the 15th century. In any event, the metal is clearly mentioned by Dioscorides, 1st century, who calls it stimi, and Pliny, who termed it stibium, and they leave no doubt that it was used as a cosmetic for painting the eyebrows and dilating the eyes. Dioscorides, v. 59, says, "The best stimi is very brilliant and radiant. When broken it divides into layers with no part earthy or dirty, it is brittle." Some call it stimi, others platyophthalmon, wide-eyed. Others larbason, others gynekian, feminine. It is roasted in a ball of dough with charcoal until it becomes a cinder. It is also roasted by putting it on live charcoal and blowing it. If it is roasted too much it becomes lead. Pliny states, 33 and 34, in the same mines in which silver is found, properly speaking there is a stone froth. It is white and shining, not transparent, is called stimi, or stibi, or alabastrum, and larbaceous. There are two kinds of it, the male and the female. The most approved is the female, the male being more uneven, rougher, less heavy, not so radiant, and more gritty. The female kind is bright and friable, laminar and not globular. It is astringent and refrigerative, and its principal use is for the eyes. It is burned in manure in a furnace, is quenched with milk, ground with rain water in a mortar, and while thus turbid it is poured into a copper vessel and purified with nit rum. Above all, in roasting it care should be taken that it does not turn to lead. There can be little doubt from Dioscorides' statement of its turning to lead that he had seen the metal antimony, although he thought it a species of lead. Of further interest in connection with the ancient knowledge of the metal is the Chaldean vase made of antimony described by Berthelot, Comptes Rendus, 1887, CIV, 265. It is possible that Agricola knew the metal, although he gives no details as to desulfurizing it or for recovering the metal itself. In De Natura Fossilium, p. 181, he makes a statement which would indicate the metal, stibium, when melted in the crucible and refined, has as much right to be regarded as a metal as is accorded to lead by most writers. If when smelted a certain portion be added to tin, a printer's alloy is made from which type is cast that is used by those who print books. Basil Valentine, in his Triumphal Chariot of Antimony, gives a great deal that is new with regard to this metal, even if we can accredit the work with no earlier origin than its publication, about 1600. It seems possible, however, that it was written late in the 15th century, c. He describes the preparation of the metal from the crude ore, both by roasting and reduction from the oxide with argol and saltpetre, and also by fusing with metallic iron. While the first description of these methods is usually attributed to Valentine, it may be pointed out that in the Probier Bouclian, 1500, as well as in Agricola, the separation of silver from iron by antimony sulfide implies the same reaction. And the separation of silver and gold with antimony sulfide, often attributed to Valentine, is repeatedly set out in the Probier Bouclian and in De Re Metallica. Byron Guccio, 1540, has nothing of importance to say as to the treatment of antimonial ores, but mentions it as an alloy for bell metal, which would imply the metal. Historical note on the metallurgy of quicksilver. The earliest mention of quicksilver appears to have been by Aristotle, Meteorologica 4, 8, 11, who speaks of it as fluid silver, argyros kaitos. Theophrastus, 105, states, such is the production of quicksilver, which has its uses. This is obtained from cinnabar rubbed with vinegar in a brass mortar with a brass pestle. Hills trans. Theophrastus also, 103, mentions cinnabar from Spain and elsewhere. Dioscorides, v. 70, appears to be the first to describe the recovery of quicksilver by distillation. Quicksilver, hydrargyros, i.e., liquid silver, is made from amion, which is called cinnabari. An iron bowl containing cinnabari is put into an earthen vessel and covered over with a cup-shaped lid smeared with clay. Then it is set on a fire of coals, and the soot which sticks to the cover when wiped off and cooled is quicksilver. Quicksilver is also found in drops falling from the walls of the silver mines. Some say there are quicksilver mines. It can be kept only in vessels of glass, lead, tin, or silver, for if put in vessels of any other substances it consumes them and flows through. Pliny, 33, 41, there has been discovered a way of extracting hydrargyros from the inferior minium as a substitute for quicksilver, as mentioned. There are two methods, either by pounding minium and vinegar in a brass mortar with a brass pestle, or else by putting minium into a flat earthen dish covered with a lid, well luted with potter's clay. This is set in an iron pan and a fire is then lighted under the pan, and continually blown by a bellows. The perspiration collects on the lid and is wiped off and is like silver in color and as liquid as water. Pliny is somewhat confused over the minium, or the text is corrupt, for this should be the genuine minium of Roman times. The methods of condensation on the leaves of branches placed in a chamber, of condensing in ashes placed over the mouth of the lower pot, and of distilling in a retort, are referred to by Byron Guccio, AD 1540, but with no detail. Most of these methods depend upon simple liquation of native bismuth. The sulfides, oxides, etc., could not be obtained without fusing in a furnace with appropriate desulfurizing or reducing agents, to which Agricola dimly refers. In Bermanus, page 439, he says, Bermanus. I will show you another kind of mineral which is numbered amongst metals, but appears to me to have been unknown to the ancients. We call it bismutum. Naevius. Then in your opinion there are more kinds of metals than the 7 commonly believed? Brahmanus. More, I consider. For this which just now I said we called bismutum, cannot correctly be called plumbum candidum, tin, nor nigrum, lead, but is different from both, and is a third one. Plumbum candidum is whiter and plumbum nigrum is darker, as you see. Naevius. We see that this is of the color of galena. Ancon. How then can bismutum, as you call it, be distinguished from galena? Brahmanus. Easily, when you take it in your hands it stains them with black unless it is quite hard. The hard kind is not friable like galena, but can be cut. It is blacker than the kind of crude silver which we say is almost the color of lead, and thus is different from both. Indeed, it not rarely contains some silver. It generally shows that there is silver beneath the place where it is found, and because of this our miners are accustomed to call it the roof of silver. They are wont to roast this mineral, and from the better part they make metal. From the poorer part they make a pigment of a kind not to be despised. This pigment was cobalt blue, see note on p, indicating a considerable confusion of these minerals. This quotation is the first description of bismuth, and the above text the first description of bismuth treatment. There is, however, bare mention of the mineral earlier, in the following single line from the Probierbuchlein, p. 1. Jupiter controls the ores of tin and Wismut. And it is noted in the Nutzlike Bergbuchlein in association with silver, c. This cadmia is given in the German translation as cobalt. It is probably the cobalt-arsenic bismuth minerals common in Saxony. A large portion of the world's supply of bismuth today comes from the cobalt treatment works near Schneeberg. For further discussion of cadmia see note on p. Book X. Questions as to the methods of smelting ores and of obtaining metals I discussed in Book 9.